Chapter 1. The Fifth Failure. Oh, splendid. I have succeeded. I too have triumphed. On the day the results of the provincial examination in Jiangling Prefecture were announced, a throng of eager spectators gathered around the notice board. Occasionally, exclamations of astonishment broke through the murmurs of the crowd. Amongst them, Suyu furrowed his brow as he searched for his name. Indeed, it is absent. If memory serves correctly, this marked the fifth occasion on which the original owner had participated in the elementary examination. Once again, he faced disappointment. Upon his arrival in this world, the original had just completed the provincial examination. After a weary return to the inn where he was staying, he had fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken as Suyu. Now, as a 19-year-old youth, the original had commenced his formal education at 13, first attending classes with a tutor, and at 14, he had embarked on his inaugural attempt at the Imperial examinations. To date, he had endured 5 county examinations and 2 provincial examinations over the span of 5 consecutive years. These 2 examinations were collectively referred to as the elementary examinations. Success in both was a prerequisite to attaining the status of a legitimate scholar, thus granting one the opportunity to participate in the higher examinations indefinitely. Should one pass the county examination, yet falter at the provincial level, they would have to begin anew the following year. Unfortunately, Suyu had consistently stumbled in one of these 2 trials over the years. After finally passing the county examination this year, he had scrimped and saved to arrive in the provincial city for the examination, only to find himself transported into this new existence while awaiting the results. Is this the result of being drained by the relentless rigors of examination? Upon awakening, Suyu assessed his feeble physique. The era to which he had been transported was a fictional dynasty, yet its societal structure bore a striking resemblance to the ancient world he was familiar with. Truth be told, the repeated failures in the elementary examinations were indeed disheartening. The original owner was not a slothful individual, on the contrary. He had exhibited remarkable diligence in his studies. In this ancient society, for someone hailing from farming background, the only path to distinction lay through relentless study of the imperial examinations. However, the original had taken this pursuit to an extreme, dedicating his very existence to the pursuit of scholarly success. Passing the higher examinations would grant the title of Xiucai and secure a degree, he mused. In this era, that would constitute the bare minimum of security. If possible, I must continue with the examinations. Fortunately, Suyu possessed the memories of the original owner. Although not particularly astute, the original was commendably industrious. Moreover, Suyu himself had harbored a keen interest in the ancient examination system during his previous life. Thus, pursuing the examinations appeared feasible. Yet, after this year's failure, he would have to wait until the following year to attempt again. Alas, there is nothing to be done about this failure, Suyu sighed as he navigated through the bustling crowd. Outside the throng stood a young woman, clad in simple attire, yet exuding an extraordinary grace. As she noticed Suyu emerge, she inquired softly, "Well, did you succeed?" Though her makeup was minimal, and her clothing unremarkable merely a notch above the attire of the villagers, she was undeniably the most enchanting and poised woman Suyu had encountered since his arrival. In any era, she would be considered a paragon of beauty. Tall and statuesque, her modest garments could not conceal her remarkable figure. Meeting this beautiful young lady was indeed a stroke of fate. Just the day before yesterday, Suyu had just traversed into this realm, intending to explore his surroundings and familiarize himself with the environment. By chance, he came to the aid of the elderly Mr. Gu, who had accidentally stumbled and injured his ankle. Suyu carried him back home, and this young lady is none other than Mr. Gu's eldest granddaughter, Gu Changle. After rescuing Mr. Gu, the old gentleman appeared to hold Suyu in high regard. Yesterday, he brought some wine and delicacies from his home to the inn, where he shared a meal with Suyu, expressing his gratitude. During their conversation, upon learning Suyu's age and birth date, Mr. Gu immediately began to play matchmaker, suggesting that his granddaughter was destined to marry a man whose birth date matched Suyu's. He recounted that a master had previously foretold that her husband must possess the same birth date, which is why their family had kept her unmarried until the age of 18. Consequently, they were required to pay a substantial single tax each year for their unmarried daughter. In ancient times, to encourage procreation, the court mandated that men without official titles who remained unmarried by the age of 20 and women by the age of 16 would incur a head tax, which increased yearly. Xiucai, now over 19, would turn 20 next month. Should he be selected, he would return to the capital to participate in the Imperial examination in 2 months. The government would grant a deferment of tax collection due to his participation in the examination. If he successfully passed and achieved the title of Xiucai, not only would he be exempt from this tax, but all family taxes would be waived. However, should he fail again, he would be liable to pay the tax next month. Time was indeed of the essence. Changle, nearing 18, had yet to marry. Her family had already paid the head tax for 2 years and was soon to face a 3rd year, which would be even more substantial. Thus, if the two were to wed, both families would significantly reduce their expenses. Furthermore, since Xiucai had not yet surpassed the age limit, they could obtain a marriage license and receive additional financial assistance from the government. Though modest, it was a welcome boon, saving them from expenditures while also providing a small sum. Xiucai found himself somewhat swayed by these considerations. In ancient society, girls typically married by the ages of 14 or 15. By 18, they were often regarded as leftover women. Such circumstances posed little concern if one hailed from a wealthy family. However, Xiucai had visited Mr. Gu's modest household, where the daughters of ordinary families remaining unmarried at this age might face unspoken difficulties due to lack of beauty, unkind temperament, or unfavorable reputations. Fortunately, Xiucai had seen Mr. Gu's granddaughter. She was indeed lovely, albeit somewhat aloof. When they met, she merely cast a languid glance at him, offered a brief thank you, and then lapsed into silence. Mr. Gu had also affirmed that theirs was a humble family. Given Changle's age and the rarity of finding a match that aligned with her birth date, there would be no need for Xiucai to provide a dowry. Similarly, they would not prepare an extravagant dowry. Let Xiucai contemplate this matter carefully. Early this morning, Changle sought out the inn where Xiucai was staying. She spoke of the engagement, revealing that she had already acquiesced to her grandfather's wishes. Once Xiucai's results from this provincial examination were announced, they would proceed directly to the government office to obtain their marriage license. Having just returned from checking the results, Xiucai stood somewhat sheepishly beside Changle. Upon being asked about his performance, he hesitated and admitted, "I did not pass again." Though failing repeatedly was a common occurrence in ancient times, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Changle, however, displayed no visible reaction. Xiucai had candidly confessed that this was his 5th attempt at the scholar's examination. Thus, failing yet again was hardly a surprising event. Changle nodded and succinctly stated, "There is nothing to be done about failing. We can only try again next year. I have the registration documents and household papers. Let us proceed to the county office to register. Once registered, we can also receive a sum of money." Xiucai was taken aback by Changle's indifference toward his academic performance. Despite learning of his failure, she remained steadfast in her desire to marry him. Moreover, Xiucai was indeed impoverished. The expenses for participating in the imperial examinations were covered by relatives from his family. The only means of travel he could afford was the cheapest ox cart or the local bus, both of which consumed a considerable amount of time. The journey from their village to the provincial city would be manageable by horse-drawn carriage, taking less than a day. However, the ox cart required 2 full days of travel. Changle, though from a common family in the provincial city, showed no disdain for Xiucai's humble background or his repeated failures. She was, indeed, an admirable young woman. Xiucai mused that this was fortuitous. After receiving the money, he could afford to rent a carriage, ensuring that his unearned bride would not suffer hardships upon their arrival. He also considered the possibility of earning some money in the city before returning home. Traveling to and from the provincial city was no easy task, and he was becoming familiar with the surroundings. With the woman taking the initiative, Xiucai no longer felt the need to hesitate. He had brought all necessary identification for the examination with him. Very well, let us go to the government office now and finalize the marriage license. Once we return home, I will arrange a proper wedding ceremony for you. Chapter 1. 5th failure in the examinations. Oh, splendid. I have succeeded. I have succeeded as well. On the day the results of the provincial examination in Jiangling prefecture were announced, a throng of eager onlookers surrounded the notice board, their numbers densely packed. Periodically, exclamations of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Among them stood Xiucai, his brow slightly furrowed as he searched for his name. Indeed, it is absent. If memory serves, this marked the fifth occasion the original owner had participated in the child's scholar examinations. Once again, he faced failure. Upon his arrival in this world, the original host had already completed the provincial examination. After returning exhausted to his inn and taking a brief respite, Xiuyu found himself transported into this realm. At the age of 19, he was no longer a mere child. The original host had begun his formal education at the age of 13 under the guidance of a teacher and had participated in his first imperial examination at 14. To date, he had endured 5 county examinations and 2 provincial examinations over the course of 5 consecutive years. These 2 assessments were collectively referred to as the child scholar examinations. Only upon passing both could one truly be considered a child scholar, thereby gaining the opportunity to partake in the subsequent imperial examinations. Should one pass the county examination yet fail the provincial one, they would be compelled to start anew the following year. Alas, Xiuyu had repeatedly stumbled in one of these 2 pivotal evaluations. This year, after considerable hardship, he had finally passed the county examination and arrived at the provincial city to take the provincial examination. Yet, it was during the waiting period for the results that he was unexpectedly transported here. Is it the relentless pressure of consecutive examinations that has drained me so completely? Xiuyu mused, assessing his frail physique. The historical backdrop of this ancient world was an alternate dynasty, yet the societal structure bore a striking resemblance to the ancient customs with which he was familiar. Frankly speaking, enduring 5 failed attempts at the child scholar examinations left little room for optimism. The original host was not a slothful individual. Instead, he was remarkably diligent in his studies. In this ancient setting, where social classes were rigidly defined, as a farmer's offspring, he was resolutely committed to the pursuit of scholarly success through rigorous study. However, the original host's dedication seemed almost excessive. It was as if he were wagering his very life on the pursuit of academic achievement. Upon passing the imperial examination, one becomes a scholar, thereby securing a modicum of respectability. In this ancient society, such an achievement serves as the most basic assurance of a stable future. If the opportunity for further examination arises, it must be seized. Fortunately, Xiuyu possessed the memories of the original host. Although not particularly astute, he was undeniably diligent. Moreover, Xiuyu himself had harbored a keen interest in the imperial examination system from his previous life. Continuing his pursuit of scholarly success should indeed be feasible. However, after this year's failure, he would have to endure another year before re-attempting the examination. Very well, there is little that can be done about the failure. Xiuyu squeezed his way through the bustling crowd. Outside, a young lady of modest attire, yet remarkable poise, awaited him. Upon seeing Xiuyu emerge, she inquired with a calm demeanor, "Well then, did you succeed?" Though she wore no makeup and her clothing was unremarkable, it was still a cut above what one might find in Suyu's village. It must be said, she was the most exquisite and graceful woman Xiuyu had encountered since his arrival in this world. Even in modern times, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a stunning beauty. Tall and elegantly proportioned, her simple attire could not conceal her striking figure. Meeting this beautiful young lady was indeed a matter of fate. Just the day before yesterday, Xiuyu had recently traversed into this realm, eager to explore and acclimate himself to the surroundings. In an unexpected turn of events, he came to the aid of the elderly Gu, who had unfortunately stumbled and injured himself. With a sprained ankle, the old man was carried back to his home by Xiuyu. The young lady in question is Gu Changle, the eldest granddaughter of the old man. After saving the elder, he seemed to hold Xiuyu in high regard. The following day, the elder brought some food and wine from his home to the inn, inviting Xiuyu to join him in a feast as a token of gratitude. During their conversation, upon learning of Xuyu's age and birth details, the old man immediately began to matchmake Xiuyu with his granddaughter. He revealed that a master had once foretold that his granddaughter's husband must share the same birth details as Xiuyu. Consequently, they had kept her unmarried until the age of 18, and she had yet to wed. This circumstance had resulted in the family incurring an additional annual tax for having a daughter of marriageable age still single. In ancient times, the court encouraged procreation by imposing a head tax on unmarried men over the age of 20 and women over 16. This tax accumulates year by year. Xiuyu himself is already over 19 and will turn 20 next month. Should he be chosen, he would need to return to the provincial city in 2 months to participate in the imperial examination. The government would grant a deferment of tax collection due to his involvement in the exams. If he were to successfully pass and attain the title of scholar, not only would he be exempt from this tax, but from all taxes imposed upon his household. However, should he fail yet again, he would be required to pay the tax next month. Time is indeed of the essence. As for Gu Changle, she is approaching her 18th year, yet remains unmarried. Her family has already paid the head tax for 2 years and is soon to pay for the third, with the amount increasing. Thus, if the two were to marry, both families would significantly reduce their expenses. Moreover, Su Yu, still under the age threshold, would be eligible for a government subsidy for marriage, albeit a modest amount. Nevertheless, it is a gift that could alleviate the financial burden while providing additional funds. In essence, it is a double gain. Su Yu found himself somewhat swayed by this proposition. In ancient society, women typically wed by the ages of 14 or 15. By 18, they are often regarded as spinsterhood. Such a fate may not pose a problem for those born into affluent families, however. Gu Changle's family, as Su Yu had observed, was merely an ordinary household in the county town. It stands to reason that a girl of such an age remaining unmarried in a common family might harbor some unspoken difficulties, be it a lack of beauty, a fierce temperament, or unfavorable reputation. Fortunately, Su Yu had encountered Gu Changle and found her strikingly beautiful, albeit with a rather aloof demeanor. When she first saw Su Yu, she merely cast a languid glance, uttered a brief thank you, and fell silent thereafter. The elder had also mentioned that his family was of humble means, and with Gu Changle reaching an advanced age, it was rare to find a suitor compatible with her birth details, thus no bride price would be required from Su Yu. Similarly, they would not prepare an extravagant dowry. Su Yu should take some time to ponder this matter. Early this morning, Gu Changle sought out the inn where Su Yu was staying. She spoke of the engagement she had already acquiesced to her grandfather's wishes. Once Su Yu's examination results were announced, they would proceed directly to the government office to obtain their marriage certificate. As Su Yu went to check the results, Gu Changle patiently awaited his return. When asked about his performance, Su Yu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I failed again this time, although repeated failures were quite commonplace in ancient times." Su Yu could not help but feel a flush creeping to his cheeks. Gu Changle's demeanor remained unperturbed. Su Yu had previously confessed his honesty in stating that this was his 5th attempt at the imperial examinations. Therefore, another failure was hardly a novelty. Gu Changle nodded and got straight to the point. "There's nothing we can do about failing. We can only try again next year. I have the registration documents and household papers. Let us go directly to the county office to register. After registration, we can even receive a sum of money." Su Yu was taken aback by Gu Changle's nonchalance regarding his examination results. Even upon learning of his latest failure, she remained steadfast in her desire to marry him. Moreover, Su Yu was indeed impoverished. The expenses for taking the examinations were gathered by his relatives. The journey involved the cheapest ox cart or alternatively his own humble bus. Both options consumed considerable time. If they traveled by horse-drawn carriage, the journey from their village to the capital would take less than a day. However, the ox cart required a full 2 days. Gu Changle, a native of the capital, hailed from a modest family herself. Yet, she harbored no disdain for Su Yu's financial situation or his repeated failures. This young lady was truly commendable. Su Yu contemplated that this arrangement was fortuitous. After receiving the money, he could afford to rent a carriage, ensuring that his bride would not have to endure hardship upon arrival. Additionally, after securing their marriage certificate, he could explore opportunities to earn some money before returning home. The journey to the capital was not easy, and he had grown somewhat accustomed to the environment over the past 2 days. With the lady having taken the initiative, Su Yu no longer hesitated. He carried all necessary identification for the examinations with him. "Very well, let us proceed to the government office and finalize the marriage certificate. Once we return home, we will arrange a proper wedding ceremony." Chapter 2. The ancient version of a flash marriage. The location for the announcement of the imperial examination results is just outside the government office. It is quite convenient for the couple to handle their marriage certificate there. However, they must traverse from one end of the government office to the other. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere near the announcement area, the process of obtaining a marriage certificate appears rather desolate, with only Su Yu and Gu Changle present. The clerk, having received the documents from the couple, verified their identities and promptly issued the marriage certificate. After handing it over, the clerk amiably remarked, "The court offers a subsidy of 300 won for your marriage. Please wait a moment. The funds will be delivered shortly from the treasury." These clerks, lacking any prospects for promotion, have worked in the office for generations and are regarded as local authorities. One might expect them to be slow and lackadaisical in their duties. But to Su Yu's surprise, they were efficient and courteous. Su Yu clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." The clerk waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Gu Changle beside Su Yu. His demeanor was not typically so amiable. Such courtesy is reserved for those deemed worthy. Although Su Yu's household registration indicated he was merely a farmer's son, he was marrying a woman from a distant province, from the countryside to the county seat, and then to the provincial capital. This farmer, hailing from a remote area, was able to marry a bride from such a far-off place. Yet, noticing Su Yu's scholarly attire, the clerk quickly averted his gaze, likely deducing that Su Yu had achieved commendable results in the Imperial examinations and was a promising investment from a notable family. Gu Changle remained silent throughout the exchange, holding the marriage certificate with apparent interest. "Now that we have the marriage certificate, I shall return to inform my grandfather. I need to pack some belongings as I will be heading to your home in a couple of days." Although they were now married, their familiarity with one another was rather limited. Compared to true blind marriages of the past, their situation was not significantly better. They had only exchanged a few words before obtaining the certificate. Su Yu replied, "Very well, keep the marriage certificate for now. I am staying in a large communal lodging, making it inconvenient to keep it there. You may return and prepare your things. If you have many belongings, you can take an extra day to pack. I will rent an ox cart to transport your items." Gu Changle shook her head. "I only need to pack a few garments. There is not much to take. We can depart tomorrow." Having just received their marriage certificate and become husband and wife, the two stood at the government office's entrance, parting ways like friends. Gu Changle returned home to pack her belongings, while Su Yu, with a substantial sum of 300 won, made his way back to the inn where he was staying. As for spending the night at Gu Changle's residence, neither of them broached the subject. It was not a fitting arrangement, particularly since they had not even held a formal ceremony, and Su Yu was not a son-in-law by any means. It would be rather inappropriate to stay there at this juncture. Regardless, after tonight, they would inevitably be together. Su Yu nodded, saying, "I will arrange for a carriage tomorrow morning and then come to find you." Renting a carriage was quite expensive. Gu Changle recalled her grandfather mentioning that Su Yu was merely a poor scholar, and it was likely that the only money he had was the 300 when they had just received for their marriage license. Moreover, he had mentioned needing to rent an ox cart specifically for moving her belongings. This man seemed to be treating his wife rather well. After some thought, Gu Changle suggested, "Carriages seem rather costly. Perhaps we could take the ox cart instead." Su Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was already looking to save money so soon after they had obtained their marriage license. After completing the formalities, he found Gu Changle surprisingly easy to get along with despite her few words. "It's fine," Su Yu replied with a smile. "While they are indeed pricey, they are also quite efficient. For your first visit to our home, it would be fitting to rent a more expensive carriage to match your status as a city dweller." After all, Su Yu was accustomed to quicker modes of transport. The mere thought of swaying on an ox cart for an entire day was unbearable to him. He added, "And you need not worry about the finances. There is still ample time. I will find a way to procure some money in the city before we return. Otherwise, it may be a long while before we can come back." Gu Changle paused, her expression tinged with skepticism. "Procure money? What do you intend to do?" Su Yu explained, "The provincial examination results have already been announced, and in a little over 2 months, there will be the academy examination. Those who are selected will typically be honored with a banquet hosted by the governor and the educational commissioner, inviting the newly acclaimed scholars. Such gatherings naturally provide an opportunity to showcase one's talents before the officials. The county examination is conducted locally by the county magistrate, while the provincial examination is overseen by the governor in the provincial city. The academy examination, however, draws a broader range of participants, including scholars from neighboring prefectures who come to our Jiangling prefecture to take part. It will be presided over by an educational commissioner sent by the court. Those who excel in the academy examination will emerge as the newly minted scholars. Following the announcement of the results, the governor typically holds a banquet to welcome these new talents. In literary circles, such banquets often revolve around displays of talent, and poetry is the most straightforward way to capture attention. However, Individuals hailing from smaller locales often lack refinement in their poetic skills. Hence, I have devised a plan. I can set up a stall outside the higher-end taverns during this half-day, as those who have passed the provincial examination will undoubtedly be celebrating. If I can sell a couple of thank you poems in advance, it would be ideal. If not, there's no loss. After all, as a modern individual, I am certainly not lacking in poetic composition. Upon learning of Su Yu's intention to sell thank you poems, Gu Changle appeared momentarily taken aback. The esteemed scholars and officials, including the scholars of the examination, are all considered as their mentors. The poem of gratitude, Xia and Shi, serves to express appreciation to the emperor for his grace in holding the imperial examinations. However, it is still premature to discuss such matters. At a banquet like that, it is only fitting to express thanks to the teachers. Yet, how could her recently wed husband, who has just received the marriage certificate, possess such talents? How is it that after 5 consecutive years of failing the imperial examinations, he has yet to even qualify as a student? Gu Changle fell silent for a moment, sensing that Su Yu might be a tad overly confident. Nevertheless, she refrained from uttering any words of discouragement and simply inquired, "Since you intend to set up a stall, do you require my assistance?" Su Yu, noticing a hint of skepticism in her gaze, initially thought she would express disbelief in the poetic capabilities of a farmer's son who had failed the exams 5 times in a row. To his surprise, Gu Changle was asking if she could help him instead. "Is this what they call a harmonious partnership?" Su Yu chuckled and replied, "No need. You must have quite a bit to prepare for your departure. I shall return to the inn to borrow a set of tables and chairs, and summon my classmates to assist with the moving. Once I earn some money, we can enhance our meals when we return home, so you need not suffer alongside me." "Suffer?" Gu Changle replied nonchalantly. "We have a few hundred coins, which should suffice for a while. My grandfather has mentioned that I am not afraid of hardship. Now that we are married, let us work together to lead a good life." She paused for a moment. "Although my grandfather did not prepare a dowry, I do possess a small sum of private savings. Therefore, if you cannot earn money in the short term, there is no need to worry excessively." Chapter 3. The legitimate granddaughter of the Prince of Huainan. The two parted ways in front of the government office, and Gu Changle returned to her home in the city. Nestled in an inconspicuous alley stood a modest dwelling. Old man Gu was in the living room, engaging in a solitary game of chess. Upon seeing Gu Changle return, he inquired with a smile, "How did it go?" Gu Changle placed the marriage certificate on the chessboard, covering the pieces above. "I failed the exams, and then we went directly to obtain the marriage certificate. Tomorrow, I shall accompany him home, and we will hold the wedding ceremony later." "You've received it?" Old man Gu's eyes sparkled as he picked up the marriage certificate to examine it. After reading it, he nodded in satisfaction. "My dear granddaughter has finally married." Gu Changle took a seat and replied with a hint of exasperation, "This is already the 5th time I have failed. A destitute scholar who has repeatedly failed. And yet because he assisted grandfather once, I am to marry him. I cannot fathom your reasoning." Old man Gu, still smiling, responded, "If grandfather wishes for you to marry, you must agree as well. You have consented, which is why the marriage certificate was issued. As long as the birth dates match and he is of decent appearance. What does it matter if he is a poor scholar who has failed multiple times? In this southeastern region, no matter how high his status, it cannot surpass yours. Rest assured, I have thoroughly investigated his background. He is undoubtedly of respectable lineage. What Su Yu does not know is that the elderly gentleman he saved is none other than Gu Fangxiu, the Prince of Huainan, the only royal of a different surname in the court. As the legitimate granddaughter of the esteemed Gu family, Gu Changle was conferred the title of princess by the court upon her birth. In this realm, her noble status set her apart from her peers, making her the epitome of a highborn lady. Even at the tender age of 20, she was assuredly not lacking in suitors. However, a pivotal issue arose when the venerable Master Liao Ran of the State Minister's Temple prophesied at her birth, declaring that the prosperity and safety of the Gu family hinged upon Gu Changle's marriage, which was deemed of utmost significance. He provided her with a birth chart, stating that her future husband must share the same celestial alignment. From a young age, the Gu family had diligently sought a match for Gu Changle. Yet, the suitable candidates born under the prescribed astrological sign were not limited to Su Yu alone. Various circumstances rendered them inappropriate matches, resulting in Gu Changle remaining unmarried as she approached 18. This year, however, developments concerning her marriage took an unexpected turn, compelling them to abandon their customary leisurely pace. The late wife of Prince Gu Fangxiu of Huainan hailed from Jiangling Prefecture. Each year during this time, He donned civilian attire and accompanied Gu Changle to mourn his deceased spouse. Upon returning this year, he fortuitously suffered a minor fall in the outer city. Although he was unharmed, it was then that the warm-hearted Xiuyu came to his aid, carrying him back. After spending several days together, Gu Fangxiu found himself admiring the young man. Upon learning of Xuyu's birth chart, he considered it a serendipitous match and ardently sought to unite him with his beloved granddaughter. Given the Gu family's esteemed lineage, their status was unparalleled, even in the capital, rendering the socio-economic background of a potential son-in-law largely inconsequential. Thus, Gu Fangxiu, setting aside his dignity as the head of the family, took it upon himself to arrange a marriage for his cherished granddaughter. Gu Changle, who held great respect for her doting grandfather, graciously acquiesced after he broached the subject twice. However, she expressed her reservations. "Grandfather, although I have officially entered into a betrothal with the scholar Xiuyu, I cannot claim to have developed affection for him. A scholar who has failed the child scholar examination 5 times may well be a slothful and indolent individual. If his character proves unsatisfactory and he learns of my identity, it would be all too easy for him to exploit our connection. The Gu family is currently a target of imperial scrutiny, and should he err, it could bring calamity upon us." Having been raised under the guidance of Prince Gu Fangxiu, Gu Changle was far from naive regarding the intricacies of the world. Presently, there were whispers in the court regarding the potential reduction of princely titles. Though the Gu family had always maintained a low profile, they were the only non-royal house of the Great Zhou. The threat of a blade could descend upon them at any moment, necessitating utmost caution. Moreover, there were rumors from the capital suggesting that prior to any title reduction, the emperor might consider summoning Gu Changle to the court for a marriage alliance, ostensibly to pacify Gu Fangxiu. Thus, the search for a husband who matched her birth chart could no longer be a leisurely endeavor. Fortuitously, Xiuyu seemed a fitting candidate in all respects, prompting Gu Fangxiu to fervently advocate for their union. However, the marriage cannot be publicly celebrated for the time being, lest it attract attention from the capital. The true nature of Xiuyu remains to be observed. Whether he can uphold the family's interests is yet to be determined. If his character proves commendable, then the situation can be disclosed. Old Gu cheerfully remarked, "I find this young man quite admirable. Over these past few days, it has become evident that he possesses a calm demeanor, and his words and actions are measured. He could not possibly be the sort you describe." The grandfather and grandson shared a camaraderie devoid of the rigid formalities typical among the highborn. Their interactions were refreshingly casual, resembling those of an ordinary family. Gu Changle responded with a smile, "Grandfather, with such high praise, how is it that he has failed the scholar's examination 5 times and has yet to attain the status of a scholar?" Confronted with this matter, old Gu found himself at a loss for words. After spending time together, he believed Xiuyu to be an exceptional individual with a promising future. At times, the breadth of his knowledge even surpassed that of a prince. Yet, how could such a person struggle so with the scholar's examination? Old Gu pondered, this is indeed perplexing. Why has he consistently fallen short? Nevertheless, it is not insurmountable. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to speak with the governor to ensure he passes the official examination. The subsequent assessments may be more challenging, as they are overseen by the court-appointed officials who can be troublesome. However, with my direct involvement, securing a degree for a mere student from Jiangling is hardly a concern. We shall first obtain his scholar's title, and then address the rest as it comes. Gu Changle found his grandfather's approach somewhat bewildering. The results of the scholar's examination had already been announced, and the list was publicly displayed. To attempt to manipulate the outcome now seemed unseemly. Old Gu chuckled. If his name was overlooked, it can simply be rectified. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Very well, let us proceed as planned. Securing a title for him will surely make your days more bearable, will it not? Gu Changle replied, "Grandfather, you are quite kind to him. Of course, for he is the son-in-law I have chosen for my beloved granddaughter." Gu Changle smiled as she accepted the marriage certificate that her grandfather had perused. "Tomorrow, I must accompany him home, so I shall not be able to remain with you." Old Gu clicked his tongue, realizing that with the marriage certificate in hand, she ought to begin referring to him as husband. Regardless, after he passes the scholar's examination, they will return next month for the subsequent assessments. The old man decided not to return to the palace just yet. He would wait here for them. "Husband." Gu Changle paused, letting the term roll off her tongue. Ultimately, she chose to shift the conversation, summoning a servant. "Please place the marriage certificate inside and prepare a few belongings for me." Chapter 4. A compassionate gaze unbeknownst to Xiuyu, the plans of the Gu family were unfolding. With the 300 won stipend received upon obtaining the marriage certificate, he made his way back to the inn, contemplating how to amass wealth. He needed to enhance his meals and gradually devise a plan for further studies and examinations. Upon returning to the inn, he found the atmosphere in the lobby to be quite lively, significantly more so than usual. Those who have been selected are surrounded by joyful admirers, basking in the warm congratulations of the crowd. Xiuyu navigates through the throng, intending to return to his large dormitory, where he plans to retrieve his scholarly treasures. Xiuyu, you have returned. He is called as he passes a table. The voices belong to the other 4 individuals from his county who participated in the mutual guarantee for the provincial examination. Candidates for the Imperial examination must ensure their family background is unblemished and prevent any form of cheating. Therefore, prior to the examination, candidates are required to submit detailed information about their ancestry spanning 3 generations. Additionally, the 5 scholars participating in the examination mutually guarantee each other's integrity. Should any malpractice or wrongdoing be discovered, all are held accountable. Beyond the mutual assurance among the 5 scholars, the initial county examination also necessitates the endorsement of 5 households from their village, alongside a local scholar as a guarantor. Through these layers of relationships, those selected for the Imperial examination are typically individuals of commendable character. Upon invitation from his classmates, Xiuyu takes a seat. Learning that 2 among them have successfully passed the provincial examination, he extends his congratulations with a respectful gesture. One equally unsuccessful candidate compliments, "Zhang, you are fortunate. This is your first attempt at the child scholar examination, and you have already succeeded in 2 rounds." Zhang Wenyuan, though still young, comes from the most affluent background among them, and he alone brought a servant to assist him during the examination. His prosperous family has afforded him greater access to education, and now he is set to participate in the next level of examinations. As he receives accolades from others, a delighted expression graces Zhang Wenyuan's face. Song Yuming is also making his debut in the examinations, though his ranking is considerably lower than Zhang's, yet he too displays excitement. Another candidate, who has faced 2 failures, wistfully remarks, "After the next examination, you too will be scholars." Those who succeed will be personally entertained at a banquet hosted by the provincial governor, with the supervising officials present. It is noted that the official responsible for overseeing this examination is a newly appointed scholar from the capital, who currently has no disciples. If one performs commendably, they might catch the eye of this esteemed official and be taken on as a student. The officials overseeing the examinations are usually from the capital, and those capable of conducting the Imperial examinations are rarely ordinary bureaucrats. Often, after the examination concludes, the chief examiner will proactively select 1 or 2 promising students to take under their wing, which presents an excellent opportunity for candidates from less prestigious backgrounds. Song Yuming shakes his head and says, "I can only write essays. I lack other skills. I doubt the esteemed official would take notice of me. However, I have heard that Brother Wenyuan has been studying poetry with a mentor since childhood, so he is likely to make a notable impression." Flattered by the compliments, Zhang Wenyuan modestly gestures, "Thank you all for your kind words. Yet, I must admit, my poetry is not particularly remarkable." The supervising official for the upcoming examination is a graduate of the 2nd degree. Ordinary verses would likely not capture his attention. "I must return and refine my craft. Brother Song, you too should prepare in advance and hone your skills. Who knows, you might just strike the fancy of the esteemed official." The 2 successful candidates continue to exchange flattery. As the conversation unfolded, it felt as though Xiuyu had already secured his success in the Imperial examination. Sitting quietly beside them, sipping his tea, he felt a subtle stir in his heart upon overhearing their discussion about preparing to compose poetry for the governor's banquet. Was this not precisely what he had been contemplating? Initially intending to set up a stall in front of the tavern, it seemed now that such an endeavor could be avoided altogether. After the 2 had finished their flattery, they finally acknowledged Xiuyu, who, although not the eldest among them, had participated in the child scholar examination more times than anyone else. Zhang Wenyuan inquired, "I noticed a smile on your face, Su brother. You seem to be in good spirits. Yet, I am curious about your results this time." Despite being mutual supporters with Xiuyu, Zhang hailed from a different academy. Since not all of his classmates had passed the county examination, his teacher had arranged for him to partner with students from other academies for the provincial test. Prior to their gathering, he had learned that Xiuyu had already attempted the child scholar examination 4 times. This was his fifth attempt. When the topic turned to him, Suyu raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Once again, I have not succeeded." The news elicited sympathetic glances from the others. How could he still be smiling? Surely, he was merely putting on a brave front. This marked his fifth attempt. By next year, it would be the sixth. Zhuangyuan, feeling somewhat awkward, asked, "Will you participate again next year?" Beside him, Song Yuming chimed in, "Suyu is still quite young. It is certain he will participate again next year." When we registered, we even saw someone over 50 still taking the child scholar examination. During the registration at the rights office, all the successful scholars from the county gathered together. They had witnessed the elderly scholar with white hair, still striving for success in the child scholar examination, likely having lost count of how many times he had attempted it. In comparison, Suyu's fifth attempt, soon to be followed by a sixth, seemed trivial. Failing the provincial examination meant starting all over again, facing repeated setbacks. The thought of potentially facing failures until old age weighed heavily on everyone. Song Yoming's words caused the smiles around the table to falter. After all, no one wished for their path in the imperial examinations to be so fraught with difficulties. Zhuangyuan broke the silence by patting Suyu on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "My teacher has mentioned that your writing skills are quite adequate, Su brother. I am confident that you will succeed next year. If you need assistance after we return, I can lend you my books from the child scholar examination for your preparations." Zhuangyuan, who had passed on his first attempt, felt a certain pride, yet he was genuinely kind. Much like modern students who pay handsomely for the notes of top scholars, their books, filled with annotations, held significant value for reference and were often handed down through generations. Therefore, in response to Zhuangyuan's generosity, Suyu quickly clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." Though uncertain of the assistance it might offer, he accepted the gesture wholeheartedly, embodying the spirit of mutual exchange. With a smile, Suyu remarked, "I must reciprocate your kindness. Earlier, you mentioned preparing a poem for the banquet hosted by the governor after the examination. Coincidentally, I had composed a gratitude poem in advance. But alas, having failed the provincial examination, it remains of no use for the time being. If you do not mind, I would like to present this poem to Brother Zhang." Chapter 5, quite appropriate. As soon as Suyu uttered these words, the others present exchanged bewildered glances. In this dynasty, the imperial examination placed greater emphasis on prose rather than poetry. Consequently, poetry was primarily the domain of those from affluent backgrounds, who had the privilege of early literacy and education. Most ordinary scholars, coming from humble origins, only learned the basics of poetry to meet the requirements of parallelism and rhyme in their essays, dedicating the majority of their time to the study of prose. Suyu, a farmer's son from a modest household, had reportedly relied on relatives to gather the funds necessary to participate in the examinations. Given these circumstances, he had never gained any notable reputation for his talents. Moreover, this was his fifth consecutive failure. If he truly possessed poetic prowess, his journey through the imperial examinations would not have been so fraught with obstacles. Here was a man who had failed 5 times, offering his poetry to someone who had performed better and had invested more effort in the study of poetry. It was likely that, when revealed, his verses would not only provoke laughter, but also bring embarrassment to Zhuangyuan. Zhuangyuan himself was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. The other 3 individuals displayed a range of expressions, suggesting they had much to critique. Zhuangyuan awkwardly interjected, "I had not previously heard of your interest in poetry." "Brother Su," Song Yuming, with less subtlety, candidly stated, "Brother Wenyuan began his studies before us and has read extensively. He even admits his own poetry is lacking. How proficient are you, Suyu?" One must wonder. Not only Zhuangyuan, but even their teacher might not have composed particularly impressive poetry. The other 2 candidates who had also failed remained silent, yet their eyes mirrored agreement. Suyu understood their unspoken thoughts. Skepticism was to be expected. The original owner of his identity had indeed lacked any expertise in this area, yet it mattered little. He confidently proclaimed his newfound interest. With a smile, Suyu replied, "In my leisure, I occasionally engage in the study of poetry at home. I had intended to express my gratitude to the governor and the academic supervisor at the banquet after the examination. Regrettably, I have once again failed, and thus, it is of no use for now." Suyu could not help but internally lament the irony of fate. The principle of merit rewarded by heaven seemed to have eluded him. Despite the original owner's tireless dedication to his studies, the outcome had been a series of disappointments. He wondered if he would also face failure again in the next year's examination. He continued, "Regardless, this poem is a gift. If Brother Wenyuan finds it lacking, there is no obligation to accept it. However, should it resonate, I would appreciate a modest remuneration within your means. We are all scholars here. Such matters need not be elaborated upon. Poetry is an elegant pursuit, and we understand each other's intentions without the need for monetary discussions." Originally harboring doubts, Zhang Wenyuan, upon hearing Su Yu's words, found it difficult to refuse any longer. Ultimately, it was indeed his decision whether to use it or not. If the writing turned out to be subpar, he could simply dismiss it, claiming that his family had procured a tutor to refine a piece for him, thus absolving himself from any obligation. Zhang Wenyuan nodded and said, "In that case, I would be grateful if you could write it down, dear Brother Su, so we may appreciate it together." With Zhang Wenyuan's words, no one else dared to voice any objections. He instructed his servant to fetch the 4 treasures of the study and laid them out on the table. After preparing the ink, Su Yu calmly took up the brush under the watchful gaze of Zhang Wenyuan and the others. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly began to write. With the memories of the original host and his prior experience with calligraphy in his past life, writing was not a daunting task for him. As the agile brush tip danced, characters sprang to life on the paper. This tavern was primarily occupied by candidates participating in the provincial examination, much like Su Yu and his companions. With the results just announced and mealtime approaching, everyone sat in the hall, discussing their respective scores. Some were elated, others downcast, and some indifferent. No one paid attention to what Su Yu's table was doing, nor did they know that Su Yu, a poor fellow from a farming family who had failed 5 times, was about to bestow his work upon a classmate who had passed the child scholar examination on their first attempt, with results far superior to his own. Su Yu's handwriting is rather impressive, remarked a few. Among them, only Song Yuming and Su Yu belonged to the same academy. However, Song Yuming had not paid much attention to Su Yu, who had previously failed 4 times. Upon witnessing Su Yu's poised posture and upright demeanor, coupled with the surprisingly graceful characters he produced, Song Yuming could not suppress a small gasp of admiration. The quality of the writing was indicative of years of practice. The county examination was the initial hurdle in the Imperial examination system. This examination was not particularly difficult to pass. As long as one's characters were legible and the essay followed a basic structure, the examiner would generally grant a pass. With Su Yu's fine handwriting, as long as his essay wasn't completely askew, he should have no trouble passing the county examination. However, as he progressed to the provincial examination, the expectations of the governor, serving as the chief examiner, would naturally be higher. Given Su Yu's years of experience, it was puzzling that he had faced repeated failures. The quality of his handwriting indicated a lack of merit in his essays. The absence of parallelism and rhyme in the works of someone with such poor writing suggested that remarkable poetry was unlikely to emerge from him. Zhang Wenyuan shared a similar sentiment. The fact that Su Yu possessed such commendable handwriting, yet consistently failed, must be attributed to the lamentable quality of his essays. He had entirely lost hope regarding the poem Su Yu intended to gift him. After completing the first line, Zhang Wenyuan cast another casual glance, and this time, he could not tear his gaze away. As the final character was inscribed, Su Yu returned the brush to its place. The piece was complete. It was done. As others regained their composure, they were eager to discover what Su Yu had penned. However, the paper was swiftly seized by Zhang Wenyuan, who murmured in disbelief. In the green wild hall, the treasures of the world are unveiled. Passers-by point to the illustrious home of the Duke. The Duke's peach and plum trees flourish across the land. What need is there to plant more flowers before the hall? A poem in praise of a teacher. Its diction and construction neither ornate nor profound. Yet, within its simplicity lies a profound meaning. The Duke's students are abundant throughout the realm. There is no necessity to cultivate more blossoms at the entrance. This serves as a significant commendation and blessing for the educator. Should one excel in the imperial examination and compose such a poem to express gratitude at the governor's banquet, perhaps the esteemed scholar would indeed be moved. Thus, the act of taking a disciple would naturally follow. The other 3, having heard Zhang Wenyuan reciting the poem softly, lost their earlier composure and rushed forward, eager to study the complete verses. Upon reading, "The Duke's peach and plum trees flourish across the land. What need is there to plant more flowers before the hall?" Astonishment spread across their faces. Such a remarkable work, could it truly have been crafted by him? Their gazes aligned, scrutinizing Su Yu from head to toe. As novices in the imperial examination, they often relied on ornate language to construct their poetry. Only after exhausting their verbal embellishments did they begin to contemplate the poem's deeper essence, gradually refining their language. Thus, the simplicity yet profound imagery of Su Yu's verses was beyond their current capabilities. Observing their astonished expressions, Su Yu smiled faintly. I am but an unworthy scholar, having repeatedly failed to pass. In my moments of despondency, I could only study such verses, hoping that one day they might serve me well. Alas, this year appears to be another missed opportunity. Su Yu feigned melancholy. I wonder what Brother Huishi thinks of this poem. Might it be of use? Zhang Huishi promptly replied. Absolutely. Such an exquisite poem is indeed invaluable. Chapter 6. Could I be tricked into marriage? Zhang Huishi joyfully accepted the poem. Meanwhile, Song Yuming, who had also been selected in this examination, gazed at him with envy. He had not anticipated that Su Yu would truly craft such an exceptional piece of gratitude. After the examination, the newly minted scholars gathered at the banquet, presided over by the governor and the esteemed scholar. While others presented verses that were mere jumbles in pursuit of rhyme, Zhang Huishi revealed this simple yet profoundly meaningful poem. How could one not be astonished by it? Contemplating this, Song Yuming found himself hesitating to speak to Su Yu. Having passed the examination himself, he recalled that the teacher had indicated a high probability of his success. Furthermore, he believed he could contend in the banquet's poetic challenge. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Su Yu was still in its infancy, as they shared the same school and teacher. Perhaps later, he might privately request a poem from Su Yu. Lost in these thoughts, he completely forgot his earlier doubts regarding Su Yu's abilities. With a heart full of determination to prepare in advance and not fall behind, Zhang Huishi, brimming with delight, neatly folded the dried paper and remarked, "Thank you, Brother Su, for your poetic gift. We share a bond of camaraderie as classmates. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." After speaking, he whispered a few words to the attendant behind him. The attendant, understanding the cue, promptly presented a purse. "Brother Su, the effort you have put into crafting such exquisite poetry must have been immense. This modest token is but a small fee of appreciation for your beautiful verses." This was quite appropriate. Scholars do not engage in discussions regarding monetary matters. Thus they graciously accept whatever is offered. Su Yu, with a sincere smile, accepted the purse. Assisting Brother Huishi was indeed the best outcome. Discreetly squeezing the purse, he found it contained a decent amount of silver, likely around 5 taels. Truly, knowledge is wealth. Drawing upon the legacy of his illustrious ancestors, Su Yu found he could craft numerous poems. Were he to set up a stall near the examination hall on the day the results were announced, he could potentially conduct a thriving business. Alas, he had not passed the provincial examination this time and would not be eligible to participate in the next. In ancient times, traveling without official credentials required one to seek assistance from local officials, which was quite troublesome. Hence, it was unlikely he would attend the next examination. For now, being able to exchange his poetry for some remuneration was quite sufficient, saving him the effort he initially intended to expend in bustling marketplaces. Su Yu tucked the silver away securely. Zhang Huishi, evidently pleased, waved his hand grandly, inviting everyone to lunch. The scholars' essentials were put aside, and an array of fine food and drink was presented. With their return imminent, the gathering was kept modest, with only a few cups shared. Zhang Huishi, with warmth, toasted to Su Yu and added, "I almost forgot to mention, the examination will take place in July. We plan to return tomorrow. My friend Yuming and I will each hire a carriage to ensure a more comfortable journey. You need only contribute the same fare as a bullock cart." Zhang Hunyuan's family was quite well off. In truth, he could easily cover the expenses himself. However, as fellow scholars, they all possessed a sense of dignity, hence his proposal. With 5 individuals, including Zhang Hunyuan's attendant seated outside, it would be somewhat cramped, though a single carriage could accommodate them. Nevertheless, having passed the provincial examination, both Zhang Huishi and Song Yuming felt it fitting to celebrate without quibbling over expenses. Renting 2 carriages would allow for a more spacious journey. After Zhang Huishi spoke, Su Yu waved his hand, politely declining their generous offer. "You may depart first tomorrow. I shall not accompany you. I need to hire a carriage separately to bring my wife home with me." Your wife?" The classmates, who had just been astonished by Su Yu's poem, were once again taken aback. "When did you get married?" Su Yu replied candidly, "Just after the provincial examination results were announced." The announcement of the examination results was made at the Yamen, and it took only a few steps to reach the place where marriage certificates were issued. Thus, upon learning of his failure, he simply walked a few paces and procured a marriage certificate, thereby entering into wedlock. To have just failed an examination and then immediately turn around to wed? Might this not be a tad too hasty? The few classmates present, upon hearing Xiuyu's nonchalant remarks, were once again taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. After arriving in the capital city, they had mostly been loitering around the inn, and during this time, they had not observed Xiuyu engaging closely with any young lady. Suddenly, Song Yuming, a fellow student, interjected, "I heard previously that your parents had arranged a betrothal for you while they were still alive. Is it possible that the lady with whom you obtained the marriage certificate is that very person?" Xiuyu recalled that indeed, he had once been betrothed to a young girl. However, that family had long since wished to dissolve the engagement after his parents passed away, and he repeatedly failed his examinations. Although they had agreed to annul the engagement, they had been reluctant to return the betrothal gifts. The original owner of this identity had no intention of dissolving the engagement, naively believing that if he were to succeed in the upcoming examination, he could salvage the marriage. Yet now, having confirmed yet another failure, such thoughts were rendered moot. Xiuyu replied, "No, that previous engagement is no longer valid. My wife is from the capital, not from our village." The girl to whom Xiuyu had once been betrothed was merely a rustic maiden. Such a family had looked down upon Xiuyu's circumstances and his repeated failures. Yet, to their astonishment, there was indeed a girl from the capital who had taken an interest in him. One could not help but wonder if she was lacking in some way, perhaps physically impaired or of unpleasing appearance, or perhaps she harbored some unspeakable secret, compelling her to hastily wed a peasant like Xiuyu. The gazes of Xiuyu's companions shifted from admiration to sympathy. Not only had he faced failure for the 5th time, but there was also the possibility of being deceived into marriage. However, considering the poem Xiuyu had just composed, perhaps the lady was enamored with his talent? Observing Xiuyu's cheerful demeanor, they refrained from further comment and simply clasped their hands in congratulations. Despite his setbacks in the examination hall, Xiuyu found success in matters of the heart. Although he was still somewhat unfamiliar with his newlywed wife, he felt quite pleased to have resolved his single status shortly after his arrival in this world. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiuyu finished his meal and prepared to tidy up before heading to the carriage rental to secure transportation for his return. Horses are precious commodities, even among wealthy families. Not everyone possesses them. Thus, the cost of renting a carriage is quite steep. Fortunately, he had just acquired some funds, or else he would have to squeeze back home with his new bride alongside other men. You too, brother Yuming, are you going to rent a carriage?" Upon seeing Xiuyu emerge, Song Yuming greeted him and mentioned that he was also heading to the carriage rental, and the two set off together. As they walked in silence, Song Yuming suddenly spoke hesitantly. "Xiuyu, I also passed the provincial examination this time. Our teacher mentioned that I have a significant chance in the Imperial examination as well. I wonder if you might spare some thought to help me craft a fitting poem of gratitude? Though my family background may not rival that of Zhuangyuan, I assure you that the remuneration for your literary endeavors shall not be lacking. Does Brother Ming wish for a poem of gratitude as well?" Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, replying, "Of course, it is only fitting to profit from money offered so readily. However, crafting a poem requires inspiration. I shall need to ponder it further upon my return." Song Yoming's face lit up with delight. "Very well. It is settled then." Chapter 7. Such opulence? Xiuyu and Song Yuming arrived at the carriage house together. Renting a carriage solely for the journey back to Xiuyu's residence proved quite costly, 200 coins, a sum that could have afforded a comfortable night at an inn within the city. Xiuyu felt a twinge of regret as he paid, but fortunately, Zhuangyuan had just provided him with a writing fee. Moreover, Song Yuming had reserved a poem from Xiuyu, which alleviated his financial concerns, ensuring that even with the 300 coins acquired from obtaining the marriage certificate, he need not worry about his livelihood for the time being. After paying the deposit, they agreed upon the time and place for the carriage to return the following day. As the hour grew late, Xiuyu and Song Yuming returned to the inn. This establishment primarily housed scholars. Those without means, like Xiuyu, were relegated to shared dormitories or cramped quarters with several others. In contrast, individuals from more affluent backgrounds entered and exited with attendants and servants, residing in private, well-appointed rooms. The communal dormitory was hardly pleasant. Upon learning of their results, many departed that very day, freeing up a few rooms. Xiuyu, not one to be frugal, promptly switched to a private room and requested water to freshen up. Whether in modern times or ancient, one must always seek to acquire more funds. Contemplating the discomfort of the crowded dormitory, surrounded by a throng of men, one could hardly describe the aroma as pleasant. At night, the cacophony of snoring and murmured dreams further compounded the challenge of restful sleep. Fortunately, Xiuyu possessed a sound constitution, allowing him to slumber in such an environment. Tomorrow, he would welcome Gu Changle to return home, so he retired early. The following morning, after dressing, the attendant brought water for washing. He then descended to the hall to partake in the modest breakfast provided by the inn, one-course steamed bun accompanied by a bowl of thin porridge. Xiuyu found no fault with the simple fare and consumed it swiftly. Upon finishing, he noticed his fellow classmates gradually making their way downstairs. After exchanging greetings, he stood aside with his belongings, awaiting the arrival of the rented carriage. Zhuangyuan and his companions were still quite intrigued by Xiuyu's recent acquisition of a marriage certificate. Xiuyu, having just secured your marriage license, when do you plan to host a banquet? They inquired. Yuming and I are set to return to the capital next month for the Imperial examinations. I wonder if we shall be able to partake in your celebration. Hearing their subtly probing remarks, Xiuyu found them somewhat amusing. No wonder they were curious. His actions, in modern terms, could certainly be described as a whirlwind marriage. It was only natural for those around him to be inquisitive. Hosting a banquet in a farming family typically lacked extravagant displays. Presently, Xiuyu had adequate funds at his disposal, yet he remained uncertain about the particulars of arranging a banquet. I must return home to discuss it with my uncle and younger uncle. Should a banquet be in order, I will certainly inform you in advance. As they conversed, the carriage Xiuyu had rented arrived ahead of schedule. Upon seeing Suyu's carriage, several individuals were momentarily taken aback. Such an opulent carriage. Zhuangyuan's family was relatively well off, yet the carriage they rented was merely an ordinary one. Although they could have afforded a better option, the finest carriages available were hardly superior. However, the carriage that came to fetch Xiuyu was crafted from rosewood, a material typically found only in the households of the affluent. Did the carriage company truly possess such lavish conveyances for rent? Especially for Song Yuming, who had accompanied Xiuyu to the carriage rental the previous day. Because Xiuyu would not be returning with them, the four of them could comfortably share a single carriage. Thus, he had spent 200 coins to rent a similar carriage alongside Xiuyu. If Suyu's carriage was this splendid, theirs must surely be comparable. Unperturbed by these thoughts, Xiuyu boarded the carriage and settled onto the plush cushions, feeling that his expenditure of 200 coins was indeed worthwhile, certainly far more comfortable than the ox cart he had traveled in previously. He waved goodbye to the few individuals standing in astonishment and departed. Shortly after Suyu's departure, the carriage rented by Song Yuming arrived. Observing the rather unremarkable carriage before them, Zhuangyuan and the others exchanged silent glances, seeking confirmation from Song Yuming once more. Is this indeed the carriage you rented yesterday, young master? The coachman tapped the somewhat worn carriage and looked quizzically at the group of young scholars. Is there a problem, gentlemen? After a brief silence, Song Yuming inquired. How many rosewood carriages do you have in your fleet? The coachman chuckled, revealing a set of slightly yellowed teeth. Young master jest, I see. Rosewood is quite expensive. Such carriages are not easily obtainable. We must continue our journey, so I suggest you all board quickly. The coachman, though somewhat irritated by the lingering scholars, could only urge them to hurry along. To rent a carriage for 200 coins and expect it to be made of rosewood, these scholars truly had extravagant imaginations. Song Yuming and the others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered. How could the carriage that had just picked up Xiuyu be made of rosewood and appear so luxurious? Surely, there had been some mistake at the carriage company. The coachman urged them once more, and with their hearts full of questions, they reluctantly boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, the city in the early morning bustled with life. Individuals carrying burdens headed to the marketplace, while others with baskets sought fresh produce. Weaving through the streets amidst the cacophony of vendors' calls and lively shouts, the carriage moved slowly through the city, prompting Xiuyu to lift the curtain and take in the vibrant scene outside. Steamed buns, freshly baked and steaming hot. As they passed a bun shop, Xiuyu suddenly instructed the coachman to halt. In ancient times, most people typically ate only 2 meals a day. Only the affluent indulged in 3. The breakfast provided by inns consisted of little more than porridge, hardly sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Gu Changle's family was also of modest means, and given their early departure with Xiuyu, it was likely they had not enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Knowing that the carriage would be on the road for much of the day, Suyu decided to disembark and purchase a few buns. He intended to share some with Gu Changle and take a few to old Gu later. As they continued on their journey, hunger struck, and they decided to indulge in some food. 10 meat buns cost a total of 20 coins. The proprietress, with a warm smile, handed over the neatly wrapped buns. Suyu counted out 20 copper coins, completing the exchange with one hand while receiving the steaming buns with the other, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The cart resumed its journey and soon arrived at Gu Changle's doorstep. After disembarking, Suyu knocked on the door, which took a while to open, revealing an elderly stranger. "Uncle Fu, what brings you to old Gu's house so early?" Suyu recognized him from a previous encounter when he had returned old Gu home. At that time, old Gu had introduced him as Uncle Fu from next door, who often came to play chess with him. Uncle Fu was about to mention that his master, the prince, was present, and as his personal attendant, he could not be anywhere else. However, recalling the prince's instructions from the previous day, he quickly altered his response. "I was overcome with a desire to play chess and thought I might indulge in a game this morning. Are you here to fetch Changle? I saw her packing her belongings and was waiting for you to arrive. Please, come inside." Uncle Fu welcomed Suyu in. As they entered the front courtyard, they spotted old Gu practicing martial stances, engaged in physical exercise. One had to admit that he carried himself quite well. Upon noticing Suyu's arrival, old Gu ceased his practice and slowly exhaled. Suyu clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging the elder. Observing his prospective grandson-in-law's demeanor, old Gu's smile widened. "Changle is all set. If all goes well, you should bring her back next month for a visit," old Gu said. Listening to the elder's words, Suyu cupped his fists and assured, "Rest assured, grandfather, I will treat Changle well. Here are some buns from Lee's. I happen to buy a few extra on my way. Please share them with you and Uncle Fu while Changle and I keep a few for our journey." Uncle Fu accepted the additional buns, and old Gu nodded in approval, saying, "Good lad, you are thoughtful." As they conversed, Gu Changle emerged from within, carrying a moderately sized bundle. With a neutral expression, she nodded slightly at Suyu before turning to her grandfather. "Grandfather, I must take my leave now." Old Gu, still smiling, spoke with a hint of significance. "Go on, enjoy your lives together. Just come back to visit me next month." Chapter 8. Have you become dependent? The scene of farewell was tinged with a sense of reluctance. As the one who had taken away someone else's granddaughter, Suyu remained silent, instinctively reaching for the bundle in Gu Changle's hand. She followed him outside, passing by old Gu and Uncle Fu. Old Gu winked at her, but she merely regarded him with an impassive glance. Once they were outside, Uncle Fu murmured quietly, "It seems she woke up too early and is not in high spirits." Old Gu chuckled. "She probably did not sleep well last night. No worries, she will be fine soon." Sauntering leisurely to the entrance, she beheld Suyu already boarding the carriage, extending his hand towards Gu Changle. Gu Changle, appearing somewhat dazed, blinked slowly, yet instinctively placed her hand in his. Once the young couple had settled into the carriage, old man Gu waved goodbye. The carriage began to roll forward gently, swiftly departing from the alley's mouth. Seated within, Gu Changle cast her gaze downwards, her brow furrowed in contemplation. A fleeting glance from Suyu revealed a distant look in her eyes. His wife seemed to be experiencing a touch of morning grumpiness. Taking the initiative, Suyu remarked, "We still have quite a journey ahead. If you feel weary, you may rest a little longer. This carriage is rather comfortable, and it shouldn't be too difficult to fall asleep." From the outside, the carriage appeared opulent, and the interior was equally well appointed. The cushions were soft and plush, complete with a supportive backrest. Though it could not compare to the automobiles of his previous life, it was, in Suyu's memory, far more comfortable than a sluggish ox cart. He could not help but marvel at the benefits of wealth. Gu Changle had awakened considerably by now. Listening to Suyu's words, she turned to face him. In truth, whether from a farming family or one of their social standing, it was generally frowned upon to indulge in sloth, particularly for young ladies who risked earning a reputation for laziness. However, Gu Changle had been coddled since childhood, and as long as her grandfather was indifferent, no one else dared to impose restrictions on her. Consequently, she lived with a certain freedom in her actions. Sleeping in was a trivial matter for her. Yet, considering her husband was a farmer and a scholar, he would likely place considerable importance on such habits. Gu Changle pondered briefly before tentatively asking, "Do you mind?" "Mind what?" Suyu replied, with a generous spirit. "Mind that you have morning grumpiness? Mind that you might linger in bed? Such matters are trivial," he continued. I have no lofty elders to please, nor do I have many tasks to attend to. In the future, you may sleep until you feel inclined to rise. Gu Changle tilted her head in contemplation. The alley where they resided housed many ordinary families. Although she had not lived there long, she had witnessed enough of the domestic affairs of typical couples. In one household across the way, a wife had fallen ill, and during her periods of weakness, she would occasionally rise late. Her husband would scold her, lamenting her laziness and the amount she consumed. The chastised wife would lower her head in silence, dutifully attending to her chores. Yet, Suyu was entirely different, offering her the freedom to wake only when she felt ready. As she mulled over this realization, Suyu picked up a steaming bun. You must be hungry after such an early start. I happened upon these buns on the way. They are still warm. Have some to satisfy your hunger. Gu Changle paused, recalling that due to their early departure, the cook had prepared an extravagant spread for her breakfast. Rising too early, she had little appetite. However, there is a peculiar kind of hunger that arises when one's grandparents insist you eat. Old Man Gu had urged her to consume more, and she had hastily sipped some bird's nest porridge, leaving the remainder of the lavish feast untouched. Gu Changle felt no regret over the leftovers. The individual before her had only acquired their marriage certificate yesterday, thus becoming her nominal husband. Although his family was not well off, he had expended a considerable sum to rent a carriage. This carriage, albeit belonging to her family, was something that even affluent commoners could not easily procure. Concerned that Gu Changle might be hungry during their morning journey, he thoughtfully brought along some steamed buns. To be honest, Gu Changle had never tasted buns from such street vendors before. However, since they were purchased specifically for her by her husband, she did not wish to dampen the moment and graciously accepted the bun, holding it in her hand. Thank you, she said. Suyu smiled. Their acquaintance was still fresh, and their exchanges felt somewhat awkward. With time, as they became more familiar with one another, it would surely improve. Gu Changle tore off a small piece of the bun and delicately placed it in her mouth. Observing this, Suyu also picked up a bun and began to eat. In just a few bites, he finished one, washing it down with some inexpensive tea brewed from a large jug at the inn, cleansing his palate. Feeling a bit bored, he lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. Once they had left the city and the carriage moved swiftly along the official road. Even within the comfort of the carriage, the jostling was quite pronounced. He noticed that Gu Changle had only torn off a few small pieces of the bun and was still holding it. Was the carriage too bumpy for her appetite? Suyu found the taste quite pleasant, but he understood that some individuals could not eat too dry a meal in the morning. If you cannot eat, then do not force yourself. Hand it over to me, he suggested, extending his hand toward the water pouch. Drink some tea. Upon hearing his words, Gu Changle handed him the bun. The flavor is actually quite good. It's just that I cannot eat at the moment, she explained, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Suyu chuckled. Since you are not going to eat it, let us not waste it. I shall finish what remains. With that, he consumed the bun in just a few bites. Gu Changle widened her eyes in surprise. He was eating what she had left behind without any hesitation. Typically, she would only bestow upon her servants food that had not been touched, never something she had already eaten. Despite her status, even if she were to grant some of her half-eaten food to the servants, they would be grateful. Yet her husband was unaware of her standing. Did this mean he had not had his fill? He could have easily eaten first on his own journey, but chose to share the meal with her instead. This act, for reasons she could not quite articulate, warmed Gu Changle's heart slightly. Suyu caught the glimmer of something in her gaze, sensing an unusual emotion. Had he misinterpreted her feelings? He smirked slightly and explained, "It is a disgrace to waste food." Gu Changle nodded, her mind drifting elsewhere. Unconsciously, she took a sip from the tea he had handed her. Once finished, she realized the taste was rather unpleasant. She frowned slightly, discreetly sealing the container and returning it to Suyu. Earlier, I was aware that our family's circumstances were not the best. I wonder how much we have left now. She inquired naturally. Clearly, they had married first, and now they were only supplementing the introduction of each other's family backgrounds. Suyu pondered for a moment and recounted the facts: a clay brick house, 3 to 4 acres of farmland, and a remaining 101 from renting a cart. Gu Changle's expression grew somewhat grave. Suddenly, Suyu remarked, "By the way, yesterday my poetry was appreciated by a classmate, and I received 5 taels." He lowered his head to retrieve a pouch containing 5 taels of silver. Yet, before his eyes, as if by magic, appeared a silver ingot weighing 10 taels. Gu Changle, with a fair and rosy palm, presented the silver ingot to Suyu. Suyu was taken aback. Gu Changle stated earnestly, I mentioned before that I possess a bit of private funds. Now that we are wed, it is only fitting that this money be utilized to support our household. Your studies will require considerable funds. Take this for now. If it proves insufficient, we can later explore additional avenues for income to supplement the family finances. As she spoke, she contemplated how, in the future, she might rely on herself, a young woman, to support the family and fund Suyu's education. Listening to Gu Changle's words, Suyu fell into a moment of silence. Was he, then, to be living off her bounty? Chapter 9. An abundance unspent. Gu Changle was aware of Suyu's impoverished background, but had not anticipated the extent of their financial plight. The money they received upon obtaining their marriage certificate had dwindled to merely 101. Such a sum would likely be exhausted swiftly. Her husband was a commendable man, always considering her needs. Having encountered someone like him, Gu Changle felt that he need not endure such hardship. Moreover, next month they were to return to the capital city for the Imperial examination. Although she had stated her desire to observe his character before disclosing her family's circumstances, now that they were married, they were indeed a family. As a wife with some means, it seemed only reasonable to share her resources, provided it remained discreet enough to avoid raising Suyu's suspicions. Thus, Gu Changle rummaged through her belongings. Soon, she unearthed a pouch containing a sum of silver, carefully set aside by her maid before her departure. 10 taels of silver, for her, might merely constitute a casual gratuity for servants, yet for an average household, it represented a considerable amount. Indeed, upon seeing the silver, Suyu momentarily froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this your private money? Gu Changle's father had previously stipulated not to demand a bride price from Suyu. Likewise, they had no dowry prepared. Hence, the funds she produced were entirely her own. Yet, in ancient times, how remarkable it was for an unmarried young lady to possess such wealth. Suyu inquired, somewhat incredulously. 10 taels? Your family does not seem affluent. How do you possess so much private money? Gu Changle replied with a gentle smile. Though I am a woman, I am literate and educated. In the city, I have engaged in copying texts and composing couplets, which has proven quite convenient. Thus, over the years, I have saved a considerable amount of private funds. Now that we are united in marriage, it is only fitting that my resources be utilized for our mutual benefit. Indeed, Gu Changle is literate, a fact that the old gentleman has previously mentioned. It is quite astonishing how she has managed to amass such a considerable sum of private wealth through her knowledge. Regardless of where one finds themselves, knowledge remains a treasure. Furthermore, Gu Changle suggested, upon returning home, that I could assist her in securing additional transcription work in the city or town. This would ensure a steady stream of income for the household. Typically, transcribing a book requires only 2 to 3 days, yielding at least 50 to 61. Although earning 50 to 61 in 2 to 3 days may seem modest for Gu Changle, she has inquired and discovered that, unless one possesses exceptional embroidery skills, it is quite commendable for an ordinary woman to earn such an income. As she spoke, a hint of pride crept into her words. Although these 10 taels of silver were not her own earnings, based on the transcription rates she learned about, it would take merely a month or 2 for her to accumulate such a sum. Ordinary rural women do not possess her earning potential. Suyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prospect of earning a significant amount. However, in the village, they do not currently require much money. The modest amount Suyu has on hand suffices for now, and he intends to continue earning. When the funds run low, he can always request more from Gu Changle. Nevertheless, since this is her private wealth, it is best for her to keep it secure. Earlier, he had intended to mention that aside from the 100 he has, he also possesses 5 taels of silver. Suyu produced the piece of broken silver, stating that it was the remuneration he received for composing poetry for a classmate yesterday. Additionally, another classmate who has passed the provincial examination has commissioned him to write a thank you poem. Upon his return, he will compose it for him, further augmenting his earnings. Thus, Gu Changle may temporarily retain her private funds, as they are not in need of money. When they parted yesterday, Suyu had expressed his intention to see if he could exchange a thank you poem for some money. Remarkably, he succeeded, and not only that, he even received a commission for another. Gu Changle was somewhat taken aback. Your poetry is indeed of such quality that it can be sold? 5 taels of silver. He earned that in a single day. Meanwhile, it takes 2 to 3 days to earn 51 from transcribing. Gu Changle's earlier sense of superiority regarding her earning capacity compared to ordinary rural women quickly dissipated. Suyu, with a touch of pride, remarked, "It's not too bad. However, as it is merely the thank you poems following the courtyard examination, the earnings are limited. To truly make a fortune, one must wait until the provincial or even the palace examination. The status of a scholar is the lowest tier in the imperial examination system. The banquet's caliber is still rather modest. The looming banquet for those who have passed the provincial examination or the enrommed banquet following the palace examination are places where one could sell a thank you poem for substantial fees. The reigning emperor highly values literature, which leads scholars to delve deeply into their studies. Few can craft poetry, and even fewer do so exceptionally well. Therefore, Xu ability to sell poems to young scholars is not particularly surprising. However, when it comes to the provincial and palace examinations, the competition will be fierce, as he will be engaging with a vastly different caliber of talent than those he currently encounters. Thus, the banquet known as the Looming Feast, as well as more prestigious gatherings mentioned by Xu, likely render his poetic compositions unsuitable for display. Nevertheless, he has given away his gratitude poem and reserved another. After the provincial examination, will he still possess any? His grandfather mentioned yesterday that he would make a connection, ensuring that Xu passes both the provincial and the county examinations. Consequently, he is certain to attend the banquet hosted by the prefect. Changle remarked, "Since we now possess 5 taels of silver, why not reserve that second poem for your own use? If you pass the county examination, you will undoubtedly need to attend the banquet. It would be quite disheartening to witness others utilizing your verses while you are left without." Xu nonchalantly replied, "If I need to use it, that will be a matter for next year. Moreover, I have an ample stock of poems, far more than I could ever exhaust." Changle pondered. Her husband seemed somewhat different from her initial understanding. Despite repeated failures, he exhibited no signs of despondency. Rather, he remained spirited and industrious. He genuinely seemed to be profiting from his endeavors. When discussing the ordinary scholars who labor extensively to refine their poetry, he appeared entirely unconcerned, even claiming to have an abundance of verses. Could it be that his passion for poetry over the years was the reason for his repeated failures in the imperial examinations? This notion seemed plausible. In retrospect, her intercession for him to pass the county examination, thereby achieving the status of a scholar, displayed remarkable foresight. Otherwise, if he were to attempt the examination again next year, it was likely he would not succeed. The fact that he had passed this provincial examination was something she could not disclose to Xu directly. Upon learning that he had a surplus of poems, Changle chose not to dwell further on the topic. Therefore, Xu continued, "Our family may be somewhat impoverished at present, yet it shall surely improve soon. Keep that private stash of yours safe. Take this 5 taels of silver as well." He handed her the 5 taels he held, placing them in her palm. Changle initially thought that since she had already contributed her silver, which was no small sum, Xu would be eager to utilize the available funds. However, to her surprise, he had no intention of touching her money, even offering his earnings for her safekeeping. Not only had he retained his 10 taels, but he had also entrusted her with an additional 5. Holding the considerable sum in her hands, Changle felt a burgeoning sense of responsibility as a wife. She said nothing further, merely nodding. "You are the head of the household. I shall defer to your judgment regarding family matters. Rest assured, I will safeguard this silver diligently." Chapter 10. How did she come to admire him? Changle secured the 5 taels of silver bestowed by Xu. Accompanied by someone, the journey was not entirely dull. The two engaged in occasional light conversation, and within less than half a day's time, they arrived at the village where Xu resided. The villagers had already finished their breakfast and were gathered in small clusters, chatting in front of their homes. As the carriage entered, the commotion drew the attention of many, who began to speculate about the source of such a fine carriage. Whose wealthy relative has arrived? They wondered. It seems to be heading towards Xuyu's home. Could it be that Xuyu has returned from the imperial examination, riding in such an exquisite carriage? Could it be that he has finally been selected? Upon such speculation, the crowd's spirits were instantly lifted. Many instinctively followed the direction of the carriage, eager to witness the commotion. Indeed, the carriage came to a halt before the fence of Xuyu's residence. Curious neighbors, hearing the noise, emerged to see what was happening. Some inquisitive souls were about to inquire when a young man stepped out from the carriage. It was none other than Xuyu. However, upon alighting, Xuyu turned back towards the carriage, extending a hand inside while conversing. "We have arrived." In a moment, a delicate hand emerged from within the carriage, resting on Xuyu's, a hand unmistakably belonging to a young lady. When boarding, Gu Chonglu had unconsciously placed her hand atop Su Yu's, having done so once. She felt no need for hesitation. She reached out directly, placing her hand in Su Yu's as he assisted her down from the carriage. Once they stood firm, Su Yu retrieved their luggage. As the gathering crowd of villagers witnessed Gu Chonglu being helped down by Su Yu, their curiosity piqued. Who is this young lady? She is truly enchanting. Such a beautiful maiden accompanying Su Yu on a carriage ride home. What could their relationship be? Their interactions suggested a bond beyond mere acquaintanceship. The villagers, intrigued, whispered amongst themselves while scrutinizing Gu Chonglu. Tall and slender, with fair skin and striking features, she resembled a fairy descended from a painting. Simply standing there, her aura was markedly distinct from that of anyone in their village. Some sent their children to inform Su Yu's uncle and younger uncle of the news. Gu Chonglu, upon hearing the murmurs, casually glanced at the onlookers. She then calmly stood beside Su Yu, accepting some of the miscellaneous items he held. Once all the luggage was unloaded and the carriage fare settled, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement. A woman called out, "Yuzi, returning from the capital in such a fine carriage must have cost a pretty penny. Have you finally succeeded this time? And who is this young lady accompanying you home?" With such inquiries raised, all eyes turned expectantly towards Su Yu, eager for his response. Life in the village often lacked entertainment. Thus, even the slightest gossip could be dissected at length. Given the spectacle of Su Yu's return, it was no wonder they speculated. Fortunately, Su Yu was familiar with everyone present, thanks to the memories of the original owner. Not one to be secretive, he generously shared the news of his failure. "Chun, I have once again failed the provincial examination." Yes, again. The crowd that had gathered outside Su Yu's home fell into a sudden silence upon hearing this revelation. This time, unlike his previous returns, Su Yu did not appear dejected. He had even rented such a splendid carriage. Hence, everyone had assumed there would be good news. Yet, the outcome was yet another failure. Was this not the fifth time? How remarkable that his uncle often boasts that his nephew is a reincarnation of the literary deity, destined for greatness. Yet, is this the outcome? The villager, known as Aunt Chun, was the first to inquire, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. "So, you failed the exam again?" Observing the splendid carriage he arrived in, she assumed it heralded joyous news. Su Yu chuckled. "Indeed, there is good news. I have brought my wife home for the first time, hence the fine carriage." "Wife?" After a moment of silence, the onlookers shifted their gazes to Gu Changle, standing to the side. No wonder she returned in the carriage with Su Yu. She is his wife? How astonishing that someone so beautiful would choose him. "Xiucai, you are married?" A dark-skinned middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, astonished as he addressed Su Yu. This was Su Yu's uncle, Su Yongqiang. Sweat trickled down his forehead. His trousers were rolled up, and his straw sandals were caked in mud. He had just returned from the fields, sitting on the doorstep to quench his thirst. Upon hearing that Su Yu had come back in a carriage, he abandoned his drink, tossed the bowl aside, and hurried over. However, upon arrival, he was met with the disheartening news of Su Yu's fifth exam failure, followed by Su Yu's announcement that left him utterly bewildered. In Su Yu's memory, his aunt had always criticized him for repeatedly failing the exams, insisting that pursuing the Imperial examination was a waste of money. Nevertheless, his uncle had always been supportive, braving his wife's lamentations to provide Su Yu with funds for his studies. "Yes, uncle," Su Yu replied. "We have already received our marriage certificate from the magistrate, but we have yet to hold the wedding ceremony. I wanted to consult you and uncle about it." After previous failures, Su Yu would typically return home with his head hung low, isolating himself from others. This time, however, he stood at the threshold, calmly explaining his situation. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the disappointments, or perhaps the joy of marriage had uplifted his spirits. After recovering from his surprise, Su Yongqiang couldn't help but scrutinize Su Yu's wife. His first impression was that she was exceptionally beautiful. He had never encountered such a lovely young woman. A glance at her attire eased his mind a bit. Fortunately, she was dressed slightly better than them, suggesting she was not from an affluent family. Although his nephew had once again failed the examination, he was still a scholar. Marrying a girl from an ordinary family in the city hardly seemed a lofty ambition. Now that they had secured their marriage certificate, it was clear her family must have consented as well. With a smile, Su Yongqiang said, "Good. You, my boy, have married without informing either me or your uncle about such a significant event. Nevertheless, this is indeed a cause for celebration. We should arrange a banquet to bring joy to your family." He chose not to dwell on the matter of the examination failures. encouraging Su Yu to bring his wife inside. He also urged the crowd of onlookers to disperse. With the prospect of a wedding in the air, a smile spread across Su Yongxiang's face. The villagers, who had been listening to Su Yu's revelations, were left in awe. Yongxiang, is that truly your nephew's wife? How could such a beautiful girl, a native of the capital, possibly take an interest in your nephew? Despite Gu Changle's plain attire, her beauty rivaled that of a celestial being. Su Yu, a destitute scholar who needed sponsorship for the Imperial examination and had failed 5 times, seemed an unlikely match. What could she possibly see in him? Was it merely his appearance? Upon hearing the villagers' remarks, Su Yongxiang felt an immediate displeasure. What are you talking about? While the girl is indeed lovely, it is not so strange for her to fancy my nephew. He is a learned man, tall and handsome. What better suitor could she find? Chapter 11. Becoming enthusiastic when Su Yongxiang returned home, his wife, Lu, had also heard the news of Su Yu's return. Upon learning that Su Yu had failed again, Lu rolled her eyes dramatically. Once again, he has failed. This marks the 5th time. I've said it before. It would be better for him not to go. Lu had never been pleased about spending their money on Su Yu's education. Yet, Su Yongxiang remained steadfast, insisting that his nephew would achieve great success in the future, and he consistently demanded money from her. Unable to resist her husband, Lu could only watch helplessly as most of their income was squandered. With the news of Su Yu's repeated failures, her disdain grew even stronger. Next year, I absolutely refused to finance his studies again. However, after Su Yongxiang shared the news of Su Yu's failure, surprisingly, he wore a smile, albeit tinged with embarrassment. Lu furrowed her brow, questioning, your nephew has failed again, yet you seem rather pleased. Why? Su Yongxiang cheerfully replied, because there is another piece of good news. Yuzi has obtained a marriage certificate with a young lady from the government office. We should prepare the wedding feast in the coming days. Lu was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. What marriage certificate? Wasn't it said that if he failed again, the engagement would be called off? Su Yu's betrothal had long been in jeopardy. The other party had expressed intentions to break off the engagement, but struggled to find a proper excuse to return the betrothal gifts sent previously. They kept raising the betrothal gifts, hoping to compel Su Yu to withdraw. Before heading off for the Imperial examination, that family could no longer contain themselves. They lamented that Su Yu's repeated failures had wasted their daughter's youth. If he failed again, they would not return the betrothal gifts, citing compensation for their daughter. Upon hearing this, Lu's instincts led her to suspect something. Discussing this matter, Su Yongxiang grew displeased. That family had taken advantage of his nephew's solitary status, attempting to cast the blame of the broken engagement upon him. Let us not even mention that family. Yuzi's bride is a lady of the capital. The Song family cannot compare. A lady of the capital? Lu scoffed. The Song family does not deem your nephew worthy. How could a fine girl from the capital possibly take interest in him? Surely, he hasn't been deceived into marriage, has he? Furious, Su Yongxiang retorted. That girl is extraordinarily beautiful. How could she deceive Yuzi? He did not wish to engage further with Lu, as there was nothing he found agreeable in her words. Never mind. The marriage certificate is already in hand. Both our family and that of my elder brother contributed some funds to ensure that the wedding feast is lively and festive. Yet again, it comes down to finances. Lu turned her head and bluntly stated, there is no money. Last year's harvest was entirely converted into silver to support his examination endeavors, which ultimately ended in failure. Now, where would I find the silver to host a feast? Su Yongxiang was acutely aware that this matter was somewhat contentious. He softened his demeanor and earnestly implored. It doesn't require a large sum. At most, I would forego new clothes this new year. As Yuzi is the only child in his family, how can we, as uncles and aunts, not assist in organizing such a momentous occasion? Lu rolled her eyes in exasperation. You can arrange it however you please. I, however, am out of funds. Not only this year's festive attire, but for the coming years as well. You have already invested. If you truly seek funds, go and ask your elder brother. Pursuing an education is inherently costly. Su Yu's family consists solely of him. All the labor on the farm relies on the assistance of relatives. While helping out is one thing, over the years, a considerable amount of money has been contributed as well. Yet, the coveted degree remains elusive. Now, for a wedding feast, they are expected to cough up more funds. Lu was utterly frustrated and promptly engaged in an argument with Su Yongxiang, insisting he seek assistance from his elder brother, Su Yu's uncle. Regardless of what this nephew undertakes, both brothers are unwavering in their support. After being rebuffed repeatedly by her, Xiucai had no choice but to relent for the time being, contemplating whether to consult his elder brother instead. His sister-in-law, being more reasonable than Lu, would likely acquiesce to the request. As Lu watched Xiucai leave, she too, in a huff, ventured out to find some women with whom to gossip and ease her mind. Passing by a nearby household, she learned that the woman of that family was chatting with the village head's wife at the headman's house, and she decided to head in that direction. The only prominent brick house in the village belonged to the village head, Su Dafu. Upon reaching the entrance and noticing the door ajar, Lu did not enter immediately. Instead, she stood outside, preparing to call out a few words. Although her temperament was fiery, she was aware of whom to offend and whom to avoid. The headman's family was the wealthiest in the village, and the entire community generally treated them with utmost respect. As Lu settled in place, she spotted Zhang, the headman's wife, emerging from within, accompanied by two other women who had come to gossip. "Where are you headed?" Lu inquired curiously as she noticed Zhang preparing to leave. For some reason, she sensed a warmth in Zhang's gaze towards her that was more inviting than usual. Zhang replied with a smile, "I heard Yuzi has returned with his wife. I thought it had been a while since anyone stayed at their house, so I intended to help tidy up. Chunmei and the others came to chat at my place, saying they had nothing to do and wanted to help as well." Early this morning, a relative of Zhang's from the county unexpectedly visited, stating that a distant relative in the capital had become engaged to Su Yu's family. She mentioned that the girl's family resided far away and requested Zhang's assistance in all matters. Naturally, Zhang was eager to oblige, as her eldest son's position in the county was secured through this family's help. Even though she was a distant relative, Zhang did not shy away from welcoming them with open arms. Upon hearing that Su Yu had returned with company, Zhang promptly gathered a few individuals and made her way to visit, eager to meet the young lady and offer assistance to their family. Given her connection to Su Yu's wife, Zhang's gaze towards Lu was imbued with warmth. Lu stood there, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected visit from Zhang and her entourage. What was happening? Though they shared the same surname and hailed from the same village, their familial ties had grown rather tenuous over time. Typically, the village chief's household treated Su Yu no differently than any other villager, and there had been no special attention previously. When Su Yu returned home, she had not seen any assistance from them. Now, with merely a wife in tow and an extra pair of hands to help with chores, why was Zhang suddenly so keen to lend a hand? Lu hesitated. "Is it really all right to trouble you?" Zhang replied with a cheerful smile, "Not at all. I've heard that Yu's wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. We thought we would help out and take the opportunity to have a chat with her." She beckoned for Lu to join them. Lu, still preoccupied with the thought of Su Yu's recent failures in his examinations and the financial burden it would place on her family for a celebratory feast, instinctively declined. "I have matters to attend to at home, so I want to be able to accompany you." Zhang said nothing further, warmly bidding her farewell as she and the others chatted merrily on their way to Su Yu's residence. Lu watched their receding figures, unable to suppress a murmur. "They speak more loudly about failures than I do. Why the sudden enthusiasm now?" Meanwhile, on another front, before departing, Xiucai had made a rather confident statement that Su Yu overheard. As the crowd dispersed, amused, Su Yu closed the door and said to Gu Changle, "Let us go inside first." Gu Changle had been observing her surroundings intently. Along their journey, Su Yu had already elaborated on the family circumstances. Thus, she was well prepared for what lay ahead. Now, as she surveyed the space, it appeared manageable. Though the house was somewhat empty and furnished with aged items, it exuded a spacious and bright ambience. With a bit of tidying up, it could indeed be made habitable. "I have been preoccupied with preparing for examinations, so the house is a bit disorderly," Su Yu explained. Although the Gu family was not of noble stature, their residence in the capital was relatively spacious and impeccably organized. Suddenly thrust into this new environment, Gu Changle did not exhibit any disdain. Rather, it was Su Yu who felt a tinge of embarrassment. The common room was cluttered, with dust layered atop the furniture. The original owner had been a scholar, one who avoided household chores whenever possible. Furthermore, with the county and provincial exams closely following each other, he had been diligently preparing for various tests. It had been nearly 4 to 5 months since the last time his uncle visited and helped tidy up during the new year. Fortunately, the space was large and the belongings minimal, making the disarray not too overwhelming. Gu Changle remarked, "It's fine, it's just a bit dirty. We can tidy up later." The two individuals traversed the hall and arrived at the doorway of the room. Inside, chaos reigned, accompanied by an unusual odor that permeated the air. Though Gu Changle masked her disdain, her brows furrowed slightly upon witnessing the disarray within. Ignoring the peculiar scent and the scattered dirty garments, she pointed towards a bed against the wall, its color indiscernible beneath the layers of neglect. Is this truly a bed? Xiuyu mused, his lips twitching in disbelief. Rather than a bed, it resembled a makeshift assembly of planks atop a stone. The original occupant, a bookish recluse, had devoted his life to study, neglecting the mundane chores of household upkeep. Generally, distant relatives would occasionally lend a hand, but during other times, he felt too embarrassed to solicit assistance. Over the years, there were instances when firewood ran low, and even the bed he once used had been dismantled for fuel. All that remained were a few planks and a distinctly masculine quilt. The bed left behind by his parents, he surmised, was likely devoid of even its boards. These concerns were not insurmountable, for once he passed the Imperial examinations and earned his degree, he could easily procure replacements. Yet, gazing at the precarious bed that seemed ready to shift with the slightest movement, Xiuyu felt overwhelmed. Sharing the bed with Gu Changle, he thought, would hardly be a romantic encounter. Even turning over might prove disastrous. Let us tidy this place up first, he suggested. Once it was organized, he could devise a plan. Ideally, bringing home a new bride should herald a delightful wedding night, but lacking even a proper bed rendered sleep a daunting task. He contemplated seeking a carpenter the following day to procure a sturdier bed. Picking up a piece of dirty clothing discarded on a chair, he flung it aside before setting down his luggage. With sleeves rolled up, he declared, I shall assist you in the cleaning. Gu Changle remained still, asserting, as the mistress of the house, it is my duty to handle these matters. You need not concern yourself. Xiuyu was momentarily taken aback. His wife was indeed virtuous. With just the two of us in the household, there is no need for such division of labor. Working together would expedite the process. Gu Changle pondered, together. A faint smile graced her lips as she regarded Xiuyu's somewhat slender frame, whispering, who would want to work alongside you? Hearing her murmur, Xiuyu couldn't help but glance down, catching a glimpse of her gentle smile. Her lovely eyes curved ever so slightly, seemingly imbued with an inexplicable joy. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Xiuyu, are you home? It was the voice of a local aunt. Gu Changle's expression shifted as if struck by a thought, her smile momentarily fading. Xiuyu, puzzled by the timing of her visit, remarked, is there something she requires? It's one of the villagers. I'll go answer the door. He replied, stepping outside with Gu Changle trailing behind, leaving the room that still bore a hint of unpleasantness. Upon opening the door, Xiuyu was greeted by three aunts, whom he did not know very well. He inquired, what brings you here, ladies? The leading figure, Mrs. Zhang, beamed with a warm smile. Oh, it's nothing serious. We heard you brought your wife home, and since your house has been unoccupied for so long, we thought we'd come to help tidy up a bit. Xiuyu was momentarily taken aback. In previous years, after failing his examinations and returning home, he had never received such treatment. Why was the village head so enthusiastic today? Xiuyu replied, I really can't accept this. There isn't much to do. My wife and I can manage it together. Mrs. Zhang disregarded his refusal and directly pushed open the door to his home. Why be so polite? We share the same surname, and we watched you grow up. Now that you are married, it's only right for us aunts to lend a hand. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. We've come to assist you so that your new bride won't feel lost upon her arrival. Gu Changle, standing behind Xiuyu, nodded slightly and greeted them. Thank you, aunts. She accepted their help with natural ease. Upon hearing Gu Changle's agreement, Mrs. Zhang, filled with joy, entered the house, first engaging Gu Changle in a brief conversation. Gu Changle's demeanor was neither warm nor cold, responding succinctly, but she answered all questions posed to her. With prior instructions, Mrs. Zhang soon ceased to engage her further. With sleeves rolled up, they began to work diligently. Xiuyu watched their bustling figures in bewilderment. To an outsider, it might appear as though Xiuyu had been chosen for a prestigious position. It seems I have indeed failed again, Xiuyu muttered to himself. Gu Changle, standing nearby, smiled faintly. The individuals here were all arranged by her. Due to her position, she could not reveal her identity nor bring a host of servants with her. Yet, she was unwilling to engage in household chores herself. Thus, she had sought assistance in advance. Having help is quite beneficial, she managed to articulate. I shall join you to see how things are coming along. Although Xiuyu found it strange, he was aware of the village's nature. They harbored no ill intentions, merely a penchant for gossip. Likely, Their curiosity about Gu Changle, whom he had brought home, prompted them to visit under the guise of offering help. With assistance at hand, neither he nor Gu Changle needed to lift a finger. "Suyu, may we enter your study to tidy it up?" called one of the aunts from the other room. Suyu quickly responded and walked over. Chapter 13. A Matter of Pride. Mrs. Zhang and her companions thoroughly cleaned both the interior and exterior of Suyu's home. They initially intended to prepare a meal before leaving, but Suyu felt it would be overly burdensome and waved his hand in refusal. Only then did Mrs. Zhang and her companions clap their hands and bid farewell to Suyu. Contemplating dinner, Suyu decided to rummage through the kitchen to find something to cook for a makeshift meal. Meanwhile, two cousins arrived at the door. Su Yongchang came to confer with Su Yongchang regarding Su Yu's situation. However, Su Yongchang and his wife were absent from home, leaving only a few children present. Upon hearing that Su Yu had returned, Su Yu's cousin-in-law prepared 2 bowls of simple noodles, known as Yanchun noodles, topped with a drizzle of oil and sprinkled with chopped green onions, which looked quite appetizing. This delicacy conveniently addressed Su Yu's earlier contemplation of dinner. He welcomed the 2 brothers inside with a smile, expressing his gratitude. The original owner was an earnest scholar, tirelessly pursuing knowledge. Yet he had consistently failed to attain any official titles. Over the years, he had relied on the care of his uncles and brothers, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Consequently, he tended to avoid his cousins, preferring silence when in their company. Today, as the 2 cousins delivered the noodles, they were momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's warm smile and thanks. Recovering quickly, the eldest cousin, Su Fanyuan, responded with a grin, "You've just returned. No need for such formality." They followed Su Yu inside. Having heard from Su Yongchang about Su Yu's recent failure in the examinations, the 2 cousins tacitly avoided mentioning the matter. Once they entered, Su Yu called out again, and Gu Changle emerged. "Changle, these are my cousins," Su Yu introduced them. Upon seeing Gu Changle, both Su Fanyuan and his brother were momentarily stunned by her beauty. Could this exquisite young lady truly be the wife that their cousin brought back from the city? They were astonished, but quickly averted their gaze, recognizing it would be impolite to stare at their cousin's wife. Gu Changle offered a simple greeting, and the 2 cousins exchanged a few words before soon departing from Su Yu's home. Su Yu invited Gu Changle to sit down and enjoy the noodles. "Well, everyone in the village is related, so we receive many visitors. I expect more will come in the next few days." Since Su Yu's return, 3 groups had already visited within half a day. Su Fanyuan mentioned that his parents were out, likely to return later, and they would probably visit tomorrow as well. They still needed to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming banquet, which would surely draw many guests. Gu Changle had just returned with him and was already faced with hosting so many people. Su Yu worried she might feel overwhelmed. "It's fine. We shall entertain our visitors well," Gu Changle assured, contemplating that they wouldn't be here for long. This was inconsequential to her. Since receiving their marriage certificate, Gu Changle had been remarkably considerate and mature. As Su Yu observed her leisurely enjoying the plain noodles, a smile crept upon his lips. He resolved to earn money swiftly to improve their living conditions, ensuring that Gu Changle would no longer endure such a frugal life alongside him. After finishing their meal, the sky had darkened considerably. The 2 took turns washing up before returning to their respective rooms. Having tidied the space and ventilated it for an afternoon, the atmosphere had finally returned to normal. As the twilight deepened, the air between the solitary man and woman in the room became subtly charged, the humidity from their recent ablutions lingering. Yet, the bed creaked ominously, hinting at the discomfort of rest. Even if 2 individuals were to lie upon it, the bed might collapse due to uneven weight distribution, let alone engaging in other activities. Gu Changle fell into a brief silence before stating, "We must procure a new bed." This one appeared rather frail. Gu Changle was acutely aware that they would share the same bed and inevitably partake in marital intimacy. These experiences were foreign to her. Despite a hint of warmth creeping onto her cheeks, she felt an overwhelming shyness. However, her concerns lay with the bed's apparent lack of sturdiness. She harbored a persistent dread that if they were to lie upon it, a mere turn could result in a collapse. The mere thought of their bed being broken on the very first night of their union was almost too much to fathom. Upon her utterance, she heard Su Yu chuckle softly. "Well, you may rest on the bed tonight. I will arrange a few stools and piece them together nearby for myself." Although a wedding night does not necessarily have to occur on a bed, Gu Changle was resolute in her refusal. Su Yu, however, was not so brazen as to force the matter. Lacking any inclination to concede, Gu Changle, after hearing Su Yu's words, slowly settled herself at the edge of the bed. The bed creaked under her, and she hesitated before removing her shoes, observing as Su Yu arranged the stools beside the bed. The wooden slats were rigid, and although the bedding had been aired, it was still discomforting. Yet, considering how much worse Su Yu's sleeping arrangement was, Changle refrained from voicing any grievances. Thus, they endured a night of makeshift sleep. When dawn broke the following day, neither of them felt particularly refreshed. Su Yu, with a hint of resignation, remarked, once daylight arrives, "I shall order a new bed from the carpenter in the neighboring village. It should arrive within a couple of days." Changle nodded in agreement and added, "It should be larger and sturdier." Su Yu smiled, "Very well." After they had freshened up, Changle busied herself with her grooming in the room, while Su Yu ventured into the kitchen to prepare a simple porridge. Not long after they finished their meal, the sun rose. As previously discussed, Changle's elder uncle, Su Yongqiang, arrived with his family, accompanied by Su Yongqiang. For reasons unknown, Su Yongqiang's wife, Lu, had also come along. The sudden influx of guests overwhelmed the household, leaving them short on drinking vessels. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Yongqiang said, "No need to fuss. We shall wait until thirst strikes." He then stole a glance at Changle, who stood beside Su Yu. Having returned home late the previous evening, he had quickly heard from his son about Su Yu's circumstances. His son had remarked on how beautiful Su Yu's wife was. Now, witnessing her firsthand, he could hardly believe that Su Yu had wed such a remarkable woman. "Your uncle has informed me about the wedding festivities. Initially, we both agreed that the celebration must occur, and it should be splendid. Life is about maintaining one's dignity." The Song family, who had previously arranged a childhood betrothal with Su Yu, had been contemplating breaking off the engagement due to Su Yu's family's misfortunes and his repeated failures in examinations. However, they were reluctant to take on the burden of responsibility, fearing damage to their own reputation. Naturally, Su Yu could not directly reject the engagement, as it would only invite ridicule upon himself. Recently, the Song family could no longer contain their impatience. They approached Su Yu directly, declaring that if he were to fail the upcoming examinations once more, their daughter would seek another suitor. In the present day, upon learning that Su Yu had brought back such a beautiful young lady from the capital, Su Yongqiang immediately shared the same thoughts as Su Yongqiang. Nearby, Lu Shi, upon hearing that her family would need to contribute financially, expressed her reluctance. Just as she was about to suggest that the banquet be cancelled, she was met with a stern glare from Su Yongqiang. With a soft huff, she remarked, "Why glare at me? In my opinion, if we can avoid hosting this banquet, we should." The Song family, living in the neighboring village, would surely come to visit in the coming days. It would be unfortunate if they coincidentally encountered one another, leading to an unpleasant situation for all involved. Chapter 14. Are they going to fight? The Song family resided just a short distance away. The news of Su Yu's return had undoubtedly reached them. Lu Shi's concerns were not unfounded. Upon learning of the situation, the Song family would certainly come to witness the spectacle. The engagement was destined to be nullified, and they would likely take delight in Su Yu's misfortune of failing the examination. Thus, it would be wiser to maintain a low profile and bide their time, sparing both families from financial burden. However, Su Yu recalled that she had not yet mentioned this matter to Changle. She wondered how her husband would feel upon suddenly learning that she had a prior engagement. Glancing at Changle, she noticed that Su Yongqiang and the others also turned their gazes in her direction, though their thoughts diverged from hers. "Dear niece-in-law, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" They held her in high regard, being a lady of the capital. Su Yongqiang even sought her opinion. Changle, not comprehending Su Yu's glance, simply smiled gently at Su Yongqiang, replying, "I am fine with whatever my husband decides." Both Su Yongqiang and Su Yongqiang were quite pleased with their niece-in-law's attitude. A lady from the capital, possessing beauty, who was obedient to their nephew's wishes. Was she not a far better choice than the daughter of the Song family? Su Yongqiang proclaimed. "Then let us proceed as I previously suggested, with due diligence." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi quickly interjected, "That is acceptable. But we must agree beforehand that our family truly has no funds to spare." Su Yu withdrew her gaze and smiled. "As for the finances, there is no need for you, uncle and little uncle, to contribute. I have earned some silver in the capital and can host a banquet in the village." She pondered how much would be required, uncertain if her funds would suffice. "You earn money in the capital?" Su Yongqiang expressed surprise. How could someone preparing for examinations find time to earn money? "Indeed," Su Yu explained, "after completing my exams, I had to wait for the results in the capital. During that time, I sold 2 of my own poems. Su Yongxiang and the others, being farmers, had never considered that poetry could be a source of income. They were astonished as Su Yu recounted this. Su Yongxiang pressed further, poems can be sold? How much did you earn? Su Yu replied, each poem sold for 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver. Su Yongxiang's mouth fell agape, struck speechless by such a figure. Their family toiled endlessly, and after accounting for a year's expenses, they could scarcely save that much silver. Su Yu had earned such a sum from a single poem? Lu Shi regarded her with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Gu Changle interjected calmly. Of course, it is true. You are unaware of these matters in the village. The poems composed by my husband have been sold to his classmates in the city, as they are intended for a banquet hosted by the governor. Each poem fetches 5 taels of silver, which is hardly surprising. As soon as the Lu matron entered, she scrutinized Gu Changle from head to toe, as if assessing some merchandise. Her tone was far from cordial. Upon hearing her doubts, Gu Changle instinctively spoke in defense. Afterward, she cast a glance at Su Yu, only to meet his smiling gaze, which seemed to harbor admiration. Gu Changle averted her eyes, suddenly feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Could it truly be that a poem is worth 5 taels of silver? If several were sold, would it not lead to fortune? Lu, undeterred by the veiled implications in Gu Changle's words, remarked, if these poems are so valuable, why didn't you sell them sooner, Yu? Now that you know they can be sold for money, why not sell a few more? It would be beneficial to bring back some tokens from the city. Su Yongxiang furrowed his brow, sensing that his wife's words might be somewhat misplaced, yet he could not articulate why. Su Yu was aware that Lu had always held a grudge against him, though he acknowledged his own shortcomings. He offered a simple explanation, I sell gratefulness poems. The demand for such poetry is inherently limited, and composing a single piece requires time. While Su Yu did not need time, as he could readily use existing works, he still had to adhere to the proper procedures. Although Su Yu elucidated the challenges of profiting from poetry, a broad smile remained on Su Yongxiang's face. How promising. No wonder people say that scholars have prospects. Just a single earning can surpass a year's labor in the fields. 5 taels of silver is sufficient. We could arrange a fine banquet and procure a few new garments for you too, which would cost around 2 taels. The remaining 3 taels can be reserved for household expenses. Su Yongxiang, elated by the money Su Yu earned through his studies, radiated joy, his dark complexion glowing with delight. Su Yongxiang, too, beamed with pride, offering continuous praise for Su Yu. Meanwhile, Lu observed with a glint in her eyes. If studying could yield such wealth, she must certainly send her own son to school next year. Redirecting funds spent on Su Yu's education towards her son would mean future earnings would benefit their household. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with excitement, conveniently overlooking the fact that many scholars ultimately returned to farming after their studies. The room was filled with diverse thoughts, yet it maintained a harmonious atmosphere. After finalizing plans for Su Yu, Su Yongxiang and Su Yongxiang happily prepared to leave. Gathering items needed for the banquet, Su Yu escorted them to the gate. Just as Su Yongxiang and the others were about to depart, a villager rushed over from the road. Achi, you're just in time. Su Yongxiang, the 7th among his peers, was addressed as Achi by both elders and contemporaries. Do you need something? We could discuss it at my home. The newcomer, panting, waved his hand dismissively. I'm not looking for you. Old Song from the neighboring village has arrived, presumably seeking Su Yu. Upon hearing that this family came to visit just a day after Su Yu returned home, Su Yongxiang immediately surmised their purpose. They must have heard of Su Yu's failure to pass the exam and his return with a young lady, intending to mock and annul the engagement. Initially, he and Su Yongxiang had been discussing the arrangements for Su Yu's banquet with smiles, but now their expressions had darkened. With a renewed sense of purpose, Su Yongxiang instructed his son, go summon the village chief and our elders. Additionally, invite a few more acquaintances over. I am curious to see if the Song family dares to utter any disparaging remarks today. Su Fengyuan nodded earnestly, his demeanor serious as he departed. The call for such a gathering seemed to signal a desire to assert dominance, creating an impression that he was prepared to confront the Song family physically. Would it truly escalate to violence? Gu Changle quietly approached Su Yu and whispered, are we preparing for a fight? To be candid, there were many protectors around the village, and Gu Changle, having spent her childhood in military camps with her grandfather, possessed some martial skills. She was more than willing to assist Su Yu if needed. With the events of yesterday and today, life in the village was indeed more vibrant than in the city. Fight? Of course not, Su Yu reassured her. mistakenly believing Gu Changle was afraid and seeking to comfort her. Yet, he sensed a hint of excitement in her eyes. We are civilized individuals who prefer reason over conflict. I must be misreading her. Chapter 15. The unruly Song family. Old Song and his relatives approached Su Yu's residence, noticing Su Yongchang and Su Yongqiang gathered at the entrance. Waiting, he let out a derisive snort. They were quite prompt, having assembled a crowd even before their arrival. Uncle Lu, isn't this fortuitous? A young man beside Old Song exclaimed with indignation. The more people present, the clearer it will be to see what kind of person Su Yu truly is. This young man, Song Jingfei, hailed from the same village as Old Song. He had harbored feelings for Song Yuxiang since childhood. Yet her engagement to Su Yu thwarted his aspirations. Although Su Yu was educated, he had little to show for it. With his family gone, he lived a life of hardship. Marrying Song Yuxiang would surely lead her to suffer. The Song family had clearly expressed their intention to annul the engagement. Yet Su Yu remained oblivious to this and did not take the initiative to dissolve the betrothal, dragging the matter on for years. In truth, the Song family did not view Song Jingfei favorably either, and even if the engagement were annulled, they would not consider him a suitable match for their daughter. However, Song Jingfei was indifferent, believing that if Song Yuxiang could marry into a good family, it would be a cause for joy. Upon hearing of Su Yu's return and his subsequent failure in the exams, they had discerned a legitimate reason to forego the return of the betrothal gifts, thus justifying their stance on the engagement. It has come to my attention that he has returned with a young lady from the capital, and has even obtained a marriage certificate with another in the city. The Song family is once again displeased. While an annulment may be acceptable, the fact that he silently entered into matrimony with someone else is a blatant disregard for their family. This matter demands an explanation. The intentions of the newcomer are evidently not benign. Many villagers from Xiucai have gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Song Laojian approached Su Yongchang and the others with determination. Su Yu, I have heard that you have brought back a young lady, and you have obtained a marriage certificate with another in the capital? He initiated the confrontation without hesitation. Su Yongqiang, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward defiantly and retorted. Did you not previously declare that the marriage contract was null and void? Are you here to return the betrothal gifts then? Song Laojian scoffed. Null and void. A marriage contract cannot simply be dismissed without both families coming together to formally agree upon it. What does it signify that you have brought a young lady back without a word? Su Yongqiang replied with irritation. What are you insinuating? You were the ones who first sought to annul the engagement, and now you refuse to return the betrothal gifts while forbidding our you from marrying another girl? With a wave of his hand, Song Laojian replied magnanimously, Enough? Those unaware might think the fault lies with our Song family. Since you have obtained a marriage certificate, it is you who have breached the agreement first. We shall not return the gifts we previously received. The first step of a proper wedding is the exchange of betrothal gifts, which typically includes monetary gifts or other offerings as a form of agreement. When Su Yu's parents arranged this marriage, they naturally followed this custom, as their circumstances were once favorable and the gifts exchanged were substantial. Over the years, during festivals, they have continued to present gifts to the Song family. In total, this could amount to several taels of silver. Seizing this opportunity, Song Laojian aimed to resolve the matter. Su Yongchang, as the elder brother, was fully aware of the situation and was struck with incredulity. It is clear that it was you who breached the agreement first. We have not complained about it, yet you dare to confront us? Do you not care for your family's honor? The onlookers from Xiucai village began to murmur among themselves. Are the Song family truly so shameless? The gifts sent by Su Yu's family were intended for a bride. Now that the marriage has fallen through, should they not return the betrothal gifts? Surely, they cannot expect Su Yu's family to support their daughter. They recalled that it had been mentioned years ago that the engagement was to be annulled, yet the Song family continued to accept gifts from Su Yu's family without shame. Everyone was familiar with the history between the Su and Song families. Since the passing of his parents, Su Yu had struggled to continue his studies, facing difficulties. Yet, despite these hardships, he had never neglected the customary gifts during festivals to the Song family. These offerings were not merely gifts to the Song family. They were intended for his future bride. With the engagement now declared void, it was only natural that Su Yu demanded the return of the betrothal gifts, which the Song family stubbornly refused to relinquish. Listening to the murmurs of the villagers from Xiucai, Song Laojian's expression darkened. This was not his territory. Naturally, they would support their fellow townsfolk. It is you who should be ashamed. Beside him, Song Jingfei swiftly stepped forward to bolster his support. He pointed at Su Yongchang's younger brother, Su Yu. My sister Yuxiang has been dragged into this situation, reaching the age of 16 without a marriage. Now that the engagement is broken, my sixth uncle must invest more time in finding her a suitable husband. If only he had been more diligent and successfully passed the scholar's examination early on, my sister, renowned as a virtuous girl throughout the region, would not still be unwed. Yet now, he returns with a woman from the capital without a word. What respectable family would act this way? If this tarnishes my sixth uncle's reputation, it will be a matter of great concern. Song Jingfei's words seemed to awaken a realization in Song Laojian, who quickly added, "Indeed, our family has suffered enough. A mere betrothal gift cannot possibly compensate." His words were a haphazard jumble, but they flowed easily. In truth, Song Laojian had formally canceled the engagement just before Su Yu's examination, as his daughter had caught the eye of a local family. Their son, a student of similar age, was preparing for the scholar's examination this year. Even if he failed the Imperial examination, his family status was considerably better than Su Yu's, who had only managed to study through the support of relatives and had repeatedly failed. With a more suitable son-in-law in sight, the betrothal gift would be willingly returned. However, upon hearing that Su Yu had brought back a woman, his scheming mind began to churn once more. Was this not an opportunity to evade his debts? Su Yu was taken aback by the audacity of the Song family. Not only did they refuse to return the money, but they also expected him to compensate them? How brazen! Furthermore, their claim that this was not the conduct of a respectable family not only insulted Su Yu but also cast aspersions on the character of Gu Changle, the woman he had brought back. In ancient times, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. How could one allow such slander to go unchallenged? It was Gu Changle's first encounter with such a quarrel, and as she stood by, observing the unfolding drama, she noticed Su Yu stepping forward. "Apologize," he stated, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Song Jingfei. "What?" Song Jingfei looked up, realizing that Su Yu now towered over him. The demeanor of this man seemed markedly different from the timid individual he had encountered before. Su Yongchang and the others, watching Su Yu's sudden boldness, quickly interjected. "You need not concern yourself, Yuzi. This matter must be resolved by us elders." Su Yu shook his head and then turned his attention back to Song Jingfei. "The union between my wife and me was sanctioned by our esteemed elders and formalized with an official marriage document from the local magistrate. This is a union duly recognized by the court. How dare you so casually defame our integrity?" He emphasized the final word, "apologize." The sudden forcefulness of Su Yu startled Song Jingfei, causing him to take a step back. He swallowed hard, struggling to muster a retort, but the fear reflected in his eyes told a different story. Song Jingfei stammered, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Song Laojian remained oblivious to the transformation in Su Yu, interjecting, "Apologize for what? I believe he is correct. I have heard that you have once again failed the examination. What respectable young lady from the capital would ever consider you?" Such words rendered the Su family members ashen-faced. Indeed, Su Yu had suffered yet another defeat, and the family's financial situation was dire. Given Gu Changle's striking beauty, it seemed inconceivable that she would ever take an interest in Su Yu. Observing the Su family's exasperation, while they were at a loss for words, Song Laojian couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. How typical of such an unrefined family. At that moment, a stunning young woman emerged from behind Su Yu and his companions. "I am indeed a lady of a respectable family," Gu Changle remarked with a calm demeanor. "It is entirely reasonable for me to take an interest in Su Lang, for he possesses remarkable talents and is quite the literary genius." Chapter 16. The officials have arrived. Just as Song Jingfei was being particularly caustic, Su Yu promptly stepped forward to defend Gu Changle. In response, Gu Changle felt compelled to uphold her own dignity. When the attention turned towards Su Yu, as his wife, she naturally felt the need to champion her husband. As Gu Changle stepped forward, the villagers from Song's family stared in disbelief. Was this truly a lady from the capital? She appeared to be a celestial being. However, upon hearing Gu Changle's words, they began to question her intellect. How could she regard Su Yu as a literary genius when he had failed the examination yet again? This marked his fifth failure, did it not? Song Jingfei, taken aback by Su Yu's imposing presence, instinctively took a step back, regaining his composure. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily retorted in a dismissive manner, attempting to salvage his pride. The others from Song's village joined in with laughter, remarking, "We are merely farmers. We likely do not grasp the thoughts of these city folk." Indeed, After failing so many times, it seemed he had little hope. There was a fellow from another village who had failed the examination 3 times and had resigned himself to working the fields this year. In farming, one does not require literary flair, it is strength that is needed. Though the number of people from Song's village was few, it was evident that they had all been schooled by Song Laojian. Their verbal skills were not lacking in the slightest. Su Yongqiang was infuriated, nearly ready to roll up his sleeves and confront them. However, as a scholar, Su Yu recognized that engaging in a scuffle would tarnish his reputation. Restrained yet visibly agitated, he glared at the villagers from Song's family. "You rabble, making a ruckus in our village?" Just as his anger peaked, one person stepped past him to face the Song villagers directly. It was none other than Su Yu himself. "Strength, you say?" "Indeed," Su Yu said with a friendly smile. "But lacking in strength will only require more effort to deal with you." Song Jingfei, noticing that Su Yu was half a head taller than he was, unconsciously straightened his posture. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Su Yu's expression darken. In an instant, and before he could react, Su Yu delivered a kick to his thigh. It seemed a mere casual kick. Yet Song Jingfei felt as though his leg had been struck with the force of a hammer. He felt as if his bones were about to shatter. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to lose his balance and topple backward. "What are you doing?" Instinctively, Song Laojian, standing nearby, reached out to catch him. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu immediately took a slight step back and delivered another kick towards Song Jingfei. This strike was even more forceful than the last. Along with Song Jingfei, Song Laojian was also sent reeling backward. Su Yu's sudden assault caught the villagers of Songjiao village completely off guard. In their flustered attempts to support Song Jingfei, they too were knocked down. The villagers erupted into chaos. Song Jingfei landed hard on the ground, clutching his legs and groaning in agony. Song Laojian, pulled to the ground, managed to half-kneel, using his hands to brace against the earth to avoid a face-first fall. "Do you dare to strike someone?" Song Laojian exclaimed incredulously, staring at Su Yu with a face full of rage. Until now, Su Yu had maintained a demeanor of deference toward him due to their family's engagement. How could he be so audacious as to resort to violence? Seeing him not only reach out to pull Song Jingfei, but also deliver a follow-up kick that caused him to fall as well, left the people of Xiucai village in stunned silence. As a scholar, Su Yu was typically concerned with maintaining his dignity. To witness him actively engage in violence was astonishing. Apart from the wailing Song Jingfei, everyone else fell silent. Gu Changle, observing from behind, found the situation quite amusing. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed that civilized individuals do not engage in fights and prefer reasoning. Yet here he was, a scholar, being the first to strike. Her husband, appearing tall and slender, seemed unassuming, yet it was unexpected how fierce he could be in a brawl. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, looking down at Song Yujin and the others. "Isn't a sharp tongue deserving of a beating?" he declared. "I shall reiterate, apologize." His gaze shifted back to the still groaning Song Jingfei. "As I mentioned, apologize to my wife." Song Jingfei, consumed by pain, could hardly think of an apology. "Uncle, I think my leg is broken." "Oh, it hurts so much." There existed a pressure point on the outer thigh, just a few fingers' breadth from the hip, which could incapacitate anyone with a well-placed kick. A little force applied to that area would cause excruciating pain, and a stronger blow would render the opponent completely powerless. Su Yu's initial kick had targeted that very pressure point. Thus, although he had not exerted excessive force, the pain inflicted was certainly enough for Song Jingfei to endure. During his first 2 days in this unfamiliar world, Su Yu had discerned that this body possessed considerable strength. Therefore, he had tempered his power for the second kick. While the visible damage appeared greater than the first, the actual injury sustained was minimal. Seeing Song Jingfei in such torment, Song Laojian and the other villagers of Songjiao were incensed, their eyes reddening with rage. As a scholar, Su Yu inherently valued his reputation more than the average person. Su Yongqiang and Su Yongqiang, considering Su Yu's honor, would undoubtedly hesitate to initiate a fight. Hence, Song Laojian feared no retaliation from Su Yongqiang and the others. A few individuals accompanied me solely to enhance the momentum of the situation. However, it is now surprising that while Su Yongqiang and his companions have refrained from engaging, it is Su Yu, the least likely candidate, who has taken action first. At this moment, Su Yongqiang and the others have regained their composure. Since Su Yu has already made the first move, they have cast aside any concerns for face. Su Yongqiang, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed loudly, "You deserve to have your legs broken." The others, summoned by Su Fanyuan for assistance, could no longer hold back and quickly encircled the members of the Song family village. The strength of one is no match for the multitude. Elder Song, observing the aggressive demeanor of Su Yongqiang and his cohorts, was filled with dread. He attempted to feign bravado, declaring, "Are you not afraid that your nephew will suffer the consequences and be unable to continue his studies? Everyone has witnessed your nephew, an educated man, breaking the legs of our villagers. Should you dare to strike again, we will take our grievances to your teacher and demand justice." He insinuated that perhaps Su Yu, having failed in his examinations numerous times, no longer wished to pursue his studies. At this juncture, the audacity of their words provoked Su Yongqiang into a furious tirade. It appeared that not only would they break legs, but they would also tear apart their insolent mouths. Tension hung thick in the air, as it seemed a one-sided brawl was about to erupt. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves broke through the commotion, causing a stir among the crowd. Someone shouted, "The officials are coming." Su Yongqiang widened his eyes, staring at Song Yuzhen in disbelief. "Did you report to the authorities?" Song Yuzhen looked bewildered, but upon hearing the mention of officials, he immediately realized that the people from Xiucai village would be deterred from attacking him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Officer, please save us. There are people here intent on murder." Chapter 17, Delivering Good News. After the ruckus, nearly all the villagers had gathered near Su Yu's residence to witness the spectacle. Consequently, the officials arrived in the village near Su Yu's home, where they were met with the commotion. With the shout echoing in the air, the previously tense crowd turned their attention to the source. Indeed, an official on horseback was approaching. Noticing the large gathering and the peculiar atmosphere, the official felt a twinge of surprise. After Elder Song's shout, the newly arrived village chief of Xiucai, Su Dafu, expressed incredulity. "Residents of Song family village, you actually reported to the authorities?" Conflicts among villagers were commonplace, yet these matters were typically resolved privately, with no one daring to involve the officials. It was astonishing that the people of Song family village would abandon all decorum and report the matter to the authorities beforehand. Upon hearing Su Dafu's remarks, the villagers from Xiucai glared furiously at the Song family members. Officials typically entered the village via ox or donkey carts. Only in cases of significant importance or urgency would they ride on horseback. The fact that this official was mounted suggested the seriousness of the situation. Elder Song was left to wonder what he had conveyed to the authorities to warrant such attention. The Song family had lost all sense of shame, resorting to reporting the matter to the officials. Indeed, a good person could end up in the magistrate's clutches, suffering dire consequences. Not to mention Su Yu, an educated individual. If he were to be apprehended, the reputation of our village would be irreparably tarnished. The villagers of Songjiao village have gone too far. The crowd is seething with indignation, their fingers pointed at Song Laojin and his cohorts, their teeth clenched in anger. "Village chief, what shall we do?" Su Yongqiang, filled with apprehension, approached Su Dafu. Just moments ago, Xiucai had broken a man's leg. Would the officials take him away? Conflicts within the village typically result in little more than some medical expenses, as no one had ever been apprehended by the authorities for such brawls. However, with the officials now present, Su Yongqiang could not help but fret. Su Dafu, gritting his teeth, replied solemnly, "Let us first assess the situation. If the people of Songjia village dare allow the officials to take Xiucai, then they shall not have an easy time of it." Observing the unfolding events, Su Yongqiang hurried to Yu's side. "Xiucai, take your wife inside. We will handle matters here. We must ensure Xiucai is hidden away." Xiucai, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the crowd, felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he sensed that this person was not summoned by Song Laojin and his gang, as even they appeared bewildered by the arrival of the officials. Changle, however, remained composed. She alone understood the true purpose of the official's visit. The man bore a long bamboo tube at his waist, undoubtedly containing official documents. It was evident he had come to deliver good news. In a hushed tone, Xiucai reassured, "Uncle, do not worry, it should be fine." As the official approached on horseback, he was suddenly taken aback by cries for help from within the crowd. His expression stiffened as he dismounted. Under the expectant gaze of Song Laojin, he frowned and stepped past several individuals. He was there to deliver good tidings, not to resolve disputes among the villagers. "Is this Xiucai village?" Song Laojin quickly responded on behalf of the villagers. "Indeed, this is where the Su family resides." Was he truly there to apprehend Xiucai? The people of Xiucai village instantly braced themselves for a confrontation. After hastily answering, Song Laojian was struck by disbelief. He certainly hadn't reported this to the authorities. Yet, it appeared the official had come specifically for Xiucai. This suggested that Xiucai must have committed some misdeed that had drawn the attention of the officials. As the villagers' gazes turned sharp as knives, Song Laojian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If the officials had been summoned by someone from their village and Xiucai were to be taken away, it could very well incite a significant conflict between the two villages. If a fight were to break out, it would far exceed today's turmoil. He needed to distance himself from this predicament swiftly. He hastily added, "Let me clarify. I am not the one who reported this. It must be that Xiucai has unknowingly committed some wrongdoing in the city, prompting the officials to come here in search of him." He then turned to the official and said, "Sir, I am not related to Xiucai. If you are here to apprehend someone, please ensure you do not make a mistake." The official found the man beside him exceedingly tiresome. Initially, there was a cry for help, yet the individual appeared unharmed, with not a single wound in sight. One person on the ground clutched his leg, wailing in pain, the authenticity of which was uncertain. Now, the man was hastily attempting to dissociate himself from Xiucai. The official, uninterested in Song Laojian's protests, stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask if Xiucai is at home? I have been sent by the esteemed official to deliver joyous news to young Master Su." The residents of Xiucai village were initially in a state of anxiety, fearing that Su Yu would be taken away by the constables. Su Yongqiang even stepped forward to shield Su Yu. However, the words of the constable left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What did this constable just say? He claimed to have come to deliver a congratulatory message to Su Yu? Surely, I must have misheard. The tense expressions of Su Yongqiang and the others relaxed in an instant, leaving them momentarily at a loss. A congratulatory message? What kind of news could that be? All eyes turned towards Su Yu, who himself was equally bewildered. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the constable. "I am Su Yu. May I inquire what kind of congratulatory news you bring?" Upon seeing Su Yu step forward, the constable scrutinized him from head to toe. Dressed modestly and possessing a pleasing appearance, albeit a bit too slender, he deemed these details secondary. The crux of the matter was that he had come to deliver good news. The constable beamed with a smile, unfastening a bamboo tube from his waist and producing a document adorned with red silk. "This is the congratulatory message regarding young Master Su's success in the provincial examination. Congratulations. You have been admitted, and you shall henceforth be known as a student." Not only the villagers of Xiucai, but even Su Yu himself was left in a state of shock. A congratulatory message concerning the provincial examination? He had personally gone to check the results when they were announced and had meticulously scanned the list multiple times, only to find his name absent. Thus, he had been convinced he had failed. How could this constable now assert that he had passed and was here to deliver congratulations? Su Yongqiang and the others were bursting with questions, yet as Su Yu was engaged in conversation with the constable, they hesitated to interrupt, anxiously awaiting clarity. Noticing Su Yu's perplexity, the constable smiled and elaborated. "The registry office informed us that your name was inadvertently omitted from the list at the time of announcement. Fortunately, upon subsequent review, this oversight was discovered. Upon learning this, the esteemed official dispatched me to convey the good news. Moreover, I have a message from the official for you." Such was the circumstance. Typically, even after passing the provincial examination, no one would come to the domicile to deliver a congratulatory message. Hence, the sudden appearance of the constable in the village had not even crossed Su Yu's mind. An omission of his name left Su Yu somewhat speechless. Such occurrences seemed unheard of. Regardless, passing the provincial examination was indeed a cause for celebration. Upon hearing that the esteemed official had a message for him, Su Yu eagerly accepted the congratulatory document, asking, "What does the esteemed official wish to convey to me?" The constable handed over the message. "The official advises you to prepare diligently for the next examination, striving for an even better ranking." Chapter 18. There is more joy to come. The constable's words left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. The news of Su Yu's failure had been relayed in person just yesterday. Yet, merely a day later, the situation had entirely transformed. The government had mistakenly omitted a name, and such a situation could occur. Su Dafu, the village head, responded more swiftly than the other villagers. While the rest remained silent, processing the astonishing news, he had already regained his composure. He nudged Su Yongqiang with his elbow and whispered, "Quickly prepare the tea in the red envelopes. We must invite the esteemed officer in for a warm cup of tea." Su Yongqiang, coming back to his senses, couldn't help but display a joyful expression on his face. Indeed, my dear wife, you and Fang Yuan should return home to prepare the red envelopes and bring some tea leaves. Yongqiang, you and your wife go into Su Yu's room to brew the tea. Be swift. After making the arrangements, Su Yongqiang approached Su Dafu and walked over to Su Yu. With a beaming face, he addressed the officer. Esteemed sir, you must have had a tiring journey. Please, come inside and rest. The officer waved his hand, stating, I am merely delivering good news on behalf of the magistrate. I do not deserve the title of sir. The officer from the prefectural city held a higher rank than those from their county. To these farmers, he was indeed a figure of authority. By the way, the officer continued, I heard someone calling for help when I arrived. Has there been trouble in your village? Since the magistrate had sent him to deliver the joyous news, he felt compelled to assist if there were any disturbances at Su Tongxing's home. Given how loudly Song Yuzhen had shouted, it was impossible for the officer to feign ignorance. He had just completed his task and thought it prudent to inquire further. However, it was clear that the ones claiming to be bullied were Song Yuzhen and his associates. Yet he asked if there had been trouble in Xiucai village. If it were an ordinary scholar, the officer likely would not have been so invested. However, due to a clerical oversight in the registration process, Su Yu's name had inadvertently caught the magistrate's attention. The magistrate had sent him with a message, indicating that Su Yu was no ordinary scholar. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating how astute the officer was. Meanwhile, Song Laojin and his companions felt a sense of foreboding. They were merely common folk, and it was evident that the official had come to support Su Yu, leaving them with little to gain. At that moment, Song Laojin regretted his earlier decision. Upon hearing that Su Yu had returned with a young lady after failing the examination, he had rushed over, eager to resolve the marriage contract that had burdened their family for years. What had been a minor issue had now escalated into an embarrassing situation. Who would have thought that the man had not failed at all, and that the magistrate himself would send someone with a congratulatory message? Song Laojin quickly interjected, No, we are not here to cause trouble. He forced a smile, saying, In our village, it's merely a small disagreement. If we discuss it openly, it can be resolved without troubling you, sir. The others from Songjia village hastily chimed in. Yes, yes. There's no need to trouble the officer. It's nothing of great concern. You all carry on. We shall take our leave. Su Yongqiang and his companions were preoccupied with preparing to receive the officer, temporarily ignoring the people from Songjia village. Su Dafu, not wanting to create a scene in front of the officer and tarnish Su Yu's reputation, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Hurry along. Do not return to our village. Song Laojin quickly had someone assist Song Jingfei, and the group departed with the speed of startled rabbits. Su Yu, having just taken action, felt a sense of relief wash over him. At this moment, he could hardly be bothered with them, expressing his gratitude to the official before inviting him inside once more. Noticing that the troublemakers had departed, the official proceeded to enter the house alongside Su Yongqiang and the others. Su Yu turned to Gu Changle, who was waiting nearby, and said, Let us go inside. Gu Changle responded with a sound of agreement. A group of people then entered the dwelling. Just the previous day, the Zhang family had come to tidy up Su Yu's home, leaving it quite immaculate. Su Yongqiang had arranged for numerous stools to be brought out, and Su Dafu sat down with the village elder. After a brief exchange, Su Yongqiang's eldest son, Su Fangyuan, brought forth the tea leaves. Once the tea was brewed, Su Yongqiang and Su Dafu enjoyed a small sip. The official did not linger long. After drinking the tea, he clasped his fists in farewell. The congratulations have already been delivered. I must return to report to the esteemed governor. The group joyfully escorted him out. Su Yongqiang discreetly placed a red envelope in the official's hand, saying, You have endured much hardship, sir. As rural folk, we may lack proper etiquette. But please accept this token of our hospitality. May you enjoy some fine tea on your journey. In the city, delivering congratulations to the inn often garners a reward. How much more so in the countryside? The official did not decline, smiling as he accepted it, then nonchalantly tucked it away. Thank you kindly. I shall take this good fortune from our scholar. After another respectful farewell, he mounted his horse and departed. Once the official had left, the villagers could no longer contain their excitement. So, Su Yu has truly succeeded in the Imperial examination? Surely, there can be no doubt. The congratulations have been personally delivered by officials. Henceforth, he would be a scholar. Moreover, the official had just mentioned that the governor urged him to prepare diligently for the next examination to achieve even better results. Does this not imply that the governor holds him in high regard, and that he is likely to pass the next test? Oh, this is remarkable. In no time, Suyu shall be a talented scholar. The villagers buzzed with excitement, speculating and gathering around Su Yongchang and the others to offer their congratulations. Hearing this, Su Yongchang and the others felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The previous despair at Su Yu's repeated failures had long since faded, replaced entirely by joyous expressions. Amidst the congratulations, someone remarked, the Song family claimed Su Yu would fail this time, thus rendering the engagement void, believing he would certainly not succeed. Now that Su Yu has passed the governor's examination and become a scholar, it is likely he will soon be a distinguished talent. How short-sighted of the Song family. Who would have imagined that events would unfold in such a manner? The group from Song village had just slinked away, leaving a sense of satisfaction in their wake. Speaking of which, there was also the recent instance when Gu Changle had defended Su Yu, praising his literary talents and calling him a great scholar. Others chimed in. Su Yu's wife, indeed, is a city dweller. Her discernment is commendable. Perhaps it is not merely her insight, but rather her good fortune. She has just received the marriage certificate, and what was expected to be a failure has turned into success. This reasoning holds merit. As they delved into such mystical musings, the excitement among the others intensified. Various voices filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled celebration. As Su Yu heard the discussions about Gu Changle from those around him, he was reminded of her recent act of standing up for herself. He glanced at Gu Changle, who happened to be looking back at him. With a slight shake of the congratulatory letter in his hand, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Initially believing he had failed, he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected triumph. Observing Su Yu's youthful exuberance, Gu Changle couldn't help but smile. Is this the extent of your happiness? Greater joys await. Chapter 19. Your grandfather's predictions are truly remarkable. Having successfully passed the provincial examination, Su Yu is now officially recognized as a scholar. The teacher likely had not yet received the news. Tomorrow, Su Yu would return to the academy to see how the teacher planned to arrange things. With the provincial examination concluded and results expected in early May, the candidates would generally have the next level of examination in early August. Prior to this, they needed to register and familiarize themselves with the examination venue. To avoid making multiple trips back and forth, it was essential to arrive in the provincial city well in advance. The governor had advised Su Yu to prepare diligently for that. Thus it was imperative for him to attend. Reflecting on the original owner's academic performance, Su Yu felt both joy and a hint of trepidation. The original owner was an exceptionally diligent student who, despite pouring immense effort into studying, could not yield satisfactory results. In contrast, Su Yu had received a higher education in his past life and could easily utilize poetry and prose. However, the content required for the imperial examinations of ancient times was something he could not master in a short span. It seemed he must dedicate himself to studying diligently to ensure he could pass on the first attempt. Failing to do so would mean waiting another 2 to 3 years for another chance. Moreover, the examination process was notoriously arduous. Determined, Su Yu recognized that with such a joyous occasion at hand, he also needed to prepare for his wedding banquet. After receiving congratulations from the villagers, Su Yongchang and others gathered once more at Su Yu's home to discuss this matter. With double blessings arriving simultaneously, it was decided that the banquet should be as grand as possible. Let us make this celebration as magnificent as we can, exclaimed Su Yongchang, his face beaming with joy. Lu Shi remained silent. Having heard the villagers' congratulations regarding her nephew's recent achievements, she was not foolish enough to voice any dissent at this moment. Yet, it was not Lu Shi who opposed the plan, but another. Su Yu interjected, "Uncle, this banquet might be better reserved for a later date." Su Yongchang looked puzzled. "Now that we have double blessings, why would we wait to celebrate?" Su Yu explained, having passed the provincial examination and with the governor's encouragement. "I must focus on preparing for thee in the coming days. Additionally, I will need to pay the teacher a substantial sum for tuition, and I would prefer to wait until after when I have more funds available to celebrate." Currently, Su Yu possessed 5 taels of silver and anticipated earning another 5 as a fee for a poem he had composed for Song Yuming. This amounted to a considerable sum. However, given his previous financial struggles during the provincial examination, he was determined not to face such hardships again. Traveling in a bullock cart for an entire day, sleeping in a communal dormitory, and sometimes opting for a single meal to save expenses. These experiences etched in the original owner's memory are ones that Su Yu is eager to avoid reliving. He firmly believes he possesses the capability to ensure a more comfortable journey this time around. He is determined to secure a decent mode of transportation, reside in a respectable lodging, and indulge in proper meals, none of which come without considerable expense. After all, Gu Changle's family resides in the capital, and it is only fitting that he brings her along. The gifts for the return visit will also demand a significant outlay. Thus, it seems prudent to conserve funds for their rightful purposes. As for the private savings Gu Changle possesses, Su Yu does not intend to draw upon them at this juncture. Upon hearing Su Yu's perspective, the others gradually emerged from their excitement. The situation is indeed complicated. Typically, families do not host elaborate feasts for passing the preliminary examinations. However, coinciding with Su Yu's wedding, there was a desire to celebrate this double happiness in grand fashion. While they had initially agreed to hold a banquet for the wedding, Su Yu's finances are indeed sufficient for now. Yet, with the provincial examinations concluded and the imperial examinations approaching, the need for funds will only escalate. Su Yongchang suggested, "Let us use the money you currently possess for the banquet and the educational fees. When the time comes for the examinations, I and your uncle will contribute further." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu's expression shifted, though she refrained from commenting. Lu Shi, hesitant, eventually murmured, "My family truly cannot afford any extra expenses. This year, Ah Wu is set to propose. If not, he may struggle to find a bride next year, and the government will impose taxes." Initially irked by Lu Shi's outright rejection, Su Yongqiang found his frustration dissipating upon hearing her subsequent remarks. He understood that there were indeed funds available, yet Su Yu's years of study had nearly drained both families' resources. It simply cannot be that they prioritized Su Yu while disregarding their own children. Su Yongqiang furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts about avoiding such conversations on such a festive occasion, lest Su Yu be displeased. However, Su Yu remained unfazed. "It would be best to hold the banquet after I complete the imperial examination. I will arrive in the capital a bit earlier to see if I can earn some extra money. While making money in the village is possible, it is slow and time-consuming. The capital presents greater opportunities. After all, a single poem can fetch 5 taels of silver. With additional funds, I will secure my scholarly title and, upon my return, host a banquet that will surely please Gu Changle." Sighing, Su Yongchang reluctantly concurred after some contemplation. "Alas, we as uncles and aunts are powerless and must rely on your own efforts." Su Yu responded with a smile. "What are you saying, uncle? Without your support over the years, I would have never had the opportunity to take the preliminary examinations. Once I pass the imperial examination, life will undoubtedly improve." His understanding and maturity brought a sense of harmony back to the somewhat somber atmosphere in the room, eliciting a smile from Su Yongchang. "Very well. Since you are so resolute, we shall wait until you complete your examination to discuss further. Since the esteemed Lord has sent you a message, it is indeed imperative for you to concentrate on your studies and strive for commendable rankings." Su Yu smiled in agreement. After a morning filled with commotion, time had swiftly passed, and it was now mealtime. Having successfully completed the provincial examination, Su Yongchang instructed his eldest son and daughter-in-law to return home to fetch some vegetables and grain. They would prepare a sumptuous meal at Su Yu's residence to celebrate his modest accomplishment. Su Yongchang felt somewhat embarrassed before his nephew, as his wife had repeatedly declined to assist Su Yu. Thus, he assigned Lu to take charge of the cooking. With others bustling about, the house felt considerably more spacious, rendering Gu Changle unnecessary. Gu Changle was content to remain inconspicuous, hoping not to be called upon for assistance. To avoid appearing idle, she proactively approached Su Yu and offered, "Allow me to take this congratulatory notice into the house and place it properly." "Very well," Su Yu replied, handing it over. He suddenly chuckled, recalling something. "When I brought you back yesterday, your grandfather mentioned that you should visit him again next month. It seems he has an impeccable sense of timing." Chapter 20. Be mindful. "Don't run away." Gu Changle paused momentarily as she grasped the congratulatory notice, then casually responded, "Indeed. However, the courtyard examination usually takes place in August. If you prefer not to go so soon, we could delay our visit by 2 months. Su Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Since your grandfather has suggested it, we might as well go next month. I can earn some money in the provincial capital, and when we return, I can arrange a banquet and procure some fine garments for you." "Procure fine garments for me?" Gu Changle's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "I also have some silver, so I can purchase whatever I desire at any time." Su Yu laughed. "You should keep your silver for now. We may find ourselves in need of it later. Besides, the garments I buy for you will be of a different significance." Very well. The two engaged in a quiet exchange. Gu Changle, still smiling, took the congratulatory notice and turned towards Su Yu's study. Before long, the meal was ready. Both families gathered at Su Yu's home to enjoy a feast complete with meat, vegetables, and a pot of steamed rice. Due to the number of guests, they had to set up 2 tables. Su Yongchang instructed his son to fetch half a jug of wine, with the men seated at one table and the non-drinkers and children at another. The home-brewed wine was somewhat cloudy and bore a slight sourness, which Su Yu did not particularly enjoy. He merely brushed his lips against it. Su Yongchang and the others were in high spirits, drinking and engaging Su Yu in conversation. After a lively time, they eventually dispersed. Wu and Lu, along with others, tidied up, leaving the remaining food in the kitchen. Wu said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law Yu, I've saved the leftover food for you. You can heat it up for dinner." Gu Changle replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you, Aunt Wu. I appreciate your help today." Wu was momentarily dazzled by Gu Changle's smile, thinking to herself how striking the girl appeared up close. Her skin as tender and pale as tofu. "Not at all," she reassured. "Everyone is related. It is only natural to assist one another. I shall take my leave now. You all should rest a while." Having said this, Mrs. Wu prepared to depart. "Auntie, wait," Gu Changle suddenly called out. Mrs. Wu, intrigued, halted her steps. "What is it? Is there something else?" Gu Changle handed her a pouch, placing it firmly in Mrs. Wu's hand. "What is this for?" The pouch evidently contained silver coins, prompting Mrs. Wu to quickly decline. Gu Changle explained, "This is for Auntie to assist my husband in preparing the tuition for tomorrow's visit to the school to see the teacher. We agreed at dinner that the Su family would provide the essentials for Su Yu's needs tomorrow. They can manage some ordinary grains and eggs. But for the remaining cured meat, Su Yu must purchase it in town himself. It is not a large amount, and Su Yongchang did not ask Su Yu for money. Su Yu intended to give it, but having just finished dinner, he hadn't had the opportunity to retrieve the funds. I did not expect Gu Changle to take the initiative to provide it." The pouch clearly indicated that this was certainly not Su Yu's money. Contemplating something, Mrs. Wu accepted it without further hesitation. "Yuzi requires funds for his examination. I ought not to accept this. However, since you have offered it, I shall take it for now." To her surprise, Mrs. Wu readily accepted it. There was no back and forth, thus saving them the trouble. With a smile, Mrs. Wu remarked, "I shall take my leave, and later, I will have Yuanzi deliver the items to you." Gu Changle nodded in agreement. Once Mrs. Wu exited Su Yu's home, she took out the pouch to examine it closely. The silver coins were modest in quantity, perhaps weighing around 1 or 2 taels. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. This was the money belonging to Su Yu's wife. Everyone had seen when Su Yu returned with others yesterday. Gu Changle possessed only a single bundle, lacking any other dowry. Many speculated that her family was not well off. However, with her striking appearance, it was difficult to fathom her marrying someone from an ordinary family. Perhaps taking her money was for the best. Should she have second thoughts, she would be unable to escape without funds. Mrs. Wu muttered, with the looks of Song Lao Jian's daughter, treating her like a treasure, wanting to marry some gentleman. With a daughter-in-law as beautiful as Yuzi's, it is fortunate she is willing to marry into our family. We must keep a close eye on her. Who knows how much silver she possesses? I must discuss this matter with Yuzi." Determined, Mrs. Wu resolved to find a moment to speak privately with Su Yu. After sending off the silver, Gu Changle returned to her room. Once she closed the door, she began to organize the bundle from which she had recently taken out the silver. Inside, there were several small pouches identical to the one she had given Mrs. Wu, all filled with silver coins. Additionally, there were some finer fabrics containing golden beans. These were rewards Gu Changle had previously given to her servants while at the estate. Since she was staying in the village for a short while, she had instructed her maid to pack some of it. The 5 taels of silver given by Su Yu, she had kept aside separately. 1 or 2 taels of silver should not be too much, right? A gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Soon, Su Yu's voice echoed from outside the door. "Changlu, are you in your room?" "Yes, just come in," she replied. Gu Changlu had already tidied up her belongings and returned them to their original place. As Su Yu entered the room, he retrieved his money pouch. They had agreed the night before to visit the neighboring village to secure a bed, and he needed to bring money along. The earlier he made the reservation, the sooner he could rest his head. Moreover, it would allow him to engage in some adult activities late at night, wouldn't it? All the silver was kept with Gu Changlu, leaving Su Yu with only 101 from the marriage certificate. Unsure of the cost of the bed, he decided to bring it all. "I need to step out to the neighboring village to commission a good bed from the carpenter," Suyu stated. Gu Changlu inquired if she should accompany him. Suyu smiled and replied, if you wish to come, then do so. If not, stay home. After some contemplation, Gu Changlu decided against it. The morning had already been exhausting with the annulment discussions, the officials delivering the wedding announcement, and several families gathering for a meal. She felt quite fatigued. Then I shall not go? Gu Changlu probed. Yes, you are tired today. Rest at home for a while. I shall return shortly. Suyu assured her. A small smile graced Gu Changlu's lips. She was relieved not to have to concern herself with these trivial matters. And Suyu was utterly unbothered by it. He was truly wonderful. With her spirits lifted, Gu Changlu escorted Suyu to the door and waved him off. Once he had departed, she closed the door and retreated to rest. With money in hand, Suyu made his way to the neighboring village. The carpenter resided in a village situated precisely between Xiucai village and Songjia village. After the commotion earlier that morning, he wondered if he might encounter anyone from Songjia village. However, recalling how those individuals had scurried away in a flurry, he presumed they would hastily avoid him upon sight. Chapter 21. Did you come to find me? The sun was rather intense. The main road was a bit distant, so Suyu opted for the small paths through the fields. It was still early in the harvest season, and the fields were a lush green. Occasionally, he encountered fellow villagers laboring in the fields, and he greeted each of them with warm enthusiasm. After breaking a sweat, he finally reached the neighboring village. The carpenter, surnamed Lu, was an outsider. His father had fled from disaster in his youth, seeking refuge with relatives in this area, and had established a life here through carpentry. Villagers in the area typically sought him out for any furniture or carpentry needs. Though his carpentry skills were average, they sufficed for the daily demands of the villagers. Upon hearing Suyu's request for a sturdy bed, he set down his all. A bed of such size? Suyu referred to the dimensions akin to modern beds. Approximately 2 meters long. In the countryside, it was uncommon for people to craft beds of such magnitude. Lu, taken aback, curiously scrutinized the young man before him. Dressed in a simple long robe, he appeared to be a scholar, likely from either Xiucai village or Songjia village. Recent events in Xiucai village had stirred quite a buzz, and Lu found himself intrigued by this young man's presence. However, prior to that, it was essential to attend to business matters. I inquired about the dimensions of the bed that Suyu intended to create, marking a few lines on a piece of wood for documentation. This bed is quite large, and I have not previously crafted one of this size. The bed frame will require sourcing new materials, and it will take some time to complete. Suyu hesitated, asking how long it would take. The carpenter, Lu, provided an estimate. While common wood is not difficult to procure, the polishing process demands time, and it is expected to take around a month. Beds are substantial items, typically ordered well in advance. There is no urgency that can hasten this process, especially in ancient times when everything had to be handcrafted. Furthermore, finding suitable wood requires time. Hence it cannot be expedited. However, the small bed I assembled from stools last night was quite uncomfortable, and Suyu had not slept well at all. Do you have a bed that can be completed more quickly, one that is not too small? I inquired. Lu pointed to some materials nearby. You have arrived at the right moment. 6 months ago, someone from Songjia village ordered a bed from me, requesting quality wood. I had a bit extra delivered, and after completing their order, I crafted an additional bed, which is nearly finished now. This bed is slightly smaller, but it should comfortably accommodate 2 people. If you desire it, I can have it ready for you in a few days. Suyu's home was spacious, with several rooms. Purchasing this bed for immediate use would suffice until the larger bed was completed, at which point it could be moved to another room. With this in mind, Suyu decided to place the order, also providing a deposit for the larger bed. Seeing Suyu's generosity in ordering 2 significant items at once, Lu's rugged face broke into a pleased smile. Young man, ordering such a large bed, are you preparing for marriage? Lu asked with a chuckle. Suyu responded with a smile, I am already married. I simply wasn't prepared beforehand, so the bed order was delayed. Already married, Lu chuckled a couple of times. I assure you, the beds I make are sturdy. You can do as you please with them. Lu's laughter was somewhat suggestive, causing Suyu to awkwardly touch his nose. Observing Suyu's youthful shyness in response to the teasing, Lu could not help but laugh heartily. After counting the deposit, Lu called for his son to handle the money while he discussed other details with Suyu. To which village shall the bed be delivered? Suyu replied, to Xiucai village. Curiously, Lu remarked, I heard there were quite a few happenings in your village today. Did that song Lao Jin bring people to cause trouble? Suyu nodded, seeing no reason to conceal the truth. The villages were not far apart, and the elders were generally acquainted. News would travel swiftly. Yes, they came. However, once the officials arrived, they left. Suyu's tone was neutral, showing no concern for the incident. Seeing Suyu so open, Lu became more talkative. He had been contemplating the gossip and was pleased to find that this young man was indeed from Xiucai village. Lu, eager to share, divulged a bit of information. The person from Songjia village who ordered that fine bed 6 months ago was none other than Song Laojian. He expressed his intention to craft a fine bed for his daughter to be used upon her future marriage. It was well known that she was betrothed to a young man from their village. The implications were clear. The Song family had long sought to dissolve the engagement with Suyu, a fact that had circulated among their fellow villagers. Even before the official annulment of the betrothal, they had already begun to seek out a more suitable match. Lu the carpenter shook his head, remarking that old Song truly lacked integrity. Suyu raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that his own circumstances had become a topic of wide discussion in the neighboring villages. Hearing others converse about it was hardly surprising. Had the original owner of his name been in his position, there might have been a sense of indignation, given that the Song family had yet to sever ties while discreetly arranging another union. However, Suyu himself harbored no such feelings. After all, Gu Changle was not only beautiful but also virtuous and considerate, far superior to 10 Song Yushis. With a smile, he chose to remain silent. Feeling no desire to engage further in discourse about the Song family, Lu the carpenter, animated by his own thoughts, continued talking until his son, having counted the deposit, prompted him to pause. Remembering that their business was not yet concluded, he redirected the conversation. By the way, young man, which family are you from in Xiucai village? Once the bed is ready, we must deliver it and set it up for you. Suyu replied, I am Suyu. You can deliver it directly to my home. The name Suyu struck Lu the carpenter as familiar, although he couldn't place it immediately. Meanwhile, Lu's son, taken aback, looked at Suyu with newfound interest. He leaned closer, whispering to his father, Father, he is the scholar who is engaged to Song Yushi. I heard that today the magistrate sent someone to deliver good news, stating he has passed the county examination and is now a student. Recognition dawned on Lu the carpenter. Embarrassment washed over him as he recalled having just shared much gossip about Suyu. I truly apologize. I did not mean to speak of your affairs in such a manner. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. After all, these matters are known to all. I have married now, so let the past remain in the past. Despite Suyu's nonchalance, Lu the carpenter felt increasingly awkward and refrained from continuing their earlier banter. With the arrangements finalized and the bed set to be delivered in a few days, Suyu took his leave from the carpenter's home, opting to return along the familiar path through the fields. The sun had begun its descent, and the heat was less oppressive. More laborers were at work in the fields, and the sound of laughter from young women drifted through the air. Following the sound, Suyu unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Song Yushi. Having just heard much about her from Lu the carpenter, he was surprised to see her in person. He averted his gaze, attempting to walk away unnoticed, but Song Yushi had already recognized him. She called out, Suyu, are you here specifically to find me? Chapter 22. Do not be lured. This village is built along the river. The nearby villages all share a single river. As Suyu traversed the narrow path through the fields, he arrived at the largest riverbank, where it was indeed no surprise to encounter Song Yuxiang. She was adorned in a brand new cotton garment, her hair elegantly pinned up. In contrast to the other girls accompanying her, it was immediately apparent that her family was considerably better off. Furthermore, the Song family treated her well, never requiring her to engage in laborious tasks since childhood, resulting in her skin being more delicate than that of other peasant girls. Otherwise, the original owner would not have been so enamored as to often allocate a portion of his study funds to secretly bestow small trinkets upon her. Previously, Suyu had always adopted a conciliatory demeanor towards Song Yuxiang. Thus, upon encountering him on the riverside path, she instinctively assumed he had come seeking her out. After all, what a coincidence it seemed. That morning, her father had gone to the Song family village to discuss the matter of the broken engagement, only to return in a furious state, claiming that Suyu had scolded him and demanded the return of all the gifts received over the years, in addition to having injured Song Jingfei. Whether Song Jingfei was injured or not held no concern for her. She had merely heard that Suyu had passed the provincial examination and had now become a student. Curiosity stirred within her as she pondered whether Suyu had come to apologize for the morning's incident. After all, he had previously been courteous to her family due to his affection for her. recalling her father's insistence that the Su family return the betrothal gifts and other items given over the years. Song Yuxiang felt it necessary to discuss the matter with Su Yu. Most of those gifts had been used for her benefit and could not be returned. Su Yu had always been unable to refuse her. The girls accompanying her, who had come to play by the river, remarked at an opportune moment, "We've been by the river for a while now. It's likely someone from his village informed Su Yu of your presence. That's why he has come specifically to find you." Despite having mentioned the desire to break the engagement, he was unwilling to do so. Now that he has heard he has become engaged, he still thinks of you. He has passed the provincial examination and is now a student, after all. Song Yuxiang smiled shyly, her heart blossoming with joy. She relished the attention she received. Had it not been for Su Yu's impoverished background and repeated failures in examinations, she might have truly married him. Many of the fields nearby belonged to the residents of Xiucai village. As the sun became less intense, more people returned to the fields to work, and many adults brought their children to play by the river. Numerous onlookers witnessed Su Yu and Song Yuxiang standing together. Aunt Chunmei, who had brought her young son to play in the water, muttered upon seeing them, "What is Su Yu doing here at this hour? Doesn't he typically avoid farm work?" This morning, Song Laojian made quite a scene. Surely Su Yu holds no grudges? That daughter of the Song family is quite bold to call out to him. Yesterday, the village head's wife, Zhang, had taken them to clean Su Yu's home. Aunt Chunmei had seen Su Yu's bride up close, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. The townsfolk display a courteous demeanor towards the rural women. After completing the cleaning, Zhang, who had accompanied them, graciously offered tea and some delicacies brought back from the town to the two women assisting her. Gu Changle learned that they were distant relatives of Zhang and, having formed a good rapport with her, naturally leaned towards Gu Changle's favor. Now, having seen Su Yu return with someone only a couple of days ago, and already secretly meeting with Song Yuxiang, Aunt Chunmei felt that Su Yu's actions were quite inappropriate. Song Yuxiang, taking the initiative to speak with Su Yu, would have undoubtedly delighted the original owner of the identity. However, Su Yu was different. He had overheard some murmurs from the neighboring villagers. Yet, his presence there was not intended for Song Yuxiang. His wife, possessing ethereal beauty, a slender waist, long legs, and fair skin, coupled with a gentle temperament, made Song Yuxiang seem insignificant in comparison. Su Yu was not foolish enough to seek out Song Yuxiang intentionally. He had chosen to ignore her and walk away, only to be called back. Pausing, he regarded Song Yuxiang with a calm expression. "What reason would I have to seek you out when we are not even acquainted? There is nothing of importance, so I shall take my leave." After a brief pause, he added, "Even if there were a matter, there is no necessity for us to meet again, considering I am now married. Although my wife is understanding and would not misconstrue the situation, it would still not be proper if others were to witness it." With that, Su Yu turned and departed without a glance back. Song Yuxiang had thought that given Su Yu's changed status, her approach would surely bring him joy. Instead, he had merely uttered a few dismissive remarks and left without mercy. She stared in disbelief at his retreating figure. Had he truly just implied that she should not seek him out even if there was something to discuss? The girls from Song's village, accompanying her, also seemed taken aback by Su Yu's reaction. What manner of attitude is this? They wondered. Perhaps his wife is quite formidable, and with so many people around, he fears a scene upon returning home. This reasoning somewhat soothed Song Yuxiang's ire. So that was it. Su Yu had indeed mentioned his concerns about his wife's potential misunderstandings. It seemed she must be quite a fierce woman. When a woman's temper flares, her beauty often diminishes. Additionally, since she hailed from the town, it was likely that Su Yu was constrained by her influence, preventing him from treating her as he once did in front of others. Song Yuxiang resolved to seek out Su Yu privately next time, away from the prying eyes of their village. Those town girls would hardly regard them as equals. Su Yu's choice in marrying such a woman must also stem from numerous constraints. Indeed, another girl chimed in. Su Yu turned to marry those fierce and unattractive women simply because he could not have you. Quite right, let us disregard him. Who knows? That fierce wife of his might come to stir trouble. The other girls chattered, attempting to comfort Song Yuxiang. A moment ago, Song Yuxiang, displeased by Su Yu's demeanor and words, finally revealed a hint of a smile. She let out a cold snort. Never mind, I, Song Yuxiang, am not some unwanted girl. It seems I have been too eager to engage him in conversation, as if he, a mere student, possesses extraordinary capabilities. Since he is married now, it would be wise for me to maintain my distance. Is that not the prudent course of action? Aunt Chuanmei's voice drifted from behind the group. Turning to look, they saw her roll her eyes dramatically. That Su Yu's wife is as enchanting as a fairy from a painting, gracious and kind-hearted. Do remember to keep your distance, so as not to disturb the couple. Chapter 23. The revelation song Yuxiang's presence had little impact on Su Yu's mood. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had regarded such matters and people with indifference. The one he ought to treat with utmost respect was Gu Changle, with whom he had just secured a marriage contract. Additionally, he needed to contemplate the upcoming examination at the academy. Although the sun was setting and the heat was bearable, Su Yu still perspired as he walked home. Upon his arrival, Gu Changle had already taken a moment to rest. She opened the door for him and lazily remarked, "You're back? Aunt Zhang just brought over some mung bean soup for us. I've saved you a bowl to help you cool down." Though it seemed somewhat strange for Gu Changle, a newlywed, to be idle, Aunt Zhang had been advised to assist her frequently, and thus she complied. Moreover, Su Yu's status had changed. He had passed the preliminary examination and was now a student. Her husband had even mentioned that Su Yu would soon be recognized as a scholar. Naturally, cultivating a good relationship with them was advantageous. Yesterday, she had brought people to help with the cleaning, and this afternoon she had prepared a large bowl of mung bean soup for Su Yu's family. Gu Changle welcomed their assistance and goodwill, feeling indebted to them. Su Yu had gone out for errands, and upon his return, a bowl of soup was an ideal remedy for the heat. As Su Yu entered, he smiled, "Excellent. Have you had any?" Gu Changle shook her head. "Not yet. I've been waiting for you to return so we can enjoy it together." She fetched 2 bowls and filled them with the soup. They sat in the main room, savoring the coolness of the moment. The door stood wide open, allowing a gentle breeze, still warm from the day, to waft in. It was quite pleasant. The mung bean soup was unsweetened, its delicate fragrance and mild sweetness emanating from the beans. Gu Changle found the taste somewhat lacking. Turning to observe Su Yu, who was slowly sipping his soup, she noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Instinctively, she reached for her handkerchief and gently wiped his brow. Su Yu looked up and smiled warmly. "Thank you. But it's unnecessary. I'll cool off soon enough." They sat quite close to one another. As Gu Changle leaned in, Su Yu caught a whiff of her faint, delightful fragrance. Glancing at her face, he noticed a subtle blush on one side, evidently a result of her resting against something. Gu Changle's complexion was fair and tender. The coarse bedding in Su Yu's home easily left marks on her face. Yet, even with those imprints, they appeared rather charming. Gu Changle wiped the sweat from Su Yu's brow as she gently touched the red marks on her own face. The imprint had formed during sleep. Gu Changle reached out to feel it, but was indifferent to the red mark, only experiencing a slight tingling sensation from the recent touch of the man before her. Was it unattractive? Without a dressing table, Su Yu's home naturally lacked a mirror. Gu Changle, alone and without the assistance of a maid, was too lazy to attend to her appearance. She merely washed her face upon waking in the morning. Su Yu smiled and reassured, "It's not unattractive. It will fade soon." Gu Changle nodded and resumed sipping her mung bean soup. After taking a sip, her eyes stealthily glanced over again. Noticing Su Yu slowly drinking from her own bowl, the hand that had just touched her face now resting on her thigh. Withdrawing her gaze, Gu Changle touched her own red mark again, realizing she needed to procure a mirror. Although she knew she was quite beautiful, neglecting her appearance might lead others to believe that Su Yu treated her poorly. "Will you be going to town tomorrow?" "Yes. I need to visit the teacher and will be returning to class soon." "Could you possibly help me buy something?" "You mean to purchase a mirror?" Gu Changle blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Su Yu chuckled, "Just a guess. I overlooked that matter. When you return from class tomorrow, I'll have you buy it." Before Gu Changle could specify what she wanted, Su Yu had already anticipated it. The corners of Gu Changle's mouth lifted, revealing her delight. Yesterday, the two had sat apart in the carriage, sharing their circumstances in a rather distant manner, but today the atmosphere had transformed into one of familiarity. Gu Changle found Su Yu to possess an oddly captivating charm. Everything she did and said seemed delightful, and their company felt truly comfortable. She took another sip of the mung bean soup, which had initially seemed bland but now tasted rather pleasant upon further reflection. Before dinner, Mrs. Wu sent her son Su Fanyuan to deliver the items Su Yu would take to school the next day, half a bag of grain and a basket of eggs. Tomorrow, Su Yu would need to leave early to buy a piece of cured meat in town. Dinner was simple, merely requiring the reheating of leftovers from the midday feast. Gu Changle was not adept at kindling a fire. However, she was not foolish. While everyone was busy, she discreetly observed and, after a while in the kitchen, managed to ignite a fire. Yet, she had to continuously shove in flammable leaves and straw, lest the flame extinguish. When Suyu came to the kitchen to assist, and saw her struggling to keep the fire alive, she couldn't help but smile. Earlier, she had thought Gu Changle seemed somewhat ethereal. It was surprising to find that she couldn't even start a fire. Suyu squatted beside her, adding some firewood. We need to add more wood. Gu Changle let out a soft exclamation, somewhat embarrassed as she averted her gaze. She had been caught. Suyu said nothing, seemingly unperturbed by her lack of knowledge regarding kitchen matters. Earlier, when he had held Gu Changle's hand, he had discerned that it was not a hand accustomed to labor. Unlike Song Yuxiang, who had grown up in the village and had been nurtured in a household that valued hard work, it was not surprising that Gu Changle, a girl from the city, had little experience with manual tasks, especially considering her grandfather's fondness for her. Nevertheless, Gu Changle exhibited no signs of delicacy. Since her arrival yesterday, she had uttered not a single word of complaint or discomfort. After their meal was prepared and consumed, Suyu voluntarily offered to wash the dishes, and Gu Changle squatted beside him, eager to assist in any way she could. Once they finished dining and tidied themselves, night had fallen. The large bed was not ready yet, and the small one would take a few more days to arrive. That evening, the two settled down in a makeshift arrangement akin to the previous night. The following morning, as was customary, Suyu awoke feeling sore and fatigued. Gu Changle, too, had not enjoyed a restful night, as her sleeping arrangement was hardly comfortable. Upon rising, they exchanged glances, noting each other's somewhat haggard appearance, and could not help but laugh. After casually sipping some kanji, Suyu remarked before leaving, "If you cannot cook, you may join uncle and little uncle for lunch." Gu Changle waved her hand reluctantly, replying, "I will manage just fine. Take care on your journey and return early." Chapter 24. The town was not far from the village. A leisurely walk would take approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, around half an hour. Suyu, being tall and long-legged, could traverse the distance even more swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the town. Suyu's tutor, the only scholar in the town who ran a school, was surnamed Huang. Those wishing to pursue an education typically sent their children to his institution. The town was also reasonably close to the county seat, about an hour's walk. Families with better means often sent their children to study in the city. However, for families like Suyu's, who struggled financially, the local school was a more feasible option than the distant county. Song Yuming attended the same school as Suyu. This year, Scholar Huang had sent 5 students to participate in the county examination. Only Suyu and Song Yuming had passed. 2 days prior, Song Yuming returned from the examination, visiting Scholar Huang immediately upon his arrival. He brought news of his success and Suyu's subsequent failure. Upon learning of Suyu's continued shortcomings, Scholar Huang could only think to himself that it was to be expected. Suyu had always been a source of concern for him. He was diligent, yet his innate talent was undeniably limited. Despite a family crisis that had disrupted his studies, he had remained steadfast, though there were no signs of a breakthrough. Suyu had already participated in the county examination 5 times without success. Scholar Huang had not given it much thought, assuming that Suyu might not continue his studies for much longer. After all, given his family's circumstances, persisting for so many years was a considerable challenge. While Suyu had not succeeded, one of his students had triumphed, which was indeed a piece of good news. The matter of Suyu's 5th failure in the examinations was soon cast aside from his thoughts. The news of Song Yoming's success brought him such joy that he could hardly find rest until the early hours of the morning. He rose early, brimming with energy, resolved to provide Song Yuming with extra guidance during this period. If fortune smiled upon them, and he managed to pass the provincial examination, it would be splendid indeed. With this in mind, Scholar Huang, hands clasped behind his back, cheerfully proceeded to prepare for the morning lessons. The school was situated within his residence, separated into 2 parts, the living quarters at the back and the classroom at the front. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Song Yuming seated properly at his desk, prompting a satisfied nod from him. However, a quick glance around revealed one absence: Suyu. Scholar Huang furrowed his brow, realizing that Suyu had not arrived today. Presuming that his repeated failures had dampened his spirits, he refrained from inquiring publicly. After organizing the morning class, he encountered the tardy Suyu. In the study adjacent to the classroom, he welcomed Suyu with a greeting. "Good day, master," Suyu said, setting down the modest offering he had brought and bowing respectfully. The presence of the offering indicated Suyu's intent to continue his studies. Scholar Huang then inquired, "What caused your delay today?" Suyu replied, There were matters at home yesterday that prevented me from preparing in advance. I just returned from the general store after purchasing cured meats. Scholar Huang nodded, showing no sign of reproach. Very well, place your things aside and return to the classroom. I shall join you shortly. You did not pass the provincial examination again. Next year. His words were interrupted. Master, I have something to communicate. Scholar Huang looked at Su Yu in confusion. What is it? Are you reconsidering your studies? It seemed unlikely, especially since he had brought an offering. Then he heard Su Yu say, yesterday, officials from the provincial capital arrived and brought news of my success in the examination. Please, Master, take a look. Scholar Huang stared at him, momentarily incredulous, as if he had misheard. You received word of your success in the provincial examination yesterday? After delivering the joyful tidings, the officials had departed. Su Yu resided in the village, and it was surprising that Scholar Huang had not received the news. Taking the announcement from Su Yu's hand, he opened it to verify its authenticity. Indeed, it was genuine. How could this be? Was it not stated that your name was not found on the list on the day of the announcement? Su Yu explained the oversight regarding the omission of his name from the provincial office's records. Upon hearing this, Scholar Huang finally understood. Such a blunder from the officials was indeed rare. Typically, even if a mistake occurred, it would likely be overlooked once discovered. Especially since he was not a person of significant status, a missing name was often treated as a failure. Rarely would anyone pursue such matters with diligence. Su Yu's fortune was truly remarkable. The officials not only rectified the oversight, but also sent him a congratulatory notice. Scholar Huang closed the notice and returned it to Su Yu. Although the ranking was modest, he had indeed passed. At last, you have become a student of the academy. Do you intend to participate in the examinations in July or August? Su Yu responded, the provincial governor has advised me to prepare diligently for the academy examination. Thus, participation remains essential. Has the esteemed lord conveyed any messages? Such honors are typically reserved for renowned prodigies or the occasional top scholar. Can someone of Su Yu's modest rank truly be considered for this? Huang, the scholar, could not help but scrutinize Su Yu, noticing a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. Perhaps due to the joyous occasion. Even his countenance seemed to radiate newfound charm. Given this, it is imperative that he does not slack off in preparation for the upcoming examinations, lest he disappoint the esteemed lord. Su Yu replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude for the diligent guidance of his mentor over the years. He vowed to exert every effort in the examinations, hoping to bring back good news. Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. This year coincides with the examination period, scheduled for July or August. For the next 2 months, you must join Song Yuming in my study daily, where I will impart knowledge about the examination texts. After some contemplation, Su Yu responded, Sir, I plan to arrive in the capital by mid-June. End of June? Huang was momentarily taken aback. So soon? The journey to the capital is not excessively long. A half-month in advance would suffice for registration and acclimatization. Why such an early departure? This reduces your preparation time considerably. Wouldn't that jeopardize your chances in the examination? Su Yu nodded and shared the news of his impending marriage following a previous failure. The young ladies of the capital? Huang exclaimed in astonishment. You are indeed fortunate. No wonder you wish to leave so early. However, be forewarned, you must rely solely on your own diligence in the coming days. This period is particularly precarious. With only a month or two, securing a place in the capital's academy for supplementary studies is unlikely. Self-study may distract you, and your patience could wane. Yet, considering Su Yu's consistent diligence, Huang felt slightly reassured. Should he fail this time, there would always be another opportunity in 3 years. As he is currently a student with infinite chances to participate in the examinations. After offering further encouragement, Huang instructed Su Yu to attend his early classes in the adjacent schoolroom. Starting tomorrow, he would join Song Yuming in his study for additional lessons. As Su Yu entered the classroom, those engrossed in their studies were taken aback upon seeing him alongside Huang. This was especially true for Song Yuming, who yearned to inquire about Su Yu's poetic progress. Yet, with their mentor watching intently, he refrained from speaking, suppressing his curiosity for the moment. Huang maintained his composure and continued the lesson. Su Yu settled into his seat, intrigued by the environment. At last, when class concluded, as soon as Huang exited the classroom, Song Yuming dashed to Su Yu's side. Su Yu, how goes your poem of gratitude? After a full day of rest at home yesterday, surely inspiration must have struck? Su Yu replied, unfortunately, a messenger arrived at my home with good tidings, leaving me no time to write. I shall compose it for you in the next couple of days. Oh, having received a promise, Song Yuming no longer lingered on the matter. However, the arrival of an official envoy at Su Yu's home bearing good news puzzled Song Yuming. What kind of good news did the envoy bring to your home? He inquired. Su Yu chuckled. I have indeed passed the provincial examination, but my name was omitted. The local government discovered this and sent someone specifically to deliver the congratulations. Song Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, So, you did not fail the provincial examination? Chapter 25. Can you afford it? The news of Su Yu's success in the provincial examination elicited a flurry of excitement among their classmates in the classroom. After Song Yuming's return the previous day, he had brought back the results of the provincial examination. Everyone was aware that while Song Yuming had passed on his first attempt, Su Yu, who had faced repeated failures due to years of warfare, was presumed to have failed again. Yet, to discover that his result had simply been overlooked was astonishing. Su Yu, is this truly the case? Noticing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Su Yu understood that the turn of events was indeed unusual. With a smile, he replied, Of course it is true. The notice has already been shown to the teacher. Although my rank is modest, being among the last few, I have passed nonetheless. Upon hearing this, his classmates congratulated him in unison. Su Yu thanked each of them with a smile. Once the well-wishers had dispersed, he began to gather his belongings. Preparing to purchase a mirror for Gu Changle. Song Yuming had not yet departed. He tidied up and awaited Su Yu. Upon learning that Su Yu intended to visit the general store, Song Mingi expressed his desire to accompany him. The two left the schoolhouse together. And it was then that Song Yuming hesitantly questioned Su Yu. Since you have passed the provincial examination and have a significant chance for the next, will you not compose a gratitude poem for yourself? Recalling that he had previously gifted a remarkable gratitude poem to Zhuangyuan when he believed he had no chance of participating in the next examination, Su Yu now had the opportunity to retain one for himself. Song Yuming, remembering this, decided to wait and inquire further. After all, composing a fine poem was not as simple as purchasing cabbage from a street vendor. Moreover, having gifted a good poem to another increased the competition. Su Yu likely would not wish to engage in such matters at this crucial juncture. Unbeknownst to Song Yuming, his concerns were entirely unfounded. Su Yu casually reassured him. Do not worry, brother Yuming. Since I have promised you, I shall certainly write it. I have had some inspiration over the past few days, and I am confident I will complete it soon. Upon hearing this, Song Yuming felt a sense of relief, yet he hesitated and asked, If you write one for me, do you have one prepared for yourself? Su Yu smiled and replied, Of course I do. While gratitude poems may not be as exquisite as others, I can still produce a few more without issue. A phrase lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he refrained from speaking it. Song Yuming, however, felt a wave of despair wash over him. You can produce even more? Could these gratitude poems truly be likened to mere cabbages found on the streets for Su Yu? Is that the reason this individual has made no progress in his studies over the years, resulting in repeated failures? Has he squandered his time delving into such frivolous pursuits? While poetry and prose possess their own value, what significance do they hold if one continues to fail in the imperial examinations? However, now that he finds himself in need of assistance, Song Yuming refrains from expressing such educational sentiments. If that is the case, I must trouble you. Su Yu replied with a smile, Very well, I shall present them to you in the coming days. At last, Song Yuming's spirits lifted. When the academy examination commences, let us set off together. We shall rent a carriage for our journey. Su Yu responded, I must arrive at the capital a bit earlier. It seems we cannot travel together. Oh, how much earlier? I plan to go around June. So early? Indeed, my wife is from the capital, and I wish to return her home sooner, taking along the betrothal gifts. It was true that just a few days prior, after receiving his examination results, Su Yu had acquired a marriage certificate with a young lady at the government office. He intended to return home with his wife to visit her family, which would alleviate some financial burden. If the time difference were not so significant, Song Yuming might have been more accommodating. However, with such an early departure, it would be impossible for them to travel together. After all, arriving so early at the capital would mean missing the final push alongside their mentor, not to mention the considerable expenses for lodging and meals. Though Song Yuming's family was not impoverished, they were not affluent enough to squander money frivolously. It seems there is no other option. By the way, you mentioned hosting a banquet upon your return. Have you set a date? Su Yu replied, We shall discuss this after the academy examination. I currently lack sufficient funds and need to save for the journey to the capital. Indeed, Song Yuming encouraged. Once you become a successful scholar, life will undoubtedly improve significantly. I am certain your wife will not mind. Hearing his encouraging words, Xiuyu smiled and nodded. I appreciate your kind words. As they engaged in conversation while walking, they soon arrived at the nearest grocery store. The shopkeeper, recognizing Song Yuming, greeted them warmly. Mingzi, what brings you here today? Zhongshu, I accompanied my classmate who wishes to purchase some items. Xiuyu had visited the shop earlier that morning to buy cured meat. Although he had been in a hurry, the shopkeeper still remembered him, surprised to discover he was a classmate of Song Yuming. The shopkeeper inquired with enthusiasm. What is your name, young man? Which village do you hail from? Xiuyu replied, I am Xiuyu from Xiucai village. Ah, from Xiucai village. That is not far from our town. What would you like to buy? I can have my assistant help you select. Xiuyu responded, I am looking for a mirror. The shopkeeper called over an assistant who was serving another customer. Ada, please take this young man to the mirror section and help him choose a fine one. This commotion caught the attention of two other customers in the store. They were also dressed as scholars, but they appeared unfamiliar, clearly not from Xuyu's academy. One of the young men cast a glance at Xiuyu, furrowing his brow, seemingly displeased. As Xiuyu observed the attendant engaging with a somewhat displeased customer, he gestured for the attendant to continue his duties. He then directed Zhang, the shopkeeper, to point him in the direction of the mirrors before making his way over to examine them. At that time, the mirrors were primarily crafted from polished copper, reflecting images with remarkable clarity. There were small handheld mirrors, as well as larger framed mirrors suitable for display on a tabletop, adorned with intricate carvings that lent an air of elegance. After inspecting several options, Xiuyu found himself unable to discern any significant differences in aesthetic appeal, as they all appeared rather similar. He was left to rely on a rather conventional male perspective for his decision-making. Which of these mirrors is the most expensive? He pondered. If I cannot determine which is more aesthetically pleasing, then I shall simply opt for the pricier one. He commended his own reasoning and turned to inquire of the nearby attendant. As the attendant was about to respond, the dissatisfied customer, who had previously seemed discontent, interjected coolly. By the expensive one? Do you have the means to afford it? Xiuyu felt somewhat perplexed. Why should his purchasing power concern this individual? He glanced at the young man, who was of average appearance but donned garments of respectable quality. He appeared to be a scholar, likely attending the local academy. Yet Xiuyu had no prior acquaintance with him. Was his irritation stemming from the attendant's brief distraction? Surely that was an overly petty grievance. Furrowing his brow slightly, Xiuyu retorted, Good sir, my purchases are of no concern to you. The scholar regarded him with a sardonic expression. Your purchases, of course, do not involve me. However, the recipient of your gifts is indeed my concern. It is evident that you hail from modest means. What merit is there in inflating your dignity by purchasing an expensive mirror? The young man continued his verbal barrage, prompting the attendant to intervene hastily. Gentlemen, as scholars, let us foster civility. Harmony breeds prosperity. Xiuyu initially assumed the young man's hostility stemmed from the attendant's earlier distraction. However, upon hearing his words, he realized the matter ran deeper. The recipient of his intended gift was somehow relevant to this individual. Xiuyu had intended to purchase the mirror for Gu Changle, casting doubt on any connection she might have with this ill-mannered scholar. His instincts told him otherwise. The young man's demeanor and character were hardly befitting of someone Gu Changle would associate with. There was, however, another possibility. The shopkeeper, who had been conversing with Song Yuming, noticed the commotion and promptly approached to mediate. Young master, I sincerely apologize for any shortcomings in our service. Is there anything you wish to purchase? I would be more than happy to assist you personally. The gentleman referred to as young master, he glanced at the shopkeeper, responding, I harbor no ill will towards you or your establishment. There is no need for concern. The shopkeeper, Zhang, offered a sheepish smile in reply. Creating a disturbance in his establishment is not directed at him, yet it cannot be overlooked. The He family is a prominent household in the town, and Master He's father is a scholar. They possess a modest amount of assets in the county town. It would not be prudent for Manager Zhang to offend them, so he has taken the blame upon himself. However, he does not seem to show any respect. Xiuyu has begun to deduce the underlying reasons behind this incident and confidently asserts, You know me. He Honda scoffs. Initially, I did not. However, upon hearing your introduction to the manager just now, it became apparent. Are you not the repeatedly unsuccessful Xiuyu? Hailing from a humble background, you have not achieved much in your studies, yet you shamelessly purchase extravagant gifts for someone unworthy of your affection. You would be better off saving that money to pay your tuition and beseech your teacher. Perhaps you might be granted another year of education. Hearing such remarks about Su Yu, Song Yoming's mood soured as well. Although his family is not as affluent as the He family, they are well acquainted with most families in the town. Furthermore, he has just recently become a student, brimming with youthful vigor. What do you mean by unworthy? Su Yu purchasing gifts for his wife. How can you object to that? Wife? He Hongdao seems to have stumbled upon a jest. What wife? Merely a childhood betrothal, which you have clung to for years, and now you have the audacity to claim her as your wife. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Indeed. Upon hearing this man's words, Su Yu harbored a suspicion. It appears he is targeting him for the sake of Song Yuxiang. Just yesterday, the carpenterly mentioned that the Song family had already arranged a promising match for Song Yuxiang, likely with the He family. Moreover, judging by Master He's demeanor, he has evidently met Song Yuxiang before and seems to hold a certain affection for her. However, this individual clearly remains unaware of Su Yu's recent marriage news. Hence, this confrontation has arisen. Su Yu replied coolly, "What childhood engagement? My wife is from the capital, with the surname Gu. We received our marriage certificate at the government office. Thus it is only fitting to refer to her as my wife. You claim to know her, yet she has only just arrived here and could not possibly know you." Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp. "Pray tell, good sir, have you mistaken me for someone else? Your wife is from the capital, with the surname Gu?" He Hongda paused, bewildered. "Surname Gu? Is it not Song?" Song Yuming interjected. "I am indeed a Song. Are you referring to me?" Master He disregarded him, frowning as he scrutinized Su Yu. "You are Su Yu from Xiucai village, are you not? Were you not betrothed to Song Yuxiang from the neighboring Song family since childhood? Yet, despite your repeated failures, and given your impoverished background, the Song family, not wishing for their daughter to endure hardship, has repeatedly proposed to annul the engagement. Yet you have persistently disagreed, thereby wasting precious years of the young lady's life. It is evident he is well informed. Unfortunately, this young man's information appears somewhat outdated, lacking timely updates." Su Yu retorted coldly, "I have long severed all ties with the Song family. Moreover, matters concerning the Song family are not for you, an outsider, to comment on. What is it? Do you consider yourself an ally of the Song family, seeking to defend their honor?" He Hongda regarded Su Yu with suspicion. Is that truly the case? However, the Song family claimed that Su Yu was quite serious about the engagement and refused to withdraw from it. What transpired today? Su Yu stated that he had long since annulled the engagement and had wed a young lady from the capital city. Although He Hongda was studying at the county academy and his parents resided there, he still returned to the town from time to time. 6 months prior, his parents had arranged a match for him, a relative's daughter named Song Yuxiang. She possessed an agreeable appearance and a charming figure, and they were both quite pleased with her. Taking advantage of the new year to visit relatives, He Hongda met Song Yuxiang, and they enjoyed a delightful conversation, finding each other quite agreeable. Upon learning that Song Yuxiang had previously had an informal childhood engagement that she had long wished to dissolve but had been unable to do so, He Hongda became aware of Su Yu. However, the resolution of this engagement lingered, and He Hongda's parents grew somewhat impatient. Marrying into the Song family was already considered a step up, yet the union remained unresolved. Consequently, they relayed a message to the Song family, urging them to resolve the matter promptly, lest the engagement be deemed untenable. He Hongda held a fondness for Song Yuxiang. She possessed a freshness distinct from the young ladies of the city, embodying a touch of rural simplicity. Were it not for Su Yu's persistent refusal to annul the engagement, their union would not have encountered such difficulties. Thus, upon hearing Su Yu's name, he immediately became alert and, upon confirming the identity, began to ridicule him with disdain. Yet, it seemed that the reality diverged significantly from what he had been led to believe. The Song family had asserted that Su Yu was adamant about retaining the engagement. Yet today's observations suggested that he did not regard the matter with any seriousness. Could it be that the Song family had deceived him? Chapter 27. Stubbornness. As this thought crossed He Hongda's mind, he promptly dismissed it. After all, this information had come directly from Song Yuxiang's lips. A gentle and innocent girl like her would surely not speak falsely. Song Yuming chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, you bear the surname He while others are surnamed Song. The affairs of their daughter do not concern you. Perhaps you have long harbored feelings for the Song girl and wish to meddle, which explains your current agitation." The atmosphere grew tense, and He Hongda could only retort defiantly, "Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Miss Song is entirely innocent. I merely cannot tolerate a man of such little merit wasting the time of a good woman. Enough. It is beneath me to argue with someone who cannot even pass the scholar examination after 5 years of attempts. With that, he attempted to leave. Song Yuming, displeased, shouted, Su Yu has indeed passed the provincial examination this time, and is now a scholar. Are you not merely a scholar as well? He Hongda scoffed. On the day the results were announced, I personally reviewed the list, and Su Yu's name was absent. Why must you put on such airs before me? The one behaving rudely is you. He Hongdao was not a candidate this year. He had passed the county and provincial examinations in previous years and had been waiting for this year's academy examination. However, the day the provincial results were released just happened to be a day of rest. He, along with his classmates, went to the capital to partake in the festivities. At that time, he meticulously observed and found no mention of a person named Su Yu. Now, could it be that Su Yu's classmate has yet to awaken from slumber? Noticing He Hongda's skepticism, Song Yuming suddenly shifted his gaze. He remarked, Who can say who has been discourteous? How about this? If Su Yu indeed passes this provincial examination, you shall offer him an apology. After all, your public remarks could tarnish his reputation. Conversely, if he fails, I, as his fellow student, shall also apologize for my unfounded claims. Song Yuming, relishing the spectacle, sought to involve himself further. The innkeeper, Zhang, was taken aback by his words, unable to restrain him. Su Yu, too, looked at Song Yuming with surprise. Truly, he was a master of amusement, delighting in chaos. However, this was of little concern, for Song Yuming was aware that Su Yu had indeed passed the provincial examination. Observing Song Yuming's unwavering confidence, He Hongda began to harbor doubts. Logically, being from the same town, they must have acquaintances in common, and no one would dare publicly announce false results. Could it be that he had genuinely overlooked something? Otherwise, Song Yuming would not have made such a statement. He Hongdao was not devoid of intellect. He discerned the peculiarities in Song Yuming's words and would not foolishly grant him an opportunity. It was indeed plausible that Su Yu had passed the provincial examination, and he needed to investigate further. However, prior to that, he felt compelled to maintain his pride. What did it matter? After years of effort, he had finally become a student. Surely, the palace examination would prove challenging for Su Yu as well. Perhaps the next time they met, he would have to pay his respects, addressing him as young friend. In the realm of the Imperial examination, hierarchy was established based on academic merit. The higher the rank, the greater the status. Additionally, among those of the same rank, distinctions were made according to the timing and ranking of their selections. Individuals without official titles or degrees beneath that of scholar were referred to as young friends. He Hongda's implication was clear, even if Su Yu passed the provincial examination. What of it? After struggling so long to attain the status of student, surely he would be eliminated in the palace examination. Unlike him, who had become a student 2 years prior and subsequently excelled in the palace examination, thus attaining the rank of scholar. Henceforth, when Su Yu encountered him, he would have to pay his respects as a junior, while He Hongda would address him as young friend. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. It must be said, He Hongda's mind was quite sharp. The innkeeper and his staff may not have discerned the subtlety, but fellow scholars Song Yuming and Su Yu certainly did. Su Yu spoke slowly. After all you've said, it is evident you are unwilling to apologize for your reckless words, seeking instead to leverage examination results for superiority. We are all students. None of us is nobler than the other. You publicly slander my reputation based on hearsay. What does it matter if your status is indeed higher? As the sage has said, to know one's mistake and correct it is a virtue beyond measure. Are you, a scholar, truly incapable of grasping this simple truth? Song Yuming echoed. Indeed. In the shop, even the illiterate Ada understood that when one errs, an apology is due. Isn't that right, Ada? Song Yuming gestured with his chin towards the onlooking shop assistant. The assistant, known as Ada, chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly sought refuge behind the shopkeeper. Being surrounded by scholars, he dared not offend anyone, remaining silent. He, however, had his thoughts laid bare by He Hongda, who felt a surge of irritation. While he could dismiss Song Yuming, a mere spectator, the presence of Su Yu was perplexing. Wasn't he the one who had been said to lack academic success and exhibit a dull disposition? Yet here was someone, articulate and persuasive, leaving He Hongda speechless with just a few words. The rumors he had heard were evidently unreliable. Moreover, Song Yuming had the audacity to compare him to the uneducated shop assistant. Fueled by indignation, He Hongda, despite being cornered, was unwilling to apologize. I understand the reasoning. He retorted defiantly, but I have spoken no falsehood. The affairs of the Song family are indeed as I described. Who can attest that you have truly passed your examination? On the day of the incident, your name was conspicuously absent. He continued, I shall only apologize if I see my name on the examination list. To see his name on that list? Was he implying that he would be among the successful candidates? So you could hardly contain his laughter. He was unsure if He Hongda was merely obsequious, yet his unprovoked verbal assault was absurd. Even upon realizing his mistake, he remained obstinate and refused to apologize. Given his current lack of capability and status, he felt powerless to demand an apology. Nevertheless, if an apology was contingent upon appearing on the examination list, so be it. Xiuyu had resolved to pass the examination this time, no matter the cost. With an expression devoid of emotion, he stated, if my name appears on the examination list, you shall publicly apologize to me at the place where the list is posted, in front of all the candidates. The thought of doing so in front of a throng of candidates from every county sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he had already backed down today. He could not retreat further. Indeed, He Hongda stubbornly affirmed, having participated in the student trials for so many years. Even if I were to pass by sheer luck this time, there is no way I could replicate that fortune in the subsequent examination. This time, He Hongda did not seek further excuses. If your name does appear on the examination list, I shall admit that I spoke out of turn today and apologize to you in front of all the candidates checking their results. Chapter 28. The embarrassment. He Hongda knew he was likely mistaken. Yet, he believed in maintaining his ground. After all, he had initiated the confrontation. However, he prided himself on his cleverness, having set the bar for the apology exceedingly high, convinced that Xiuyu could not easily achieve it. Yet, the thought of having to apologize publicly on the day the results were announced filled him with regret for having spoken out so freely. The matter concerning Song Yuxiang is indeed merely hearsay. Yet, considering Xiuyu's accomplishments, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. The examination was presided over by a learned official sent by the court. Even with the best of luck, one could not pass without genuine merit. In a single prefecture, roughly 20 to 30 candidates are admitted every 3 years. With such a low probability, he could hardly claim certainty. Xiuyu's results, inferior to his own, rendered his success even more improbable. He comforted himself with these thoughts. After He Hongda departed, Song Yuming curiously whispered to Xiuyu, from your tone, it seems you have considerable confidence regarding the examination? Xiuyu smiled. I do possess a certain level of assurance. After all, as a time traveler, I can borrow from the works of poetry. As for essays, I can certainly draw inspiration from them as well. When the time comes, invoking the great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties would be akin to an overwhelming advantage in the examination. Of course, Xiuyu could not recall all their writings, nor even a complete piece. In ancient imperial examinations, there is a significant focus on the opening of the essay. A captivating introduction and neat handwriting would invariably secure a good score. This is akin to modern assessments, where examiners evaluate compositions. Such evaluative systems have persisted for centuries. A dazzling beginning, even if the middle is somewhat ordinary, would suffice to impress. Hence, Xiuyu spoke with such confidence. However, in front of Song Yuming, he did not indulge in too much pride. He merely smiled and remarked, whether I have confidence or not, I have little to lose. If I pass, he must publicly apologize to me. If I fail, then so be it. I am not obligated to do anything. Though he felt unencumbered, he could not dismiss the possibility of He Hongda approaching him later to mock him. Yet, that was a concern for another time. Contemplating it now served no purpose. Song Yuming nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, with your talent, if you devoted your thoughts entirely to the content of the imperial examination, you would undoubtedly achieve far better results than you have now. Xiuyu's ability to compose such exquisite poems of gratitude certainly indicated his prowess. However, this talent did not seem to be directed towards the imperial examinations. If he were to wholeheartedly engage with the examination process, he likely would have already excelled in the preliminary tests. This was Song Yuming's conclusion. Xiuyu did not dispute this notion and accepted the interpretation without challenge. After He Hongda's departure, Manager Zhang expressed a hint of embarrassment, saying, I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired in the shop. You wish to purchase a mirror, correct? Choose whichever you like, and I shall offer you a discount as an apology. Despite this incident being an unforeseen misfortune for their shop, Manager Zhang was a man of integrity. It was undoubtedly wise to cultivate a good rapport with a scholar like Xiuyu. Xiuyu replied with a smile, thank you. Manager. As the shop had no other customers at that moment, the assistant guided Xiuyu in selecting a mirror. Upon checking out, the price totaled over 300 coins. Even with a discount, Xiuyu found himself short of funds. Alas, I did not bring enough money today. I shall return tomorrow to purchase it, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had only brought 100 coins for his expenses. Yesterday, I paid a portion of the deposit for a bed and purchased some cured meat in the morning, leaving me with merely a handful of coins. Such a meager amount is hardly sufficient to cover even the smallest expense. The price of mirrors surprised him. He had never paid attention to such items before and was truly unaware of their value. Noticing Xiuyu's embarrassment, Master Zhang kindly offered him an escape from the situation. Indeed, mirrors tend to be rather costly. Why not opt for a more affordable one? Master Zhang, unaware of how much silver Xiuyu possessed, could only make this suggestion. Xiuyu waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a composed demeanor. There's no need. My wife is in charge of our finances, and I simply forgot to ask her for some today. I shall return tomorrow with sufficient silver to make my purchase. A single day's delay is inconsequential. What does this matter signify? Song Yuming pulled Xiuyu aside and whispered, How much more do you need? I can fetch some for you. He continued, You must write me a poem, regardless of the deposit I've made. Song Yuming was concerned that if Xiuyu participated in the examination, the poems he would write for him might be hastily composed. Though he could disregard poor quality, it was not his original intention. By assisting Xiuyu now and providing additional funds, he hoped to ensure Xiuyu's sincerity in his poetic endeavors. Understanding Song Yuming's intentions, Xiuyu felt it would be best to accept his help. If that is the case, I appreciate your kindness. Song Yuming, with a cheerful smile, replied. It's no trouble at all. We had already agreed upon this. Living close by, Song Yuming asked Xiuyu to wait in the shop while he hurried home to retrieve 500 coins. After settling the payment for the mirror, he still had over 100 coins remaining. Noticing the surplus, Xiuyu decided to make a quick visit to the bookshop, intending to acquire some paper and brushes for his writing practice. Since he had resolved to excel in the upcoming examination, even if he could copy, he needed to refine his calligraphy further. His handwriting was decent, yet the examination would be overseen by officials dispatched by the court, true scholars of the highest caliber, entirely devoid of pretense. It was essential to leave a lasting impression on such esteemed individuals. Moreover, recalling Gu Changle's mention of needing help to copy texts in town or the city, Xiuyu planned to inquire about that as well. Although he did not necessarily seek to profit from Gu Changle's endeavors, he felt it was his duty as her husband to offer her some support. Unfortunately, there was only one bookshop in town. The number of scholars was limited, and the transcription work had already been monopolized by someone who had long been engaged in it, leaving little room for others. Upon learning this, Xiuyu did not dwell on the matter further. He purchased some practice paper and a brush before bidding farewell to Song Yuming and setting off homeward. Xiuyu's residence was not far from town, and he arrived just as noon approached. As he neared home, he noticed wisps of smoke curling from his chimney, indicating that a meal had likely just been prepared. Given that Gu Changle was somewhat inept in the kitchen, he felt a twinge of concern that she might have set the place ablaze in his absence. Upon pushing open the door, he found Gu Changle seated comfortably in the living room. You're back? Gu Changle remarked. The rice has only recently finished cooking and is still being kept warm in the kitchen. It is just the right time to eat. Xiuyu expressed some surprise. Did you cook the rice? Surely, I must have misjudged. Gu Changle is not someone who cannot manage household chores. Gu Changle touched her nose and cleared her throat softly. It was not I who cooked. I paid a local aunt to come to our home to prepare the meals. Chapter 29. The prodigal wife. As Xiuyu departed for the academy, Gu Changle could not allow him to return home without a hot meal. Aware that Zhang had received a reminder from her, she went directly to Zhang to request assistance in finding someone to prepare meals for her. She offered a modest daily wage for this person to come to her home to cook and tidy up, thereby sparing herself the need to undertake unfamiliar household duties. Upon hearing this, Zhang could not help but grumble inwardly. Gu Changle, with her striking appearance, could have been a cherished daughter of a wealthy family, lavished with affection and care. Yet, she was merely the daughter of an ordinary family. After marriage, she seemed to dismiss even the simplest domestic responsibilities. Given Xiuyu's family circumstances, it was quite absurd that she had to spend money hiring someone for household chores. One might call her a prodigal wife without exaggeration. Lacking the fortune of a young lady, she had acquired the burdensome traits of one. Should such a daughter-in-law be proposed to Zhang's family, she would certainly be dissatisfied. However, Recalling that her son had recently written a letter stating that his wage had been increased due to Gu Changle's relatives, and urging her to support Suyu's wife. Zhang reconsidered. It seemed that Gu Changle's family was indeed held in high regard by those relatives. Thus, Zhang said nothing further and introduced Gu Changle to an aunt with whom she had a good rapport, negotiating a modest wage. The work would be conducted within the village, solely responsible for cooking and tidying Suyu's home, with a maximum of 1 hour of labor each day. Consequently, the pay was not high, merely 5 coins per day. Nevertheless, the aunt was quite pleased. The work was light, situated in her own village, and offered a means to earn some coins, a rarity for farmers. Upon agreeing, she promptly arrived at Suyu's home to assist. The pantry held little in terms of ingredients, consisting mainly of the grains and a bit of meat sent by Su Yongchang and Su Yongqiang in celebration of Suyu's recent academic achievement. Given these limitations, it was impossible to create a lavish meal. Thus, the aunt prepared a pot of rice and stir-fried a dish with the meat. Afterward, she tidied the kitchen, planning to return later for dinner. This was how Suyu found himself greeted by a steaming meal upon his return home. Had this situation occurred in another household, it would likely have stirred considerable discord. When Zhang learned of this development, the words prodigal woman were plainly etched across her face, signifying everything. One could only wonder whether Suyu would be displeased upon discovering this arrangement. If you dislike it, shall I learn to do it myself? Gu Changle ventured tentatively. Feeling a tad awkward, she added, with my culinary skills, it would take me until dusk to prepare a single meal. She continued, I merely wished for you to have something nourishing, knowing how hard you work at your studies. Suyu found himself at a loss for words. He did not insist that Gu Changle undertake a specific amount of household chores. Observing Gu Changle's cautious demeanor, it became evident that her intentions were partly for her own benefit. Suyu felt that the matter was not particularly concerning. After all, their finances were sufficient for the time being. Furthermore, he anticipated future opportunities to earn more, alleviating any worries about monetary issues. With a smile, Suyu remarked, It's no trouble. You might feel lonely at home, so having an aunt to assist with chores is perfectly fine. Gu Changle deduced that Suyu would not blame her. She donned a cheerful expression and replied, Yes, I can cover her wages with my allowance. Suyu then settled down and reassured her, For now, our finances are adequate, and I will earn more later, so there is no need for concern. All right, I will keep track of all expenses for you to see, she said, feeling grateful for her husband's kindness. Despite Gu Changle's extraordinary demeanor compared to the village women, Suyu never uttered a word of reproach. Instead, he indulged her in all matters. In truth, Suyu was not one to always acquiesce to Gu Changle's whims, primarily because he sought to enhance their quality of life. With a beaming smile, Gu Changle turned to retrieve the food simmering on the stove. After a simple lunch, they shared a bowl of leftover congee. Once finished, Gu Changle suggested leaving the bowl for the aunt to wash when she came to prepare dinner. Suyu, who also disliked washing dishes, was more than happy to enjoy the respite. After setting things aside, he presented Gu Changle with the mirror he had purchased. Here, as promised, I got you a mirror. Gu Changle accepted it with visible delight, confirming that he had indeed brought it home. Yes, I initially lacked sufficient funds, but fortunately, a classmate lent me some. Insufficient funds for the purchase? Suyu had mentioned buying a mirror the previous day, and Gu Changle had forgotten about the financial aspect. I can give you the money to return to your classmate tomorrow, he offered. No need, Suyu replied with a smile. That classmate has pre-ordered a thank you poem from me, considering it an advance payment. I will simply write the poem for him shortly. Indeed, Suyu's poetry could be quite lucrative, fetching 5 taels of silver for a single piece. While this sum was insignificant for established poets, it held great significance for Suyu, who had previously faced repeated failures and had not achieved any noteworthy accolades. Moreover, the fact that this classmate was willing to pay up front indicated his eagerness for Suyu's work. Just how exceptional must Suyu's thank you poem be? Gu Changle inquired with curiosity. May I see the poem you've written? Suyu raised an eyebrow and replied, Of course. If you find yourself with free time later, you can come to my study to read what I have composed. Great. Gu Changle responded eagerly, as she had no pressing matters at hand. I will help you grind the ink. The prospect of collaborating in such a delightful endeavor was indeed a joyous occasion. Suyu chuckled lightly, and then recounted the encounter with He Hongda while purchasing the mirror. Thus, starting today, I shall dedicate all my spare time to studying. With you having hired someone to assist at home, I can focus entirely on my studies. Is that he Hongdao, the one who stepped forward for the girl from Songjia village? Gu Changle furrowed her brow. The woman who came to work in their home was indeed Aunt Chunmei. While she worked, she could not refrain from chatting, recounting to Gu Changle the events that transpired by the river yesterday. She mentioned that Song Yuxiang, the young lady, likely heeded Song Laogan's words and, wishing to avoid the return of the betrothal gifts, had thus been considerably kinder to Su Yu. Aunt Chunmei further remarked that unless the matter of the betrothal gifts was entirely resolved, the villagers of Songjia would continue to harass their family. Listening to this, Gu Changle found it difficult to form a judgment about the Song family. In the morning, the father had caused a ruckus, and by afternoon, he sent his daughter to employ a soft approach. Today, she had also encountered someone willing to stand up for her. Each of these events was intricately linked to her family. As for the upcoming entrance examination, there was no need for concern. With your talents, you will undoubtedly succeed. Publicly apologizing to you only serves to embarrass him. Oh, you have such faith in me. Su Yu couldn't help but tease, noticing Gu Changle's unwavering conviction. I must strive even harder to ensure I do not disappoint you. Yesterday, when Song Laojian visited, Gu Changle had publicly praised Su Yu's talent, and now she was equally confident of his success in the examination. Waving her hand dismissively, she continued, "Rest assured, with your abilities, there is no question of failure. After all, even without talent, one is bound to pass the entrance examination." Gu Changle's confidence had a profound effect on Su Yu, filling him with newfound assurance. However, recalling Aunt Chunmei's words, Gu Changle remarked, "The people of Songjia village are indeed quite troublesome. They have been dragging their feet, refusing to return the betrothal gifts you previously sent. The commotion yesterday was also related to this issue. It is imperative to resolve this matter and completely sever ties with them." As for Su Yu's previous engagement, Gu Changle expressed that she was entirely indifferent. The villagers claimed that Su Yu had been exceedingly kind to the family of Songjia village, even managing his meager finances to occasionally send gifts to Song Yuxiang. This was entirely in the manner of one treating a future bride. Gu Changle listened, feeling a distinct dissonance with what she had observed. Su Yu had shown no mercy when he struck someone yesterday, and when he later encountered Song Yuxiang by the river, he displayed no lingering affection. He was nothing like the person the villagers had described. Gu Changle mused that Su Yu was indeed a true man, resolute and unambiguous in his decisions. Such qualities were a perfect match for her. When Gu Changle mentioned the family, Su Yu concurred, "It must be dealt with decisively. Shall I discuss it with my uncle after I return from school tomorrow?" The audacity of the villagers of Songjia to bring trouble to Su Yu's home stemmed from their belief that he would not retaliate. They thought that by causing a scene, he would be too embarrassed to pursue the matter of the betrothal gifts. However, Su Yu was no longer the same individual he once was. With the engagement annulled, the return of the betrothal gifts was a matter of course, a rule upheld in every era. Since the Song family was so fond of creating disturbances, the Su family could equally make their voices heard. After all, Song Yuxiang was a young woman, and her reputation would suffer greatly amidst such turmoil. One ought to cherish one's reputation even more than Su Yu, thought Gu Changle. She felt rather bored at home and pondered whether she should assist in resolving this matter. Perhaps it would be better for her to take charge? Given your demanding studies, it would be unwise to divert your attention towards such affairs. As your wife, it is quite fitting for me to represent you. Gu Changle, shedding her previous indolence in household chores, spoke with a hint of eagerness. Su Yu responded with a curious "oh," and inquired how she intended to proceed. Gu Changle's eyes sparkled with determination. "Naturally, I shall lead a group to Songjia village to collect the debts." "Indeed, that is quite direct," Su Yu chuckled. "However, do ensure your safety." "They would not dare to act against me," Gu Changle asserted confidently. "I am a citizen of the capital. Here, no one would dare to provoke me directly." Su Yu shook his head, amused. Nonetheless, Gu Changle spoke the truth. "Since that is the case, let her handle this matter." "Very well, it is entrusted to you. However, you must consult with your uncle and younger uncle. When you arrive there, it is imperative to bring along additional companions." Gu Changle nodded, assuring him, "Leave it to me. Not only will my uncle listen, but even the village head's wife will heed my words. Once the village head gives the order, who would hesitate to accompany me?" After finishing their meal and engaging in conversation for a while, Su Yu needed to prepare for his upcoming examination, so he did not wish to waste any more time. He entered his study to begin composing the poem intended for Song Yuming. Gu Changle followed suit, grinding ink for him. With one hand rolled up, Her slender fingers delicately held the ink stick as she ground it slowly on the inkstone. Meanwhile, Suyu laid out a sheet of white paper and began to contemplate the poem he wished to write for Song Yuming. Whether or not he kept a copy for himself was of little concern to him. The proctor for the courtyard examination was appointed by the court and comprised mostly promising officials. However, once one has chosen a mentor, they are all on the same boat. This scenario has its advantages and disadvantages. Some may find better opportunities and a smoother path in the Imperial examinations. Yet, there are also downsides. Although Suyu had not personally experienced the ancient bureaucratic world, he was well versed in its history. It is a realm that consumes without regurgitating bones. As a powerless rural youth, aligning too early with unfamiliar officials could easily lead to becoming cannon fodder. Thus, Suyu did not wish to commit too soon. Song Yoming's concerns were indeed unwarranted. Once the ink was ready, Suyu had formulated the content in his mind and dipped his brush into the ink. Changle curiously leaned in to observe. Spring fills the mountains and greens the gardens, as peach and plum blossom in joyful competition. Spring endures in every direction. Yet only the teacher's kindness remains in our hearts. As Suyu wrote, he softly recited the lines. It was not particularly stunning, but certainly not an ordinary doggerel. After all, the verses flowed smoothly, bearing profound meaning. In expressing gratitude to his teacher, he subtly recommended himself as well. The spring planted with peach and plum trees offers shade in summer and fruits in autumn. A teacher nurturing their disciples is akin to cultivating trees. Having chosen the right ones, one is bound to reap abundant rewards. At such a tender age, Suyu's ability to compose poetry imbued with profound sentiment undoubtedly sets him apart from his peers. After placing down his brush, he revisited his own work. In their student days, they would spontaneously prepare simple gifts for their teachers on Teacher's Day, expressing gratitude for their guidance. The verses in question were all affixed to the cards at that time. Zhuangyuan's poem and Song Yoming's both exemplified this sentiment. The lines that have been consistently quoted on Teacher's Day by future generations have undoubtedly withstood the test of time. Zhuangyuan's piece primarily lauds the teacher, while Song Yoming's not only praises but also subtly advocates for himself. Despite their similarities, the two poems possess distinct nuances. When the two of them eventually engage in a contest, it may well be impossible to discern a clear victor. However, it is also likely that the academic officials may disdain such superficial displays, holding them in low regard. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether either of them will successfully pass the forthcoming entrance examination. Such splendid poetry, Changle exclaimed. If I were the supervising official overseeing your examination, upon hearing these verses, I would undoubtedly be eager to take you under my wing. At this stage, such poetry holds significant meaning for Suyu and his peers. However, as they progress further in their studies, such expressions may lose their relevance. Ultimately, gratitude for imperial favor outweighs even that for a teacher's guidance. Nevertheless, Changle found herself genuinely impressed by Suyu's capabilities. It was no wonder he was able to earn a living. He indeed possessed talent. Yet you have already composed 2 poems for your classmates. Have you saved any for yourself? She inquired. Suyu shook his head. I do not require any. He articulated his intentions clearly. Being a young lady from the capital, Changle was literate and undoubtedly understood Suyu's considerations. Upon hearing this, her brows arched slightly, as if surprised by his thoughtful nature. She was well aware of the character of the official responsible for this examination, intellectually competent, yet overly rigid. Such a disposition is ill-suited for the intricacies of officialdom, validating Suyu's reservations. However, it was remarkable that a farmer's son could contemplate matters so thoroughly. Previously, her grandfather had spoken of Suyu with evident admiration. A man who earned her grandfather's praise was indeed no ordinary individual. How interesting, Changle remarked with genuine appreciation. I believe someone as exceptional as you will undoubtedly encounter even greater mentors in the future. Chapter 31. An unprecedented pursuit of debt, if earlier. Changle expressed unwavering confidence that Suyu would pass the examination. It was not merely a reflection of her belief in him. Rather, she was already aware that Suyu was destined to succeed in this endeavor. Thus, her recent words were spoken with earnest sincerity. Although Suyu appeared to hail from humble beginnings and lacked noteworthy achievements in the imperial examinations, his vision and ambition were far beyond the ordinary. Observing the sincerity in Changle's expression, Suyu could not resist gently poking her smooth cheek. You certainly know how to flatter. Their days spent together had fostered a growing familiarity. Gu Changle is not the delicate and fragile type of girl. Yet her demeanor often appears inexplicably endearing in Su Yu's eyes. The last time, he could not help but poke her cheek. This time, he was more adept, giving her a gentle pinch afterward. Indeed, it felt quite smooth. Gu Changle's cheeks flushed slightly as she rubbed the spot where he had pinched her. Casting a glance at Su Yu's smiling face, her gaze gradually shifted away, ultimately settling on the poem he had just penned. Your handwriting is quite commendable, she remarked. The transition of the topic felt somewhat abrupt, but Su Yu smoothly continued the conversation. It's acceptable. I've been rather diligent in practicing my calligraphy. Gu Changle responded with an O. I initially thought that after all these years, you might not have passed the student examination and that your writing would be lacking. I wanted to advise you that writing requires more than mere tracing. One must practice diligently to solidify their skills. However, it seems I need not say more. Su Yu's handwriting appeared quite satisfactory and was certainly sufficient for the student examination. With literary flair and decent penmanship, Gu Changle momentarily found herself questioning the reasons behind his numerous past failures. Could it be that his essays were simply subpar? This thought mirrored the sentiments of his fellow students when they observed Su Yu composing poetry at the inn. Su Yu did not argue further, but simply smiled. Perhaps it was merely a matter of timing. By the way, you mentioned wanting to take up the task of copying books. I inquired at the local bookshop in town, but it seems that someone has already taken on that job. They do not require additional help. The county town is a bit far from here, making it challenging to accept such work. Gu Changle felt a twinge of disappointment. Consequently, without any supplementary income, she would have to devise excuses to access money. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Su Yu was often away from home, so she could use the supplies when he was not around. Gu Changle remarked, well, there's nothing to be done. After your examination, we shall return to the capital. During that time, I can take on more tasks to earn some money. Su Yu smiled in agreement. Gu Changle decided not to disturb him any further and exited the study. Finding herself bored at home, she took a basket, filled it with an old inkstone of Su Yu's, and brought along some paper and brushes before heading out. She intended to visit the home of Su Yongchang to discuss the matter Su Yu had just entrusted to her with Aunt Wu and the others. Upon seeing Gu Changle arrive, Aunt Wu was somewhat surprised. She invited her inside and offered her a bowl of water. When Gu Changle explained that she had come regarding the return of the gift money to the Song family, Aunt Wu was taken aback. Are you going to handle this matter yourself? Gu Changle nodded. My husband is a scholar and cannot directly involve himself in such affairs. Naturally, it falls upon me, his wife, to manage it. Aunt Wu did not expect this young woman to be so bold as to put herself forward. As a newly married woman, was she not afraid of being labeled as too aggressive? However, upon reflection, she recognized that Gu Changle's willingness to stand up for Su Yu was indeed a commendable quality. Very well, I shall consult with your uncle and younger uncle later. Gu Changle then inquired, over the years, how much has my husband contributed to the Song family? Do you have a record of it? Aunt Wu hesitated. Some notable memories linger, but Xiucai secretly sent quite a few items over. Some of this information we only learned from the villagers. Thus, Gu Changle set down the basket in her hands and extracted the 4 treasures of the study. She poured a little water, which she had never tasted before, onto the inkstone and began grinding slowly. The inferior quality inkstone and ink stick were hardly satisfactory for grinding. Nevertheless, Gu Changle exhibited remarkable patience, leisurely grinding while saying, Then, Annie, you first recount what you remember to me. I will compile a list and inquire with the other villagers. Once we have gathered everything clearly, we will ascertain precisely how much they owe us. What? We need to compile a list? Wushi was taken aback, unable to fathom that Gu Changle had such a plan. She watched in astonishment as Gu Changle magically produced the 4 treasures of the study. After the ink was prepared, she held a somewhat worn brush and smiled slightly, saying, Of course, we must create a list. We are not like those from Songjia village, who merely stir up trouble without any foundation. My husband is a scholar, and he has stated that we, as educated individuals, must adhere to reason. By preparing this list, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, the people of Songjia village will have no means to deny their obligations. If they cannot produce the items, let them compensate us in silver. As Gu Changle spoke, an aura emerged that Wushi had never encountered before. She swallowed nervously, having never seen anyone so resolute in collecting debts. Well, let me think, Wushi replied. Yes, you can ponder while informing me. Wushi began to recount the dowry given by Su Yu's parents, as these were the details she recalled most vividly. Changle lowered her head, swiftly inscribing on the paper. Each elegant character sprang to life upon the page. Wushi was illiterate, but had seen Xiuyu write. To her, Changle's handwriting seemed even more exquisite than Xuyu's. This niece-in-law from the capital was truly remarkable. Not only was she beautiful, but her character surpassed that of the women in their village. Having just married, she boldly represented her husband to seek the return of their finances from the party who had called off the engagement. This was not an action one would expect from an ordinary newlywed. With such a daughter-in-law, it was certain that no one would dare to bully Xuyu's family in the future. Remembering the last time she generously provided nearly 2 taels of silver for the wedding gifts, and now knowing she possessed such fine writing skills, Wushi couldn't help but feel that the earnest Xiuyu might struggle to manage such a remarkable woman. If he couldn't handle someone like Song Yuxiang, how could he possibly contend with Changle? Auntie. Wushi had become lost in thought and remained silent for quite a while. Changle had to gently remind her. Wushi snapped back to reality with a start. Glancing at Changle's beautiful visage, she offered an awkward smile. I got a bit lost in thought. She then shared a few more items she recalled, including those given by her younger brother, Su Yongqiang. Every time Su Yongqiang provided gifts to Xiuyu, Wushi would come to their home and lament for quite some time. Therefore, Wushi was well aware of what Su Yongqiang's family had sent to Xiuyu. Changle meticulously recorded each detail. After exhausting her thoughts on the Wu family, Changle finally ceased her writing. If Auntie later recalled anything, she would visit my home to discuss it, and I would inquire with others in the village. Wu regarded the half-filled sheet of paper with a hint of hesitation before agreeing. Changle gathered her belongings, took up her basket, and departed from the Wu household, intending to seek out others in the village for further inquiries. Chapter 32. How could it be worse? As Changle meandered through the village, she filled 2 entire pages with notes. It was only when the sun began to set, around the time Annie Chunmei would be preparing dinner at home, that she returned with her basket. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiuyu set aside his freshly completed homework and emerged from the study. His mind slightly foggy from an afternoon of intensive study, in need of a break. Upon seeing the extensive list Changle had compiled, Xiuyu was equally astonished. So much. It was only through documentation that he realized the original owner had lived frugally for years, yet had contributed significantly to the Song family. Despite this, the Song family scorned them for their poverty and lack of success, persistently disputing the engagement while still accepting gifts sent their way. Changle poured a bowl of water for each of them and placed it on the table. After taking a few sips herself and wiping her moist lips, she reflected on how busy the afternoon had been, visiting numerous households and gathering a wealth of information, not to mention the gossip she had been drawn into. It was nearly complete. Should others recall anything later, she would add it then. Xiuyu could only imagine the explosive reaction at the Song family's home upon seeing this list. You truly are remarkable, he praised. This method of listing is ingenious. Although Changle did not reveal a smile, her delight was evident. As you said, we civilized folk adhere to reason. The Song family may thrive on confusion. Yet when the time comes, I shall bring forth both witnesses and evidence. They will have no choice but to face reality. Xiuyu gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her brilliance. Changle, feeling her cheeks flush slightly from the teasing, playfully nudged his upright thumb. Dare you mock me? I would not dare. Xiuyu chuckled in response. Their laughter was interrupted by a timely knock at the door. It was Auntie Chunmei, arriving to assist with dinner preparations. Changle's earlier endeavors in the village had earned her a newfound respect in Chunmei's eyes. Little did they know that Xuyu's bride was not only literate, but also possessed considerable writing skills. In their village, it was unprecedented for a young woman to be educated. While Song Yuxiang had learned a few characters from her brother, Song Laojian boasted to everyone about his daughter's supposed excellence. In contrast, Changle, with her commendable penmanship, had not sought to flaunt her abilities, revealing them only in relation to Xuyu's situation. As they cooked, Chunmei took the opportunity to wash the bowls left behind by the two. And once the meal was prepared, she spoke with a tone of admiration. Later, after my family has dined, I will return to help you tidy the kitchen. Changle remarked. Well, let us proceed as we agreed. Only then did Aunt Chunmei take her leave. The evening meal remained rather simple. Yet it was notable for its inclusion of both meat and vegetables, significantly superior to what the others in the village consumed. However, Xiuyu felt a twinge of guilt upon noticing Changle's modest appetite. Each day after school, he would return from town bearing vegetables. Gu Changle nonchalantly replied, "It's fine. If you are busy, just eat whatever you can." The culinary skills of the village women were rather mediocre. Even the finest ingredients would likely yield lackluster results in their hands. Thus, Gu Changle truly felt indifferent. After dinner, in a refreshing bath, the last rays of the setting sun lingered. Aunt Chunmei's husband brought her over to assist in tidying up Su Yu's home. Once the task was completed, the doors of Su Yu's house were securely shut. With no evening entertainment to engage in, Su Yu lit a lamp and practiced writing large characters, while Gu Changle busied herself organizing the list she had collected that day. Once Su Yu had finished his practice, they both retired to their room for the night. Gu Changle, sitting at the edge of the bed, observed Su Yu arranging the bedding on the stool and shyly commented, "I had initially hoped you would join me in bed, but I can't shake the feeling that if we lie together, the bed might collapse. The weight distribution seems precarious, and the boards might indeed slide to one side. The new bed should arrive in a couple of days. Let us just endure a little longer." Su Yu had been experiencing discomfort from sleeping poorly these past few nights, and Gu Changle shared in his discomfort. Their sleeping arrangements were far from satisfactory. Additionally, their firewood supply was dwindling. Fortunately, having passed the childhood examination, Su Yongqiang had ensured that firewood would be delivered promptly to their home. Otherwise, had the original owner been in charge, they would have had to venture into the mountains for firewood or resort to burning the bed and stools for heat. After exchanging a few sleepy words, they soon drifted off into slumber, spending the night in silence. The following day, Su Yu presented his completed poem to Song Yuming. Upon reading it, Song Yuming was filled with delight. "Is this already finished?" he exclaimed, eagerly examining the work. "It is splendid," he praised. "The essence is on par with Zhuangyuan's piece. If you do not pass this year's examination, you can always present it in the next round. It is undoubtedly worth it." After securing the poem, Song Yuming cheerfully stated, "I left home without sufficient funds. Would it be acceptable if I retrieve them after class?" Su Yu nodded in agreement. From this day forth, the two would attend Huang Xiucai's study for their private lessons. 2 desks and chairs, conveniently placed by the window, were perfectly suited for their use. Prior to Huang Xiucai's arrival, both Su Yu and Song Yuming pulled out the homework they had prepared the previous day for review. Upon arriving, Huang Xiucai first assessed their assignments. Song Yuming's work was commendable, yet when he reviewed Su Yu's writing, he furrowed his brow. "Your handwriting has improved remarkably, but why does your composition seem to be deteriorating?" Huang Xiucai pondered, perplexed. Shouldn't a successful examination lead to a transformation? Why does your writing appear worse than before? Observing Huang Xiucai's troubled expression, Su Yu awkwardly scratched his nose. The original owner's writing had always been rather mediocre. Su Yu, imbued with the thoughts of a modern individual, found himself somewhat disoriented. His writing often seemed disjointed and erratic. Furthermore, he could not unleash his full potential in his regular assignments, which caused his work to elicit furrowed brows from Scholar Huang. Nevertheless, Scholar Huang refrained from voicing any further concerns, instead assigning the two of them an even greater workload than the previous day. It is well known that frequent writing leads to improvement. After class, Su Yu needed to visit the market to procure some meat and vegetables to take home. After retrieving some money, Song Yuming arranged to meet Su Yu at the marketplace. On his way home, Su Yu carried a few taels of silver, contemplating the matter of Gu Changle going to Songjia village to collect debts. Thus, he did not linger in town and hurried home. After Su Yu departed that morning, Gu Changle took out the list she had organized the night before and headed to Su Yongqiang's residence. Upon learning that Gu Changle intended to confront the Song family regarding the debts, the two brothers, already incensed by previous events, readily agreed to accompany her. Today, as they awaited Gu Changle's arrival, everyone was prepared for action. The son of Su Yongqiang even brought along several carrying poles, fearing they might need weapons if a conflict arose. Led by Gu Changle, the group set forth from the village with great fervor. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered another assembly of individuals, led by none other than village head Su Dafu. Zhang Shi, concerned about Gu Changle's intentions towards Songjia village, was anxious about any potential repercussions that might jeopardize her son's future. Thus, she conspired with Su Dafu to rally friends and acquaintances, gathering them at the village. Su Dafu proposed, "Let us accompany you. In case any trouble arises, we can lend our support." What initially began as a mere family dispute over a broken engagement had escalated to a significant congregation, with nearly all of Xiucai village mobilized. Chapter 33. Quite impressive indeed, old song. having previously led a group to Xiucai village without success, had reluctantly settled into a quieter routine. However, the thought of returning the possessions he had accumulated over the years filled him with reluctance. He considered delaying the matter until after Su Yu had taken his entrance examination and awaited the results. If Su Yu passed, he would approach the family amicably to return their belongings. If he did not, he could continue to postpone the issue. Ultimately, he believed he could evade responsibility until his daughter was married and his son-in-law had attained a degree, at which point Su Yu would likely refrain from pursuing the matter further. Old Song had devised a clever plan. However, Gu Changle's actions caught him completely off guard. He hastily concealed his 2 daughters at home and ventured out with his wife to assess the situation. The villagers of Xiucai had nearly emptied their homes. With such a large crowd, they opted for a direct route, traversing the narrow paths along the fields and crossing the shallow waters separating the 2 villages. Gu Changle, experiencing this route for the first time, found it quite novel. Though his shoes and trousers became wet, it mattered little, as this path indeed expedited their journey. Before long, they arrived at Songjia village. Song Laojian recognized the leader among them as the enchanting lady brought back by Su Yu from the capital. I am Su Yu's wife. Since your Song family previously annulled the marriage with my husband, the betrothal gifts ought to be returned, Gu Changle stated, her words direct and unyielding. Song Laojian and his family stood in stunned silence at the unexpected confrontation. Previously, he had only brought a few people with him, yet this time, with Su Yu having become a scholar, an astonishing number of individuals had come from Xiucai village. The villagers of Songjia gathered around, intrigued by the sight of a young woman standing boldly in defense of her husband. Such audacity was unheard of. The annulment has indeed taken place. But we are not at fault here. Why should we return anything to you? Song Laojian attempted to maintain his stubbornness. Moreover, you inflicted injuries upon our villagers. And I covered the medical expenses. Do you have the audacity to come and demand more? Su Yongchang and the others glanced at the onlookers, feeling uncomfortable with a young woman taking such a prominent stand. Song Laojian, who had previously refused to annul the marriage to avoid returning the gifts, now found himself pressured by the crowd and hesitant to prolong the matter. Yet, he felt compelled to speak. Su Yongchang thought it was his responsibility to continue the conversation. This villainous act should be dealt with by the elders. However, Gu Changle disregarded the opinions of those around her and replied resolutely, the injuries you sustained were indeed warranted. You came to our doorstep, causing a disturbance and slandering my husband and me. According to the law, those who utter unfounded slander are to receive 10 lashes, while those who defame another's reputation face 30 lashes and 3 months in prison. My husband is magnanimous and, recognizing our shared ties as neighbors, does not wish to pursue this matter further. Yet, if we were to seek justice, even a single leg that could be healed would not suffice. Gu Changle spoke with a measured pace, each word articulately pronounced. She refrained from engaging in the petty social niceties expected in their village, eschewing heated arguments. Instead, she presented the laws of the realm, leaving the crowd, largely unfamiliar with legal matters, momentarily bewildered. While they may not have understood the intricacies of the law, they grasped the implications of her words. The implication was clear. If they reported the incident to the authorities, Song Laojian and his companions would face punishment. How serious could this be? They whispered among themselves. Isn't it merely a matter of a few harsh words? Surely, that doesn't warrant lashes or imprisonment. Yet, the young lady, who seemed to hail from the capital, spoke with an authority that set her apart from them. Perhaps she truly was formidable, and her family had connections to the local officials. Wasn't it just days ago that a messenger had come from Su Yu's family bearing good news? Regardless of the truth, it was evident that this was not someone they could afford to provoke. On that day, the infamous Song Laojian had previously led my son astray, and I couldn't help but wonder if we would be implicated. The villagers of Songjia were murmuring among themselves, some of whom had previously accompanied Song Laojian, fearing that Gu Changle might indeed seek retribution. At that moment, many gazes towards Gu Changle were filled with both fear and respect. This young lady from the capital city was truly formidable. Song Laojian found himself at a loss for words. After having apologized once for the official's visit to Su Yu's home to deliver good news, he now faced Gu Changle's unwavering stance, and the courage he had just mustered dissipated instantly. The common folk tremble at the thought of the authorities. This young lady from the capital spoke in an official dialect that they could hardly comprehend, and perhaps she had connections within the government. If they were truly summoned to the court, they might never return. Hastily, Song Laojian sought to placate her, saying, It's not necessary, really. I merely wished to discuss matters with you last time, not to cause a ruckus. Our people are already in a precarious situation. Let us just let this matter go. Song Laojian was genuinely frightened. After encountering the official who delivered the good news, he dared not pursue the matter further. Gu Changle's words left him utterly intimidated. His wife, Chang, stood silently beside him, afraid to speak. Song Laojian, since your daughter has broken off her engagement with another family, regardless of whose fault it may be, the gift should be returned. Indeed, why stir up such trouble? Be cautious, or you might find yourself in serious trouble with the authorities, and by then, it will be too late for regrets. Some villagers from Songjia, worried about the repercussions for their own families, quickly voiced their support for Gu Changle. The people of Xiucai village were already watching closely, and even those from their own village were not coming to their aid. Song Laogan's bravado evaporated entirely, and he submissively declared, I will return it. It is indeed due to be returned. Gu Changle, unhurried, produced a meticulously organized list. I have compiled a record of everything my husband has delivered to your Song family over the years. I hear your daughter can read, so let her assist you in verifying the items. If any do not match, I am amenable to exchanging them for silver. The approximate values are noted on the back. Is there any other list? Song Laojian, stunned, accepted the 2 pages filled with writing, feeling utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed such a method of negotiation in their village over the years. Observing how effortlessly Gu Changle had subdued Song Laojian, with just a few words left, Su Yongchang and the others from Xiucai village equally astonished. They had anticipated a lengthy dispute, expecting raised voices and perhaps even physical altercations. Yet, Gu Changle simply stood there, her calm discourse resolving the issue. Some ants who had come along with the intention of engaging in the fray found their talents wasted, feeling somewhat disheartened. They could only remark in the background, Su Yu's wife is truly impressive. Chapter 34. The enraged Song family. Gu Changle instructed everyone to seek shade and wait. Within half an hour, Song Laojian was expected to prepare everything, for they would not depart until the matter was settled on the spot. This left no room for any excuses. With no alternatives, Song Laojian, accompanied by his family, took the list provided by Gu Changle and entered the house. Inside, Song Yuxiang and her sister were not idle. They clandestinely observed the happenings outside. As soon as Song Laojian entered, he handed her the list. This was the inventory compiled by Su Yunyang, instructing them to return the items listed. Take a look and see what it contains. The items sent from Su Yu's side were considerable, and Song Laogan's family could not remember every detail. They were also wary of Su Yunyang's cunning, fearing that she might have exaggerated the list. Upon receiving the list, Song Yuxiang glanced over it. At first sight, she was struck by the elegance of the handwriting, neat and refined. However, a second glance filled her with embarrassment, as there were many characters she did not recognize. Although she could read, her writing skills were limited. Despite her family treating her well, she had never undertaken household chores, nor had she received formal education like the daughters of wealthy families. Her literacy was merely a result of learning a few characters from her brother. Her writing was insufficient, and she could only recognize basic characters, struggling with the more complex ones. Fortunately, she believed she could manage through deduction and guesswork. She relayed the contents of the list to her parents, but with each word, the expressions of the Song family grew increasingly grim. Cheng Shi exclaimed in disbelief. This year during the Lantern Festival, Su Yu returned from town and brought you a few meat buns, and they are included here? Song Yuxiang felt equally mortified, her heart brimming with resentment towards Su Yunyang. Those items were not requested by her. They were gifts Su Yu had chosen to bestow. What could she do? It would be impolite to refuse him outright, especially with him delivering them in person. It would be a blow to his pride. She believed she was merely considering Su Yu's feelings, yet she feared others might think she was greedy, merely coveting his meat buns. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes reddening with the threat of tears. Father, mother, we must quickly organize the items and return them. If this continues, who knows what further troubles Su Yunyang might cause. Once this list circulates, my reputation will be tarnished. People will surely mock me. Gu Changle's actions were ruthless, offering no consideration for their family's dignity. Song Laojian found himself at a loss, forced to comply with the list. However, most of the items received over the years had already been consumed or utilized, and it was impossible to return Song Yuxiang's hairpins and similar belongings. Ultimately, they calculated that they would owe Su Yu's family over 20 taels of silver. Cheng Shi reluctantly remarked, head of the family. What shall we do about such a large sum? She was unwilling to part with it. Over 20 taels represented nearly their entire savings accumulated over the years. Song Laogan's brow furrowed deeply. What can we do? We must pay. There is no other choice. The young lady from the capital, can we afford to offend her? Cheng sighed heavily. I had long suggested that Yuxiang plead with Su Yu, yet you stubbornly clung to your pride. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament today. Song Yuxiang curled her lip in disdain. Last time by the riverside, in front of the crowd, Su Yu did not dare to acknowledge her. She could only bide her time, waiting for a chance to encounter him again. Surely, she could not, as an innocent young lady, take the initiative to seek him out. However, it was too late for such reflections now. The money must be paid. Song Laojian, feeling vexed, declared, go fetch the money. Let us resolve this matter. And we can proceed smoothly with the marriage negotiations with the He family. Once Yuxiang is wed, with the He family's wealth, we need not worry about a lack of funds. The mention of the He family, who were to be betrothed to Song Yuxiang, eased the tension in their hearts. Cheng rekindled her hope. Painfully scraping together the coins, Song Laojian ventured out alone to deliver the payment. The items listed had become outdated, and most were no longer traceable. In total, it amounted to 23 taels for Qian and 5 fun of silver. We do not possess such a sum, so we exchanged some copper coins, which are all here. As he spoke, Song Laojian felt as though his heart were bleeding. Upon hearing the sum of over 20 taels, Wu's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, Lu, who was seeking refuge from the heat with a fan and conversing with others, suddenly perked up. Such a considerable amount of money, surely a portion belonged to their family. Yet, contemplating further, she thought that with Su Yu currently preoccupied with his studies, he likely would not allocate any of it back to them. She reclined lazily, feigning indifference. Gu Changle seemed to tally the amount. Indeed, it matches. The precise sum will be known only after I have counted it. I ask you all to witness this. Gu Changle, without hesitation, began to meticulously count the items presented by Song Laojian before the gathering. Watching her actions, Song Laogan's face darkened. Such meticulousness suggested she feared he would shortchange her. Once Gu Changle completed her counting, she picked up a string of copper coins and said with a smile, the amount is correct, but the items are not. What do you mean? Song Laogan's mood soured further, his tone sharp. You said it was this amount. How can it be wrong? Gu Changle replied. These copper coins were minted during the reign of the late emperor in Jiangnan. This batch has a low copper content. Generally, one needs over 1,000 won for it to be counted as a tael. Therefore, while it is acceptable for your family to offer us these coins, additional payment is required. Su Yongchang and the others had not considered this at first. As Gu Changle spoke, they finally turned their attention to the strings of copper coins. 100 when made a string, along with several scattered coins. Upon inspection, they indeed discovered that these were of inferior quality. When taken to town, they would fetch only a few won, and people would hardly value them. However, for a substantial sum, they would be utterly unacceptable. Exposed in public. Song Laogan's face flushed with anger. It was true that when they presented the money, they had purposely chosen to offer this batch of inferior coins. Yet, was Gu Changle being overly meticulous? Is it not sufficient for the numbers to be correct? You, my dear girl, seem to possess an excessively small heart. With such meticulous calculations, does this not imply that Su Yu will be thoroughly dominated by you in the future? Gu Changle remarked indifferently. As for matters between my husband and me, there is no need for your concern. We have no familial ties with you, so the accounts must be settled clearly. Either you compensate me and we rectify the accounts at once, or I shall take this invoice to the county magistrate to resolve the matter. Song Laojian could only return home in a huff, handing over an additional 15 copper coins to Gu Changle. She accepted them with a beaming smile and addressed those present. Today, our family and yours have settled all debts. Henceforth, when we meet, let us act as if we are strangers. Chapter 35. What is desired when Su Yu returned to the village? It was nearly past noon. From the moment he entered the village, every villager he encountered regarded him with admiration. The topic of discussion revolved around Gu Changle's venture that morning to Songjia village to reclaim the debts owed to their family over the years. Has this truly been accomplished? Su Yu pondered as he quickened his pace towards home. A group of chatting ants warmly called out to him. Noticing the bookcase strapped to his back and the provisions he held from the town market, one ant exclaimed joyfully, Su Yu, your wife went to Songjia village today and successfully retrieved all the gifts your family has given over the years. Su Yu nodded. I am aware of this matter. Did the ants accompany her? Another ant chimed in. We all went along. You have no idea how formidable your wife is. Initially, we thought it would require some argument to resolve the issue, but she simply stood before the Song family and eloquently articulated her legal arguments. Song Laojian was so frightened that he promptly agreed to return those items. Furthermore, she meticulously created a list, verifying each item and sum on the spot, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The aunts exchanged remarks with Xiuyu, relishing the events of the morning. Compared to their usual heated quarrels, Gu Changle's approach could indeed be deemed gentle. It seems Gu Changle managed to resolve this matter with remarkable ease. Listening to the aunts' expressions of admiration for Gu Changle, Xiuyu could not help but smile. Yesterday, my wife spent the better part of the day preparing the list. She is truly diligent. Following the aunt's praises, he sincerely commended Gu Changle. Having just returned from school, feeling famished and burdened with so many items, he did not engage in prolonged conversation with the aunts and soon took his leave for home. After Xiuyu departed, the others continued to fervently discuss Gu Changle's impressive performance that day. Her actions in the morning had truly opened their eyes. Who knew that debt collection could be approached in such a manner? Yet, this was something they could not emulate, for there were but a few literate individuals in the village, let alone anyone familiar with the laws of the authorities. One aunt sighed. Indeed, Xuyu's wife is remarkable. I wonder if Yuzi will be thoroughly managed by her in the future. Such a formidable young lady is indeed difficult for the ordinary person to contend with. However, there are those who disagree with her perspective. In the Su family, it is just Xiuyu and his wife, and her assertiveness is rather advantageous, ensuring that no one dares to bully them in the future. This notion holds merit. As Xiuyu listened to the village discussions, he made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Gu Changle, whose eyes sparkled with delight. "You're back?" she exclaimed, proudly displaying the items she had retrieved. "After all these years, they have nearly used up everything you sent over. Therefore, most of it has been settled in silver. Here it is." She pointed out the quantity of copper coins, adding, "The copper coins from their side were of poor quality, so I requested a few extra." Throughout his journey home, Xiuyu had listened attentively to her account. Due to their arranged marriage, the total value of the items sent over the years amounted to over 20 taels of silver. It was no wonder that old Song had been obstinately making a fuss. Despite the agreement to nullify the marriage, he was unwilling to return the gifts. Although the Song family was relatively well off in the village, this sum was not insignificant. Scraping by would be considered a minor feat. Xiuyu estimated that Gu Changle had nearly plowed through all the resources of his family. With her face tilted upward, she clearly awaited his praise. Xiuyu, eager to oblige, raised his thumb and enthusiastically declared, "Truly, my wife is remarkable. I've heard how you resolved this matter with just a few words. Everyone in the village is singing your praises." Gu Changle relished Xuyu's compliments. Having contributed to their household and to Xiuyu, she naturally sought acknowledgement. Delighted by his heartfelt words, she felt her spirits lift. "With this, our household shall not lack for funds." Xiuyu had earned 10 taels, and Gu Changle had revealed her own hidden savings of 10 taels as well. With the additional 20 taels, their savings had already exceeded 40 taels in the short span since their marriage. This sum would sufficiently cover expenses for the upcoming provincial examination if they were frugal. After some contemplation, Xiuyu proposed to Gu Changle, "This silver, in truth, does not entirely belong to us. Perhaps we should return a portion to uncle and the younger uncle's family? Let us give each family 10 taels." The original owner had relied heavily on the support of both families throughout his years of study. They had contributed financially and provided assistance in managing the fields. Thus, Xiuyu found it difficult to claim the money entirely as his own. It would be prudent to repay them a part of it, with the understanding that they could request it again if needed. A relationship thrives on reciprocity. Constant one-sided demands would erode even the strongest bonds. He was uncertain whether Gu Changle would agree. Gu Changle, however, was indifferent. "These are mere trifles. It matters not whether we have them or not." "Very well. You are the head of the household. Your decision shall stand." Once they reached a consensus, they decided to dine before Xiuyu would take the money back to the two families. After their meal, Xiuyu set out with the money, first visiting his uncle's home. The sun shone brightly, and everyone sought refuge from the heat under the eaves. The Su family was gathered together. Upon seeing Xuyu's arrival, Su Yongchang promptly invited him inside to take a seat. "What brings you here on such a sweltering day?" Xiuyu replied with a smile. "I have a matter to attend to." After Wu Shi poured water for Xiuyu, she settled down next to Su Yongchang. In contrast to the excitement displayed by the village women discussing today's events regarding Gu Changle, Wu Shi's expression as she observed Su Yu was somewhat complex. Uncle, today my wife managed to secure over 20 taels from the Song family. We have decided to repay you and the younger uncle's family 10 taels each. Su Yu declared as he placed the money on the table. 10 taels for us. Su Yongchang looked at the silver and immediately waved his hand in refusal. You should keep this money for yourself. Our family does not lack for funds. Before long, you will need to participate in the Imperial examination, which will require considerable expenses. Moreover, upon your return, we will need to host a banquet, and there will be expenses associated with that as well. Su Yongchang remained steadfast in his refusal, insisting that Su Yu take the money back. Su Yu countered, let us discuss this after I return from the capital and find myself in need of funds. For now, I have enough. Su Yongchang replied, even if you have enough, take it back and set it aside. Your wife is literate and capable. It is wiser to let her manage the money. Seeing Su Yongchang's firm stance, Wu Shi grew anxious. She reached out and took the silver from the table. This action caused Su Yongchang to furrow his brow in confusion as he gazed at her. Wu Shi chuckled awkwardly. Since Yuer has come all this way, let us accept it for now. We can return it to him after his examination. Chapter 36. A match of equal status. Wu Shi's suggestion prompted a smile from Su Yu. Indeed, we shall discuss this further after the examination. However, Su Yongchang still felt uneasy. With Yuer heading to the capital for the examination, it was uncertain whether he would need to engage in social exchanges afterward. It would be more prudent for him to carry the money with him. Typically, Su Yongchang's requests were seldom declined by Wu Shi, which had contributed to their harmonious relationship over the years. Yet, this time, she unusually countered his words. On the last trip to the capital, you brought only 3 taels with you. This time, there is no need for so much. The remainder at home should suffice. Let us accept it for now. Su Yongchang's brow knitted tighter, sensing that his wife was acting unusually today. Finally, Wu Shi articulated, this money is better in our hands than in Su Yu's wife's. Su Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, and Su Yu looked equally puzzled. Wu Shi observed their expressions and thought to herself that they were both truly simple-minded. Being of the Su family, she succinctly explained, you have seen that Yuer's wife is quite an impressive young woman. If, by chance, Yuer does not pass the examination, and she remains in the capital with money in hand, she might not wish to return. Therefore, it is crucial that we do not allow her to hold all the funds. Previously, Wu Shi had worried that Gu Changle, being a striking young lady not from their locality, might struggle and choose to leave. After witnessing Gu Changle's demeanor today, her conviction strengthened. Such a girl, educated and literate, would undoubtedly have a significant influence over Yuer, who was earnest yet focused solely on his studies. Having recently become a student, I still hold some weight in conversation. Yet, if I fail the upcoming examination, I am certain to incur the disdain of Gu Changle. I worry that once Gu Changle returns to the capital with Su Yu, she may never wish to come back. Undoubtedly, Su Yu will accompany her to the capital, which would lead to the unfortunate situation of being labeled as a dependent, continuously residing in Gu Changle's household. This would inevitably impose a significant financial burden, and given our already meager resources, we cannot afford such extravagances. Thus, Wu Shi believes that it is far better for our family to manage the funds than for them to be in Gu Changle's hands, as she possesses limited money and will not overthink trivial matters. Upon learning of Wu Shi's perspective, Su Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. He was well aware of Gu Changle's sentiments towards him, and he recognized that she was not as she appeared. However, Wu Shi deemed it prudent to observe Gu Changle further, given her brief acquaintance. Regardless, it is wise to remain vigilant and not yield to her every whim. As the head of the household, one must possess discernment. Su Yu smiled wryly, as the reality was quite the opposite. Gu Changle may seem astute, yet she invariably follows Su Yu's lead. During their time together at home, he found himself quite satisfied with their interactions. Wu Shi was overly cautious. Just that morning, Gu Changle had resolved matters in Songjia village and returned with money. When I mentioned repaying you and Uncle's family, she readily agreed. She listens to me attentively. Wu Shi remained skeptical. However, with the silver now in her possession, it did appear as Su Yu had described. It seemed that Su Yu was indeed exhibiting some semblance of a husband before Gu Changle. That is commendable. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for you to have a child soon, as her focus will then shift to the child, fostering greater reliance on you. Su Yu felt a bit embarrassed at the thought. The prospect of children was still distant, as they had yet to consummate their marriage due to circumstances. The bed would likely arrive in a few days. Perhaps they should first focus on that. Meanwhile, Su Yongchang remained silent, merely listening to their discourse. Suyu had to visit Uncle S' family before returning to his studies, so he would not linger. After bidding farewell to Su Yongchang and his wife, he set off towards Su Yongchang's home. Once Suyu departed, Su Yongchang remarked, "Next time, avoid discussing such matters with Yuzi, lest it affects their relationship." Wu Shi dismissed his concern, stating, "It's merely to encourage Yuzi to be more cautious. It's not as excessive as you suggest. Moreover, I am not the only one with such thoughts. Many in the village have shared similar sentiments. So you would certainly not confide in Gu Changle about such discussions." Wu Shi felt no qualms. Su Yongchang, as a man, did not perceive the complexities involved. As an elder, it was her duty to offer such reminders. For Suyu, while he did not entirely agree with Wu Shi's views, he could understand them. Despite their humble beginnings, even the likes of Song Yuxiang's family had looked down upon them. How much more so would they regard Gu Changle, who was vastly superior in every regard? Suyu could not help but shake his head in amusement, pondering why one would complicate matters so unnecessarily. Chang Lu, in essence, hailed from an ordinary family, and now he was merely a scholar. In that regard, their backgrounds were indeed compatible. His aunt had been overly concerned. Putting such thoughts aside, Suyu quickened his pace towards Su Yongchang's home. Upon hearing that Suyu intended to return the more than 20 taels of silver he had collected today to both families, Lu greeted him with a beaming smile and ushered him inside. "It's quite hot outside. Come in and rest a while." Suyu had just quenching his thirst at Su Yongchang's home, so he felt no need to enter again for a drink. He simply handed the silver to Lu and declined her invitation to enter. "Aunt, I shan't come in. After delivering the money, I must hurry home to study." "Indeed, studying is paramount," Lu replied with a cheerful smile as she accepted the money. "The county examination is approaching. You must exert yourself further to strive for the title of scholar, so that we, your uncles and aunts, may bask in your glory." Suyu agreed with a smile and soon departed from Lu's home. Thanks to Gu Chang Li's efforts, they had managed to reclaim over 20 taels of silver. After returning 20 taels to his uncle and his younger uncle's family, they retained a small amount for their own expenses. For the time being, financial concerns were alleviated. The pressing matter now was to focus entirely on his studies. In ancient times, to rise above the rest and provide for one's family, there was no alternative to diligent study. Military service was perilous and, lacking connections, one could not hope to ascend. As for commerce, without a solid foundation, one could be extinguished before even rising. After all, Suyu's identity was that of a scholar. Thus, he would naturally pursue what he deemed the simplest path. He was resolute in his commitment to pass the county examination on the first attempt, and this was no mere idle boast. Though he had plans in mind, he approached each day with utmost seriousness. Aside from attending school and completing his homework, he dedicated additional time daily to practice calligraphy, filling 10 sheets of paper. Through such diligent efforts, time flew by swiftly. Before long, the half-finished bed from the carpenter had arrived. After school one day, Suyu returned home, where Gu Changli showed him the new bed in their room. Although the bed was slightly smaller than desired, at least they would finally be able to rest comfortably. Chapter 37. Would she yield to him? It had been some time since their return to the village. During this period, both had been making do with their sleeping arrangements. Suyu's sleeping conditions were poor, and Gu Changli's bed was hardly better. Now, although this new bed was not the grand one Suyu had envisioned, it appeared sturdy. After bathing in the evening and practicing calligraphy in the study, Suyu returned to the room. Gu Changlu, feeling somewhat bored, took a piece of paper to jot down notes and record their expenses over this period. Once Suyu finished his practice, they both returned to the room, extinguished the lights, and climbed into bed. With a solitary man and a woman sharing the same bed, a simple turn could bring them into close proximity. Gu Changlu was unsure what soap was used for bathing, but there lingered a faint fragrance about her. Even without deep feelings, one could not help but contemplate certain matters. Moreover, they were, after all, legally bound as husband and wife. Previously, the two had slept quite closely, and it was not unfamiliar to them. After a while, Gu Changle suddenly turned over and asked, "Are you asleep?" Suyu's voice came from beside her. "Not at all." Gu Changle, seemingly looking for conversation, remarked, "This bed is quite comfortable, though I am somewhat unaccustomed to it." She was a bit particular about her sleeping arrangements. Suyu chuckled softly. "Once you get used to it, it will be fine. Gu Changle turned again and responded, indeed. You have to attend the academy tomorrow. I shall not disturb you. After a moment of silence, it was Suyu who spoke up. If you cannot sleep, why not engage in something that might help you doze off quickly? As he said this, he reached out to touch Gu Changle's hand. She did not withdraw. What do you have in mind? She asked, curiosity piqued. Consummation, he replied. Consummation? She echoed, realizing that this was something that should have occurred on their wedding night after receiving the marriage certificate. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Gu Changle blinked in the darkness. Slowly, she said, consummation indeed. Today, the carpenter had delivered a bed, and Aunt Chunmei had accompanied Gu Changle at home to oversee its arrival. Upon seeing the new bed, Aunt Chunmei had teasingly brought up matters concerning the bridal chamber, suggesting that if the two of them put in some effort at night, they might soon receive good news once Suyu passed the Imperial examination. Gu Changle had only responded with a few casual remarks, not feeling much of anything at the time. Now that they were married, such matters were inevitable. Gu Changle was not a child of an ordinary family. She had a general understanding of these things. Suyu had not mentioned it before, and she had not actively considered it either. Now, hearing him bring it up, she felt a bit of warmth rise to her cheeks. Suyu also felt a hint of awkwardness, yet he was far more brazen. Now that we are wed, consummation is expected, he stated matter-of-factly. Oh, Gu Changle thought. Initially, she had intended to scrutinize Suyu's character a bit longer. However, after spending time together, she found his temperament quite agreeable. Should she yield to him? Suyu felt a bit bashful as well. Yet, as a man, he knew he had to take the initiative. Since you cannot sleep, why not give it a try? Afterward, you will sleep soundly. Gu Changle maintained some reserve. No, perhaps not. Although they had become quite familiar, she still harbored secrets. Originally, she intended to assess Suyu further, and yielding to him felt somewhat peculiar. Surely, it was better to wait until she had confided in him before proceeding? Contemplating this matter, Gu Changle stammered, shall we wait until after the wedding ceremony? Suyu did not press the issue. In truth, he felt somewhat weak himself. After all, the original occupant of this body had perished from overindulgence in study. To put it simply, his vitality had been drained. Having traversed into this world only recently, he had not yet fully recuperated. While he felt a temptation, he also feared that if they were to consummate too soon, it would lead to an awkward situation. Suyu chuckled softly, very well. We shall discuss it after the ceremony. Gu Changle was taken aback by how readily he agreed, and she felt a sense of relief. After this exchange, she found herself feeling a touch drowsy. Soon, both of them slipped into slumber. The following morning arrived. Suyu rose from his slumber feeling refreshed. After changing to a new bed, he had indeed slept much more comfortably. With an improvement in his daily meals and a commitment to gradual exercise, he believed he would soon shed the frail physique typically associated with a delicate scholar. Gu Changle, however, was still sleeping soundly. By the time Suyu had dressed and prepared himself, she was still nestled in her dreams like a little piglet. He cast a glance at her, chuckled softly, and stepped outside to wash up. Aunt Chunmei had come to assist with breakfast, and upon noticing that only Suyu had risen, she curiously inquired, where is Changle? With a cheerful smile, he replied, she hasn't woken yet. Please be gentle with your movements so you don't disturb her. He continued, oh, and when I step out, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on her until she gets up. He had previously promised that Gu Changle could sleep in until she felt ready to rise, and he had no intention of going back on his word. Aunt Chunmei agreed, pondering to herself how remarkable Gu Changle was. While her husband was already up and about, she remained asleep well into the day. More intriguingly, Suyu bore her no ill will and even requested that Aunt Chunmei look after her. Was this truly how one indulged a wife? If this continued, would Gu Changle end up taking liberties? Yet, as she thought about it, a twinge of envy stirred within her. After all, few women in the village enjoyed the fortune that Gu Changle did. Aunt Chunmei teased with a smile. I suspected something was afoot when I saw you had a new bed yesterday. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things. Suyu, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled in response. In truth, he and Gu Changle had discussed matters the previous night, but had not acted upon them. However, he chose to remain silent on that, merely accepting the implications. After consuming a bowl of thin porridge and waiting for Aunt Chunmei to return home, Suyu finally shouldered his book bag and ventured out. He arrived at the academy later than usual. Normally, Song Yuming, who typically arrived after him, was even later today and appeared somewhat haggard. In stark contrast to the vibrant Suyu, he seemed to embody two extremes. With a weary greeting, Song Yuming sat beside Suyu. Their bond was close. Prompting Suyu to inquire with concern, "Brother Yuming, did you not sleep well last night?" With a wry smile, Song Yuming replied, "Not merely a poor night's sleep. I hardly slept at all." A few days prior, after Suyu had composed a poem for him, Song Yuming had been elated. Brimming with enthusiasm each day as he attended school, he would linger after classes instead of rushing home, eager to continue his studies, driven by the desire to showcase the fine verse he had acquired at such expense. Thus, he had applied himself diligently, hoping to excel in the upcoming courtyard examination and secure an invitation to the governor's banquet. Yet today, he bore dark circles beneath his eyes, appearing listless and burdened with unspoken worries. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Scholar Huang entered, hands clasped behind his back. Rather than rushing into the lesson as was his custom, he first regarded both Song Yuming and Suyu with a keen eye. "I have heard some troubling news regarding your family, Song Yuming. This matter must be resolved with utmost care, lest it tarnish your reputation. With the upcoming examination, any damage to your standing is far from trivial. Just yesterday, a commotion erupted at your residence, indicating the gravity of the situation. Scholar Huang has urged you to elaborate on the matter, as he may be able to offer assistance. Time is of the essence with the examination fast approaching. Should anything detrimental occur at this juncture, not only would you be unable to participate, but it could also jeopardize the reputations of Suyu and your esteemed mentor." With a furrowed brow, Song Yuming lamented, "Master, the situation is as follows. My grandfather recently returned to his hometown to gather with the elders of the village. Unexpectedly, a relative from another family brought forth a young woman, claiming she was to be given to my grandfather as a concubine." Scholar Huang's expression darkened upon hearing this. "What absurdity! Your grandfather possesses neither title nor official position. How could he take a concubine? Furthermore, at his advanced age, how could he possibly entangle himself with someone of such youth? According to the laws of our dynasty, individuals without titles or official status are prohibited from taking concubines. Typically, such matters are conducted under the guise of adoption." Song Yuming nodded in agreement. Upon realizing their intentions, my grandfather promptly refused. With the examination approaching, our family has been particularly cautious. However, we never anticipated such an incident. After his refusal, my grandfather did not dare to remain in his hometown and returned to the town immediately. Yet today, that family pursued him, spreading rumors that he had sullied the girl's purity, insisting that he must accept her. The Song family, while modestly prosperous in the town, cannot be compared to the likes of Zhuangyuan from the county seat, yet they are certainly not lacking. After all, he was willing to pay 5 taels of silver for Suyu's poetry without batting an eye, a testament to their financial standing. This year, he participated in the primary examinations for the first time, successfully passing both rounds to become a student. Scholar Huang explicitly stated that it is highly likely he will also succeed in the upcoming examination. The Song family rejoiced at this prospect. Thus, they have been particularly vigilant during this period, fearful that any misfortune might hinder Song Yuming's future. However, it is inconceivable that such a scandal would arise from a simple visit to his grandfather's hometown. If his grandfather were truly implicated with this girl, it would spell disaster for Song Yuming. The disgrace of an elderly man would irreparably tarnish the reputation of his scholarly grandson. At that point, participation in the examination would be out of the question, and even his qualification as a student might be revoked. Thankfully, Song's grandfather, being wise, refused the proposition and left immediately. Yet that family shamelessly pursued him to the town, brazenly demanding that he take responsibility and accept the girl as a concubine. Should this affair come to light, the Song family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Furious, Song's grandfather raged within the confines of their home. Yet he was at a loss for how to proceed. The Song family was in a state of anxiety. Moreover, as a student of Scholar Huang and a mutual guarantor with Suyu, any trouble that befell Song Yuming could very well impact both Scholar Huang and Suyu adversely. Scholar Huang could easily expel him from the school. However, Suyu's situation was far more complicated. It was highly likely that he would not be able to participate in the upcoming Imperial examination this year, and he would have to wait and see how things developed. After listening to Song Yuming's explanation, Scholar Huang furrowed his brow tightly, while Suyu wore a contemplative expression. So, who could possibly be behind this family's actions? Seeking to tarnish your reputation? Suyu speculated. Scholar Huang remained silent, but Song Yuming indignantly replied, "After discussing it with my family, I have arrived at the same conclusion. They chose to stir trouble just when I had passed the provincial examination and was about to take the imperial one. Moreover, If that family were truly honest farmers, they would not resort to such actions, claiming that my grandfather ruined their daughter's purity and insisting on making her a concubine is, in itself, a defamation of her character. Clearly, there are indeed individuals determined to thwart their participation in the imperial examination. Xiuyu recalled that in their county alone, this year's successful candidates, combined with those from previous years, numbered over 100 registered students. The number of participants in the imperial examination would exceed the candidates from their county. By that time, hundreds would be vying for merely 20 or 30 spots. With so many competitors, the absence of even one would enhance one's chances. It was not surprising that some would resort to unscrupulous means. Scholar Huang scoffed. When I participated in the imperial examination previously, I witnessed a fellow student being sabotaged by their classmates to the point of missing the exam. Who would have thought such treachery existed in our town? Song Yuming felt a wave of shame wash over him. I apologize. I never intended to implicate you and sue you in this dilemma. However, our family currently has no viable solution. I suspect that family will cause a scene again today. My parents have discussed it and plan to negotiate with them later, hoping to resolve the matter with some financial compensation. Yet, even if we settle it with money, the rumors have already taken root. Their reputation will undoubtedly suffer. As Song Yuming spoke, his guilt deepened. Scholar Huang's brow remained furrowed. He could think of no other course of action besides paying them off. Although this was a matter concerning Song Yuming's family, its repercussions extended beyond him, affecting Xiuyu as well. Xiuyu interjected, Brother Yuming, even if your family manages to settle this issue financially, the rumors will persist, adversely impacting our reputation. If, by chance, we are successful in the examination and someone decides to report us, the consequences could be dire. Song Yuming sighed despondently. Aside from this, my family truly does not know what else to do. After a moment of thought, Xiuyu continued, I have a proposal. If executed well, it could effectively resolve this situation and restore our reputation. You have a plan? Song Yuming looked at Xiuyu with a glimmer of hope. Scholar Huang regarded him with skepticism. Xiuyu looked at the two of them, preemptively preparing them for what was to come. I do have a plan, albeit one that is not particularly honorable. What is it? Please, share, Scholar Huang urged. It is quite simple, Xiuyu replied with 4 words, violence to counter violence. Chapter 39. Truly, we are classmates. Violence to counter violence? Scholar Huang echoed the words. Intuition whispered to him that the method proposed by Xiuyu to salvage their reputation was likely not a commendable one. Yet, they found themselves devoid of any viable alternatives and could only listen quietly as Xiuyu spoke. Before proceeding, Xiuyu sought confirmation. Yuming, are you certain your grandfather had no dealings with that young lady? Song Yuming's face flushed crimson. Of course not. When he returned to the village that day, he was never alone. How could he have had the opportunity? After encountering that family at the banquet, my grandfather sensed something amiss and left promptly. I happened to see him return just as I got home from school. The timing aligns perfectly. Xiuyu replied, I do not doubt your word. I merely wish to ascertain the facts. After all, the subsequent discussion pertains closely to those who pressured your grandfather. Thus, I must be assured that he is not engaged in such conduct. Song Yuming asserted firmly, he certainly did not. If my grandfather had such intentions, he would have discreetly accepted her as an adopted daughter without causing such a ruckus. Knowing that I am preparing for the imperial examinations, my family is particularly cautious not to disturb me. My grandfather even specifically cautioned my parents. However, we find ourselves in an unfortunate predicament. Even if we had witnesses, the other party stubbornly denies the truth, leaving us with no means to defend ourselves. Xiuyu nodded, indicating his belief in Song Yuming. Since that family disregards their daughter's reputation and is intent on tarnishing yours, we might as well employ their own tactics against them. They seek to manipulate rumors to coerce your family, aiming to jeopardize our examination prospects. Thus, we can similarly wield rumors as a form of counterattack. What Xiuyu proposed was to vanquish rumor with rumor. The opposing party slandered Song Yuming's grandfather, accusing him of tarnishing their daughter's virtue. In a similar vein, Song Yuming's family could retaliate by spreading rumors about their parents seeking personal gain through the sale of their daughter. They might even craft more vicious tales, insinuating that the young lady had prior indiscretions and, in desperation, sought to implicate the Song family. In this manner, the narrative could easily be turned around, with the family in question facing the scorn and disgrace. This approach, admittedly, veered into morally questionable territory. All 3 present were scholars. and such tactics might be deemed beneath their dignity. Yet, in the absence of a superior strategy, they found themselves at a loss. After listening, Song Yuming fell into silence, while Huang Xiucai felt a twinge of discomfort. As scholars, how could we resort to such methods? Suyu responded coolly. But others do not refrain from employing such base tactics simply because they are deemed unclean. It is often said that a fair judge cannot arbitrate domestic affairs. Many matters elude the perfect resolution of law. In times like these, unconventional methods can swiftly yield results. Rather than suffer indignities alone, it is perhaps fitting that others share in the burden of our grievances. Song Yuming sheepishly conceded, indeed, that family dares to act in such a manner, having already crossed the line. Their daughter's reputation, in any case, cannot possibly be salvaged. Huang Xiucai lamented, truly, engaging in such actions is unbecoming of our scholarly status. However, since the other party resorted to unscrupulous tactics, we find ourselves with little recourse. Nevertheless, if we are to proceed, let us do so with finesse, ensuring we leave no incriminating evidence. Song Yuming patted his chest, assuring, rest easy, I shall discuss this matter with my parents upon my return. Initially, it was anticipated that the two would grapple with their moral principles for a while before acquiescing to such a course of action. To their surprise, however, they accepted the method with little deliberation. The ancient imperial examination system, with its principle of collective responsibility, possesses both merits and drawbacks. Without such a system, mutual assurance would be unnecessary. Thus, the events unfolding in Song Yuming's household today would not implicate Suyu, nor would Suyu need to articulate any unsavory methods. Yet, having resolved to act, there was no room for overthinking. The primary objective was to be achieved. Despite the unfolding circumstances, academic pursuits remained paramount. After concluding this discussion, Scholar Huang resumed the lesson for the two students, focusing predominantly on the crucial strategy essays pertinent to their impending examinations. He first reviewed the assignments given the previous day. Scholar Huang felt a sense of satisfaction as Suyu's writing had improved considerably since their recent examinations. He offered commendations while also pointing out areas that required further refinement. After providing feedback on the essays completed by both students, he presented them with a model essay for reference. Given the pressing matters at Song Yuming's home, Scholar Huang assigned only a modest amount of homework for the day. Once he had finished, he waved his hand, granting the two students an early dismissal. Once Scholar Huang departed, the two gathered their belongings and exited the classroom. Reflecting on Suyu's earlier remarks, Song Yuming sighed and remarked, I never expected you would propose such a method. Suyu, who used to be quite reserved and solely focused on his studies, had undergone a notable transformation. He now appeared more refined and amiable, making his recent comments all the more surprising to Song Yuming. Raising an eyebrow, Suyu inquired, do you think, as a scholar, I ought not to utter such words? Song Yuming scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, when the teacher was present, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. However, I must admit your strategy is rather astute. Why should we be compelled to pay those who employ such despicable tactics to resolve our issues? It would be far better to allocate our funds towards more deserving causes and allow them to experience the sting of slander. The mere thought of it was invigorating. Suyu chuckled lightly, while said, Yuming, it's no wonder we are classmates and mutual supporters. It seems you possess a similar disposition. The two bid farewell at the entrance of the school. Song Yuming hurried home to address the pressing matter, while Suyu made his way to the market. He dutifully procured some meat and vegetables and made a special trip to a local tavern to pick up a selection of pastries before hastily returning home. Upon his arrival, Changle was already awake. As she noticed Suyu enter, she was seated in the hall, quickly averting her gaze. Aware that her face was flushed, she suspected it had turned quite red. Nevertheless, she cleared her throat softly and murmured, You're back. Suyu, feeling a tinge of warmth on his own cheeks, mustered his courage and replied, Yes, I have procured some pastries for you, though I am uncertain whether they will please your palate. Changle, without glancing, merely uttered a thank you. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar, prompting her to rise abruptly. I shall fetch the dishes, she stammered, and with that, she fled the scene. Observing her reaction, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Typically, Changle appeared composed, steadfast even in the face of calamity. Who would have anticipated such shyness? Chapter 40. Fortune's favor. Although nothing transpired between them the previous night, merely a suggestion from Suyu had rendered Changle so bashful. After their meal, She took up her basket, along with paper and pen, to assist the villagers in reading and writing letters, while also participating in the gossip exchange. Literacy was scarce in the village. Even the village chief could only recognize a handful of characters, and his handwriting left much to be desired. Despite Xiuyu being a scholar, his time was precious, and thus he could not undertake such tasks for the villagers. Consequently, Gu Changle's willingness to assist made her quite popular. Mrs. Zhang had even arranged a table and chairs for her in the shade, where others gathered around to sit with her. Whenever there were letters to read or write, Gu Changle would lend her help, accepting a small fee of 1 or 2 copper coins for her efforts. On days when no letters were needed, she would simply listen to the latest gossip. As the day drew to a close, she returned home, savoring the pastries that Xiuyu had brought her, while watching Aunt Chunmei prepare dinner. The pastries, purchased in town, certainly tasted delightful to the villagers, though Gu Changle found them rather ordinary. Nevertheless, since they were a special gift from Xiuyu, she relished them with great enjoyment. One could not deny that such days were wonderfully leisurely. When evening arrived, just before Xiuyu prepared for his evening routine, he was found in the study, performing some peculiar exercises on the floor. Intrigued, Gu Changle entered and inquired, "What are you doing lying on the ground?" Xiuyu looked up, droplets of sweat trickling down his forehead. "I am exercising, otherwise my stamina and physical condition will falter." Exercise? Gu Changle had never witnessed anyone engage in such activity before and found herself quite curious. She took a seat on a nearby bench to observe. Immersed in his routine, Xiuyu maintained his focus until he completed his regimen, letting out a sigh of relief as he stood up to wipe his brow. After washing up, he practiced his calligraphy while allowing his hair to air dry. That night, the two shared the warmth of the same blanket. Within a couple of days, developments regarding Song Yoming's situation began to unfold. Initially, only whispers of rumors circulated, but they quickly escalated into a frenzy. Tales of selling daughters for glory emerged, alongside allegations that the young lady had been promiscuous, having already entangled herself with someone in the village. There were even insinuations that she might be with child, hastily seeking to ensnare an elder from the Song family. In short, the Song family discreetly allowed some gossip to circulate, and a plethora of rumors, both true and false, sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Once these rumors surfaced, the family who had come to propose, with their daughter in tow, found themselves besmirched in the minds of many. Realizing the gravity of the situation, all suspicion fell squarely upon them, and the young lady's family dared not show their faces in town again. The Song family boasts intellectuals, yet they would never dare to imagine the depths of the rumors, which were subtly orchestrated by the family itself. As for the young woman whose reputation has long been tarnished, she is destined for a hasty marriage, preferably swift and distant, regardless of the veracity of the rumors. Once they have taken flight, there will always be those eager to perpetuate them. The Song family, surprisingly, did not anticipate such a swift resolution to the matter. Song Yuming expressed his apprehension, stating that within just 2 days, the rumors had escalated alarmingly. It was indeed terrifying. If they did not counteract this, the increasingly absurd tales would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Song family. In light of this, unease swept over him. Xiuyu interjected, suggesting that it was unnecessary to dwell on the matter, for it would soon subside. People would soon be captivated by other novelties. Song Yuming nodded in agreement, his respect for Xiuyu evident as he remarked that it was primarily due to Xuyu's insight that they were enlightened. Otherwise, they would have faced numerous troubles. He conveyed his parents' wish to invite Xiuyu for a simple meal as a gesture of gratitude, inquiring if he might have the time to visit. Xiuyu replied that it would likely be impossible, as he would soon be heading to the capital. They could discuss it again after the Imperial examination. Song Yuming was already aware of this. "Very well," he responded. "When I arrive in the capital, I shall seek you out. May I ask where your wife's family resides?" He assumed they would be staying at the bride's family home. Song Yuming pondered having Xiuyu provide an address, so he could find him later. Xiuyu obliged, jotting down the address for him. As Xiuyu prepared to depart for the capital, Scholar Huang not only focused on his studies, but also briefed him on the nuances of the upcoming examination. Xiuyu diligently noted everything down. Additionally, he needed to prepare gifts for the return visit to the Chong family. Su Yongchang insisted that they arrange suitable gifts in town, claiming that items from the capital would be exorbitantly priced. Xiuyu had Gu Changle compile a list, bringing a few items home each day. They also needed to rent a carriage in advance. There were only 2 available in the town, both drawn by aging horses and appearing quite dilapidated. Upon inspection, Yu found the state of these carriages starkly inferior to the one he had previously ridden. He inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you have any better carriages available? I wish to ensure a comfortable journey for my wife on our return visit, as the distance is considerable." The shopkeeper shook his head, stating, "These are the only two we have. If you delay in renting, you might not secure even one. For something better, you would need to head to the carriage shop in the county seat. However, it would require others to travel a considerable distance to fetch you, which they may be reluctant to do. You would need to wait for the right days when vehicles are passing through to see if you can rent one." Seeing no alternative, Yu resigned himself to paying a deposit for one of the carriages and asked the shopkeeper to keep an eye out for any improvements. Upon returning home, he shared this update with Changle. "The carriage has been reserved, though it is not of the same quality as the one we previously rode. It seems we shall endure some discomfort on this journey. However, I have also reached out to the carriage shop in the city. If a better carriage is available, we can offer additional payment." Changle paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "It's merely half a day's journey, so it matters not. Besides, we have a few days to spare. Perhaps we might encounter a carriage from the city that fortuitously travels to our town." Yu chuckled softly. "Well, that will depend on luck." Changle, feeling a touch of pride, replied, "My luck has always been rather favorable." Yu, amused, retorted, "You are indeed correct." Changle squinted slightly, a hint of skepticism in her voice. "Do you not believe me?" Yu mused silently that luck is not something one can merely choose to believe in. Nevertheless, he played along. "On our last return, the fine carriage we rode was a last-minute substitution. Perhaps it was indeed your doing. This time, there should be an opportunity as well." Upon hearing this, Changle raised her charming chin with a sense of pride. After all, it was merely a carriage. In light of her generosity, she would procure anything he desired, as long as it was not excessive. However, Yu clearly did not require her to provide him with anything extravagant. Instead, he produced a bag of honey dates purchased in the town. These dates seemed quite delightful, perfect for a sweet treat. Occasionally, Yu would return from town with small snacks. He himself did not have much of a penchant for them, primarily buying them for Changle. Yet, Changle was no longer a child, needing such indulgences daily. Nevertheless, Yu had bought them. The very Changle who had just entertained grand thoughts of providing Yu with various luxuries now cheerfully accepted them. "Thank you, my husband." Chapter 41. Indulging you with delicacies. A few days later, news indeed arrived from the carriage shop in town, stating that a fine carriage had recently been sent from the city. They inquired on Yu's behalf and discovered that during the days he planned to depart, they would be making another trip. Thus, they arranged the details for him. Upon learning this news, Yu thought to himself that Changle was right. Her luck was indeed remarkable. With the carriage secured, the day of departure to the capital drew near. Changle, however, was in no hurry to return. Each day, she leisurely carried her small basket, continuing to write and read letters for the villagers. Everyone was aware that a lady from the capital resided in Xiucai village, providing letter-writing services for a mere penny. Consequently, villagers from not only their own village, but also those from neighboring ones came to seek her assistance. Changle busied herself throughout the day, and before she realized it, the day of departure was upon them. On the eve of their departure, Yu bid farewell to Scholar Huang. Scholar Huang encouraged him, saying, "The Imperial examination is imminent. When you arrive in the capital to study alone, do not slacken your efforts. Should you fail this time, the next examination will not occur for another 3 years." Yu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Master, I shall remember your words." Scholar Huang then produced a letter, stating, "I have a classmate in the capital who also holds the title of scholar. Your writing still requires refinement. Relying solely on your own diligence may not suffice. Take this letter and, during your leisure time, visit him to see if he is willing to offer guidance." After a brief pause, Scholar Huang added, "He has been preparing for the provincial examination for many years, yet has regrettably failed to succeed. If he lacks the time to assist you, do not take it to heart." With a bit more diligence on his part, Huang Xiucai found himself in a predicament. Yu intended to depart early, and as his instructor, Huang Xiucai could not accompany him, given his obligations to his numerous students. However, having observed Yu's recent progress in writing, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He wished for Yu to exert himself further, as there might indeed be an opportunity in the upcoming provincial examination. After much contemplation, he resolved to pen a letter of recommendation. It had been many years since he last saw his classmate, and their correspondence had been infrequent. After attempting the county examination twice and recognizing the vast gulf between himself and his peers, Xiucai ceased participating. Yet, his classmate had persevered in the pursuit for all these years. Xiucai was uncertain whether his old friend would be willing to spare time to guide Suyu. Nonetheless, he deemed it worth the attempt. Suyu discerned the underlying meaning in Xiucai's words. Accepting the letter, he expressed his gratitude, thanking his mentor. Upon arriving in the capital, he promised to prepare a gift and pay a visit. Xiucai nodded in satisfaction. As Suyu returned home with the assigned task and the letter, he found his aunt, Mrs. Wu, conversing with Changle. Aware of Changle's literacy and ability to earn money, Mrs. Wu reminded her to take good care of Suyu in the capital and seek opportunities to contribute to the household, allowing him to focus on his studies. Changle barely paid attention, responding with the occasional murmur, seemingly preoccupied. When Suyu arrived, her demeanor brightened as if she had been rescued. "You're back," Changle exclaimed, her previously vacant eyes now sparkling. "We can eat." After enduring nearly half an hour of Mrs. Wu's incessant chatter, Changle could hardly bear it any longer. She yearned for the more engaging gossip of the village. Citing a need to go to the kitchen, she made a clear attempt to leave Suyu to handle Mrs. Wu. Amused by her antics, Suyu replied, "Go ahead. I'm quite hungry myself." Changle swiftly made her exit. Mrs. Wu, noticing Changle's departure, turned her attention to Suyu. "Are you departing tomorrow morning?" she inquired. Suyu nodded in affirmation. After offering him a few words of caution, she produced a finely crafted pouch from her sleeve and handed it to him. It was the same pouch Changle had filled with silver for Mrs. Wu to prepare a stipend for Suyu. Lowering her voice and glancing around as if to share a secret, she said, "Here is some silver from your uncle for you. Keep it safe, and don't let your wife know. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use your own money. Do you understand?" Suyu, bemused, attempted to decline. "Aunt, I have sufficient silver. This is not needed. Please take it back." Mrs. Wu, with a stern expression, replied, "Your uncle insisted I bring this to you. What would it look like if I returned it? Just keep it, if anything arises. It's wise to have some funds at your disposal." At that moment, Changle emerged from the kitchen with a platter of food, and Mrs. Wu refrained from saying more. With a swift motion, she thrust the money into Suyu's hands, urging him to secure it promptly before making her exit. Suyu called out for her to stay for dinner, but she merely waved her hand and soon vanished through the door. Changle emerged with the dishes. Noticing Suyu was alone in the hall, and inquired with curiosity, "Has Andy left?" Suyu smiled and replied, "Yes, she has." "Oh, she even said she would stay for dinner," Changle muttered to herself. Once the meal was arranged, Suyu retrieved the money pouch that Wu had given him. Upon seeing the familiar pouch, Changle paused momentarily. "This was just given to me by Andy. You should keep it safe," Suyu said. Changle felt a sense of bewilderment, recalling how Wu had spent ages talking to her but hadn't given her the money. It was only after Suyu's return that she had presented it. Noticing Changle's confusion, Suyu jestingly remarked, "She worries that you are too exceptional. If I were to fail the Imperial examination, you might look down upon me. Should you decide to abandon me, I would at least possess some funds to avoid destitution." Changle chuckled, "Then why are you giving this money to me?" Suyu countered, "Would you run away?" Without a moment's hesitation, Changle responded, "Of course not. We have already received our marriage certificate. How could I just leave?" Suyu quickly replied, "Then what is there for me to worry about? Ultimately, the household wealth has always been entrusted to you." Changle lightly huffed, pleased with Suyu's unwavering trust. "I have always said you will undoubtedly pass the examination," she teased. Suyu confidently nodded, "Indeed, I shall pass. Once I succeed, I will have the time to earn even more money, so I can provide you with a larger house and indulge you with delightful food and drink." His eyes sparkled with ambition as he spoke. Changle, listening intently, covered her mouth with her sleeve, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile, filled with an indescribable emotion. "All right, then I must follow you closely," she declared. On the day of departure, both the Su Yongchang and Su Yongxiang families gathered to see off Suyu and Changle. All necessary instructions had been conveyed, and there was little more to say. They reminded Suyu to diligently study once he reached the capital and urged Changle to take good care of him. As the luxurious carriage entered the village, familiar and unperturbed, it halted right at Suyu's doorstep, drawing no gasps of surprise from the crowd this time. They assisted in loading the luggage and bid farewell as the carriage rolled away. The two of them had grown more accustomed to each other. their previous stiffness replaced with a more relaxed demeanor. They sat comfortably, their postures casual. As the carriage journeyed onward, Suyu began to feel drowsy. Just then, a head descended onto his shoulder. Gu Changle had already succumbed to slumber. Gently, he repositioned her head so that it nestled comfortably against his shoulder, allowing himself to doze off for a while as well. After a restful sleep, they shared some provisions and sipped water as they approached the city limits. At this moment, it was not yet time for the examination, and the number of people entering and exiting the capital city was relatively sparse. After verifying their identities and paying the entrance fee, they smoothly entered the city. The carriage made a beeline for Gu Changle's residence, and unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Changle lifted the curtain to take a glance. They should be nearing their destination. Upon entering the city, a sense of urgency and longing for home began to stir within her. When the carriage finally arrived at Gu Changle's home, an elderly gentleman, having received the news in advance, was already waiting at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. Suyu was the first to disembark, turning to assist Gu Changle down from the carriage. Together, they greeted the old man. "Grandfather, I am back." Gu Changle appeared to be in good spirits. The old man, as always, exuded warmth and kindness. He observed Gu Changle, noting that despite her simple attire of coarse cloth, her complexion was vibrant. Moreover, when her eyes met Suyu's, there was a distinct change in her gaze. It was evident that the two had enjoyed a pleasant companionship during their time apart, which pleased the old man greatly. They had returned a tad earlier than he had anticipated. However, it was fortuitous, for old Master Zhao had also arrived today. Behind him stood a venerable figure with white hair and beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Upon hearing his name mentioned, he stepped forward, smiling at Gu Changle and Suyu. "I did not expect Changle to marry so suddenly. I was unprepared with a gift, but I shall make amends in a few days." Gu Changle seemed quite familiar with old Master Zhao, responding with a smile. "Very well, I shall await your gift." Old Master Zhao. As she spoke, she introduced her husband beside her. "This is my husband, Suyu. He has been selected as a student after 5 attempts at the examination and will participate in the next round in August." Suyu offered a respectful nod and bowed to the old man. Old Master Zhao squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Suyu from head to toe. "Oh, I heard from your grandfather that your husband struggled through 5 attempts before finally becoming a scholar. I wonder if the upcoming examination will be equally challenging for him." Naturally, old Master Zhao, standing beside Gu Fengxiu, was no ordinary elder. His name was Zhao Chengshu, the top scholar of the Imperial examination in the 16th year of the Dazhou Yuanqing era and the first top scholar of Jiangling Prefecture. He had once held the esteemed position of Minister of Revenue before retiring to enjoy his twilight years. Now known as Gu Old Man, Gu Fengxiu was indeed his grandson-in-law. Learning that Gu Fengxiu had arranged for his beloved granddaughter Gu Changle to marry a farmer's son who had repeatedly failed the exams, Zhao Chengshu felt a deep curiosity about the young man. He had also heard that Gu Fengxiu had intervened in the recent examination to ensure the young man's name was included, thus allowing him to finally succeed. It was even suggested that he would receive a pass for the upcoming examination. As someone who had once been the envy of many for his talents, Zhao Chengshu could not help but scoff at this arrangement. He had watched Gu Changle grow up, and it pained him to see such a remarkable young woman paired with someone seemingly chosen at random due to astrological considerations. Having traveled from the provincial city to visit Gu Fengxiu, he fortuitously encountered Gu Changle and her husband returning. Seeing her in plain garments, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction towards Suyu. The young man was not unattractive, possessing a certain charm, but it seemed to end there. Lacking any significant abilities, one can only rely on his wife's grace. It seems he may very well become a man living off others in the future. Upon hearing the subtly caustic remarks from old Zhao, old Gu maintained a smile on his face, refraining from uttering a word to oppose it. Gu Changle, however, responded, "Grandfather Zhao, you jest. My husband has merely faced misfortune in his previous attempts. The provincial examination is not a formidable challenge for him." Suyu discerned the underlying meaning in old Zhao's words. Although he wore a smile, his expression remained unchanged. Feeling gratified by Gu Changle's unwavering defense, he found solace in her support. Old Zhao appeared slightly taken aback by Gu Changle's proactive advocacy. It seemed this young fellow had indeed captured the heart of the little princess, defending him so readily. Shaking his head with a smile, he remarked, "The Imperial examination is not solely reliant on luck. Fortune may carry him through once, but it cannot ensure his success repeatedly. My words are pointed. While your family can support him through the initial examinations, what of the provincial, or even the palace examinations? By then, even your family may not reach that far. Unless this young man is content to live off others, remaining a mere scholar under your family's shadow. Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, having just arrived at Gu Changle's home. He had not even had the chance to sip a warm cup of tea before facing the elder's scrutiny. However, during this time, Xiuyu had come to realize that Gu Changle was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. It was no surprise that the elders would voice their concerns over such a fine young woman being courted by a rustic lad. Yet, even old Gu, her own grandfather, had not voiced any objections, treating him with considerable respect. This grandfather Zhao, of a different surname, seemed to incessantly jab at him. Although his words held a grain of truth, Xiuyu replied, "Grandfather Zhao is indeed correct. A stroke of luck may not guarantee future success. Nevertheless, I believe this very stroke of luck may serve as an opportunity. After all, the great rock soars with the winds, rising to heights of 90,000 miles. If the winds cease, it can still stir the waters of the vast ocean. The world may see my constant divergence and scoff at my bold words. Yet, the venerable Xian still fears the youth. A man should never underestimate the young. I am still young, and perhaps fortune will continue to favor me." Xiuyu spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon finishing, the previously smiling old goose suddenly found his expression frozen. Old Zhao too stood still, momentarily taken aback by Xiuyu's audacity. "What did you just say? Such an arrogant young man." After regaining his composure, he glanced at old Gu, questioning, "Is this grandson-in-law truly one you picked off the street?" Old Gu was equally astonished, managing a sheepish smile. Who can argue with that? Chapter 43. The pleased old Zhao, with a face full of astonishment, looked at Gu Fangxiu, hesitating to speak. To think one could pick someone off the street. A scholar who had repeatedly failed and relied on his wife to achieve the status of a student, and yet be capable of articulating such lofty ambitions. Truly, the Prince of Huainan is deserving of his title. This casually picked grandson-in-law is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, old Zhao suddenly remarked, "How can one become a true man without such aspirations?" Xiuyu responded directly, "Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot coerce. This is the essence of a true gentleman." The old man Zhao's eyes sparkled with appreciation. He further inquired, "What determines the rise and fall of a nation?" Xiuyu smoothly replied, "The 3 dynasties gained their dominion through benevolence, and they lost it through a lack of it. If the Son of Heaven is unkind, he cannot safeguard the realm. If the feudal lords are unkind, they cannot protect the state. If the ministers and nobles are unkind, they cannot preserve the ancestral temples. And if the scholars and commoners are unkind, they cannot ensure the welfare of the populace." Zhao was thoroughly satisfied. His gaze towards Xiuyu even held a hint of affection. "Well said." He laughed heartily. "Old Gu, your granddaughter's husband is quite remarkable." During their exchange, Gu Changle and her grandfather had remained silent. Gu Changle, aware of Xiuyu's talents, harbored no concerns regarding his ability to respond. However, her grandfather was genuinely astonished. He had previously conversed with Xiuyu and knew that despite his repeated failures in the Imperial examinations, he possessed a broad perspective and a magnanimity unparalleled among his peers. Yet, he was unaware of the extent of the young man's abilities. Even the old fellow Zhao had taken an interest in him. Gu Fangxiu was a man of brawn, while Zhao Chengshu was a scholar. Despite being longtime friends, they held mutual disdain for one another. Zhao found Gu's brutishness and lack of literary knowledge distasteful, while Gu looked down upon Zhao's pedantic moralizing. Observing Zhao's astonishment, Gu Fangxiu felt a swell of pride. This grandson-in-law truly brought him honor. Once Zhao finished his inquiries, Gu's smile returned. "Have you forgotten Master Ranji's words? My Changle is destined for greatness. How could anyone of ordinary standing match her?" Gu Fangxiu declared with a touch of pride. Zhao Chengshu, unable to refute this, playfully retorted, "You old fool. Once you can defeat me in chess, then you may boast." At this, Gu Fangxiu's mood soured. "Why bring this up? I have nothing more to discuss with you." He frowned. "It's getting late. I can't be bothered to entertain you any longer. Please leave." Xiuyu recognized Gu Fangxiu's fondness for chess, but he was unsure of his actual skill level. After all, he only had a rudimentary understanding of the game. Zhao's teasing indicated that Gu had likely been bested by him on the chessboard for many years. Upon hearing Gu Fangxiu's blunt dismissal, Zhao Chengshu took it in stride, grinning mischievously. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Changle has just returned. Let her rest well. I shall deliver your wedding gifts shortly. Gu Changle responded with a smile. All right. Zhao then strolled away leisurely, hands behind his back. Only then did Gu Fangxiu usher the two inside, requesting Uncle Fu to assist with carrying items. Uncle Fu, chuckling, rolled up his sleeves, ready to lend a hand. Suyu quickly interjected, there's no need to trouble Uncle Fu. I can manage. Uncle Fu was merely a neighbor and quite elderly, so Suyu felt it inappropriate to burden him. Moreover, they had brought back numerous local specialties from their village. Several baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables, rather heavy, awaited. Old Gu cleared his throat gently and said, it's no trouble at all. After all these years as friends, a little inconvenience is nothing. Several sons of Uncle Fu were present, all robust and strong. If Uncle Fu truly found it difficult to lift, he would certainly call upon them for assistance. After a brief pause, Uncle Fu chuckled. Indeed, I shall summon my sons to lend a hand. It's no bother. You must be weary from your journey. Please, go inside and rest. It was known that Uncle Fu had a few sons, having heard that they lived nearby. It was quite normal for family to come and assist Old Gu. Although Suyu had visited Old Gu's residence a couple of times before, he had not lingered long enough to meet the neighboring families. This time, as he planned to stay with Gu Changle for a while, he would gradually become more familiar with the surroundings. Suyu smiled and said, then I must trouble you, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu quickly replied, not at all. It's no trouble, just a small matter. We are all neighbors, after all, and should help each other. Old Gu had already ushered Gu Changle inside, and Suyu did not linger further. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Fu, he followed them into the house. Meanwhile, Old Zhao, after leaving the Gu residence, strolled out of the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. Reflecting on Suyu's recent remarks, he found himself feeling somewhat intrigued. Since he had retired to his home, countless visitors had come to seek his company, many aspiring to become his disciples. Yet, throughout these years, Old Zhao had not accepted a single student. He had encountered promising talents, but none had piqued his interest. Initially, he had thought that young man was merely a parasite, but soon realized his own narrow-mindedness. This young fellow possessed remarkable talent. It puzzled Old Zhao why, despite his gifts, he had made no significant achievements in the Imperial examinations over the years. Could it be that he had offended someone, causing the examiners to be difficult with him? Gu Fangxiu was a martial man, untroubled by such thoughts. However, Old Zhao was different. After pondering for a moment, he turned and leisurely made his way toward the government office. Upon his arrival at the government office, given his stature, he was easily granted an audience with the magistrate. Magistrate Liu, well acquainted with the name Zhao Qingshu, was keenly aware of his stature in the Jiangling region. Apart from the esteemed prince of Huainan, Zhao Qingshu was the most notable figure. Once holding the prestigious position of a second-rank minister, he had resigned due to health issues, despite the emperor's persistent attempts to retain him. This indicated his genuine infirmity, leading to the temporary approval of his resignation. Since returning to his hometown, his doorstep had been nearly worn down by those seeking an audience with him. There was a shared understanding among the people that Zhao Qingshu would eventually return to the court. Thus, upon hearing of his arrival, Magistrate Liu dared not be negligent, promptly setting aside his official duties to welcome him. I wondered why I heard the magpies singing on the eaves today. It turns out it is the esteemed Zhao Lao's visit, he remarked. Zhao Qingshu graciously accepted his greeting, but insisted on taking a seat below that of Magistrate Liu. The magistrate, somewhat flattered, dared not settle fully into his chair, merely perching lightly upon it. Today, I have come to trouble Lord Liu with a matter of concern. Old Zhao, please speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you, responded Lord Liu. Old Zhao replied, I wish to examine the examination papers of the successful candidates from this provincial test. I wonder if this is feasible? Chapter 44. Blinded by grease within the ceremonial hall of the government office, Lord Liu was still in attendance, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Recently, a messenger from the Prince of Huainan had approached him, expressing a desire for a failed young scholar to be granted access to the provincial examination. At that time, the list of candidates had already been posted, leaving Lord Liu in a position of helplessness. However, out of respect for the prince, he felt compelled to accommodate the request. After all, it was merely a child scholar. Allowing him to participate was not an uncommon occurrence. It is not unusual for even a mere student to be granted exemptions. Thus, Lord Liu proceeded to add the name to the list and dispatch someone to deliver the good news to the young man's hometown. Initially, He pondered whether this young man might have some connection to the Prince of Huainan. Yet, after thorough investigation, he discovered that the young man had no discernible ties to the prince, and no clarification had been provided from that side. Now, seeing Zhao Chengshu, a man of integrity who typically would not visit without reason, requesting to inspect the examination papers, Lord Lu's thoughts turned to this incident. Could it be that he had caught wind of something? Zhao Chengshu's unwavering sense of justice could easily unveil any discrepancies in the examination results. Lord Lu felt a surge of anxiety. It was imperative not to offend the Prince of Huainan, yet he could not afford to alienate Zhao Chengshu either. Should his corrupt dealings be exposed and reported to the court, the consequences would be dire, potentially leading to his execution. He had heard that the relationship between the prince and Minister Zhao was relatively amicable, which, if discovered, might not lead to significant repercussions. As Lord Lu's mind raced, analyzing the situation, the other officials in the ceremonial hall remained silent. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the rustling of papers as Zhao Chengshu diligently perused the examination sheets. Before long, Zhao Chengshu encountered the paper of Su Yu. A cursory glance caused his brow to furrow slightly. The handwriting was mediocre, but this was not overly concerning. With diligent practice, improvement could be achieved. He clicked his tongue and continued reading. After reviewing the introduction, he returned to the questions, and with each subsequent gaze, his frown deepened. By the time he completed his review, he was left in a state of disbelief. Such nonsensical and convoluted prose, could it truly have been penned by this young man? Zhao Chengshu felt a sense of dismay wash over him. Was this piece genuinely the work of Su Yu? A great rock soaring on the winds, rising to unimaginable heights? With this writing, the very winds would blind the eyes of the examiner, rendering any ascent impossible. Zhao Chengshu, unwilling to concede to fate, read the paper once more. The young man appeared unremarkable on the surface, yet perhaps there was depth within that required careful contemplation. However, during the second reading, he could not even manage to finish. Zhao Chengshu fell into silence. It seems this young man has faced repeated failures, and it is hardly unjust. How can one who speaks and acts so eloquently produce such a lackluster piece of writing? To be fair, this essay is not entirely devoid of merit. It is not utterly nonsensical. However, Zhao Chengshu, a former top scholar, stands at the pinnacle of the Imperial examinations. Thus, the essay by Su Yufu, in his eyes, appears utterly inadequate. Zhao Chengshu silently placed the scroll he held onto the adjacent table. Upon noticing this, the Governor Lu quickly approached. He realized that the very piece Zhao Chengshu had been scrutinizing was, in fact, the one that had been subsequently reinstated under the auspices of the Prince of Huainan. After originally being dismissed, a sudden apprehension gripped Governor Lu's heart. He tentatively inquired, "What do you think of these essays?" He intended to add that the quality of this year's candidates for the provincial examination was indeed mediocre, yet he had endeavored to select the most suitable among them. However, Zhao Chengshu, with a sullen expression, managed to utter, "It's passable." Surely, those selected by Governor Lu must be youthful talents. The words of rebuttal lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he did not have the chance to express them. Upon hearing Zhao Chengshu's praise, his countenance froze momentarily. The secretary beside him coughed lightly. Governor Lu, as if awakening from a dream, glanced down at the essay again and then at Zhao Chengshu, whose expression remained somewhat grim. Had he misheard? Zhao Chengshu, having uttered those insincere words, felt a flush of embarrassment. This wretched youth produced such a dreadful piece of writing. How foolish of him to have been momentarily blinded by ambition, thinking to take him as a disciple. With such skill, he might as well wait until the next lifetime. Zhao Chengshu no longer wished to gaze upon the essay, and stood up, stating, "I apologize for the trouble I have caused Governor Lu today. It is getting late. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Zhao Chengshu's intention to depart, Governor Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Allow me to see you off, esteemed elder." He personally escorted Zhao Chengshu out. Once he was alone with his secretary, Governor Lu let out a long sigh. He had initially feared that Zhao Chengshu had come today to review the papers due to some alarming news. He wiped the fine sweat from his brow. The secretary quickly reassured him, "Your Excellency has always been diligent in your duties and has never erred. There is no need for concern." Returning to his quarters, Governor Lu sipped the hot tea just brought to him by a servant. He was still on edge, pondering why Zhao Chengshu had suddenly come to review the papers. Rumors abound that he would eventually return to the court. Why had the emperor not yet issued an edict summoning him back? One might tolerate a prince of Huainan, But a figure like Zhao Changshu, a towering presence, wandering about freely, who could withstand it? It was uncertain when one might inadvertently offend him. It would be wiser to return to the capital sooner rather than later. At least, there, the mountains are high and the emperor distant. And he would not be under scrutiny. The secretary chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such sentiments. These individuals had been living comfortably in the provincial capital. Yet this year, they inexplicably arrived in Jiangling. Governor Liu pondered for a moment before retrieving the answer sheet that Zhao Changshu had just perused. Thankfully, during this grading process, he had maintained a clear mind. He glanced at the answer sheet and noted the candidate's name inscribed upon it. Su Yu's writing may not be remarkable, yet compelling him to pass is justifiable. There should be no issue. The advisor also defended him, stating that since old Zhao had overlooked it, there would naturally be no problems. The official can rest assured. If anyone were to investigate this matter in the future, today's events could serve as a shield. Who would dare question the examination papers acknowledged by someone like Zhao Changshu? Those who do are merely reflecting their own inadequacies. The governor, upon hearing this, felt a spark of realization and proclaimed, "Indeed, the candidates selected by this office have had their papers reviewed by old Zhao. He was once appointed as the top scholar by the emperor, so his discernment must be exceptional." The governor's spirits lifted, and the previous tension dissipated. Glancing at Su Yu's name, he added, "By the way, I have an inkling that this young man is not to be underestimated. Advisor, please investigate his current whereabouts and ensure no one offends him." The advisor promptly acknowledged the request. Chapter 45. The ordinary Gu family at this moment, within the Gu household. Old Gu had welcomed Su Yu and Gu Changle inside. He had arranged a warm meal for them to share for lunch. Perhaps in celebration of their return, the Gu family had prepared a splendid feast. The table was adorned with fish and meat, accompanied by a richly simmered soup. As Su Yu took a bite, his senses awakened. The meals he had consumed in the village, prepared by the village aunties at Gu Changle's behest, were limited in both ingredients and culinary skill. They were edible, yet rather mediocre in flavor. Now, after tasting the dishes from Gu Changle's family, Su Yu realized just how fortunate he was to dine with her. The quality of this meal made him appreciate the kindness of Gu Changle, who had never once complained while sharing the simple fare he had provided. He glanced at Gu Changle, who was savoring her food. She met his gaze with curiosity. After swallowing her mouthful and delicately wiping her lips with a napkin, she inquired, "Is it to your liking?" Su Yu smiled and replied, "Not at all. The flavors are delightful. I am curious, who is responsible for the cooking in your household? Their skills are truly impressive." Gu Changle glanced at her grandfather, who was quite different from the rest of them. He was hunched over a large bowl, engrossed in devouring his meal as if he had not eaten in ages, exhibiting an almost gluttonous fervor. Noting Gu Changle's glance, old Gu mumbled with little grace, "The food was prepared by the neighbors. Just an ordinary meal, nothing special. As long as it is tasty, feel free to indulge." With that, he returned to his meal. Su Yu couldn't help but feel intrigued. How could such a rough man raise a granddaughter as refined as Gu Changle? Curiously, he realized he had never heard her mention her parents. He surmised that they were likely no longer present. To avoid bringing up any sorrowful memories for the grandfather and granddaughter, Su Yu refrained from asking. However, judging by their lifestyle, it seemed that old Gu must have saved a considerable amount of wealth, as they dined as well as the affluent families. This realization prompted Su Yu to conclude that he needed to earn money swiftly. Previously, he had thought that possessing 2 or 3 dozen taels would be sufficient for his expenses in the capital city during this period. Having observed the lives of Gu Changle and his family, I have come to realize how far I am from such a standard. I cannot simply rely on their generosity. It would be wise to discuss with Gu Changle a modest contribution for my meals and lodging. Gu Changle kindly offered me a piece of fish from the belly. "You hardly consumed much sustenance on the way. Do indulge in your meal." Su Yu smiled, momentarily setting aside his thoughts, and focused intently on his food. After the meal, the elderly Gu comfortably cradled his beloved teapot in the corner, savoring the aftertaste. Gu Changle then took Su Yu on a tour of their humble abode, a rather ordinary house. Not particularly spacious, yet ample enough for 3 occupants. Su Yu inquired, "Does Uncle Fu's family reside nearby?" Gu Changle gestured casually, "Yes, over there. Our 2 rooms are roughly the same size, but his household is larger, so it feels a bit cramped." Su Yu teased, "Uncle Fu is indeed fortunate. Blessed with many children." Gu Changle chuckled in agreement. "Indeed. He is likely to have quite a few sons." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. But Gu Changle offered no further explanation and instead led him into the study. This is my grandfather's study, though he does not relish literature. It is generally I who make use of it. He opened the door, guiding Xiuyu inside. Despite his grandfather's disinterest in reading, the room boasted 2 grand bookshelves brimming with books, all impeccably clean, indicative of frequent tidying. The sheer volume of literature astonished Xiuyu. In ancient times, such a collection would have belonged to a wealthy family. It was surprising to find such an abundance of books in this seemingly ordinary dwelling. Your grandfather may not be fond of reading, yet it is no small feat to amass such a collection. Xiuyu mused as he pulled a book from the shelf and casually flipped through its pages. Gu Changle thought to herself, what is this in comparison to our family library? Our estate possesses a dedicated collection hall filled with volumes that my grandfather has gathered over the decades throughout the Great Zhou, including many rare editions. As the saying goes, one often covets what they lack. Although her grandfather was a martial man who shunned the written word, he cherished the sensation of being enveloped by books, particularly relishing the astonished expressions of those who prided themselves on their intellect upon witnessing their collection. Gu Changle remarked, in this study, there is nothing you cannot touch. Feel free to use whatever you wish. While they explored the study, a robust young man entered, carrying Xuyu's heavy trunk filled with books. He was about Xuyu's height, but more robust, effortlessly handling the weighty box. Upon noticing Gu Changle and Xiuyu in the study, Li Xiangbei hesitated for a moment before speaking. Uncle Fu asked me to assist in bringing the book trunk inside. Gu Changle glanced at him nonchalantly. The young man quickly introduced himself. I am the eldest son. You can call me Li Dalong. Gu Changle then smiled at Xiuyu, realizing, you are Uncle Fu's eldest son. Xiuyu observed the young man and noted that he bore little resemblance to Uncle Fu, though perhaps he took after his mother. Li Dalong appeared somewhat reserved as Xiuyu approached him and said, I appreciate your help. Li Xiangbei responded with an awkward smile, it's no trouble at all. I am strong and should handle such laborious tasks. If you need assistance in the future, feel free to call upon me. As Xiuyu attempted to take the book box, Li Xiangbei refused to relinquish it, so Xiuyu could only indicate a direction for Li Dalong to set it down. Once the box was placed on the table, Li Xiangbei did not linger and quickly departed. Upon entering, he had noticed the princess and her husband sharing cheerful banter. Yet upon casting a glance in his direction, their expressions turned icy. The son-in-law, however, was amiable and handsome, welcoming him with a warm smile. Li Dalong was uncertain of his misstep, but an instinct urged him to leave promptly. Observing Li Dalong hastily retreat, Xiuyu smiled and remarked to Gu Changle, the Fu family is quite pleasant. Such good neighbors are indeed rare. Gu Changle chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve further into the topic, and assisted Xiuyu in arranging his study materials. Among them was a letter from Scholar Huang, which Xiuyu retrieved and said, tomorrow, I must pay a visit to the friend of the teacher. Regardless of others' willingness to befriend me, I must honor Scholar Huang's intentions. Gu Changle nodded in agreement. I will prepare a sum for your expenses. You may take it with you tomorrow. If you are unsure of the way, perhaps Li Dalong could accompany you and carry your items. Xiuyu, still adjusting to his newly invigorated physique, felt somewhat fragile, though he acknowledged that Li Dalong was only marginally stronger. However, he insisted, no need. I can manage on my own. That evening, the two of them slept in Gu Changle's former boudoir. The room felt rather empty, evoking a sense that Gu Changle had seldom rested there. Lying on the bed, Xiuyu felt the comforting fabric of the lightly scented quilt and remarked, what material is this quilt made of? It feels quite pleasant. The quilts at home are merely ordinary cotton, clearly not of the same caliber as this. Gu Changle replied, it is just a common material. Many households in the capital use it. Xiuyu contemplated the stark differences between urban and rural living conditions in ancient times, realizing the vast disparity. Noticing Xuyu's lack of further inquiry, Gu Changle felt a wave of relief, yet simultaneously a twinge of guilt. She had concealed much from Xiuyu and spoken numerous untruths. Would Xiuyu resent her upon discovering the truth? Hesitant to ask anything, she remained silent until Xiuyu spoke up. By the way, we should contribute some living expenses and lodging fees to grandfather during our stay at his home. He is an elderly man, and though he may have some savings, it would be improper for us to spend his money without qualms. Gu Changle nonchalantly remarked, I am my grandfather's granddaughter. There is no need for such formality. Xiuyu chuckled, replying, if it were just you, it would indeed be of no consequence. However, with me involved, it becomes somewhat inappropriate. I noticed your family's provisions are quite generous. I suppose we ought to allocate some additional funds for your grandfather. Let us start with 10 taels of silver, which should suffice for our sustenance during this period. Gu Changle was taken aback by Su Yu's insistence. The day after they received the marriage certificate and she returned home with him, she had hinted at having a considerable amount of personal savings to share with Su Yu. Yet, he had shown no inclination to accept such assistance and had never asked her for money. Now residing in her home, he insisted on contributing for meals and lodging. Su Yu was indeed a man of integrity. Should he eventually learn of her true status, would he be able to accept it? After all, their social standings were vastly different, and Su Yu would undoubtedly face the stigma of being perceived as a dependent. Gu Changle held Su Yu in high regard and wished to avoid any rift between them. Thus, she decided to keep this matter concealed for the time being. Perhaps with Su Yu's talents, he would indeed carve out a promising future. Gu Changle responded, "Very well, I shall speak to my grandfather tomorrow." Su Yu was merely concerned that with Gu's grandfather advancing in age, it was prudent to save some funds for his retirement. They were both young, and it hardly seemed appropriate to rely on him so soon. Despite their family appearing to be of modest means, their expenses were considerable, especially with an additional mouth to feed. Su Yu pondered whether Gu's grandfather's meager savings could endure. If Gu's grandfather were truly a wealthy magnate, Su Yu would not even consider offering him any financial support. In such a case, enjoying a carefree life alongside Gu Changle would indeed be delightful. Alas, the opportunity for such a life was unattainable. He needed to devise a means to earn more money swiftly. The following morning, Gu Changle awoke to the sounds of activity and groggily sat up in bed. Su Yu was dressing and, noticing her still drowsy demeanor, gently urged, "You may continue to sleep." Gu Changle squinted, mustering the resolve to say, "I shall not sleep any longer. I will fetch you water for your morning routine." As Su Yu was still unfamiliar with his surroundings, Gu Changle, despite the comfort of her own bed, rose to prepare his washing supplies. After a brief absence, she returned empty-handed, yawning as she sat down. Soon after, a young girl entered, carrying a basin of water and a basket containing toiletries. She promptly set down the items and departed. Gu Changle casually introduced, "The daughter and daughter-in-law of Uncle Fu often come to assist us." Previously in the village, she had the means to pay the locals for such services. In the city, hiring help was not unusual. Su Yu nodded, beginning his morning ablutions with the provided items. Only after he had finished did Gu Changle slowly attend to her own grooming. After exchanging a few words, Su Yu stepped outside. The last time he had come to collect Gu Changle, he observed her grandfather practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He intended to see if he was still engaged in his morning routine. Indeed, Gu's grandfather had risen early and was already practicing his forms in the front yard. Old Master Gu stood nearby, seemingly demonstrating some moves. Though advanced in years, his punches were remarkably powerful. Su Yu suspected that his frail body would not withstand even a single blow from the old man. Could it be that Master Gu had served in the military during his youth? Intrigued, Su Yu approached. Noticing his approach, Master Gu ceased his movements and inquired, "Awake already? Why not sleep in a bit longer?" Su Yu replied, "I typically rise early for school. I've grown accustomed to it. In the city, schools are not far apart, so students do not need to wake as early. However, in the village, I must walk for at least 15 minutes to reach the town. Therefore, early mornings are inevitable." Seeing that Su Yu was up, Master Gu declared, "Since you are awake, let us not waste time. Would you care to practice some boxing with me? Although it is common for scholars to have a slender physique, I am not fond of those delicate, frail scholars." Su Yu sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, "I lack any foundation. I would trouble you, grandfather." With a warm smile, Master Gu gestured to the space beside him. "Come." Although Su Yu's long robe was somewhat cumbersome, he joined in, continuing until the sun had fully risen. Despite his usually amiable demeanor, Master Gu showed no mercy during training. After an intense morning workout, Su Yu was drenched in sweat, feeling significantly more invigorated. At breakfast, Gu Chonglu had also risen. She quietly said to Master Gu, "Grandfather, my husband is a scholar. If you push him so hard so early in the day, how will he have the energy to study later?" Master Gu, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat. As a martial artist accustomed to rigorous training, he had been unintentionally stern with Su Yu. Hearing Gu Chongli's concern, he chuckled awkwardly. "I did not consider that. This boy appears delicate, yet he possesses the perseverance to endure hardship. I believed he could handle my training, which is why I was a bit stricter." He promised to be more mindful in the future and not to tire him out so much. Master Gu held Su Yu in high regard. admiring that at such a young age, he was still a scholar, proving to be more resilient than many veterans. For a moment, he was filled with admiration. Gu Chonglu smiled upon hearing this. Xiuyu had just washed up and changed into clean clothes before emerging from his room. Gu Chonglu asked, "Will you be joining grandfather for morning practice again tomorrow?" Xiuyu nodded. "I felt quite good. It's a perfect opportunity to strengthen my body." Gu Chonglu did not deter him, saying, "Then I shall prepare 2 sets of martial attire for you." Xiuyu responded with a grin. That would be quite convenient. The two shared light-hearted banter, while Master Gu, watching from the side, could not help but hum softly. Just moments ago, his granddaughter had expressed concern for him, but her affection was directed elsewhere now. Observing Xiuyu, her demeanor softened. At that moment, Master Gu pondered how his status in her heart had likely been relegated to a corner. Lost in thought, he was pleasantly surprised when Xiuyu offered him a small dumpling. Master Gu glanced at it, feeling delighted, and thought to himself how fortunate he was to have chosen such a wonderful grandson-in-law. He smiled and said, "Let us have breakfast." Chapter 47. I am under no obligation. After having breakfast, Xiuyu set out with the bundle of gifts that Gu Changle had prepared for him the previous day. Scholar Huang's classmate, surnamed Pan, was also a scholar. Originally from Xuyu's region, Scholar Pan had attempted the provincial examinations multiple times after obtaining his degree, yet he consistently failed to achieve success. In pursuit of dedicated study, he enrolled in the academy and even relocated his family to the capital. Due to financial constraints, he took on a role akin to that of a teaching assistant at the academy, assisting in organizing the library and aiding in the instruction of students. He earned a modest salary of 1 or 2 silver coins and 2 dough of grain monthly. Though meager, it sufficed to sustain him. Additionally, he had the opportunity to study at the academy, where the county's scholars offered free instruction. After hearing this, Xiuyu mused that such a system bore a resemblance to modern universities. Scholar Pan epitomized the industrious and frugal university student, albeit somewhat older in age. Upon arriving at the academy, Xiuyu presented himself to the gatekeeper, explaining his purpose and producing the letter from Scholar Huang. The gatekeeper, being literate, recognized Xuyu's courtesy and his introduction, thus permitting him entry. The teaching assistant should be in the library arranging books. You may proceed directly to find him. Running and frivolous behavior are not permitted within the academy. Xiuyu acknowledged this and inquired along the way as he made his way to the library. As he passed a study room, he noticed a well-dressed middle-aged man conversing with an officer at the entrance. Xiuyu refrained from speaking, merely offering a respectful nod before moving on. At such an age and in such attire, he was likely a scholar. Even if he did not teach him directly, it was customary to acknowledge him. The middle-aged man paid no heed to Xiuyu, engrossed in his conversation with the officer. However, the officer suddenly remarked, "Sir, the individual you instructed me to inquire about just passed by." Master Lu turned his gaze towards Xuyu's retreating figure, astonished. "Is that him? The one named Xiuyu?" The officer nodded affirmatively. Yesterday, Master Lu had received directives from the prefect to investigate Xuyu's whereabouts and had learned that he had just arrived in the capital. Consequently, he encountered Xiuyu at the academy today. Although Master Lu was unaware of Xuyu's background, the prefect held him in high regard and had instructed him to ensure no one bullied him. Meanwhile, the prefect was engaged in discussions of cultural affairs with the academy's principal, making it inappropriate for Master Lu to intrude. He was intrigued by Xuyu's presence at the academy. After a moment of contemplation, Master Lu decided, "Let us follow him and observe his intentions. If he requires assistance, we may be able to lend a hand." Thus, Master Lu and his companions discreetly trailed behind. Although Xiuyu sensed something amiss, he assumed they were fellow travelers and thought nothing further of it. Upon arriving at the library, Xiuyu quickly located Scholar Pan. Scholar Pan's responsibility was to organize the library's books, yet it was evident he was not particularly diligent in his duties. The tables were cluttered with numerous books borrowed by other students, presenting a disorganized sight. He was engrossed in reading a book when he was suddenly interrupted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Lifting his gaze to Xiuyu, he noted the simplicity of his attire, which did not suggest he was a student of the academy. If one had questions, they ought to seek out the instructors or the scholars. It was not his responsibility to provide answers. After a brief pause, Xiuyu responded with good humor, "Greetings, Brother Pan. I am a student of Scholar Huang. I have been admitted as a candidate for the upcoming provincial examination in August. This is a letter of recommendation from my teacher." As he spoke, he extended the letter toward him. Upon hearing the purpose of Xuyu's visit, Scholar Pan finally lifted his head from his reading. His eyes appeared somewhat vacant, with pronounced bags beneath them, lending him an air of dullness. He took the letter from Xiucai and read it carefully, though his expression remained sour. After finishing, he grasped Xiucai's intent, but clearly had no intention of assisting him, promptly returning the letter. Though I share a bond of camaraderie with your teacher, I am under no obligation to guide you. With the provincial examination approaching next year, I am preoccupied with my own studies and cannot spare any time. His response was quick, revealing his desire to avoid any complications. Noticing this, Xiucai smiled gently. I see, my apologies for the intrusion. My teacher sends his regards. And seeing that you appear relatively well, I shall take my leave. Observing Xiucai's consistently polite demeanor, Scholar Pan thought this Huang Scholar's student seemed quite capable. He stood up and remarked, your teacher is thoughtful. Allow me to escort you. Without pressing further, he directly led Xiucai out of the library. Xiucai, unable to set down the bundle of gifts he carried, had no choice but to follow along. Although Scholar Pan's demeanor was less than warm, it was understandable for someone who had faced repeated failures and was anxious not to be distracted by others' affairs. Xiucai chose not to press the matter, resolving instead to return and exert himself more diligently. As Scholar Pan escorted Xiucai out of the library, they unexpectedly encountered a somewhat familiar face. Upon closer inspection, it was the secretary accompanying Governor Liu. As a governor, Liu had responsibilities beyond merely managing local affairs. He was also tasked with overseeing the literary environment, which necessitated his frequent visits to the academy. Consequently, the students were quite familiar with the governor's secretary. Startled to see the secretary in the library, Scholar Pan quickly bowed and inquired warmly, what brings you to the library, Secretary Liu? If you seek any books, please feel free to ask the students for assistance. The secretary replied nonchalantly, I am merely taking a stroll. He paid little attention to Scholar Pan and instead focused his gaze on Xiucai. This young gentleman appears unfamiliar. Are you also a student of the academy? Upon hearing Scholar Pan refer to the secretary as the governor's aide, Xiucai clasped his hands in greeting and replied, I am not a student of the academy, merely a candidate from Huishi town. Oh, a candidate? The secretary feigned ignorance, his demeanor amiable. What brings you to the academy? Scholar Pan watched Xiucai with a hint of apprehension. If Xiucai were to articulate his recent performance, he would likely leave an unfriendly impression before Master Liu. Master Liu is a relative of Governor Liu and embodies the governor's dignity. Leaving a poor impression on him is tantamount to tarnishing the governor's reputation. This would be most unfortunate. Fortunately, Xiucai refrained from disclosing that Scholar Huang had sent him to consult with Scholar Pan. He replied with measured respect, the master has entrusted his student to convey greetings to his fellow scholars. I have delivered the greetings and am now prepared to take my leave. At this, Master Liu casually inquired, the provincial examination is still some time away. Have you arrived in the capital so early, leaving you without guidance from your master during this interval? Xiucai responded truthfully. Indeed, however, prior to my departure, the master assigned me considerable coursework, which should suffice for the time being. Master Liu pondered briefly before remarking, this is not ideal. As a student of this office and a promising young talent, such a delay may hinder your studies. How about this? I will speak to the headmaster on your behalf, and you may attend classes at the provincial academy during this period. Chapter 48. Truly heartbreaking. Master Liu's words left Xiucai momentarily taken aback. Scholar Pan stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the turn of events. What had just transpired? Did Master Liu truly suggest recommending this young man, Xiucai, to attend the provincial academy? The students admitted to the academy are primarily scholars, with only a few exceptional students, all of whom hail from prominent families within the capital. Yet, Xiucai comes from a rural farming background. Why would Master Liu elevate him in such a manner? Recovering from his astonishment, Scholar Pan stole a glance at Master Liu's expression, discerning no hint of jest. He scrutinized Xiucai once more, slightly taller, somewhat handsome, yet nothing extraordinary stood out. Moreover, his performance in the Imperial examinations was hardly commendable, as Scholar Huang had clearly articulated in his correspondence. Was it truly possible that Master Liu's commendation stemmed solely from Xiucai's appearance? Scholar Pan felt as though he had yet to fully awaken from slumber. Xiucai, equally surprised, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, might this be too much trouble for you, master? I am merely a novice student, and by rights, should not qualify for admission to the provincial academy at this time. He rummaged through his memories, confirming that he had not previously met Master Liu. This sudden appearance, coupled with a few inquiries, had led to a recommendation for him to attend the academy. Truly an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Master Lu maintained a serious demeanor. Not at all. While the academy predominantly admits scholars, there are indeed students from the novice category attending. I shall return and discuss this matter with the esteemed governor, who can facilitate your admission. Moreover, he added, pausing to consider his words, the governor has been lamenting the abundance of promising young talents emerging in this examination cycle and has instructed me to extend assistance to those novice students participating in the academy trials. Your early arrival signifies your ambition. The esteemed Lord Prefect holds a special fondness for ambitious students. It is indeed a stroke of fate that I encountered you at the prefectural academy today. Hence, there is no need for astonishment. Simply accept this circumstance with ease. While the reasoning may seem somewhat tenuous, it is nonetheless plausible. The primary factor is that Lord Prefect Lu had only yesterday imparted his instructions to Master Lu, urging him to keep a vigilant eye on a scholar named Su Yu and to extend whatever assistance he could. Having met today, it is only natural for me to take the initiative to demonstrate my capabilities. This individual is the very one whom Elder Zhao had specifically requested to review his writings. Although the composition is rather average, it undoubtedly possesses merits worth acknowledging. Master Lu, having navigated the bureaucratic landscape alongside Lord Prefect Lu for many years, is certainly adept at handling such minor matters. From Master Lu's words, it was clear that the prefect had given directives to facilitate the participation of scholarly candidates in the upcoming examinations. Fortuitously, my timely arrival has afforded me this opportunity. The instructors at the prefectural academy are all graduates of the highest rank, and consulting with them is undoubtedly more beneficial than seeking guidance from Scholar Pan. Upon realizing this, Su Yu hesitated no longer and expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Thank you, Master Lu. Master Lu smiled, inquiring about Su Yu's place of residence, assuring him that someone would deliver messages to him within the day before taking his leave. Once Master Lu departed, Su Yu offered a slight nod to Scholar Pan and exited the library with the bundle of gifts he had brought. This left Scholar Pan in a state of bewilderment. What extraordinary luck does this young man possess? Which candidate participating in the examinations has ever received such treatment? Aside from those privileged students whose families have secured their admission to the academy, other candidates without any notable background might not even gain entry to the prefectural academy. Having spent several years here, I have never witnessed such an occurrence. Just moments ago, this lad came seeking my counsel, bringing gifts, and now, in the span of such a brief time, they have become peers? As Su Yu left the prefectural academy, he reflected on the recent events and felt a surge of good fortune. Initially, he had mentally prepared himself for Scholar Pan's refusal to assist him, especially since Scholar Huang had subtly hinted at such a possibility. However, he had not anticipated this sudden turn of events. Gaining access to the prefectural academy for even a little over a month is undeniably a significant advantage. It is akin to having the opportunity for private tutoring before the examination. The accumulation of such fortune is truly remarkable. He recalled what Gu Changle had mentioned earlier about her consistent good luck. Su Yu could not help but chuckle, wondering if he had somehow inherited some of Changle's fortune. In light of this, he realized he could save the gifts he had intended to present. Eager to share this splendid news with Gu Changle, he hastened his steps toward her residence. As he turned down a side alley, he spotted a familiar figure. Changle? Su Yu called out. Gu Changle, accompanied by a young lady and a tall, sturdy man carrying several bolts of cloth and various items, paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by his greeting before turning to look at him. Dear husband, what brings you back so early? I thought Su Yu would be at the academy for quite some time. I never imagined he would return in less than an hour. Su Yu replied with a smile. The matters have been settled, and I have even made an unexpected gain. By the way, have you gone out to purchase something? As he spoke, he glanced towards the two individuals behind Gu Changle. Upon noticing Su Yu's gaze, one young lady fidgeted momentarily before quickly composing herself, offering a friendly smile in return. Gu Changle introduced them. Yes, I mentioned this morning that I would make you a suit of martial attire, so I went out to buy some fabric. This is the second son of the neighboring Fu Bo and his wife, Hong Ying. Su Yu smiled and said, I appreciate the two of you accompanying my wife on her outing. Hong Ying quickly waved her hands in denial. Oh no, not at all. Hee. My husband and I were quite bored at home. As she spoke, she cast a somewhat anxious glance towards her companion, Li Erlang. Li Erlang chuckled awkwardly, and the couple's eyes gradually shifted away from each other, one looking left and the other right. Their relationship appeared somewhat strained. Could it be that they had quarreled? However, this was their personal matter, and Xiuyu felt it inappropriate to interfere further. He redirected his attention back to Changle. These fabric colors seem to match what I usually wear. Why did you not buy some for yourself? Changle replied, I have enough clothes. Her wardrobe was overflowing, filled to capacity. Every month, a tailor would come to measure her for new garments. Xiuyu sighed, feeling a pang of concern. Was it a matter of finances? Why buy only for him and not for herself? As a young lady, she should be in a phase of cherishing beauty. A sense of guilt washed over Xiuyu. He had intended to earn money gradually after the Imperial examination, but it seemed he needed to act swiftly. Balancing studies and financial gains was essential, and both pursuits must be taken seriously. Changle, noticing Xiuyu's demeanor, was momentarily at a loss for words. She stammered slightly, No, it's not about the money. They stood outside a study, and recalling her persona as a capable earner, she suddenly had an idea. I was thinking of coming to this familiar study to take on some copying work. It could yield a decent income. Thus, it truly was not a concern about money. At that moment, a clerk from the study emerged, holding a sheet of paper. Upon overhearing Changle's words, he replied with a hint of sorrow. This young lady wishes to take on copying work? You would need to visit the study on Main Street. Our study is up for transfer and currently does not require any copyists. Changle remarked. The location of this study is poor and the management ineffective, which is unfortunate. I shall visit the studies on Main Street later. There are 2 larger studies there, where I have previously secured considerable work, and the pay is generally better. Xiuyu was aware that Changle had managed to save such a considerable sum of private funds, undoubtedly due to certain connections. Changle's actions were also motivated by her desire to concentrate solely on her studies. Xiuyu cast a glance at the modest study, which occupied an unremarkable location. He pondered the potential transfer price. If his funds were sufficient, acquiring a study could prove advantageous. Noticing Xiuyu's gaze fixed on the large transfer notice, Changle, intrigued, inquired, What do you intend to purchase there? After a moment's contemplation, Xiuyu replied, I shall procure some calligraphy paper. Changle agreed and asked Xiuyu to have Li Erlang fetch the items. Li Erlang, his arms laden with purchases, smiled brightly as he departed with Hong Ying. Once inside the study, Xiuyu requested a quantity of rough-edged calligraphy paper. The asking price for the transfer of this study was notably lower than that of those in the town. Observing this, Xiuyu seized the opportunity to acquire some high-quality paper for his academic endeavors. After completing his purchases, he turned to the shop assistant. I noticed your study is up for transfer. Could you enlighten me on the price? The assistant, perceiving Xiuyu's humble attire, assumed he was unlikely to afford it, yet maintained a cordial demeanor, having just attended to his business interests. Our proprietor has stated that the transfer must include all inventory, thus the price will not be low. The shop and its contents are estimated to be over 300 taels. 300 taels. Upon hearing this figure, Xiuyu felt utterly disheartened. His entire fortune was scarcely 30 taels, let alone the exorbitant sum of over 300. Nevertheless, having initiated the inquiry, he felt compelled to seek further details. If the study is transferred, what will happen to the engravers and the printing masters associated with it? Will they accompany your proprietor to a new venture? Changle regarded Xiuyu with curiosity, sensing that his inquiries were unusually detailed, as if he harbored a keen interest in the study. The assistant responded, Our proprietor does not intend to continue in the bookshop business. He is preparing to dismiss some craftsmen who have merely signed temporary contracts. However, should the new owner wish to maintain the bookshop, our proprietor is willing to transfer the contracts of the craftsmen as well. The shop alone commands 300 taels. Including the craftsmen's contracts, one would need at least 400 taels to secure the deal. Upon hearing this, Xiuyu refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He collected the purchased paper and, accompanied by Changle, made his way home. Along the journey, he recounted his earlier encounter with Master Lu at the academy, expressing, Perhaps it is indeed your good fortune. I seem to have benefited from your luck as well. Changle smiled. Perhaps that master truly recognized your talent, which is why he afforded you such treatment. Yesterday, old Zhao was thoroughly impressed with you. One can only imagine what today's master might think. Yet, Changle pondered. Governor Lu was particularly adept at reading people. She speculated that Master Lu's actions were likely guided by his superior's directives, which was ultimately for the best. Sparing Xiuyu the worry over such trivial matters, Changle inquired further, Just now, I noticed your keen interest in the bookstore. Are you considering acquiring it? Suyu replied candidly, "Indeed, I wish to, but our finances are insufficient for such a venture. Altogether, it would require around 400 taels, which we cannot afford. To my knowledge, the shops in our town cost merely a few dozen taels. Once we bypass the county town and reach the prefectural city, the prices multiply tenfold at the very least. Although this figure includes the inventory, the books themselves are inherently expensive. Nevertheless, this price is beyond my current means." Changle remarked, "The bookstore seems to be poorly managed. Even if a new proprietor were to take over, it likely would not yield profit." Suyu chuckled. "That is certainly true. After all, there are numerous bookstores in the prefectural city, and this one is poorly located, lacking any core competitive advantage." "Core competitive advantage?" Changle queried, perplexed. "What is that?" "Oh, it refers to the unique offerings that sustain a particular shop. From what I gather, other larger bookstores, aside from hosting a variety of intriguing novels, primarily provide fresh examination resources for scholars to select from. Following local examinations, these prominent bookstores dispatch personnel to various locales to await the results. The moment the scores are released, they promptly transcribe the successful essays. These compositions, whether sold individually or compiled into collections, become the most sought-after merchandise of the moment. Thus, expanding a bookstore is indeed no trivial endeavor. Connections are essential. This is also one reason why affluent families can dominate the local literary scene. Smaller bookstores are relegated to selling commonplace stationery and outdated examination materials to survive. Such establishments inherently lack core competitive advantage. Changle had only heard whispers of such matters. She did not anticipate that Suyu would possess such profound understanding. His articulate explanation, coupled with his desire to acquire the modest bookstore, suggested he must have a unique strategy to profit from it. Changle probed cautiously, "So, by wanting to acquire that bookstore, do you imply that you can offer something that other bookstores cannot?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. "You've caught on. I possess a certain confidence. Should I manage it, I indeed have an advantage that others lack. Alas, 400 taels is simply unattainable. Even if I were to sell myself." A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. His poetry and prose could certainly earn him some income, and he could even write novels that are absent in this era to generate revenue. However, reaching 400 taels would not be a swift endeavor. If only that shop would allow for installment payments, he lamented. "Oh, installment payments?" Changle expressed keen interest. "What does that entail?" "It means paying a portion up front and then providing subsequent payments monthly. This would significantly alleviate the financial burden. However, contemplating it, even with installment payments, I doubt I could manage the down payment." Suyu sighed, gazing skyward in exasperation. "Never mind. I shall not dwell on distant possibilities." Suddenly, Changle proposed. "Why don't we inquire with the shopkeeper to see if he would consider installment payments?" Suyu smiled. "Very well, tomorrow I shall ask. Though the likelihood of success may be slim, how can one resign oneself without at least attempting?" Chapter 50. Hee, you rascal. Upon returning home, Mr. Gu was absent. Yet, the house was not silent, for others were present. The recently encountered Hong Ying was emerging from the house alongside Li Erlang. Spotting Changle and Suyu, Hong Ying promptly remarked, "The items I retrieved for you have been neatly arranged." Changle nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I just purchased some fabric. I am somewhat proficient in needlework. Would you assist me with some guidance shortly?" While Changle possessed basic skills in sewing, she was not particularly adept. Initially, she intended to buy ready-made garments for Suyu, but the maid, Hong Ying, dissuaded her, suggesting that in ordinary households, it is customary for wives to sew for their husbands. After hearing this, Changle acquiesced. However, the thought of sewing an entire outfit on her own was daunting. So she justifiably requested Hong Ying to stay and assist. Hong Ying agreed, and then went to the kitchen to help with tidying up. It was then that Suyu inquired, "If grandfather is not at home, how did they gain entry?" Changle chuckled. "I suspect that when grandfather left, he assumed we were outside and therefore did not lock the door, merely asking Uncle Fu's family to keep an eye on things. After all, they have a large family. It is a trivial matter. Indeed, it was a minor issue." However, Suyu was surprised by the level of trust between Changle's family and Uncle Fu's, allowing free access to the backyard in the absence of any household members. Perhaps there exists a bond of profound trust between them. Later, just before dinner, Mr. Gu finally returned home. He appeared somewhat disgruntled, silently pouring himself tea from his own pot. Observing his demeanor, Changle discerned that he had likely suffered a defeat at chess once again at the hands of Grandfather Zhao. She exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yu, both sharing a silent amusement, and approached to sit beside Mr. Gu. Grandfather, you are back? Mr. Gu grunted, barely acknowledging her. Lost at chess again. Mr. Gu glared at his granddaughter, who had so bluntly exposed his sore spot. Engaging in such an elegant pursuit cannot merely be defined by winning or losing. We were merely exchanging insights. Gu Changle smiled knowingly. Ah, so you endured a day of torment at the hands of Grandfather Zhao? Mr. Gu hesitated, taking a long moment before managing to utter, half a day. Unable to contain herself, Gu Changle stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. Su Yu too found the situation amusing. Mr. Gu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, grumbled, He is a scholar. It is only natural for a rustic like me to be outmatched in chess. I shall never challenge that old curmudgeon again. Gu Changle teased. Indeed. Instead of challenging him to chess, why not test your skills in martial arts instead? Mr. Gu seemed to recall something amusing and broke into a grin. I could defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. With Mr. Gu's mood lifted, Gu Changle then informed him that Su Yu would be attending the academy to audit classes the following day. Mr. Gu glanced at Su Yu and asked, Will the academy teach chess? Su Yu sheepishly replied, No. Gu Changle sighed. My husband is going to the academy to study. Old man Gu let out a regretful click of his tongue. I knew it all along. Not every scholar possesses the art of chess. There are few who can truly rival old man Zhao in this regard. His mind is filled with intricate thoughts, capable of wrapping insults in convoluted layers. Old man Gu, abandoning his usual cheerful demeanor, began to vent his frustrations about old man Zhao, evidently having suffered greatly. Su Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, In truth, playing chess is merely a hobby. There is no need for grandfather to take it to heart. Old man Gu muttered, That may be so, but it is not you who has faced defeat. Observing Zhao's arrogant demeanor, he felt an urge to triumph over him on the chessboard. Seeing old man Gu's distressed expression, Su Yu chuckled, If you only focus on winning a single game, it can certainly be achieved. I shall teach you a delightful strategy with the pieces. Tomorrow, when you play against Grandfather Zhao, you will undoubtedly win several times. Win several times? Old man Gu's eyes brightened as he sprang up from his chair. You claim I can win against him multiple times? Su Yu cleared his throat. Indeed, it is chess, but it is not the same as Go. I will teach you a variant called Gamoku, and I assure you, you will emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, old man Gu's spirits lifted immediately. He exclaimed, You rascal. Just moments ago you claimed ignorance of chess, yet now you can teach me a method to achieve victory in every battle? Changle, go fetch grandfather's chessboard and pieces. I wish to see what this lad can teach me. Seeing her grandfather's enthusiasm, Gu Changle disregarded whether Su Yu's claims were genuine or not and promptly retrieved the chessboard and pieces. Once everything was arranged, she whispered to Su Yu, Grandfather Zhao hardly finds worthy opponents in chess. Can the method you teach truly be effective? Su Yu replied confidently, Of course. While I cannot guarantee success in Go, this alternative method is indeed feasible. What Su Yu intended to teach old man Gu was Gamoku. Compared to the complex strategies of Go, which demands high levels of mental acuity, Gamoku, utilizing the same board and pieces, offers a clearer path to victory. Although Zhao is regarded as a master by both the grandfather and granddaughter, it is likely that he would grasp the nuances soon. However, initially employing classic openings, such as the Flower Moon and the Poo Moon, which guarantee victory for the first player, would allow old man Gu to secure a few wins. Once everything was set up, Su Yu began to explain the rules of this game to old man Gu. The gameplay was simple, and the mnemonic devices were easy to remember. As old man Gu listened to Su Yu's instructions, he practiced on the board. The first move for black typically goes in the center, while the second move for white has only two common options, known as direct and diagonal. After making this initial move, marking the point guarantees a win. Following Su Yu's guidance, old man Gu placed his pieces step by step. It seemed as though they had hardly played a few moves when Su Yu declared, Look, I have no further moves available. Grandfather, you have one. Old man Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, I have been surrounded. This method is splendid and remarkably simple. The simpler the strategy, the more exhilarating it is to triumph over that Zhao fellow. Old man Gu was elated and eagerly urged Su Yu to continue the game. Su Yu further elucidated some additional tactics. This expedited method truly proved to be effective. After triumphing over Su Yu, Gu Changle was then substituted in. Together, the couple could hardly match up to old man Gu. With a satisfied grin, old man Gu remarked, Tomorrow, I shall seek out that old Zhao. I will win a few rounds and then withdraw, leaving him in despair. The more he contemplated this, the more delightful it seemed, and he longed for the arrival of the morrow. As time freed up, he suddenly felt hungry. They set the table, and the three of them sat down to enjoy their meal leisurely. It was then that Gu Changle recalled Su Yu's mention of acquiring the nearby bookstore. Right, she said. My husband mentioned wanting to acquire that bookstore. If we find ourselves short on funds, grandfather, could you lend us some? Su Yu was taken aback that Gu Changle would genuinely seek help from Old Man Gu, and he nervously set down his bowl. Old Man Gu glanced at Gu Changle and generously replied, You know how much I have, my dear. When the time comes, simply state your needs. Chapter 51. Touching moments. Old Man Gu was quite amiable. The moment Gu Changle spoke up, he readily agreed without hesitation. He did not disclose the amount of his savings, and Su Yu felt too shy to inquire. Noticing Old Man Gu's straightforwardness and Gu Changle's active involvement, Su Yu stated earnestly, Rest assured. When the bookstore begins to generate profit, I will return the funds to grandfather at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, I shall include interest, ensuring grandfather does not incur any losses. Su Yu's sudden seriousness made Old Man Gu feel a bit bashful. He burst into laughter. There's no need for such pressure. Grandfather's money belongs to Changle. If she is willing to lend it to you, then so be it. Whether you profit or lose is of no consequence. However, he added, but you, a scholar, purchasing a shop for business? The societal hierarchy is quite pronounced. As a farmer, you can either pursue studies or engage in small-scale artisan trades. But venturing into commerce is prohibited without merchant status. The regulations of the Great Zhou initially dictated that merchant status, along with their descendants, were barred from participating in the imperial examinations. However, in recent times, this policy has been relaxed considerably, allowing many children of merchants to take the exams. Yet, farmers engaging in business strictly reserved for merchants remain forbidden, and discovery of such activities would be a violation of court law. Old Man Gu's remarks prompted Su Yu to realize his oversight in this matter. He mused, this indeed poses a challenge. However, I have heard that one can purchase a servant to hold the shop under their name. But if funds are already insufficient, acquiring another servant seems impractical. Su Yu felt as if he had suddenly returned to his previous life, finding himself once again destitute. Gu Changle had also forgotten this aspect. Observing Su Yu's troubled expression, she contemplated and suggested, why not register the shop under Li Erlang's name? The Fu family has many sons, and not all are destined for the scholarly path. Let Li Erlang change his status to merchant and place the shop in his name. The current government's restrictions regarding merchants entering the imperial examinations have been loosening, and once profits are made, a nominal donation to secure a title such as a junior official would have no lasting impact on future generations. It must be said that Gu Changle is indeed unlike the other young women in Sui village. She swiftly proposed a solution. However, Sui felt a twinge of concern. Would Uncle Fu disagree? With a jovial smile, old Gu replied, I shall personally speak to him. There's bound to be no objection. Did you not assert that we are certain to profit? Let us draft a contract, and with the earnings, we can secure a nominal position for Li Erlang. It is they who should be delighted to receive an official title. Though spoken lightly, the reality is that securing an official post would require at least several thousand taels, a consideration that felt distant. Presently, Sui could hardly afford the capital to purchase a shop, and he wondered if Uncle Fu would be swayed by such lofty promises. Yet, old Gu spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving Sui with no choice but to express his heartfelt gratitude. I shall be in your debt, Grandpa, he said, clenching his fist in gratitude. Your kindness towards me shall not go unreciprocated, and I vow to honor you well in the future. Rest assured, I possess ample knowledge that will surely elevate your lives. Gu Changle nodded, her trust evident as she replied, Indeed, I believe in you. Old Gu, with a cheerful glance at Gu Changle, suggested, Let us dine first. The dishes are growing cold. The three of them shared a warm and harmonious dinner. Hong Ying arrived punctually to assist in clearing the table, drawing water for Gu Changle's bath. And only after ensuring she was finished did she return to her own dwelling. Sui, meanwhile, bathed in a separate location. Afterward, he sat outside, allowing his hair to dry. When Gu Changle emerged, she took a seat beside him, and together they enjoyed the gentle evening breeze. Sui took her hand, sighing, Changle, you have treated me with such kindness. I promise to reciprocate in kind. Gu Changle, feeling the warmth of his grip, turned to meet his gaze. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow upon the earth. In this tender twilight, Sui's eyes radiated deep affection. Changle felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks as she replied, I merely spoke a few words on your behalf. It is nothing of great significance. By the way, you must don a new long gown when you attend the academy tomorrow. I took the liberty of purchasing 2 new outfits today. Do try them on to see if they fit. Such martial attire must be tailored for comfort, though a slightly larger long gown will suffice. While shopping for fabric earlier, Changle had thought ahead, acquiring 2 gowns in similar sizes, intended for Sui's use in the city. Previously, in the village, Sui had never witnessed her engage in needlework, indicating that she likely was not skilled in such tasks. Yet her thoughtfulness in this matter revealed her genuine care for him. Accompanying her into the room, Sui tried on the 2 gowns she had selected. Both were of fine material, likely not inexpensive. One set was rather loose, while the other fit somewhat snugly. Upon seeing him in the tighter attire, Changle widened her eyes in surprise. Have you perhaps gained a bit of weight? Sui, feeling his own muscular chest, took her hand and guided it to touch him. Am I truly heavier? He inquired. Yes, but it's firm, Changle replied slowly. The chest beneath my palm was firm, the warmth of his skin subtly seeping through the thin fabric into my hand, while his heart thumped robustly. Suyu expressed his satisfaction, affirming, Indeed, this is muscle. I have been training diligently lately, and it seems to be yielding some results. If I continue to persevere, it will only improve. Changle withdrew her hand, her gaze drifting. So those peculiar movements he performed daily before practicing calligraphy were genuinely effective. Yet, she redirected her attention to the garment, questioning, Isn't it a bit small? Suyu raised his hand slightly and replied, It's fine. It doesn't hinder my movements, and I can wear it for a while. However, after some time, it may become unsuitable. Perhaps we could return this one, and I could wear the slightly larger one instead. With a belt, it should fit well enough. Given some time, Suyu's physique would surely become more robust, making the larger size quite appropriate. Changle felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was her first time buying clothes for Suyu, and they turned out ill-fitting. Nevertheless, Suyu appeared delighted, grasping her hand and offering further praise. Thank you, my dear, I truly like it. Changle accepted his compliments with a hint of guilt. Fortunately, she hadn't purchased ready-made robes, but rather bought fabric to tailor them. She mused that it wasn't just the martial attire. Tomorrow, she would need to take Honging out to procure more fabric to craft additional garments for Suyu. The following day, after breakfast, Suyu donned the new outfit Changle had purchased and set out for the academy to attend lectures. Changle retreated to her room, retrieving the slightly snug robe to measure against her figure. Honging entered, ready to assist, and noticed her mistress muttering to herself. The size is incorrect. How could I have received such praise? This will not do. I must personally create a fitting garment for my husband. Chapter 52. The amusement between young couples. Changle was determined to sew a garment for Suyu herself. Her skills in needlework were rather modest, and she seldom had the opportunity to practice. Thus, she found the task quite unfamiliar. With Hongying's guidance, she gradually acquired some techniques. Immersed in her undertaking, time slipped away swiftly. When Changle finally regained her awareness, the sun was high in the sky. Hongying reminded her, Mistress, did you not mention that you would go to the study when the Lord left today? Indeed, Suyu intended to secure that study, and Changle needed to arrange the purchase. Time was of the essence. If she delayed further, Suyu might return from school and inquire about it. However, as she began to grasp the work at hand, she hesitated to set it aside. Hongying suggested, Why not let me take Lang to handle it? In truth, such matters did not require Changle's direct involvement. Yet, her concern for every detail regarding her husband was evident. After a moment's contemplation, Changle shook her head, stating, No, I shall go myself. Tidying her garment, she set out with Hongying and Li Erlang. Old Gu had likely gone to play chess with old Zhao, having long departed the house. The study was not far from their home, and upon Changle's arrival, she found it eerily quiet, devoid of any patrons. The young attendant idly sat on a high stool, swatting flies, with no sign of the shopkeeper in sight. Upon noticing a customer entering, he mustered a semblance of enthusiasm and approached to greet them. He remembered Changle, who had visited their bookstore the previous day with her husband, purchasing a significant number of writing supplies. What might you wish to acquire today? He inquired. Changle, however, did not linger on trivialities. She stated directly, I wish to purchase your establishment. Please summon your shopkeeper. The attendant paused momentarily, surprised. Was this the same young lady who had expressed a desire to take on the task of copying books yesterday? Her family's finances seemed modest. So how could she afford to buy the bookstore today? Reflecting on her husband's inquiries about the matter, which she had overheard, the attendant chose to say nothing further. Please wait here, young lady. I will fetch the shopkeeper, he replied. Upon hearing that someone wished to buy the shopkeeper emerged, brimming with enthusiasm, yet hesitated when he beheld the customer's plain attire. Could these individuals truly afford such a purchase? Nevertheless, he invited them into the inner chamber and asked the attendant to serve tea. Please, have a seat, he offered. Only the most striking young woman took a seat, while the other lady and the young man stood flanking her. Before the shopkeeper could voice his suspicions, Changle boldly initiated the discussion. To his surprise, the negotiation proceeded remarkably smoothly. She agreed to take over the shop, its inventory, and even the craftsman responsible for printing in the backyard. When it came to the shopkeeper's asking price, she made no mention of haggling. The young woman beside her produced several banknotes, laying them on the table. Let us count the money, and, if all is in order, proceed to sign the agreement. Such promptness. From the moment the shopkeeper had emerged until the payment was made, scarcely more than the duration of a tea ceremony had elapsed. He took the banknotes, inspected them, and noted they were from a reputable bank, easily exchangeable for silver in their town. There should be no risk of forgery. While the banknotes appeared legitimate, the signing of the agreement required further delay. It was already past the hour of the snake. What was there to wait for? Changle furrowed her brow and asked, What are we waiting for? The shopkeeper, considering that this young lady likely had never engaged in such a transaction before, felt a sense of protectiveness. Allow me to explain, young lady. It is not as simple as it may seem to purchase a shop. One must consult with the local authorities to clarify one's eligibility. Only after the authorities confirm your qualification and secure the consent of the neighboring shopkeepers can the purchase proceed. Furthermore, the signing must occur in the presence of the authorities as a witness. Otherwise, the contract may not hold any validity. Purchasing a shop is no trivial matter. The process is quite intricate. Moreover, not everyone possesses the qualification to buy a shop. The local authorities oversee the area to maintain safety and neighborly harmony. Thus, prospective buyers must be permanent residents with sufficient financial means and good character, necessitating the gathering of opinions from neighboring shopkeepers before any purchase can be made. Once all these matters are settled, both parties can sign and seal the agreement in the presence of the village witness, before proceeding to the official office for the final stamp. This step-by-step process inevitably takes several days to complete. Changle could not have anticipated the complexities involved in purchasing a shop. She replied calmly, It matters not. You may simply verify the currency and proceed with signing the agreement, handing all contracts over to me. The remaining tasks will be managed by my associates. The shopkeeper looked at Changle with a hint of hesitation. Although the young woman was strikingly beautiful, her attire was that of an ordinary woman. There was a subtle detachment in her manner of speaking. Nevertheless, certain protocols must be adhered to. For what if one party were to be deceived, and there was no recourse to the law? Changle slightly furrowed her brow, stating, I have little time. Please accept the payment first and draft a preliminary contract with me. My husband will arrive shortly to discuss further details with you. Whatever he proposes, you shall agree to. I will ensure that all necessary procedures are completed thereafter. The shopkeeper, somewhat perplexed, pondered her intentions. Did she truly expect him to accept the money without fear of her reneging? It seemed that Hong Ying, standing nearby, sensed the shopkeeper's apprehensions and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. Sir, you may accept the funds. No one in this city can deceive our family. Simply follow the instructions of our young lady. Our master is a man of great integrity who prefers not to rely on our young lady's wealth, which is why she has taken this approach. Be cautious with your words. Do not speak inappropriately. There was an unmistakable undertone of warning in her words. Coming from such a young lady, it startled the shopkeeper. While they had entered with pleasant smiles, their demeanor had shifted to something far more formidable, suggesting they were not of ordinary stock. The mention of the master prompted the shopkeeper to glance at Changle again. She had not touched the tea he had served, her countenance remaining composed and indifferent. Did the shopkeeper have any further inquiries? He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for questions. It dawned on him that this young woman was likely of humble marriage to a husband with a strong sense of pride, who would not wish to live off her fortune. Thus, she sought him out discreetly. Alternatively, it could simply be a playful arrangement between the couple. The shopkeeper replied, There are no further issues. I will do my utmost to comply with the young lady's requests. Gu Changle's expression softened in satisfaction. Chapter 53. All matters discussed at this moment in the academy. Suyu was seated in one of the classrooms, listening to the instructor, Jiaoyu, deliver a lecture. The academy primarily catered to scholars, with only one class reserved for young students. The students in this class were either exceptionally talented or hailed from affluent families. Those attending the academy wore a uniform akin to modern school attire. Suyu, not being a true student, did not possess such attire. Though he was clad in a light-colored robe, he stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. Many individuals were engaged in hushed whispers, speculating about the true identity of this newcomer. Meanwhile, the instructor, Jiaoyu, noticed Suyu's earnest attention during the lecture and felt a sense of satisfaction. An interloper, assuming the role of a privileged young master, was surprised to discover that Suyu was, in fact, a diligent and studious student. After the lesson concluded, Jiaoyu assigned homework, instructing the students to complete it before submitting it to Shuizheng, who assisted in the classroom. Shuizheng, being of a lower status than Jiaoyu, was essentially a class monitor among the scholars. Consequently, once Jiaoyu departed, the discipline within the classroom became more relaxed. After a flurry of murmurs, a student from the back row approached Suyu's desk with a sense of purpose. I am Peng Tianqing. May I inquire your esteemed name and which family you hail from? Suyu, intent on finishing his homework promptly, was momentarily disrupted by this unexpected greeting. He paused his work and replied, You are too kind. I am Suyu, not a resident of the capital, nor a young master. Not from the capital? Peng Tianqing responded with a look of astonishment. If you are neither a local nor a young master, how did you manage to gain entry into our academy? Is it merely due to your appearance? A multitude of questions swirled in Peng Tianqing's mind. Yet Suyu, after speaking, continued, I have matters to attend to later, so I must focus on my work. With that, he returned to his task. Uncertain of Suyu's background and hesitant to intrude further, Peng Tianqing retreated. How did it go? Which family does he belong to? Inquired Wang Yuanfeng, the leader of their group, as Peng Tianqing returned. Peng Tianqing relayed the information. He claims to be neither a young master nor a local. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. No identity or background. What nonsense is this? Wang Yuanfeng remarked, discontentedly. Are you certain you didn't inquire properly? Peng Tianqing quickly smiled and replied, That is indeed what he said, when I attempted to ask further. He ceased to engage with me. Such aloofness? Wang Yuanfeng furrowed his brow. If he were of an ordinary family, he would not behave in such a manner. His lineage must be substantial. He simply chooses not to disclose it. This reasoning seemed plausible. An individual from a modest background would likely act like a country bumpkin, seeking connections in the academy. Peng Tianqing was a living example of this. After Wang Yuanfeng spoke, he disdainfully addressed Peng Tianqing. Enough. You cannot even handle a trivial matter. Go, focus on your studies. Following this, he disregarded the homework and stood up, departing with two other young masters. The supervising Shuizheng merely cast a glance at the departing students before shifting his gaze away. Peng Tianqing then settled back down to concentrate on his studies. Upon completing his homework, Suyu hastily submitted it to Shuizheng. Numerous students in the classroom remained engrossed in their studies. It appears that the whispers and distractions earlier were merely a minority. The majority remained diligently focused on their studies. The academic officer, having skimmed through the work, nodded in approval and remarked, Well done, you may proceed. Suyu clasped his hands in gratitude and said, As a newcomer to the academy, I would like to request a copy of the course schedule to facilitate my studies. Might you have one available? The academic officer promptly retrieved a handwritten copy of the schedule from his own notes. This is my own transcription. You may take it to make your own copy and return it to me afterward. Thank you, Suyu replied, taking the schedule and returning later to transcribe it. After finishing, he returned the document to the academic officer and then made his way back to his seat to gather his belongings before departing. By the time he stepped outside, it was nearly noon. Suyu, carrying his books and stationery, hurried home. Why is your face so flushed? Is it the heat? Gu Changle had just returned home as well. The sun blazed outside, and even with an umbrella, one could not escape the warmth. I was just helping in the kitchen, so it's a bit warm, Gu Changle replied calmly. Suyu inquired further, Shall we visit the study after lunch to ask a few questions? Certainly. Gu Changle agreed readily. With the elder absent, they had lunch together, and there was no unspoken rule against conversation at the table. During the meal, Suyu shared some details about the classroom happenings with Gu Changle. After finishing their meal, they took up their umbrellas. Changle wielded a fan as they strolled leisurely towards the study. The attendant at the study had just seen off Changle and her companions when he noticed her return. "Ah, the guest has returned," he exclaimed. Unaware of the previous discussion between Changle and the proprietor, he greeted them warmly. Yu assumed the attendant recognized him as the one who had made purchases the day before, and he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes. I would like to speak with your proprietor. Would you kindly inform him?" The newlywed comes in to see the proprietor, and now her husband returns as well. Was there something unresolved earlier? The attendant, not daring to delay, hastily summoned the proprietor. Yu did not immediately disclose his intention to negotiate for the shop. After all, he was merely there to converse with the proprietor, and there was no assurance of success. He planned to articulate his purpose once in the inner chamber, hoping the proprietor could communicate with the owner to explore the possibility of a deal. They were ushered into the inner room, where the attendant served tea. Yu took a sip, and Changle followed suit with a delicate sip of her own. The proprietor entered, pausing momentarily upon seeing them, then feigning ignorance, asked, "What brings you two to seek my counsel?" Yu replied, "I have heard that this bookshop is for sale and wish to inquire about the details." "Indeed, it is for sale," the proprietor stated as he sat down, offering a brief, formulaic introduction that largely echoed what the attendant had conveyed to Yu the previous day. Once he finished, Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness and said, "I am aware of the particulars, yet I find myself short on funds at present. Might you be able to request the owner to consider a compromise? I would like to make a down payment and subsequently pay a portion each month." Yu succinctly outlined his proposal for an installment payment arrangement. He contemplated that if his proposal was met with disagreement, he would suggest an incentive to strengthen his negotiating position. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the shopkeeper readily acquiesced. "Certainly, this store is somewhat isolated, and our proprietor is eager to finalize the deal. Since you are willing to take over, everything can be arranged without further discussion. Let us proceed directly with the contract as you suggest." Chapter 54. Swift as lightning, the proceedings unfolded so seamlessly that Yu nearly suspected he was being deceived. However, it was evidently not the case. The shopkeeper claimed that the proprietor had entrusted him entirely with this matter, thus allowing him to enter into a contract with Yu on the spot. He moved with remarkable efficiency, sending a servant to summon a witness for the contract's signing. Under the witness's gaze, the contract was duly prepared. The shopkeeper signed his name first, then handed the brush to the still dumbfounded Yu. "Young Master Su, please sign." Yu took the brush, staring at the contract that had been drafted exactly as he had instructed, still somewhat incredulous. Was this proceeding perhaps too smooth? He confirmed, "Are you certain your proprietor will agree to this contract?" The shopkeeper affirmed, "Indeed. The witness is present, so there is no need for concern. Should we default, you may bring the contract to the authorities." The shopkeeper was no fool. After Changle departed, he promptly took the banknote to the money shop for verification. It was unequivocally genuine, honest dealings, devoid of deceit. The price set by their proprietor at the pawnshop was already quite reasonable. Any subsequent prospective buyers would undoubtedly negotiate. Yet, young Master Su's wife had not haggled at all, simply providing the full amount. The surplus funds, with some maneuvering, could significantly enrich his own pockets. Although his acting skills were lacking, his arithmetic was quite adept. He was so eager for this advantageous deal that he could hardly contain his desire to clasp Yu's hand and hastily finalize the contract. Though the signing of this agreement was no longer of concern to him, he believed in the ethical duty of receiving compensation for alleviating others' burdens. The shopkeeper felt he was maintaining a commendable professional integrity. Even if Yu were to exercise the utmost caution, he could hardly suspect any potential for deceit in such a well-structured operation. The shopkeeper would not dare to act without the proprietor's consent in the presence of a witness. Otherwise, should the proprietor bring both men to court, the outcome would be inevitable. Hence, the possibility of fraud was virtually non-existent. Yu mused that he was indeed fortunate to have encountered such an agreeable party. After a moment's reflection, he signed his name in the presence of the witness. The down payment was 30 taels of silver, with a subsequent monthly payment of 20 taels, allowing him to settle the debt in about a year. 3 copies of the contract were signed, each party retaining their respective copy. Changle produced 30 taels of silver, handing them to the shopkeeper under the witness's scrutiny. After counting, the shopkeeper nodded. "The amount is correct." Thus, the transaction was deemed complete. Now, Yu had become the proprietor of the bookstore, holding the freshly minted contract. He felt as though he were living in a dream. Once the formalities were completed, the shopkeeper remarked, "Young Master Su, I must accompany the master. Thus, upon your assumption of the shop, you will need to appoint another steward. Furthermore," he added, "there are still some employees in the shop, and I shall introduce them to you." The individuals bound by a death contract had already returned to the master, while those remaining in the store were primarily on active contracts. Should you wish, you may renegotiate their agreements with them. The steward promptly summoned all the personnel of the bookshop to the forefront, introducing the new proprietor while allowing Su Yu to familiarize himself with the staff. The bookshop was modest in size, hence the number of employees was limited. Aside from the steward, there was merely one errand boy at the front, with 2 craftsmen responsible for printing technology at the back. Traditional movable type printing necessitated carving letter templates, followed by typesetting, and finally printing. The carving work could be outsourced, while the 2 craftsmen primarily handled typesetting and printing. Unfortunately, the business of the bookshop had been exceedingly poor. The previously printed templates had barely sold a single edition, leading to them being discarded in the back to gather dust. Eventually, the bookshop ceased its own printing altogether, opting instead to have copies transcribed of only the more popular works. The 2 craftsmen spent their days idly, feeling too embarrassed to even collect their wages, constantly fearing that the owner would be unable to pay them and would dismiss them. Now, seeing a new owner had arrived, both men felt a flicker of joy. However, upon seeing the new proprietors, an attractive couple, they were somewhat disheartened. Their youthful appearance was one thing, but their attire was rather unremarkable, akin to that of the laborers. Was this new owner not worse than the previous one? Su Yu glanced at the 2 men and surmised their thoughts. Indeed, not only these 2 craftsmen, but even the shop employees were older than he and Gu Changle. Without a notable family background at his age, it would be somewhat challenging to command respect. Gu Changle also cast a fleeting glance at the 2 men before quickly averting her gaze. The steward introduced each person with whom Su Yu might renegotiate contracts. This was Aki, the errand boy in front, and these 2 were Lu Fong and Lu Yuan, brothers from the same family. Su Yu nodded slightly to the group, introducing himself. "I am your new proprietor, Su, with the given name Yu. I am currently a student preparing for the Imperial examination in August. Today, as I take over the bookshop, if any of you wish to continue working here, we shall draft a new contract." The errand boy smiled sheepishly at Su Yu, having nothing to say, as his standing in the shop was the lowest. He would wait for others to finish speaking before he did. The brothers Lu exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. "Master, we have something to inquire." Su Yu nodded in acquiescence. "Please, ask away." As the elder brother, Lu Yuan inquired, "Master, as you have observed, our bookshop's business has been rather poor. Even with a new owner, if we continue in the same line of business, the profits may still be insufficient. What shall we do then? The bookshop is on the brink of closure due to lack of business. They are artisans dedicated to their craft, and if the bookshop were to continue its original business, they would naturally remain. However, should a change in business occur, they would undoubtedly be unwilling to stay." Su Yu smiled and remarked, "I am well aware of the bookshop's poor business. Since I have the audacity to take over this establishment, it is evident that I possess sound reasoning for doing so. Rest assured, the bookshop's business will undoubtedly flourish." The 2 men exchanged doubtful glances. The bookshop's operations primarily revolve around the same offerings, and its location is less than favorable, lacking any distinctive features. What could possibly inspire such confidence in the new proprietor that he can revitalize the business? Noticing their skeptical expressions, Su Yu chuckled softly. "I can speak so confidently because I possess skills that are not available in other bookshops. While we may be patrons, we are also guided by the principle of mutual consent. You are experienced craftsmen, and it would be ideal for you to remain and sign a new contract with me. However, I do have certain requirements for your employment. You must agree to my terms to stay." Chapter 55. I will copy books to support you initially. They assumed that Su Yu, with his youthful appearance, was inexperienced. However, as he spoke, it became clear that he was quite articulate. Upon hearing Su Yu claim to possess skills that others lack, the brothers were eager to learn from him. Yet, Su Yu's subsequent statement left Lu Fong and Lu Yuan momentarily taken aback. Did they need to meet conditions to remain? Lu Yuan inquired, "What requirements does the master have?" Su Yu replied earnestly, "The skills I intend to teach you are unique. Therefore, if you wish to continue working with me, in addition to signing an employment agreement, you must also sign a confidentiality agreement. This agreement will entail joint liability, should it be discovered that this technique has been leaked and traced back to either of you. The other will also bear equal responsibility. Unless my bookshop closes, no one outside of you two is permitted to know any information regarding my techniques. Su Yu's demeanor was serious as he elucidated his conditions. He understood that in families with multiple brothers, there is often room for maneuvering. One brother might take the blame while the others care for their wives and children. Thus, Su Yu felt it necessary to clarify these matters in advance. While they could learn his skills, they must also understand the responsibilities that accompany such knowledge. The brothers were astonished by the nature of Su Yu's stipulations. With only two of them in the family, joint liability meant that if something went awry, both would be adversely affected. This arrangement seemed to jeopardize their very livelihoods. However, upon further reflection, they realized that as craftsmen, the skills they acquired would ultimately be passed down to their descendants. Possessing a unique skill could enable their future generations to take the helm. Thus, it was customary for artisans to guard their knowledge closely, waiting to eventually impart it to their heirs. Even if others wish to learn, they cannot possibly extract knowledge from them. Therefore, they do not fear signing such contracts. Nowadays, the number of bookstores in the Great Zhou is quite substantial, particularly within their city. The techniques in the printing industry are largely understood by all, which means that the competition among bookstores does not revolve around new products. If this proprietor truly possesses knowledge that others lack, it is no wonder he expresses confidence in reviving the business. The two brothers exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Lu Yuan, once again taking the role of spokesperson, replied, "If we can indeed learn new things from you, we brothers are more than willing to sign those contracts." Su Yu nodded and said, "Very well. I shall return tonight to prepare the contract, and we will sign it anew tomorrow. You may reconsider until then." "We certainly will not reconsider," the two hastily replied. With this exchange, they comprehended that the young man before them was far from ordinary. Their earlier dismissal due to his youth had been a grave misjudgment. After conversing with the brothers, Su Yu turned to the errand boy, Aki. "What is your opinion?" Aki replied with a smile, "As long as the proprietor is willing to continue employing me, I am eager to remain here." Su Yu responded, "Excellent. I cannot guarantee much, but I will ensure that your salary is paid promptly each month. Moreover, should business become busy, I will hire additional help. Thank you for your consideration, proprietor." For now, it appeared that all personnel were set to renew their contracts. After clarifying these matters, they temporarily dispersed. The innkeeper, who had been observing in amazement, was brought back to reality. He had not anticipated that this new proprietor would be entirely different from his expectations. After all, when his wife had introduced him, he had assumed her husband was merely a freeloader. Yet, it turned out he possessed considerable capability. Moreover, with unique skills, even if he were to face financial difficulties, they would surely be temporary. It was no wonder the attractive and affluent young lady had taken a liking to him. "Innkeeper, have you completed the inventory of the remaining items in the bookstore?" "It is already done. Here is the latest list." The innkeeper had prepared ahead of time and presented the pre-established list to Su Yu. As for the previous account books, he intended to take them back to his family. However, recalling Su Yu's earlier words, the innkeeper could not help but inquire, "Young Master Su, did your family previously operate a bookstore?" Su Yu shook his head, "No. My family is not from the city. We primarily engaged in agriculture and scholarship." "Then, where did your unique skills originate?" The innkeeper was genuinely curious. Su Yu did not answer, but merely smiled. "Innkeeper, I cannot divulge that information. I apologize for my impertinence, young Master Su," the innkeeper said, feeling somewhat awkward and disappointed. His curiosity about Su Yu's knowledge was palpable. Su Yu smiled and invited, "If you wish to know, once we launch our new products, you are welcome to come and witness the excitement." The innkeeper smiled in gratitude. That is certainly the case. It must be said that this young man not only possesses striking good looks and unique skills, but he also exhibits a remarkable way of interacting with others. If only I could be like him, how much easier life would be. After the shopkeeper concluded his business with Su Yu, he took his leave. By this time, it was already late afternoon. Su Yu decided to let the others leave early that day, instructing them to return the following day with the contract after his classes. Throughout this exchange, Changle remained silent, watching in quiet astonishment. Her husband, who was clearly from a humble farming background, seemed to have an understanding of everything. Changle could assert that even the sons of wealthy families would struggle to handle such matters as adeptly as Su Yu. It was remarkable that her grandfather had decided so quickly to betroth her to Su Yu upon their first meeting. How discerning her grandfather was. Once everyone had departed, Suyu locked the study and handed the key to Changle. As they strolled back leisurely, she finally inquired, "How is it that you are so knowledgeable about business affairs?" Suyu shook his head. "I merely speak theoretically. I have not truly engaged in it." Changle thought to herself that her husband was indeed a diligent individual. If he could articulate such concepts, he would undoubtedly excel in practice. Suyu then playfully remarked, "If this study fails to generate profit, we may find ourselves burdened with substantial debt. Are you concerned?" Changle nonchalantly replied, "With your abilities, I am certain that profit will come. Even if it were to fail, I could always transcribe text to support you." Curiosity piqued, Changle asked, "What was that new skill you mentioned to the workers at the bookshop? I recall that neither my uncle nor my younger uncle possess such talent. Is it something your parents passed down to you?" Suyu's parents were merely ordinary farmers. They could not possibly have such skills. It would be unwise to use that as an excuse, as it would be quickly exposed upon returning to the village. Thus, Suyu could only respond vaguely, "Not quite. I once stumbled upon an obscure ancient text in a corner of the town's bookshop that contained information on this subject. Unfortunately, I lacked the funds to purchase it. Later, a small fire occurred in the bookshop, and that particular ancient text was lost in the flames." Suyu wove this narrative by drawing from his prior experience. There had indeed been a minor fire at the town's bookshop, which was promptly extinguished by a pot of tea thrown by an employee. Although some books were burned, they were all neglected volumes covered in dust. Thus, if questioned, his excuse would hold water, and Changle would hardly pursue the matter further. Changle suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. Indeed, many ancestral wisdoms have not been passed down. It seems you are fortunate." For Suyu, this method was indeed learned from his predecessors. Changle then inquired about the specific skills documented in that ancient text. Rather than answering immediately, Suyu countered, "Have you ever seen those illustrated storybooks adorned with colorful illustrations?" Changle nodded, initially intending to affirm that she had indeed perused the work. However, upon reflecting on her persona, she amended her statement, saying, "While I have not read it, I have certainly heard of it." Such illustrated tomes, adorned with vibrant colors, are typically produced in limited quantities by bookstores. After all, their exorbitant prices render them inaccessible to the average person. The art of movable type printing allows for the mass production of books featuring black and white text or single-color pages. Illustrations can also be reproduced through woodblock printing. Yet such prints are restricted to a singular hue, precluding the possibility of a second color. Thus, the colorful illustrated volumes spoken of by Suyu must be distinct from those monochromatic editions, as they are custom commissioned from artists. After the artist painstakingly crafts the illustrations, they are bound together with the printed pages, resulting in a tome where each illustration is uniquely rendered by hand, necessitating considerable time and incurring a hefty cost. Consequently, ordinary readers are largely unable to afford them. Not only are they costly, but the illustrations cannot be guaranteed to be identical across copies. Even when produced by the same artist, variations are inevitable. Some artists, having painted the same subject repeatedly, may even become careless, leading to hasty work. Changle was well aware of this. Suyu, an educated individual, surely comprehended these nuances as well. Agreeing with Changle's insights, he remarked, "Indeed, the prices are steep, making them unattainable for most. If such illustrated works could become affordable, even families of modest means could acquire them." Without a moment's hesitation, Changle responded, "That would undoubtedly result in a fervent demand from all scholars and young ladies alike." Precisely, Suyu continued. "The new technique I speak of allows for the mass printing of the colorful illustrations created by artists, producing results that are virtually indistinguishable from the originals. This advancement means that not only can costly, custom-ordered tomes be produced on a larger scale, but we can also create a plethora of paper products. This technique, evolving from movable type printing, is known as the dough plate and arch flower technology. Although it belongs to the ancient era in Suyu's time, the method is quite intricate and not entirely within his grasp. Nevertheless, he possesses the fundamental theoretical knowledge. There are 2 experienced artisans at the bookstore, and with a bit of guidance from him and some time spent experimenting, they would likely achieve it with ease. Changle expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "You mean to say it is such a craft? If you can indeed produce such items, not only our city but the entire realm of Dezhou would flock to engage in trade with you." While others might not grasp the implications, Changle fully understood the monumental impact that Suyu's technique could generate. A painting that took an artist 10 days, half a month, or even longer to create could be printed en masse. At that point, the concern of securing business would become irrelevant. Xiuyu chuckled, stating, I dare not think too far ahead just yet. Once we finalize the contract tomorrow, I shall confer with the two artisans on how to proceed. Suddenly, Xiuyu recalled an important matter. Your residence is also in the capital. Have you heard of these two brothers? Changle shook her head. Not at all. The capital is so vast, and I do not know everyone. I might only spend about a month in the capital each year, including travel time. Where would I find the opportunity to meet people? Moreover, I would not usually pay attention to the status of these two brothers. Are you curious about their character? Xiuyu remarked. They are intelligent. After all, we are likely to collaborate with them for a lifetime, so it is prudent to inquire beforehand. Conversing with someone as perceptive as Changle is quite comfortable. Just a hint from me, and she can discern my intentions. Such matters are not overly complicated. Changle said, I will ask Uncle Fu to help me gather information. In any case, we can inquire about not only the two brothers, but also their family. By the way, the manager mentioned that we need to hire a new one. Do you have any thoughts on that? This is indeed a challenging task. The manager is crucial, and it would be ideal to purchase a servant for the position. Unfortunately, Xiuyu lacks the official title necessary for such a transaction, and his unfamiliarity with the capital makes it difficult to find a trustworthy person for this role. No, Xiuyu honestly shook his head. Changle then suggested, Uncle Fu's third son is literate, though he is not interested in the Imperial examinations. He should be capable of managing the accounts. After all, we know Uncle Fu's family well. Is it truly that simple to resolve? Xiuyu sighed. I am fortunate to have such a capable partner as you. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed with studying and handling other matters. Securing our first property so effortlessly has indeed lifted my spirits. Changle is not only considerate and virtuous, but also remarkably competent. She even said that she would transcribe books to support him. Though if they were truly in such debt, it would likely be impossible to repay it through mere transcription. Xiuyu chuckled. While it's nice to have you support me, it would be too burdensome for you. I cannot bear to see my beautiful and intelligent wife suffer. Hence, I must strive to earn more. Changle felt a sense of pride from the compliments. Throughout her life, countless individuals have praised her, and she is well aware of her own merits. Yet, no one has ever made her feel as elated as Xiuyu does with just a few words of praise. The corners of Changle's mouth could not help but lift. She thought to herself, not to mention supporting one person, if her husband so desired. She would gladly support an entire village. Chapter 57. Was it he who taught you? Aside from technical matters, with Changle around, Xiuyu need not concern himself too much. Upon returning home, she promptly summoned Uncle Fu to discuss the matter. Upon hearing that his third son was to manage the accounts, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback. The third son? When the prince and princess traveled, they, of course, brought many people along, all dressed as ordinary folk. On the day Xiuyu encountered the prince, their people were indeed nearby, but when they attempted to approach, the prince had stopped them first. Otherwise, what relevance does Xiuyu have? However, old Master Fu has but one son, who did not accompany him to the Wang residence. Just a few days ago, it was suddenly announced that he had gained 2 additional sons. Now, a third son has also emerged. This boy is certainly not the biological child he left in the Wang residence. As for which son Changle was referring to, old Master Fu was momentarily taken aback. Xiuyu observed curiously from the side, and Changle glanced at him as well. Old Master Fu quickly regained his composure and responded, Oh, my third son. He indeed has received an education and can read. Although it seems he has had no prior experience with the accounts, there is no cause for concern. He is clever and will surely manage well. Having served as a close attendant to the old master for many years, old Master Fu still possessed basic reflexes. Changle nodded in agreement. San Lang is quite a decent fellow. It is growing late. You should return and discuss this matter with him. Tomorrow, have him arrive early at the study to await my husband's return from school, so he can meet him and teach him how to manage the accounts. Old Master Fu promptly acquiesced. Xiuyu interjected, If San Lang is unwilling, there is no need to force him. Old Master Fu waved his hand, adopting a parental demeanor. How could he possibly refuse such a splendid opportunity? If he were to turn it down, what else could he do? He is no longer a child. It is time to find him a suitable position to settle down, and eventually, we shall arrange a good marriage for him. Xiuyu suddenly recalled the existence of a bachelor tax. Li Erlang has already married, and it is likely that the Lang has as well. San Lang is of an appropriate age. Each year he must pay an additional tax. In light of this, It is indeed necessary for him to engage in some serious work. Xiuyu smiled. Very well, you may discuss it among yourselves. Since Gu Changle has such faith in old Master Fu's family, Xiuyu is naturally inclined to trust them as well. As for teaching accounts, it is not a daunting task. Xiuyu need not consult anyone. He can teach him directly. While discussing matters with old Master Fu, the old master returned home. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a cheerful tune as he strode in with great confidence. Grandfather is back? Xiuyu greeted him warmly. Upon seeing Xiuyu and Gu Changle, the wrinkles on old Master Gu's face blossomed into a smile. Indeed, I have returned. Grandfather seems quite joyous. I presume there is good news? Unable to contain himself, old Master Gu erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is splendid news. Today, using the strategies taught by my granddaughter's husband, I finally triumphed over that old rascal, Zhao, 3 times. The more he spoke, the more delighted he became, eagerly recounting the events of the day to Xiuyu and Gu Changle. As was his custom, today he had gone to challenge old Zhao to a game of chess. Initially, they played the standard game of Go, and as expected, he was thoroughly trounced. After losing several matches, he grew weary of the game and suggested trying a new approach. Old Zhao, thinking that they were merely using the same pieces and board, agreed, believing that old Master Gu would not be able to outsmart him. Thus, old Master Gu explained the 5-in-a-row method that Xiuyu had taught him. In the first game, Zhao, unfamiliar with the rules, was easily defeated by old Master Gu. Unwilling to concede, Zhao insisted on a rematch. In the second round, Elder Gu emerged victorious once again. By the third round, he managed to win with some difficulty. However, in the fourth round, Elder Zhao had become thoroughly familiar with the game and was ready to roll up his sleeves and showcase his prowess. Only for Elder Gu to abruptly declare that he was done playing. No amount of persuasion from Elder Zhao could sway him. His refusal was resolute. This infuriated Elder Zhao to the point where he nearly overturned the table. Subsequently, Elder Gu returned with a sense of satisfaction. Haha. I recalled Xuyu's words. If one lacks confidence, it is best to play no more than 3 rounds. You should have seen Elder Zhao's furious expression. It truly delighted me to no end. Xiuyu had initially hoped that Elder Gu could secure a few more wins while Elder Zhao was still deciphering the strategies. However, Elder Zhao proved to be far more astute than anticipated. After 3 rounds, Elder Gu felt he could no longer hold his ground, so he wisely chose to withdraw, departing with a flourish amidst Elder Zhao's evident resentment. Xiuyu found joy in this turn of events. Since Elder Zhao had mastered the strategies, they could no longer engage in that game in the future. He chuckled to himself, thinking that not playing would surely vex Elder Zhao even more. Elder Gu gleefully exclaimed, "That old rascal has won against me for so many years. Finally, I have the chance to hold my head high." He also expressed gratitude to Xiuyu for his support. Overjoyed, Elder Gu indulged in an extra bowl of rice that evening. Upon learning that Xiuyu and his companions had resolved matters at the study, he did not inquire further, but simply stated that if they needed assistance, they should not hesitate to ask him. The 3 individuals in the room shared a buoyant mood. Xuyu's schedule for attending the academy was quite early. He would rise before dawn. He practiced a set of punches with Elder Gu in the dim light of daybreak, then quickly washed up, changed into a clean outfit, and prepared to head to school for breakfast. At this early hour, the sky was still faintly illuminated. After dressing and finishing his meal, as he was about to leave, he noticed someone following Elder Gu into the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Elder Zhao, looking quite displeased. He had been so agitated yesterday that he could not sleep, prompting him to arrive at the break of dawn to challenge Elder Gu once more. By the end of their 3rd game yesterday, he had already grasped some of Elder Gu's strategies. If he played a couple more rounds, Elder Gu would surely be unable to best him in the future. Yet, Elder Gu had tantalized him with the prospect of continued play, only to declare that he was finished. This was unacceptable. After Elder Gu had left yesterday, Elder Zhao had spent considerable time analyzing the game and resolved to arrive early today to redeem himself for the previous day's humiliation. Thus, here he was, appearing at the Gu residence before dawn. "Elder Zhao," Xiuyu called out. Elder Zhao, already in a foul mood, saw Xiuyu and, recalling the mediocrity of his writings, felt a pang of irritation. He mumbled a response and seated himself on a nearby stool. Noticing Elder Zhao's disgruntled demeanor, Xiuyu smiled and mentioned that he had to head to the academy, taking his leave. "To the academy?" Elder Zhao remarked to Elder Gu after Xiuyu departed. "You truly treat your granddaughter's husband quite well. Have you taken him to the academy at this hour?" Old Gu chuckled. With such an excellent son-in-law, I must treat him well. Even yesterday, my victory over you was due to his guidance. Old Zhao, taken aback, asked, he taught you to play like that? Chapter 58. With a sly grin, Zhao Qingshu believed himself to be quite astute, adeptly navigating the treacherous waters of the political arena where seasoned foxes lurked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained such a distinguished position. Yet, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingshu remarked, instead of diligently studying, he indulges in frivolous distractions. If only he devoted his energy to his studies, he wouldn't have struggled for years in the Imperial examinations, producing such mediocre essays. Upon hearing Zhao's disparaging remarks about Suyu, old Gu felt displeased. To him, this son-in-law was a treasure, capable of shining in front of the shrewd old Zhao. Your words do not sit well with me, old man. My Changlu has declared her husband to be undeniably talented. Surely, you have witnessed it yourself? His poetry flows effortlessly. Old Zhao snorted in response. Indeed, I have witnessed it. But what worth does skill in poetry hold if one cannot compose a proper essay? The current emperor values literary prowess. Without it, what significance does fine verse have? Ultimately, one must rely on the wealth of the Huainan prince's estate. Old Gu, with pride, declared, and so we shall rely. My family is prosperous enough to provide anything he desires. Old Zhao rolled his eyes. Anything? Even the throne, perhaps? I doubt you could manage that. Though he refrained from voicing such audacious thoughts. Old Gu, catching Zhao's eye, chuckled. Isn't it often said that one should cultivate one's character, embodying the demeanor of a scholar, maintaining grace and propriety? Yet here you are, rolling your eyes to the heavens. Old Zhao, caught in the act of his secretive eye-rolling, felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. Enough of this banter. I came for a game of chess. Bring forth the board. Let us begin. Old Gu was not so easily swayed. Not today. I have no intention of losing back the winnings from yesterday. I must refrain from playing for a while. What business do you have in the capital? Old Zhao inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Oh, my son-in-law has just purchased a study, and I must assist him. Old Gu fabricated a reason, though he had no real need to help. A study? Why bother with such things when money is no object? The Imperial examination is fast approaching, and now he chooses to engage in a bookshop venture? Suyu seems to have no focus, always dabbling in trivial pursuits. Old Zhao sighed inwardly. What a promising young man, yet his judgment is so clouded. It is one thing for old Gu to be oblivious. But why does Changlu not guide him? Just then, Gu Changlu emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing old Gu, she greeted him with the utmost decorum. The sight of Gu Changlu softened old Zhao's expression considerably. He waved his hand and called Gu Changle over. Changle, I heard from your grandfather that your husband has acquired a bookstore. What is the story behind that? Gu Changle replied. The bookstore near our home was up for transfer, so my husband took it over. Although he didn't have enough money, he negotiated an installment plan with the owner, promising to repay once he starts earning. There was a hint of pride in her voice as she spoke of this. Old Zhao felt somewhat at a loss. He certainly wasn't worried about the financial aspect. He merely thought that at this time, Suyu's endeavors were rather distracting. However, seeing Gu Changle's proud demeanor, he refrained from being overly critical and could only gently advise, the bookstore business is just the same old routine. You should have others assist him more. Gu Changle shook her head. I cannot help much. What my husband is trying to create is something that no one has attempted before. Pausing for a moment, she continued with enthusiasm. Grandpa Zhao, being a man of letters, you will surely appreciate what my husband produces. Once it's ready, I will have someone deliver some to you straight away. What new creations could he possibly come up with? Old Zhao mused with skepticism. It wouldn't be some novel tales, would it? At my age, I have little interest in such things. When it came to new creations, Old Zhao instinctively thought of the storybooks that bookstores typically use to attract customers. He mused that perhaps Suyu intended to write something novel. After all, despite his lackluster writing, the young man undoubtedly possessed talents in other literary domains. However, such works were usually favored by the youth and young ladies. Old Zhao had long surpassed that age. Gu Changle spoke with an air of mystery. You will know when the time comes, Grandpa Zhao. Old Zhao felt that both Gu Changle and her grandfather were utterly captivated by Suyu, each fiercely supporting him. Indeed, the young man was quite commendable. Yet, his humble origins meant he should be diligently striving upward, rather than getting lost in myriad thoughts. This could ultimately lead to a lack of success in all his pursuits. He had previously entertained the idea of taking on a disciple, but that thought had quickly faded. He believed the young man was still too ungrounded and not yet ready to become his apprentice. However, if Xiuyu could develop properly, who could predict what the future might hold? Thus, old Zhao harbored a certain disappointment in Xiuyu, feeling that given his background, he was worlds apart from Changle. What would happen if he failed to achieve anything substantial in the future? Upon discovering Changle's identity, would he choose a complacent existence or feel unworthy and ashamed? Old Zhao felt he was troubled enough as it was. I will be heading back in a few days. I fear I won't be able to wait for your delivery. Changle smiled. No worries, I will arrange for someone to send it back to Grandpa Zhao. Old Zhao finally broke into a smile. All right, Changle, you are so considerate, always thinking of me. Unlike that old man over there. He glanced at old Gu, winning and running off, just to provoke me. Old Gu chuckled in response. Recently, I have found myself devoid of time for chess. In a few days, old Zhao will return to the provincial city. If old Gu does not accompany him, it is certain that the vendetta cannot be avenged. This thought leaves old Zhao feeling quite full. He rises and declares, no need to keep me for lunch. I shall take my leave. Old Gu sees him off. Upon returning to the main hall, the sight of his grandfather's cheerful demeanor elicits a suppressed chuckle. Grandfather, you are rather mischievous, he muses, observing old Zhao's vexation. Old Gu replies with satisfaction. If he were not intent on reclaiming victory, he wouldn't be so agitated. My granddaughter's husband has suggested that we withdraw after winning a few games, and I shall heed his advice. When he devises a method for me to triumph again, I shall compete with old Zhao once more. Chapter 59. As old Zhao stormed away from the Gu residence, Xiuyu had already arrived at the academy. Last night, he diligently drafted the contract, and after school, he intended to visit the study to finalize the matter. It is only after all parties have signed that he can commence organizing his affairs. Regrettably, the Mid-Autumn Festival occurs before the Academy's examinations. As the exams approach, everyone is engrossed in their studies, leaving no time to partake in any Mid-Autumn festivities. All are awaiting the post-examination banquet hosted by the magistrate for the successful candidates. Although the Mid-Autumn celebration is not feasible, the banquet for the scholars will still proceed as scheduled. Initially, he planned to contemplate profit-making endeavors only after the exams. However, the timing of the study's availability compels Xiuyu to engage in preparations at this moment. Teacher Yu has commenced his lectures, prompting Xiuyu to refocus his attention and absorb the teachings. Once the lecture concludes, he hastily completes his assignments and submits them to the academic supervisor. After receiving a nod of approval, he eagerly wishes to return for a meal before heading to the study to manage his affairs. As he tidies his belongings and steps out of the study with his basket, he is halted by the same group that inquired about his identity the previous day. Today, a different individual approaches him. Ah, you must be Xiuyu, the leader states. Xiuyu recognizes him as Zhuangyuan Feng, the one who had called out to him. The previous interlocutor, Peng Tiansheng, lingers in the background, peering curiously at the unfolding scene. Xiuyu nods in acknowledgement. Wang Yuanfeng appraises Xiuyu, noting that despite his modest attire, he stands upright, akin to a young white poplar. There is an undeniable air about him that suggests he hails from a distinguished lineage. With a friendly demeanor, Wang Yuanfeng extends an invitation. We are heading to the Falling Fragrance Pavilion to enjoy some wine and listen to melodies. Would you care to join us? I understand you are not from the capital, so you may be unaware that the talented Miss Yang at the pavilion sings exceptionally well. Common folk do not have the privilege of seeing her. Only someone of my stature can summon her for a song at any time. Xiuyu is uncertain of Wang Yuanfeng's background, but he perceives that those studying at the academy are far from ordinary individuals. Either one hails from an illustrious family background, or one boasts exceptional academic prowess. In contrast, he finds himself devoid of any notable lineage, previously an inconspicuous student of mediocre performance. Unfortunately, he lacks the leisure to indulge in revelries with this group, and thus must graciously decline their invitation. I appreciate the invitation, but I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters to attend to at home and cannot accompany you. Xiuyu expressed his apologies before clasping his hands and departing. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Peng Tiansheng harbored a gaze filled with envy. Watching Xiuyu's retreating figure, Wang Yuanfeng increasingly sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. After all, how could he so effortlessly turn down an invitation? Was he unaware of Xiuyu's background? Wang Yuanfeng withdrew his gaze and remarked, very well, if he chooses not to join, so be it. Let us depart. Peng Tiansheng hesitated, eager to voice his thoughts. He had no desire to partake in the festivities, preferring instead to remain in the academy, unlike his affluent peers. His family circumstances were modest. Gaining entrance to the academy was a result of his exemplary performance in the provincial examinations last year, recommended by his esteemed teacher. He had come here to diligently study in anticipation of this year's entrance exams, yet found himself compelled to engage in merriment with this crowd, only to return home at night to study in secret. This was indeed exhausting. He yearned to avoid such fatigue, and certainly did not wish to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Yet, each time he attempted to decline, the words remained trapped within his throat. As he hesitated, his companions had already taken several steps forward. One turned back and called out, "What are you waiting for? Let us go." This prompted the others to glance back in unison. Zhuangyuan, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Why the delay? I am extending my invitation to you, and it requires no expenditure on your part. Hurry up." Peng Tianxing, sensing the urgency in his words, instinctively offered a smile. Yes, I was momentarily distracted. I'll join you now." He hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. As they walked, he pondered. The individual named Xiucai had appeared quite ordinary in attire and bearing, and yet, as a newcomer to the academy, he had been able to decline an invitation without a second thought. When would he, too, possess such decisiveness? Upon returning home and dining with Changle, Xiucai proceeded to the study. Along the way, Changle briefed him on the inquiries made by Uncle Fu. The brothers Lu Feng and Lu Yuan were reported to be of decent character, with no ill repute associated with their family, and their wives hailed from similarly respectable households. Xiucai nodded in acknowledgement. That is reassuring. I appreciate Uncle Fu's efforts. Changle replied. It was no trouble at all, merely trivial matters. Moreover, Sanling has already arrived at the study to familiarize himself with the surroundings and is likely awaiting us now. Upon their arrival at the study, they indeed found Li Sanlang waiting within. Yesterday, having heard from Uncle Fu that his son was rather troublesome, Xiucai had assumed him to be a rather older, unoccupied bachelor. However, upon meeting him, Xiucai found himself somewhat taken aback. Before me stands a youth with a cherubic face, appearing no older than 15 or 16, who is indeed the troublesome third son mentioned by Uncle Fu. Sanlang, allow me to introduce you to my husband, Changle said, maintaining her composure. Li Sanlang shyly clasped his hands together and greeted, Aunt, hello. He nearly addressed her as uncle, but realizing the inappropriateness of the term, he quickly corrected himself. Xiucai also regained his composure and nodded in response. Uncle Fu has informed you of your duties, I presume? Li Sanling replied. He has mentioned it. I am to serve as the accountant here. I have received an education, can read and write, and I am confident in my ability to fulfill this role. However, he added, scratching his head awkwardly, I have not learned accounting, so I will need your guidance. Xiucai smiled reassuringly. That is quite all right. The method I will teach you differs slightly from the conventional ones. Regardless, it is essential to learn. Wait, Li Sanling suddenly interjected, asking Xiucai to pause. He then retrieved a small notebook from his chest and fumbled at his waist. He produced a small bamboo tube containing a brush, which he took out and moistened with his tongue. Flipping open the notebook, he continued, My father always says that a poor memory is no match for a reliable pen. Please proceed, I must take notes. Li Sanling's actions elicited a suppressed chuckle from Xiucai. This lad, so young, could he truly manage the responsibilities of a shopkeeper? Yet, observing his earnest demeanor, it seemed he genuinely wished to excel in this position. Xiucai then retrieved paper and a pen from the counter, explaining, What I am about to teach you is a method of double-entry bookkeeping, known as the four-legged account, or the harmonized accounts. In this era, the predominant method is still single-entry bookkeeping, which merely lists all information in a straightforward format. The four-legged account I am referring to is a more advanced double-entry system, the most sophisticated method for recording cash transactions, perfectly suited for our needs. The even more advanced borrowing and lending methods can be set aside for now. We can also make slight improvements to the four-legged account, ultimately presenting the ledger in a tabular format. As Xiucai spoke, he began to write and illustrate on the paper. Above all, you must remember, for every incoming entry, there must be a corresponding outgoing entry, and they must balance equally. Later, I will compile the ledger into this tabular format for your daily accounting and our future audits. Li Sanling diligently scribbled in his notebook, nodding along to signify his understanding. Changle observed intently, and after Xiucai concluded his brief explanation, her eyes widened in surprise. This method of bookkeeping was indeed remarkable and would facilitate future reconciliations. Was this innovative approach conceived by her husband? If such an accounting method were to gain widespread adoption, wouldn't it significantly ease the process of auditing in the future? Gu Changle's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Master Zhao, weren't you previously the Minister of Revenue? The Ministry of Revenue oversees the nation's finances and grains, managing countless accounts annually. If this method were to be shared with Master Zhao, would he still dare to dismiss her husband as someone unworthy of his pursuits? Gu Changle had indeed overheard some of the conversation between Zhao Changshu and her grandfather that morning. With the imperial examination approaching, her husband ought to remain focused. However, given his audacity to venture into this, Gu Changle firmly believed he possessed the capability to excel. Master Zhao, unfamiliar with her husband, was likely to misjudge his ability to concentrate at this juncture. She could hardly wait to see what Master Zhao would say later. After a brief explanation, Xiu turned to Li Sanlang and remarked, "There are other matters to attend to today. For the details, I shall elaborate later. If you register a few times and keep accounts a couple of times, you should become quite adept." Li Sanlang nodded eagerly, pointing to the paper Xiu had used for drafting, and inquired, "Might the owner be so kind as to give me this sheet?" Xiu smiled and handed it over. "Of course, it is yours." After giving the paper to Li Sanlang, Xiu gathered everyone from the study to discuss the impending contracts. Lu Yuan and Lu Fong, responsible for typesetting, were literate. They diligently reviewed the contract provided by Xiu, conversing quietly among themselves before preparing to sign. Qi, less versed in reading, waited patiently for the two to finish before seeking their assistance with his own. Apart from the employment agreement, Qi also had a confidentiality agreement. However, due to the nature of his work, the confidentiality level was relatively low, and thus the agreement was quite straightforward. Xiu merely required him not to disclose any information regarding the study to anyone. Should he be discovered, he would face legal consequences. Similarly, Lu Fong and Lu Yuan were bound by the same terms. Due to the added confidentiality agreement, an additional fee was included, granting them a monthly stipend beyond their wages. Although Qi worried he might inadvertently reveal something, the prospect of that extra money was quite tempting. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly signed. As for Li Sanlang, Xiu had prepared a contract for him as well. Like Lu Fong and Lu Yuan, the confidentiality agreement held significant importance. Yet, unlike the others, Li Sanlang, being the most educated among them, prepared to sign without glancing at the document. Xiu reached out to stop him. "Aren't you going to review it carefully?" Li Sanlang replied, "I naturally trust the owner." With that, he inscribed his name. Xiu mused to himself, no wonder Uncle Fu worried about his third son. He seemed rather naive, signing without even a cursory glance. Was he not concerned it might be a contract of servitude? Li Sanlang was the first to complete his signature and handed both contracts to Xiu. After inspecting them, Xiu remarked, "Aren't you surnamed Li? Why have you signed as Xinyao?" Gu Changle glanced at Li Sanlang with a bemused expression. Li Sanlang immediately looked sheepish, scratching his head, and replied, "Haha, it's just a habit. My full name is Li Xinyao. Everyone usually calls me that, so I instinctively signed it that way. This makes sense." Li Sanlang took the contract he had just signed and added his surname at the front before handing it to Xiu. After Xiu glanced over it and confirmed there were no issues, he said, "All right, your contract is duly signed. For the time being, take Aki and organize everything in the study, categorizing and documenting it properly." Li Sanlang promptly agreed. Then, he glanced at Gu Changle and smiled sheepishly. Meanwhile, the trio of Lu Fong had also completed their signatures. Xiu meticulously reviewed each contract before putting them away. The study would continue to operate as usual for the next few days, selling only existing items. "I plan to launch new products before the upcoming courtyard trial. Now that we have signed, it is nearly time to commence work. Lu Fong and Lu Yuan, let us discuss matters further in the back. This is where I will teach them new techniques." Lu Fong and Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement as they followed Xiu to their workspace behind. The area was relatively tidy, given that there was little business, and the props were seldom needed. Xiu had inspected it yesterday. There were few woodblocks, most of which were gathering dust in the corner cupboard. It was likely they would seldom be used in the future. After a brief examination, Xiu realized he had not found what he sought. "I wonder, do you two know how to print that kind of colored stationery?" Lu Fong replied. "Are you referring to the stationery adorned with floral borders? My brother and I have some knowledge of it, though we rarely produce it. After all, this type of stationery is significantly more expensive than ordinary paper, and we wouldn't be able to sell it in our study." As he spoke, Lu Yuan rummaged through a box and produced some previously printed stationery for Su Yu to see. This stationery was slightly elongated, resembling the pure colored paper Su Yu had discussed with Gu Changle yesterday. The more intricate designs featured floral prints on top of the color. There were also more luxurious types of stationery used only by the truly affluent, which had gold or silver powder framing the edges. Such materials were prohibitively expensive, and most common folks would never encounter them in their lifetime. After examining the stationery, Su Yu gained a clearer understanding of the brothers' skills. Their craftsmanship was average, and it was not a disgrace for them to be nestled in a study that was on the verge of collapse. However, for Su Yu, their knowledge was sufficient to facilitate the work at hand. The two brothers might currently lack technical prowess, but they could still rely on their ingenuity. Chapter 61. Increasing the payment makes it manageable in the workshop at the back. Su Yu spent nearly 2 hours discussing techniques with Lu Feng and Lu Yuan. Initially, the brothers had only a vague understanding of what Su Yu was explaining. However, after Su Yu clarified, they suddenly grasped the concept. So, it's about color registration. We can print colored paper this way. Su Yu nodded and said, indeed, we can print images as well. But we must proceed from simple to complex. Let us begin with colored stationery, starting with 2 or 3 colors and gradually increasing. After Su Yu clarified the principles of color registration, the two brothers understood it well. However, a new problem arises. Yet, my dear employer, while color layering is feasible, how shall we achieve alignment? If even one piece is misaligned, would it not render the entire effort futile? Su Yu pondered for a moment and suggested trying a jigsaw approach. Lu Yuan appeared to grasp the concept. As if a flicker of understanding had ignited within him, Su Yu then added a potent catalyst of innovative techniques, emphasizing that the specifics of execution must be determined by the two brothers in the coming days. After all, my role is merely to provide theoretical support. Should you manage to produce the desired results within the stipulated time frame, I shall grant you a bonus when the monthly payment is disbursed. Furthermore, with each technological advancement, corresponding rewards will follow. Although our bookstore is situated in an obscure locale, the fragrance of fine wine is not deterred by deep alleys. As long as your craftsmanship improves, what concerns could we possibly have regarding future business? The prospect of increased remuneration is certainly enticing. The two artisans immediately felt a surge of confidence, observing their newfound enthusiasm. So you could not help but smile. For any paints and tools required, you may speak directly with Manager Li. Tomorrow, you shall begin the engraving process. And once he returns with the supplies, you can commence your dyeing experiments. Both men nodded in agreement. With that, Su Yu emerged from the workshop. This technique was one he had encountered online previously. It seemed somewhat intricate, yet for those seasoned artisans, it was not overly challenging. With theoretical knowledge as a foundation, the research and development would proceed smoothly. The more complex aspects were currently beyond his needs. Returning to the storefront, Li Sanling was busy taking stock of the bookstore's inventory alongside Aki. This time, he held not a small notebook but a larger ledger. Su Yu informed him about the need to procure paints and materials, suggesting that Li Sanling pick up some funds from his home after finishing for the day. These raw materials were indispensable. Su Yu had already provided a down payment of 30 taels, a portion of which was borrowed from the elderly Gu. Presently, the shop's expenses, including wages, would require at least 2 or 3 taels, with substantial funds also needed for printing materials. Contemplating this, Su Yu felt the weight of financial strain. Li Sanling diligently noted Su Yu's requests in his notebook before tucking it away and continuing the inventory with Aki. Su Yu then turned to Gu Changle, who had been waiting nearby, and said, "Let us return home." As they walked together, Su Yu hesitated and remarked, "When Sanling arrives home, he will need to retrieve the money. It seems I will have to borrow from your private savings for a while." Recently, expenditures had been rampant. The modest earnings Su Yu had made since his arrival in this era should have sufficed for a comfortable period, yet they had been depleted in mere days, leaving him in substantial debt. Now, borrowing from Gu Changle's personal funds seemed unavoidable. Reflecting on this, Su Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. How unfortunate it was to find oneself in debt, even in ancient times. Gu Changle chuckled, "Do not worry, my dear husband. I shall handle this matter." Upon hearing the new skill that Su Yu spoke of, she realized that he was undoubtedly capable of earning a fortune. Moreover, it would not merely be a matter of profit, it would likely create a significant sensation in the capital. Initially, she merely contemplated assisting Su Yu in purchasing a bookstore. But unexpectedly, he presented her with a delightful surprise. "By the way, dear husband, May I share the accounting method you entrusted to San Lang with grandfather and grandfather Zhao? At this moment, Gu Changle was primarily concerned about the accounting method Su Yu had just mentioned. Su Yu smiled and replied, "Of course you may. This is not a secret. If it proves beneficial, it can be shared widely. However, does your family or grandfather Zhao's family require such a method?" While Su Yu was uncertain about old man Zhao, he was well aware that Gu Changle's household consisted of merely 2 individuals, even if they were to keep accounts. A complicated bookkeeping method would hardly be necessary. Gu Changle responded, "We may not need it at home, but we have numerous friends, some of whom belong to prominent families, and they would certainly find it useful." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since my wife desires it, I shall compose a more detailed explanation for you upon our return. You may then transcribe a copy to present to grandfather Zhao." Gu Changle smiled. "Then I shall trouble you." She felt as though each day spent with Su Yu brought forth new surprises. What kind of person was her husband? He seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Had it not been for the constraints of his origins, he would likely have already gained fame throughout the Great Zhou, unlike those nobility whose reputations were merely superficial. Moreover, during this time, the frequency of her smiles had perhaps exceeded that of the entire previous year. Even the memories of their modest meals in Xiucai village now felt delightful. As they walked, they did not speak of any matters today, yet their hands occasionally brushed against one another. Having just completed his tasks, Su Yu felt quite relaxed. Each time their hands made contact, he felt an urge to grasp hers. Just as he was about to do so, Gu Changle instinctively tucked her hand in, taking the initiative to hold his hand. Su Yu glanced over, and Gu Changle naturally inquired, "May I hold your hand? There are not many people on this path, so we need not fear judgment." Being a scholar, Su Yu was hesitant to engage in such bold gestures in public. The thought of being seen would likely invite scrutiny. However, the alley leading home was nearly deserted at that time of day. Thus, after their hands had brushed together a couple of times, Gu Changle took the initiative to hold his hand. Although they had held hands often, walking down the street like this was a first. On this hot day, holding hands felt somewhat warm, yet surprisingly pleasant. Su Yu smiled. "It matters not if there are onlookers. I am holding my wife's hand, and I fear no judgment." Gu Changle suppressed a giggle, unable to contain her amusement, and her heart fluttered sweetly as she echoed, "Indeed, with my husband holding my hand, I fear not what others may see." Upon returning home, Su Yu meticulously documented his simplified and improved version of the 4-legged bookkeeping method, providing a detailed explanation for Gu Changle. He also created charts to clearly illustrate this accounting method. As long as one is not a fool, with a bit of thoughtfulness, it is likely that one can comprehend the matter at hand. After Su Yu entrusted the accounting method to Gu Changle, she scrutinized it once more with great care. As she perused it, she privately marveled at the ingenuity of the method. After 2 readings, she grasped its essence. Indeed, it did not seem particularly challenging. However, the significance of any endeavor is not merely in its difficulty, but rather in the transition from nothingness to existence. Over the past few days, Su Yu had presented Gu Changle with an abundance of delightful surprises. She preserved the original notes penned by Su Yu and took her own transcriptions to seek out her grandfather. Today, Grandpa Gu had mentioned his intention to assist at Su Yu's study, declining an invitation from old Zhao to engage in a game of chess. In truth, he did not attend. Instead, he remained at home, tending to some military affairs. When Gu Changle found him, he had just completed his tasks and was leisurely sipping tea in the main hall. "Grandpa, take a look at this," she said, as the two chatted freely without reservation in the study where Su Yu was engrossed in his reading. Gu Changle promptly handed the accounting method written by Su Yu to her grandfather. "What is this?" he inquired. "You know I am not fond of those flowery literary things." Despite his words, he extended his hand to receive it. "Just open it, and you will see," she urged. Grandpa Gu complied, flipping through it briefly, only to reveal a look of confusion. What does this accounting method mean? As a man of straightforward nature, he had merely skimmed it and failed to grasp its meaning. Gu Changle chuckled softly and provided a brief explanation. "So, this is a new accounting method devised by your husband, superior to the previous one?" "Indeed, it is significantly better," Gu Changle emphasized. "I thought of showing it to Grandpa Zhao. It might be beneficial to him." Grandpa Gu responded casually, "That makes sense. After all, old Zhao has dealt with ledgers for so many years, he would surely understand these matters." However, he suddenly realized and questioned, is it truly this remarkable? Will old Zhao also find it commendable? Trusting his granddaughter's judgment, he believed in her discernment. If she deemed it worthwhile, it was undoubtedly worthy of recommendation to old Zhao, and they would utilize it themselves. suggesting it possessed exceptional merit. Changle affirmed confidently, yes. Perhaps the court may also adopt my husband's method for accounting. Is what is written on this paper truly so impressive? Grandpa Gu mused, glancing down at the text again, suddenly breaking into a smile, his expression tinged with pride. Then give it to me. I shall take it over tomorrow. He chuckled. Old Zhao remarked just yesterday that your husband was unproductive, spending his days engrossed in some dubious pursuits. Let us see if he maintains that opinion tomorrow. Changle seemed to understand her grandfather's intent behind personally delivering the document, and she smiled in acknowledgement. Then please take it, Grandpa. I suspect old Zhao will recognize its value at first glance. She added, I will write a letter to suggest that our family also adopt this method for accounting. Grandpa Gu nodded, allowing her to proceed as she wished. You may decide the family matters. I find these things rather headache-inducing. As the grandfather and granddaughter continued their conversation, Li Samlang returned from his labor. He still remembered the matter of coming to the Gu family to collect money. Thus, he promptly brought along the small notebook in which he had penned a memorandum to the Gu residents. Changle glanced inside, noticing that Su Yu had not yet emerged, and said to Li Samlang, Uncle Fu is next door. You may go find him directly. Very well. But the title miss seems somewhat inappropriate, Li Samlang expressed with a hint of hesitation. The elder Gu, observing his conflicted demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Youngster, have you come to take charge of our family as study? Facing the elder Gu, Li Samlang beamed with a sunny disposition. Indeed. Uncle Fu has asked me to assist in the study, and I have noted everything the master has taught me today. He patted his little notebook proudly. Well, among this group, you are the most composed, the elder Gu remarked with a smile, waving his hand. Just carry on for now. We will find someone to truly replace you in due time. Li Samlang acquiesced, taking his little notebook and departing. At that moment, Su Yu was in the study, diligently jotting down recent tasks for the bookstore. Once the colorful notepaper was printed, he would need to begin producing more intricate items. The bookstore thrived primarily on stationery and examination materials, while the remainder of its offerings comprised various storybooks. The audience for these storybooks was substantial. Not only did young ladies enjoy them, but many scholars were also quite enamored. Typically, a bookstore that acquired a popular storybook could boost its other businesses as well. However, the cost of original storybooks was considerable, and if they failed to sell after printing, it would result in a loss. Thus, many bookstores relied on pirated versions of popular storybooks to generate profit. The methods of piracy varied. Well-funded bookstores would have their own craftsman carve plates for printing, whereas those with lesser means would purchase others' plates for their own use. Su Yu had not read many storybooks, but had overheard discussions among his classmates. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. After all, his mind was filled with numerous tales appealing to both genders. Once he penned these stories and combined them with illustrations, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. The narratives were not the issue. The illustrations posed the real challenge. Although Su Yu could craft a story, he was utterly inept at drawing. Generally, bookstores employed their own artists, but Su Yu was currently reliant on his wife's private funds for daily operations, making it a significant expense to hire an illustrator. With a soft sigh, Su Yu reflected that he had been rather hasty. Initially, he lacked sufficient funds, and, upon seeing the bookstore was up for transfer, he thought to inquire. His conditions were too stringent, likely leading the original owner to refuse. To his surprise, the owner was remarkably straightforward. Within less than half a day, the transfer of the bookstore was successfully completed. Now that the bookstore was in his possession, he found his funds woefully inadequate, which inevitably caused him distress. Knock, knock. A gentle rapping sounded at the door. It was Changle, calling for Su Yu to join her for dinner. Su Yu set down his brush and walked over. Apologies. I was lost in thought. No matter, Changle responded. Upon entering, she noticed Su Yu seemed troubled and inquired, Is there something weighing on your mind? Su Yu nodded and candidly expressed, I wish to print a design that differs from others. However, I am not skilled in painting and must seek the expertise of an artist, which entails considerable expense. He felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of depleting Changle's private funds for such a purpose. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the chosen artist would meet his expectations. Yet, Changle raised her delicate brows and remarked, Painting? I can do that. What kind of artwork do you require? I can give it a try. Sudden realization struck Su Yu. The artist he sought was right before him. He was aware that Changle was well-read and possessed beautiful handwriting, but he had not anticipated her talent in painting. While acquiring literacy was feasible due to her upbringing in the capital, Painting was an entirely different endeavor, typically requiring a skilled master to teach unless one possessed innate talent. Was it common for daughters from ordinary families to possess such skills? Xiuyu pondered, his curiosity piqued. Gu Changle seemed to sense his confusion and cheerfully explained. Old Master Zhao is an accomplished painter, and I learned from him during my childhood. Enlightenment dawned upon Xiuyu. It made sense now. Zhao, a cultured scholar, was indeed capable of painting, which greatly alleviated Xiuyu's concerns. He then conveyed to Gu Changle his desire for a painting of a lady. Present-day depictions typically featured elongated eyes and emphasized artistic ambience. Therefore, Xiuyu's vision diverged from contemporary styles, seeking a more realistic portrayal. Realistic? Gu Changle remarked, intrigued, for she had never encountered such a request before. Are not realistic portrayals typically those of criminals? With a chuckle, Xiuyu replied, how about you first create a self-portrait? Then we can discuss any modifications needed. Given Gu Changle's striking beauty, her self-portrait would undoubtedly be splendid. However, Xiuyu had no intention of using his wife's likeness for commercial purposes. He merely wished for her to familiarize herself with the style. I will draft the story in the coming days, and once you read it, you can paint according to the narrative. Gu Changle agreed with enthusiasm. After all, her days in the study were largely uneventful, and assisting Xiuyu was a welcome endeavor. This matter was thus resolved amicably. Xiuyu noted that whenever he encountered difficulties, Gu Changle was always there to lend a hand, living in her household, relying on her provisions, and even depleting her private savings. Made him chuckle at the thought of his current situation. Yet, he was aware that his reliance on her was unsustainable. Although neither Gu Changle nor Old Master Gu seemed to mind, Xiuyu felt a sense of responsibility. After their meal, he retreated to the study to begin crafting the narrative he intended to write. The following morning, he commenced his work. Soon after Xiuyu departed, Gu Changle first visited the study for a brief moment before returning home to prepare for her painting. Gu Laotu, sensing the time was appropriate, cheerfully set out with Fu Bo, hands clasped behind his back. The Zhao residence was significantly more expansive than their own, a grand abode with 3 courtyards. However, much like Gu Laotu, Zhao Laotu seldom resided here, only retreating to this haven when besieged by an overwhelming number of guests. Upon knocking, someone promptly ushered Gu Laotu inside. Our master is in the study. Please wait a moment while I inform him, they said. Taking a seat, Gu Laotu was soon served tea, which he sipped leisurely while awaiting Zhao Laotu's arrival. Zhao Laotu had previously mentioned a wedding gift for Gu Changle, intending to create a painting symbolizing harmonious melodies. Gu Changle lacked for nothing, rendering any mundane gifts unnecessary. As a figure of considerable esteem among scholars, his artwork was highly sought after. A personally crafted painting would serve as a heartfelt congratulation from him as an elder. However, just as he was immersed in his work, a report came in announcing the arrival of the Prince of Huainan. Zhao Laotu, visibly displeased, set down his brush. What does he want now? Was it not stated that he would refrain from playing chess for a while? Just yesterday, he sought me out and outright rejected my challenge. Is he here to mock my losses once more? With a frown, Zhao Laotu approached and stated bluntly, what business do you have here if not to play chess? Gu Laotu, unfazed, replied with a smile, naturally, I have matters to discuss. Zhao Laotu took a seat, snorting coldly, you better have a valid reason. If not, do not expect my hospitality. Ah, you old fellow, despite being a cultured gentleman, your temper is rather excessive. Gu Laotu chuckled heartily. Is it truly worth becoming so agitated just over a few games of chess? Though he spoke lightly, he had entirely forgotten his own past frustrations when faced with repeated defeats, his expression darker than Zhao Laotu's. Zhao Laotu was in no mood for idle chatter. Let us get to the point then. Gu Laotu ceased his joviality and prompted Fu Bo to present the writings. What does it say? Zhao Laotu asked, perplexed as he accepted the paper. It was indeed rare for Gu Laotu to bring him written material. Oh, it's something my granddaughter's husband has penned. Feel free to take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhao Laotu's expression darkened further. Are you saying this is an article written by Xiuyu? You come here today solely for me to critique your granddaughter's husband's work? He recalled his past as a top scholar and deemed such poorly structured writing unworthy of his guidance. Even with Gu Laotu seeking his counsel, Zhao Laotu's demeanor shifted to one of superiority. He took the paper but did not rush to read it, stating, I will be frank. I've seen your granddaughter's husband's writing before. While calling it utter nonsense may be an exaggeration, his repeated failures certainly lack any hidden agenda. You understand my meaning, don't you? Oh, Gu Laotu replied nonchalantly, and what then? Zhao Laotu felt the urge to roll his eyes once more. Then, regarding such a mediocre piece of writing, if I am to provide guidance, there must be a price to pay, even if you brought it here. Let us engage in a game of chess first. Only after that will I consider taking a look. Old Master Gu shook his head, resolutely refusing. No, I shall not play. After all, I would be the one frustrated afterward. Observing Old Master Zhao's anxious demeanor was rather amusing. He had not yet had his fill of the spectacle. With an unhappy expression, Old Master Zhao slammed the paper he held onto the table. If we aren't playing chess, then I shall not look at this either. Oh, if you choose not to look, then so be it. Old Master Gu was deliberately teasing him. After all, it was Chang Lu who had requested he bring it over, stating that Grandpa Zhao would surely be pleased to see it. Since you are so displeased, I shall simply take it back and tell her directly. With that, he pretended to leave. Wait. Old Master Zhao hurriedly retrieved the paper from the table, saying, since it was brought over at Chang Li's request, I might as well take a look. This old man surnamed Gu was quite crafty, yet Chang Lu remained a dutiful child. Zhao Old Master was inclined to fulfill this small request. He thought to himself as he unfolded the paper. However, he muttered, this Su Yu's writing is rather ordinary. If I critique it, do not take offense. Old Master Gu smiled silently. Old Master Zhao then began to read. Upon reaching the beginning, he furrowed his brow. A four-legged account. What does this mean? Is this not an examination piece? As he continued to read, his eyes widened with each line. By the end, his hand gripping the paper trembled slightly. His eyes sparkled with disbelief as he asked Old Master Gu, is this truly written by Su Yu? Chapter 64. Requesting a reward for this youngster. Observing Old Master Zhao's astonished expression, Old Master Gu felt assured that his visit today was indeed worthwhile. It seemed that the content on that paper, which he found somewhat perplexing, was indeed as commendable as his granddaughter had claimed. With a hint of pride, Old Master Gu remarked, naturally, it is written by Su Yu. He taught it to the newly hired manager of his study, and upon seeing it, Chang Li thought it quite good and made a copy to present to you. What do you think? I cannot discern the quality of these writings myself. If you find it lacking, I shall take it back. With that, he reached for the paper to reclaim it. Old Master Zhao quickly shifted his hand aside. Hey, don't. Seeing Zhao's reaction, Old Master Gu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had feigned indifference, claiming that Su Yu's level of writing was unworthy of his attention. Now, however, he seemed reluctant to part with it. No longer pretending? Old Master Gu teased openly. Old Master Zhao, uninterested in engaging further, lowered his gaze for a second reading. Once he finished, he finally inquired, you say this is what that young lad Su Yu taught to his shop's manager for bookkeeping purposes? Indeed, Old Master Gu replied. You have yet to express your opinion on it. Having been asked a second time, Old Master Zhao could no longer evade the question. This time, he answered honestly. Without pretense, it is excellent. Truly remarkable. This method of bookkeeping is far more advanced and refined than the current practices. The old man believes that this accounting method should not only be utilized by the Ministry of Revenue, but could also be propagated throughout the entire Zhou dynasty. The shortcomings of the single-entry accounting system are numerous, and there is no need to enumerate them all. The annual reconciliation undertaken by the ministry at the end of each year is already a source of considerable distress. Su Yu's method of accounting is far more advanced and refined than what they currently employ. Moreover, he has meticulously documented it, detailing various categories and the subjects that need to be established, all laid out comprehensively on paper. This means that they can directly adopt this system without any modifications. Throughout history, the refinement of any method has always been a process, evolving through the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors until it reaches its final form. Yet, Su Yu has managed to bypass these stages and has provided them with a complete and perfected accounting system. When Zhao, the old man, first laid eyes upon it, his hands trembled slightly, a testament to his excitement. Others may not grasp the significance of this innovation, but having once served as the Minister of Revenue, he understands better than anyone the crucial role that a modern accounting system plays in the economic development of the court. How could this young man possess such a remarkable creation? Old Gu was equally astonished to hear that this method could be implemented across the entire Zhou dynasty. Just yesterday, when Gu Changle had praised its merits, he had not fully comprehended its potential. Now, witnessing Zhao's reaction, he has come to realize the true value of Su Yu's work. His granddaughter's husband truly exhibits immense promise. With growing pride, Old Gu feigned a sigh, lamenting, Alas, it is only my granddaughter's husband, who seems to neglect proper pursuits. That could produce something of this caliber. Had it been another scholar, too absorbed in the study of ancient texts, they would surely lack even the basic understanding of accounting. Zhao's earlier remarks about Su Yu's alleged lack of diligence now seemed to have been hastily made, and he felt a sting of reality. Though Zhao is known to be soft-hearted, he retorted defiantly, "I am merely concerned for the future generation. Many seek my guidance, and if it were anyone else, I would hardly bother to speak to them." This, indeed, held some truth. After a brief pause, Zhao cautiously inquired, "Since you have brought this to me today, it can be made public, correct?" Su Yu has no objections to this. Old Gu, feeling quite pleased, responded normally. Changle has already inquired on his behalf. He stated that if everyone finds it beneficial, they are free to use it. Zhao could not help but internally commend him. What a fine young man. This reflects vision. He acknowledged that his previous remarks about Su Yu's lack of ambition had been premature. Such seemingly unorthodox pursuits that benefit the court and society are indeed worthy of praise. I must draft a formal memorial to send to the capital, urging the Ministry of Revenue to expedite the promotion of this accounting method. Moreover, I should reward this young man appropriately, for this is a significant boon for both the nation and its people. As Zhao spoke, he felt a surge of urgency and decided to return to his study to write the letter. "You intend to send a message to the court?" Old Gu called out to him, "My granddaughter's husband. This matter must not reach the emperor's ears. Once he learns of their marriage, he will undoubtedly summon Gu Changle and her husband to the capital to bestow his favor. The court is currently deliberating on the reduction of the feudal lords. If summoned to the capital at this time, one would undoubtedly become a hostage. Old Gu would certainly not permit such a scenario to unfold." Old Zhao chuckled. "There is no need for you to worry. I am well aware of how to proceed. Rest assured, the individual I intend to commend is a farmer's son named Su Yu, who has no ties to your Gu family." Aware that this old companion was indeed trustworthy, Old Gu ceased to disturb him further. Once the items were delivered and the mockery had reached its limit, he departed with satisfaction. Returning to his study, Zhao momentarily set aside the unfinished painting to transcribe the accounting methods sent by the Gu family. He then took up his brush and composed a memorial. He began by detailing the advanced and refined aspects of this accounting method, only later mentioning its author. He praised it profusely and casually requested a reward. After completing these tasks, it was nearly noon. Zhao felt no pangs of hunger. Instead, he summoned his servants to dispatch the memorial. He then resumed his examination of Su Yu's accounting system. In his study, he discovered new issues. The method relied solely on cash transactions, which seemed insufficient. Each year, the court allocates funds, often providing autumn grain in advance of summer floods. At times, when the treasury is empty, even next year's autumn grain is accounted for. However, the prices of grain during a year of disaster differ greatly from those in a year of plenty. Consequently, this accounting method proves inadequate. As a former minister of revenue, Zhao possessed considerable insight. After further scrutiny, he discerned one of the method's deficiencies. Su Yu's modest study did not require such complexity, hence the simplicity of his approach. Yet, despite his contemplations, Zhao found no immediate solutions beyond suggesting the addition of more detailed accounts. Old Gu had mentioned that this accounting method was designed for the steward of his small study, which primarily dealt in cash transactions, rendering it quite suitable for such operations. However, Zhao lamented his inability to rectify its shortcomings in a short time. After some reflection, he decided to relinquish the matter. "Alas, I am now merely idling at home. It is unlikely that a young novice could devise such an intricate accounting method while the esteemed officials of the court cannot improve upon it. Thus, the remaining considerations will rely on the efforts of the court's dignitaries." Chapter 65. The turmoil of the aristocracy. Gu Changle finally completed a self-portrait. Following Su Yu's advice to pursue realism, she had placed a clear mirror in her study. As she painted, she frequently glanced at her reflection. Upon finishing, she felt a considerable satisfaction with her work. Though lacking in artistic depth, it was indeed realistic. Eagerly, she pulled Su Yu to view her creation, seeking his input on areas for enhancement. Upon examining the painting, Su Yu exclaimed in admiration, "Your painting skills are remarkable. Although it remains uncolored, the beauty depicted, in both expression and appearance, is nearly indistinguishable from you, Gu Changle." Su Yu was taken aback. Who would have thought that Gu Changle, a girl from an ordinary family, possessed such remarkable artistic skills? Had she not merely been transcribing books, but instead taken on some painting commissions, she would likely have amassed a greater fortune. The painting was so lifelike that there were scarcely any modifications needed. At that moment, Su Yu's script was already halfway completed. He pointed to the character description at the beginning of the script, instructing Gu Changle to harmonize it with the intended essence, while also altering the shape of the character's face and features. Here, the gaze should not merely be black and white, but rather infused with brightness, as a person's spirit is conveyed through their eyes. The remaining accessories and scenery could be sketched simply, as described in the book. There was no need for intricate details at this stage to avoid complications during printing. Once the painting was completed, colors could be added. Gu Changle listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Her previous studies of ladies' portraits had emphasized elongated eyes and the pursuit of artistic mood, and she had not considered that enhancing the eyes could create a more authentic representation. After Su Yu finished explaining, Gu Changle took many notes on her paper. Su Yu remarked, "You will have to endure some hardship during this period. Once the painting is complete, we can review it for any further modifications." Although Gu Changle's skills were commendable, her work still bore the constraints of her era, suggesting that several revisions might be necessary before reaching a final version. Gu Changle replied earnestly, "Since this is for our bookshop, it must be done to our satisfaction. In any case, I work swiftly. I can revise a version each day." With Gu Changle's assistance, Su Yu found himself relieved of many concerns, allowing him to concentrate on his studies and the creation of his narrative. By the time the first sheet of colored paper was printed at the bookshop, it was already late July. During this period, the capital was witnessing an increasing influx of scholars returning. The time for the Imperial examinations was drawing near, and the atmosphere of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival was becoming palpable. However, most scholars arriving in the capital were too absorbed in their studies to indulge in festive matters. One day, upon returning home for dinner after school, Su Yu encountered Zhuangyuan's servant. Li Erlang was accompanying him, waiting in the hall for Su Yu's return. Li Erlang, tall and imposing, sat there with an air of authority, rendering Zhuangyuan's servant utterly speechless. Upon seeing Su Yu, the servant appeared as if he had found a savior, quickly rising to bow. "Young Master Su, my master and young Master Song have both arrived in the capital and earnestly invite you to join them." It turned out that Zhuangyuan and Song Yuming, who had mutually supported Su Yu, had come to the capital. Zhuangyuan, hailing from the county town, only learned of Su Yu's success in the imperial examinations later on. Unable to contain his curiosity upon meeting Song Yuming, he bombarded him with questions. Yet, his eagerness to see Su Yu and inquire about the details of his journey remained paramount. Su Yu had previously provided Song Yuming with his address, and after their meeting, Song Yuming relayed it to Zhuangyuan's servant, enabling him to find the way. Su Yu resided at his mother's house, and given their camaraderie, his classmates hesitated to intrude and opted to arrange a meeting outside instead. During this encounter, there were more than just the three of them. Among the 5 individuals who had mutually supported each other in the last provincial examination, 2 had unfortunately not succeeded. Therefore, 2 new individuals were required to become acquainted with them for mutual support, making their attendance imperative. Su Yu nodded and remarked, "I shall be free on the 10th, which is fortuitous. You may decide the venue, as I am currently in no position to bear any expenses." With his financial situation being rather dire, it was prudent for him to defer such responsibilities to the wealthier among their classmates, particularly Zhuangyuan, who would undoubtedly manage the arrangements effectively. After Zhuangyuan's servant acknowledged and prepared to leave, Li Erlang contemplated calling him back to offer a token of appreciation. However, upon noticing Su Yu's presence, he restrained himself. Once the servant had departed, Su Yu expressed his gratitude to Li Erlang, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Li Erlang waved dismissively, "No trouble at all. It was merely a small favor. Since you have returned, I shall take my leave as well." He had only come to help watch over things in the absence of old Gu. Su Yu nodded, intending to search for Gu Changle in the courtyard. Just as he entered the inner chamber, he heard a familiar voice. Was that Li Erlang's wife, Hong Ying? "This purse is for you, take it." From his vantage point, the individuals on the other side were unaware of his presence, yet he could clearly observe the unfolding scene. Li Erlang's wife, Hong Ying, was presenting a brand new purse to Li Dalong. Surprised, Su Yu focused his gaze and confirmed that it was indeed a purse. Upon receiving it, Li Dalong beamed with delight. "Sister Hong Ying, your craftsmanship is remarkable. I can tell this purse was embroidered by your own hand." Hong Ying smiled in response. "Actually, I purchased it from the fabric shop. Typically, the handkerchiefs and purses for the servants are sewn by dedicated maids at the residence. However, we have been away from the capital for some time and did not have the opportunity to return and replace the old ones. A few days ago, Gu Changle noticed that Li Sanling's money pouch was rather worn, so she instructed me to procure a new batch of purses for everyone. Thus, Hong Ying visited the fabric shop, bought a selection, and distributed them accordingly. I must return to the kitchen now, so I shall take my leave. Li Dalong nodded, fastening the purse to his waist before parting ways with Hong Ying. Su Yu had resumed his seat in the main hall, feeling somewhat dazed. What could it signify when a woman in ancient times gifted a man a purse? Such gestures were typically reserved for those with whom one shared a close bond. Furthermore, Li Dalong appeared to be older than Hong Ying, and yet he addressed her as Sister Hong Ying. This certainly had the undertones of flirtation. Had he stumbled upon something of considerable significance? Lost in thought, he was soon met by Li Dalong, who emerged from within and greeted him with an untroubled demeanor. You have returned? Su Yu turned to find the newly adorned purse at Li Dalong's waist. Yes, I have returned. His gaze was laden with complexity, but he quickly averted his eyes. Noticing the peculiar expression in Su Yu's eyes, Li Dalong absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head. Yet, being a straightforward man, he did not ponder too deeply, cheerfully remarking, well then, I shall head home as well. Fong. Just now Su Yu could not help but remind. Your second son was in the main hall assisting me with the guests. Thank you. Li Dalong chuckled heartily. There is no need for such courtesy, Su Gongzi. It is merely a trivial matter. Li Dalong appeared utterly unconcerned about his brother's recent presence in the hall while he had received a purse from his brother's wife in the inner room. He likely remained unaware that Su Yu had witnessed the earlier incident. Watching his departing figure, Su Yu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed there was a bit of chaos at the Fu household. Chapter 66. Did you notice it? Su Yu felt he had stumbled upon something significant. His emotions were somewhat conflicted as he returned to the study in search of Gu Changle. Gu Changle had already revised the painting several times per Su Yu's request and completed it once more. Upon his return, she eagerly showcased it to him. At a glance, Su Yu instantly cast aside his earlier tumultuous thoughts. The painting depicted a beauty clad in red, reclining on a round pillow at a table, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white arm. Her delicate shoulder was slightly exposed, her gaze languidly drifting towards the viewer, with the corners of her lips subtly curved in an enchanting manner. This resonated perfectly with the opening of the book. As the scholar pushed open the temple door, he beheld a beauty seemingly emerged from the painting within the room. Su Yu exclaimed joyfully, precisely, this is the feeling. This painting is perfect. Gu Changle beamed with happiness as well. It had undergone numerous revisions, and she had finally captured the effect Su Yu desired. With this experience, she would be able to grasp future projects more swiftly. I shall take this painting to the book house tomorrow for engraving, Su Yu stated. Excellent. Engraving takes considerable time. The sooner the better. With the painting completed, they now awaited its printing. Both felt a great weight lift from their hearts as they exited the study, ready to head to the main hall for dinner. Upon arrival, they discovered that Hong Ying had not yet departed and was assisting in preparing the meal. Meanwhile, Old Gu had returned. Come, let us eat. Old Gu beckoned, inviting them over. Hong Ying smiled at them. You may start eating. I will come back to tidy up later. With that, she left the Gu household. Su Yu and Gu Changle sat down to begin their meal. After dining, he found himself unable to contain his curiosity any longer and pulled Gu Changle back to their room, inquiring, Changle, are you aware of why a married woman would gift a man a purse? Su Yu felt he might be overthinking the matter. After all, both Li Dalong and Li Erling appeared quite upright, and Hong Ying did not seem the type to engage in such behavior. Yet as a man, he felt it improper to directly inquire about such ambiguous matters, lest it inadvertently spread gossip. If the truth were not as he suspected, his direct question could cause harm to those involved. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. To his surprise, upon hearing Su Yu's question, Gu Changle's face suddenly flushed with a hint of color. The purse? She replied softly. How did you know about the purse? Su Yu was somewhat taken aback. Had Gu Changle also witnessed the earlier event? It seemed implausible. Just moments ago, Gu Changle had been in the study, and from that angle, it was certainly impossible to see. As she pondered this, Gu Changle gently bit her crimson lips and murmured, How could you have seen me? She turned and rummaged through the sewing basket in the cabinet, retrieving a small purse. Her cheeks flushed as she handed it to Su Yu. I did indeed sew this purse for you. However, it turned out rather unsightly, so I thought I would make a better one to give you later. Since you've already seen it, I suppose I shall present it to you now. Suyu responded with a soft ah, as he accepted the purse. The stitching was reasonably tight, and to his surprise, it featured an embroidered design. Suyu inquired, "Did you sew this yourself?" Changle, feeling bashful as it was her first attempt at such handiwork, replied, "Yes, though it's not well done. I hadn't intended to give it to you. But if you want it, you mustn't find fault with it. Sewing requires time and precision, which I struggled to achieve. The embroidery was particularly challenging, and I had Redding teach me the simplest pattern. Each day after you left, I would steal a few moments to work on it, then return to the study for touch-ups on my painting. Time was scarce, and my skills were lacking, so the purse ended up rather ugly. Yet, every stitch was made with my own hands." Suyu beamed with delight, expressing, "Thank you, my dear. I truly love it." Changle looked at him with eager anticipation, wanting to know his thoughts on the embroidery. Suyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I presume it depicts bamboo leaves?" A radiant smile spread across Changle's face, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You can tell it's bamboo leaves?" Suyu mused to himself, indeed recognizing the design, which had initially resembled a green caterpillar. However, as a scholar, he knew that Changle would not present him with a purse adorned with a caterpillar. Thus, he cleverly guessed the more refined interpretation. His intuition proved correct, and he couldn't help but admire his own wit. Without missing a beat, he praised, "Of course. I can see it. It's exquisitely embroidered, and I truly adore it." At this moment, Changle felt a twinge of self-doubt. Although her husband was praising her, she possessed a basic sense of aesthetics and knew the purse was indeed not appealing. Previously, Suyu had used rather plain and unadorned pouches. Perhaps his taste was not discerning, leading him to genuinely find it attractive. Regardless, Changle could not bear to have Suyu use something so unattractive. "Perhaps I should practice more before I sew you a more pleasing one," she suggested. "Not necessary," Suyu promptly declined. "This is the first purse my dear wife has made for me, and I shall wear it immediately, carrying it with me every day." Without hesitation, he removed the pouch from his waist and replaced it with the purse Changle had crafted. Once secured, he smiled at her and said, "Thank you, my dear." Changle had openly stated her lack of proficiency in domestic tasks and sewing. Nevertheless, she was willing to make such things with her own hands for him. And this gesture deeply moved Suyu. Some may find the purse somewhat unappealing, yet Suyu increasingly perceives its charm. Observing Suyu's actions, Changle couldn't help but feel her ears flush with warmth. It was evident that he genuinely cherished the purse he had crafted himself. Changle, eager to take credit, remarked, "The purse may be a bit unsightly, but the garments I sew are far simpler and certainly not ugly. I shall have them ready in a few days." Suyu, taking her hand, smiled and replied, "You have your studies and painting to attend to during the day. Perhaps it would be best to purchase ready-made items. I find it hard to part with anything you've sewn by hand." Changle responded cheerfully, "All right then. I shall finish the 2 pieces I have on hand, and when the study opens, we will have funds. We can have the tailor from the fabric shop come to measure you, and they can create garments specifically for you." "Very well," Suyu agreed. "You may arrange it as you see fit. I shall comply." In their cozy exchange within the room, Suyu momentarily forgot the question he had intended to pose. Chapter 67. Regret. On the day of rest on the 10th, Suyu arrived punctually at the restaurant reserved by Zhuangyuan. Due to the impending examinations, Zhuangyuan opted for a simple gathering in a private dining room rather than anything extravagant, inviting a few classmates to get acquainted. The establishment was predominantly filled with students preparing for their exams. As soon as Suyu took his seat, he heard Zhuangyuan exclaim, "You're here, you're here. I can't believe you passed the provincial examination." Zhuangyuan had previously learned that Suyu's results had been mistakenly unreported, and after the official personally delivered the congratulatory notice to his village, he had marveled at the occurrence. Now, seeing Suyu in person, he still found it somewhat surreal and couldn't help but express his astonishment. Suyu chuckled and replied, "I was equally surprised upon receiving the congratulatory notice. I never expected such an error from the provincial office, nor did I foresee them rectifying it by sending my results." Next to Zhuangyuan, an unfamiliar face interjected, "Indeed, our teacher has said such occurrences are unheard of." Among them, Song Yuming, who had been the first to learn of the news, had long since lost his initial surprise. He proceeded to introduce Suyu, saying, "These 2 will be our companions in the upcoming examination, Tang Minghui and Deng Mao." Suyu nodded towards the 2 and introduced himself, "I am Suyu." Both had clearly heard of Suyu's accomplishments and greeted him warmly. After the introductions, Tang Minghui expressed a hint of envy, saying, "I've heard your wife is from the provincial city, and you now reside in her family home. That is wonderful, as it saves a considerable amount on lodging expenses, and the environment is far superior to an inn. A tranquil setting is essential for studying." As the examinations approached, all inns were bustling with business. The candidates, already on edge, found it difficult to concentrate amid the incessant noise from below, even in the finest rooms. Su Yu's situation was indeed fortunate. Zhuangyuan's servant mentioned that his wife's family resided in a serene alley in the provincial city, and their home was clean, tidy, and spacious. Such conditions were vastly superior to those of the inns they were forced to endure. Su Yu chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite comfortable here. To be honest, it is far more pleasant than my own home." At Su Yu's family residence, the bed was merely a hastily purchased small one. The custom-made large bed had not been used before their departure. In contrast, the beds at Gu Changle's home were considerably more comfortable. However, uttering such a sentiment made Su Yu seem somewhat like a freeloader. Song Yuming swiftly changed the subject. "Well, regardless of the comfort, it's only for a maximum of 10 days. It's hardly significant. If one cannot endure this, how will they cope with the harsher conditions in the examination hall?" By the way, Song Yuming turned to Su Yu. "The teacher mentioned that you arrived in the capital quite early. I wonder if your studies have fallen behind. He asked me to inquire whether your classmates from the academy have provided any guidance on your writing." Before his departure, Xiucai had specifically advised him to check on Su Yu's situation in the capital. If Su Yu had been studying independently during this time, he could join him for studies while in the capital. At least they would have companionship and could discuss any difficulties together. Upon hearing that Su Yu's teacher had recommended a scholar at the academy, envious glances swept through the others. This privilege of arriving early in the capital was indeed advantageous. However, Su Yu responded, "Upon my arrival in the capital, I went to seek out the scholar with my teacher's letter of recommendation the very next day. Unfortunately, he was too busy with his own studies to offer me any guidance." The earlier expressions of envy swiftly transformed into sympathy. Xiucai had mentioned that this classmate could be rather difficult. It was unexpected that he would not extend even a modicum of courtesy to a former classmate, outright rejecting Su Yu. Song Yuming then relayed Xiucai's message. "The teacher said that if you have had no one to instruct you during this time, your studies may indeed lag. He advised me to study alongside you and share insights into our academic pursuits. I have reserved a private room at the inn where we previously stayed. Why don't you come to my room during the day so we can study together?" Song Yuming was genuinely a good companion. Moreover, prior to their departure, Su Yu had assisted him with some matters. Zhuangyuan, observing the situation, chimed in, "That works perfectly. I'm staying next door. If you have any questions, Su Yu, feel free to ask me." Among the group, Zhuangyuan had the best academic performance. Although he might not be qualified to teach others, discussing their studies together was certainly feasible. Grateful for the kindness of his classmates, Su Yu smiled and expressed his thanks. "Thank you all. However, I doubt I will be able to join you." "Huh? Why not?" Song Yuming inquired, puzzled. "Is it possible that your wife does not allow you to go out every day? You are venturing out to study. She should not impede that." As he spoke, Song Yuming could not help but wonder if Su Yu's wife was overly strict. Su Yu clarified, "Of course not. I attend the academy every day to audit classes. Today is merely my day off, granting me the opportunity to come out." Upon hearing this, they recalled the situation. Zhuangyuan's servant visited Su Yu's residence in search of him, mentioning that Su Yu had just returned from school. At that moment, they dismissed the matter. Considering that now that Su Yu was in the capital, where else could he attend school? Little did they expect that he had actually gone to the provincial academy. Song Yuming, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, you can attend the provincial academy?" Zhuangyuan and the other two shared his astonishment. Su Yu chuckled, "Indeed. After I was turned away when I sought out my master's fellow students at the academy, I intended to leave. However, at the entrance, I encountered Master Lu, who was close to the prefect. Master Lu mentioned that I had arrived early, so he graciously arranged for me to audit classes at the academy for a month." Zhuangyuan, incredulous, replied, "So, just because you arrived early? But that is the provincial academy. It is an official institution, and the instructors there are at least Juren. How could you gain such an opportunity simply by arriving early?" Beside them, Song Yuming could not help but pound his chest in frustration. To think that arriving early could yield such benefits. Had he known, when you mentioned wanting to bring your wife to the capital sooner, I would have accompanied you. If the two of us had visited your master's fellow students together, I too could have audited classes at the provincial academy. Song Yuming felt regretful. No matter how talented Scholar Huang was, he was still merely a scholar. Who wouldn't desire a more esteemed teacher? Su Yu laughed reassuringly. Brother Yuming, there's no need to be so disheartened. Attending the provincial academy merely means being in a large classroom with many others, while you remain at home. Our master teaches you personally. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Nonetheless, the prospect of experiencing the novelty of the academy and seeking private counsel from the Juren instructors therein seemed far superior to staying at home. Song Yuming continued to grumble. Previously, I thought your wife was somewhat inconsiderate, knowing that the provincial examination was approaching. She should have advised you to return home early instead of coming here now before the exam. Only now do I realize that your wife is indeed a fortunate person. It seems that great fortune awaits you. Chapter 68. He is just a farmer's son. Upon learning that Su Yu was auditing classes at the provincial academy because he had arrived in the capital earlier than others, the others felt a mix of emotions. They had just felt sympathy for Su Yu, who had come to the capital early due to matters concerning his wife, thus having to rely on his own efforts during this crucial time of preparation. In an instant, their sympathy dissipated. What can one say? Afraid that a brother might suffer. Yet also envious if he drives a luxury vehicle. Such is the nature of human sentiment. Consequently, it was now they who felt the pressure. With approximately 2 weeks remaining until the examination, they lacked the excellent learning environment of the provincial academy, where they could study uninterrupted until the exam commenced. Thus, each of them resolved to return home and diligently review their studies once the banquet concluded. After dining and drinking, Zhuangyuan instructed his servant to settle the bill and then remarked, "Let us reconvene at the yamen on the day the results are posted." "Of course, Brother Su. Should you require anything in the meantime, feel free to find us at the inn." Su Yu smiled, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you very much." A group of individuals rose from their seats, murmuring softly as they made their way towards the exit. Meanwhile, another group descended from the upper box, engaged in light-hearted banter. One of them suddenly remarked to a companion, "Isn't that Su Yu?" The companion, none other than Wang Yuanfeng, turned his gaze curiously towards the source of the name. Indeed, he spotted Su Yu, laughing and conversing with others as they exited the restaurant. Surprised, he thought, "Is that truly our classmate Su Yu?" Since Su Yu had transferred to their class midway, Wang Yuanfeng had initially sent others to inquire about his background, but to no avail. He had even taken it upon himself to invite Su Yu to join him for drinks and music, only to be met with outright refusals. His subsequent invitations, all revolving around merriment and revelry, were similarly dismissed. Su Yu consistently left the academy promptly after finishing his homework, cloaked in an air of mystery. Wang Yuanfeng had presumed that Su Yu must have pressing family matters, which compelled him to repeatedly decline the overtures of his classmate. Little did he anticipate, on this rare day of respite before examinations, that Su Yu would indulge in dining and drinking with others. Wang Yuanfeng felt a surge of displeasure. He had extended numerous invitations, all of which were rejected. Was it that Su Yu deemed his social standing insufficient for companionship? Perhaps those accompanying Su Yu held ranks superior to his own? A companion quickly interjected, "How could that be? In the capital, all young masters look up to you. Young Master Wang, no matter Su Yu's pedigree, it could hardly surpass yours, at least among the ineffectual science." The latter remark remained unspoken, as others dared not voice it. Wang Yuanfeng found this hard to believe. His family's status was well known within the academy, and he was certain Su Yu must have some awareness of his identity, especially since he had been recommended by Master Lu. Anyone acquainted with Master Lu would surely know of him. Su Yu's casual rejections, devoid of shock or curiosity, suggested that he must possess connections of even greater significance. Those who had encountered higher echelons would naturally be unfazed by others. Grinding his teeth, Wang Yuanfeng commanded, "Go inquire with the innkeeper and discern the identities of those dining with him." His companion complied eagerly and hurried to the innkeeper's hall. When Zhuangyuan made the reservation, he had indeed provided some information. The inquiry soon revealed that they were the sons of a certain Zhuangyuan from Baipo County. Wang Yuanfeng had never heard of them, which naturally indicated their inferiority in status, unworthy of his deliberate acquaintance. "I must return and consult my uncle." Urging him to investigate who exactly this Su Yu is, he resolved. Previously, he had sought information from Master Lu, but the latter had remained tight-lipped, subtly advising him not to pry too deeply. Thus, Wang Yuanfeng's suspicions regarding Su Yu's true identity lingered. After expressing his intention to return home to inquire about Su Yu's identity from his uncle, a sudden question emerged from behind him. Esteemed young man, are you in search of Suyu? Wang Yuanfeng and his companions turned to see an unfamiliar individual who had just finished gathering with his classmates and was preparing to depart. It appeared he had fortuitously overheard snippets of their conversation. Wang Yuanfeng's demeanor was slightly haughty in response to this unsolicited engagement. What, do you know him? He Hongda had recently arrived in the capital and was concluding a gathering with his fellow classmates. As he passed by the group, he had faintly caught wind of Suyu's name and decided to inquire. Upon the young man's turn, He Hongda noted the lavish attire of his interlocutor, coupled with an air of indifference that suggested he hailed from a wealthy family. He Hongda quickly clasped his hands together in greeting, smiling amicably. Greetings to you all. Although I am not well acquainted with Suyu, I do know him. May I ask what business you have with him? Previously in town, He Hongda had defended a beauty, seeking to humiliate Suyu. However, he had unwittingly fallen into a trap, resulting in a verbal agreement with Suyu. It was only later that he discovered Suyu had indeed passed the provincial examination, a fact that came to light only after the results were supplemented. Upon learning this, He Hongda felt a wave of frustration towards the provincial office. Such an error, once made, should not allow for any rectification. It could very well lead to his public disgrace. Now, as he walked past the group of young nobles and overheard their unkind remarks about Suyu, he decided to interject. Oh, it's nothing, Wang Yuanfeng remarked, assessing He Hongda with feigned disinterest. We consider ourselves his classmates, yet we have never heard him speak of his family. Thus, we are curious as to which prominent family he belongs. Classmates? Suyu had attended a humble scholar's school in Xiucai village. How could he possibly have such affluent peers? Could it be that Suyu was merely pretending to fit in with these young gentlemen? Such behavior was intolerable. How could a scholar engage in such deceit? He Hongda countered, which prominent family are you referring to? Suyu is merely a farmer's son from Hewan Town's Xiucai village. Has he deceived you all with a false identity? A farmer's son? Wang Yuanfeng paused, seemingly incredulous. Wasn't a farmer's son akin to Peng Tianqing? Yet, the disparity between Peng Tianqing and Suyu is stark. Are you speaking the truth? He Hongda replied with conviction. As a scholar preparing for the Imperial examination, I would not utter such falsehoods. If you have been misled by Suyu's pretense, I am willing to testify to his true identity. Chapter 69. Understanding what identity truly means after a respite. As classes resumed, Suyu felt a persistent gaze upon his back, which made him uncomfortable. He glanced over his shoulder to find it was none other than Wang Yuanfeng, who had repeatedly invited him to revelry. Upon noticing Suyu's glance, Wang Yuanfeng defiantly raised his chin in challenge. Beside him, a group of young aristocrats glared at Suyu, seemingly displeased with his presence. The closest among them, Peng Tianqing, nervously swallowed, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Yesterday, on his day off, he had mustered the courage to decline an invitation from Wang Yuanfeng, citing personal matters. Upon returning to class today, he sensed Wang Yuanfeng's evident anger. Given his social standing, Peng Tianqing dared not provoke him further. However, he soon realized that Wang Yuanfeng's ire was not directed at him, but rather at Suyu, the very person he had been eager to befriend. What had transpired yesterday? Suyu, having recognized the provocations of those around him, swiftly averted his gaze. He had only recently arrived at the academy and deemed it unnecessary to engage. Besides, he was currently overwhelmed with responsibilities, deciding to defer all matters until after the provincial examinations. Observing that Suyu had acknowledged him, yet chose to dismiss him nonchalantly, Wang Yuanfeng was nearly beside himself with rage. How could he disregard him so easily? After hearing from He Hongda the previous day, Wang Yuanfeng had promptly dispatched someone to follow Suyu. He discovered that Suyu resided in a modest dwelling and frequented a particular study. Beyond that, there was little else to uncover. Such a simplistic background, and he had wasted so much time over it, having assumed Suyu hailed from a prominent family. Wang Yuanfeng felt utterly deceived. At that moment, Instructor Yu arrived to deliver a lecture, compelling Wang Yuanfeng to suppress his frustrations. Once the class concluded and the students began their assignments, the discipline officer, who happened to be an acquaintance of Wang Yuanfeng's family, was present. Wang Yuanfeng, wishing to avoid any complications, patiently awaited Peng Tianqing's assistance in completing the assignments before departing the classroom. When Suyu eventually emerged, he found Wang Yuanfeng standing alone outside. Hey, Wang Yuanfeng called out. Suyu halted, perplexed. Did you call for me, young Master Wang? Indeed, I did. Do you know my standing? Su Yu had heard snippets from his classmates regarding Wang Yuanfeng's esteemed lineage, claiming he was the nephew of a governor with significant influence in Jiangling. However, he did not delve deeper, as the gulf between their statuses felt insurmountable. Even if he sought to ingratiate himself, he doubted his worthiness. Yet, as he was soon to engage in business within the city, it was wise not to offend such individuals. Thus, Su Yu replied patiently, "I have heard some things from my classmates." "Oh, you are aware," Wang Yuanfeng retorted, his tone sharp. "Then what is your standing?" Su Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "I am merely an ordinary person. I must attend to family matters. Farewell, young Master Wang." With Wang Yuanfeng's tone becoming increasingly unfriendly, Su Yu preferred to avoid further conversation. To him, Wang Yuanfeng, although slightly younger, exhibited the temperament of a petulant child. It was better to part ways than to engage in futile exchanges. Wang Yuanfeng was left in a state of incredulity, laughing in anger. "What are you pretending to be, a peasant? Today, I shall observe what matters could possibly hold your attention, given your repeated rejections of my invitations." At that moment, two companions emerged, well prepared. Wang Yuanfeng led them, following the direction in which Su Yu departed. A bystander curiously inquired, "Brother Wang, what purpose do we serve in following him? If you truly intend to confront Su Yu, would it not be simpler to find someone to restrain him and teach him a lesson?" Wang Yuanfeng retorted, "Engaging him physically is a matter for later. I wish for him to understand who I am and who he is. We are worlds apart. He should be the one to humbly seek my favor." Having faced repeated refusals, Wang Yuanfeng harbored a grudge, desiring that Su Yu grovel before him in apology. Although his companions found his reasoning perplexing, they chose to respect his wishes and accompanied him. As they passed a quaint little bookstore, one companion remarked, "I have heard this is the establishment Su Yu frequents?" Wang Yuanfeng gazed at the dilapidated shop and scoffed, "Humph, a mere pauper can only afford to wander through such shabby places. I was informed yesterday that Su Yu spends nearly half his day here." An idea struck Wang Yuanfeng. Coming from a farming background, Su Yu surely lacked wealth. He must be hiding away in this bookstore to peruse its volumes without payment. "I shall ensure you no longer have access to even these humble shelves. In the future, if you wish to read, you will have to plead for my assistance." With a cunning plan in mind, he strode into the bookstore. Inside, the clerk, Aki, had just finished his meal and was dozing on a high stool. Upon noticing the guests, he quickly sat upright and greeted them. "Esteemed patrons, what may I assist you with today?" Wang Yuanfeng arrogantly declared, "I wish to purchase your bookstore. Summon your manager to discuss this matter." Aki, taken aback, quickly plastered on a smile, "Purchase our bookstore? Sir, you jest. We are not for sale." "Enough with the trivialities," Wang Yuanfeng barked. "Speak further nonsense, and I shall show you no mercy. Fetch your manager." Recognizing the affluent appearance of these individuals, Aki dared not offend them and hurried to summon Li Sanlang, who was dining in the back. Li Sanlang wiped his mouth and leisurely made his way to the front. "Are you the manager?" Wang Yuanfeng and his companions exchanged incredulous glances upon seeing the manager, who appeared younger than they. Li Sanlang replied cheerfully, "Indeed, I am. However, this humble shop is not for sale. I kindly ask you to leave." Wang Yuanfeng felt deceived. How could someone so youthful possibly manage this establishment? "I shall repeat myself. Summon your manager. I intend to buy your bookstore and close it for good." Li Sanlang remained unfazed, still smiling. "I assure you, I am the manager, and we truly are not for sale, nor will we close our doors." A companion of Wang Yuanfeng chimed in. "Do you not recognize the status of young Master Wang? For you to sell such a modest bookstore to him would be a stroke of fortune. Be quick about it, and do not delay." Yet Li Sanlang continued to smile, steadfast in his refusal to sell. Beside him, a companion, growing impatient, reached out to sweep the pile of books onto the floor. "You, young lad, with barely any hair on your chin, what pretensions are you harboring as a shopkeeper?" Just as that outstretched hand was poised to strike, it was seized by another hand, none other than the youthful self-proclaimed shopkeeper, Li Sanlang. Holding the intruder's wrist firmly, he smiled amiably and said, "Books are treasures. Our master is not affluent. Should these be lost, it would surely grieve him." The assailant struggled, but found himself utterly unable to break free from Li Sanlang's grip. "Let go," he demanded. With a gentle smile, Li Sanlang replied, "Should I release you, I must insist that you refrain from laying hands on anything in the shop. If it were to be damaged, I would be unable to compensate for it." Wang Yuanfeng, his expression darkening, regarded the young shopkeeper with disdain. "We mean no harm. We merely wish to purchase this bookstore. Li Sanlang shook his head resolutely. Our bookstore is not for sale, and you cannot afford it. Chapter 70. A Resolution. Li Sanlang stood his ground against the wealthy youths who had suddenly appeared, intent on acquiring their bookstore. Releasing the hand of the troublemaker, he spoke in a cordial tone. Gentlemen, I kindly ask you to leave. The companion, freed from Li Sanlang's grip, flexed his wrist, wincing at the lingering ache, and leaned towards Zhuangyuan Feng, whispering, this lad possesses considerable strength. It would be wise not to confront him directly. Perhaps we should return with our retainers next time. With the impending examination looming, they could not afford to engage in a brawl that might tarnish their reputation. Zhuangyuan Feng paused, contemplating the young shopkeeper's surprising obstinacy. Yet his companion's counsel held merit. They could not risk an altercation, lest an unfortunate incident ensue, costing them dearly. With a scornful glare directed at Li Sanlang, Zhuangyuan Feng declared, a mere bookstore? I have no interest in such trivialities. Should you refuse to sell, I shall seek out your master once my affairs are concluded. Rest assured, I will see each of you dismissed thereafter. With that, he departed, his companion in tow. Li Sanlang offered a courteous bow. Safe travels, esteemed guests. Once the group had vacated, tranquility returned to the bookstore. Archie, a nearby assistant, voiced his concern. Shopkeeper, those individuals were dressed as if they hailed from affluent families. Will our actions today not provoke their ire, jeopardizing the future of our bookstore? Li Sanlang waved his hand dismissively. Worry not. A few pampered youths cannot affect our establishment. Attend to your duties, and should anything prove too challenging, call upon me. Archie, initially doubting Li Sanlang's capability due to his youthful appearance, was taken aback by his calm demeanor, which momentarily eased his anxiety. After their exchange, Li Sanlang quickly retrieved his notebook and brush, instinctively moistening the tip before recording the events that had just transpired. Wang Yuanfeng's attempt to acquire the bookstore had been thwarted, and the unyielding shopkeeper had shown no inclination to grant him any favor. Seeing Wang Yuanfeng still fuming, one companion could only suggest, if you remain truly aggrieved, let us find someone to give Su Yu a good beating. We could ambush him on his way home from school. Best if we break his legs, ensuring he cannot take the Imperial examination. That way, he would surely learn the consequences of offending you. Earlier at the academy, Wang Yuanfeng had mentioned that dealing with Su Yu would be a matter for the future. Upon hearing his companion's words, he looked at him with an incredulous expression. Are you foolish? Knowing his family is impoverished, and he values the examination above life itself, how can you suggest we break his legs to prevent him from participating? What if he were to fight for his life over this? Should things turn disastrous, who bears the responsibility, you or I? A barrage of questions left the speaker at a loss for words, ultimately leading him to awkwardly apologize for his misguided suggestion. Wang Yuanfeng had little patience for such ill-conceived ideas. He contemplated that tomorrow, he would tear up the homework Su Yu had completed, allowing the academic and the instructor to chastise him thoroughly. A mere reprimand from a scholar could likely torment such a rural youth for quite some time. With this thought, his mood lifted slightly, and he returned home with a cheerful heart, eagerly awaiting the morrow. Not long after Wang Yuanfeng and his group departed, Su Yu and Gu Changle, having finished their meal, appeared in the study. The artwork was completed, and the script was ready. The Liu brothers were busily carving the woodblocks in the backyard, preparing for the printing process. Today, the artwork would officially be printed. Su Yu went to the backyard to check on the progress of Liu Feng and the others, while Gu Changle remained in the study. Li Sanlang, holding his small booklet, quietly informed her of the recent events. Those three individuals, dressed in the academy's attire, must be students from there. Do the students from the academy wish to purchase from our study? Gu Changle found it peculiar. The study had previously garnered no interest. Why? Upon their acquisition, were others suddenly inclined to seize it? Had word leaked out about Su Yu's new product? To this, Li Sanlang replied, it is likely not the case. It seems to be merely a whim of a few young rakes. Gu Changle nodded in agreement. If they return, simply drive them away. I do not wish for them to disturb my husband. Li Sanlang smiled, understood. I will ensure they do not interfere with the young master. After their conversation, they remained in the study for a while longer. Meanwhile, Su Yu was examining the first printed copy of the manuscript, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. The depiction showcased a beautiful woman in red attire, with black hair and fair skin, surrounded by a backdrop of contrasting colors. Although the colors were commonplace, they were not painted but rather printed, indistinguishable from the original work. It is complete. The Liu brothers were overjoyed. After absorbing Su Yu's theoretical insights, they had commenced with the dyed paper. Following the successful dyeing, they had now brought to life this vivid image of beauty through their printing efforts. Their master truly is remarkable. It is indeed astonishing that they can completely print the images painstakingly created by the artists. Such masterpieces, if mass-produced, could easily sell for a mere 100 coins each, drawing a plethora of eager buyers. With this, what business concerns could the bookshop possibly have? Lu Feng and Lu Yuan exclaimed in unison, "Congratulations, esteemed owner." Su Yu responded with a smile, "You both have played a significant role as well. As I mentioned previously, during the next month's salary disbursement, I will grant you both a bonus." This was all as previously agreed. Hearing Su Yu mention it again, the two brothers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Although their young master appeared to lack substantial lineage and wealth, his exceptional skills and generous nature were unparalleled. Such a commendable master was indeed hard to find. Both brothers were resolute in their decision to steadfastly remain with their master, certain that their family would never face hunger again. After conversing with the two, Su Yu took the printed artwork to share the joyous news with Gu Changle. Once the artwork was printed, the printing of the storybooks became significantly simpler. They were now poised to begin mass printing in preparation for the grand reopening. Su Yu's cheerful demeanor persisted until the following day's classes. Before class, he encountered Wang Yuanfeng and others outside the classroom, greeting them with a beaming smile. "Good morning, everyone." After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his seat, still radiating joy. Wang Yuanfeng, initially intent on causing trouble, found himself momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's friendly demeanor and greeting. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether Su Yu was aware of his intentions and had come to curry favor. If that were the case, it might be intriguing to observe his response. With a mischievous heart, he returned to the classroom, still conflicted about whether to tear up Su Yu's homework after class. However, today's instructor, Jiao Yu, did not assign any homework at all. After the lesson, he waved his hand and announced, "Today, the esteemed Minister of Education will be posting the examination notice outside the government office. All students, whether residing in the school or commuting, are permitted to leave the premises today to view the notice." At this proclamation, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. The examination was finally approaching. Chapter 71. Be careful on your way home. The school was situated near the government office. After class, one merely needed to walk down a street and around a corner to reach the location where the examination announcement would be displayed. Following class, Su Yu joined his classmates in heading that way. The announcement would remain posted until the examination commenced, yet everyone was anxiously hurrying, fearing they might arrive too late to see it. Before even reaching the corner, the bustling sounds could already be heard. Once they turned the corner, they were met with a throng of students gathered outside the announcement board. Some had begun to read aloud. "The Minister of Education has arrived in Jiangling Prefecture and will be conducting examinations for the local scholars on the 17th of August. Registration will be open 3 days prior to the examination. Late registrants will not be permitted to participate." The speaker's voice was so resounding that even those arriving later, including Su Yu, could hear it clearly. The 17th of August. This meant the examination would take place shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Indeed, it was only a matter of days away. Upon hearing the announcement, many began to engage in discussion. Those who had seen the notice walked away slowly, while others advanced forward. Each individual ensured they had personally observed the announcement before departing. Given the proximity of the examination and registration dates, numerous candidates planned to arrive in the capital at least a fortnight in advance, adhering to the customary timeline for past examinations. Some chose to remain in the capital following the provincial examination, awaiting the commencement of the Imperial examination, fearing any delays might necessitate a 3-year wait. As Su Yu moved with the flow of the crowd, he approached the announcement, reading it meticulously until he had committed every detail to memory before stepping away from the throng. After emerging, he did not immediately depart. Instead, he sought a conspicuous location to wait. Zhang Wenyuan and Song Yuming would undoubtedly also receive the news and come to view the announcement. Su Yu intended to wait for them, planning to coordinate a precise time for their registration together. Numerous individuals with similar intentions lingered nearby, all scanning the area for their companions. After a brief moment, Su Yu spotted several of his fellow students from the academy exiting the crowd, all hurriedly making their way back to seize the opportunity for further study. Among the throng was Peng Tianqing. As everyone surged toward the announcement, he, being of a higher station, had no need to jostle through the masses, and thus found himself comfortably observing the notice before preparing to hasten back to his studies. Upon exiting, he noticed Xiuyu waiting by the roadside, momentarily hesitating. Xiuyu acknowledged him with a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. After a moment of deliberation, Peng Tianqing approached Xiuyu. "Brother Su, I have heard about your situation," he whispered, as if sharing a secret. Xiuyu, taken aback, inquired, "What situation?" Peng Tianqing had learned that, like him, Xiuyu hailed from a humble farming background. Today, Zhuangyuan Feng and his associates had been discreetly discussing this matter. Even if he wished to avoid eavesdropping, it was unavoidable. He held a certain admiration for Xiuyu, who, despite his modest means, faced the wealthy scions of Zhuangyuan Feng with dignity, firmly declining their repeated invitations. However, therein lay the problem. Now that they were aware of Xiuyu's lack of connections, they appeared petulantly intent on seeking retribution. Noticing the confusion in Xiuyu's eyes, Peng Tianqing continued in a hushed tone, "It's about Master Wang and his entourage." He refrained from elaborating further, aware that revealing too much could lead to trouble for him. "Just be cautious," he urged. "The Imperial examination is imminent. Exercise vigilance and do not allow any distractions to jeopardize your prospects." With that, he had conveyed his utmost concern. After Peng Tianqing departed, Xiuyu furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on the conversation. Recalling the bewildering words of Zhuangyuan Feng from yesterday, Xiuyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The phrases, "You know my identity, but what is yours?" struck him as utterly nonsensical. He had no real connection with these individuals. Each time he declined their advances, he maintained the utmost decorum, believing there was nothing in his conduct that could be criticized. These young scions were indeed a nuisance. It was rumored that Zhuangyuan Feng was the nephew of a governor. If he truly sought to make trouble for Xiuyu, it could prove quite troublesome. If Xiuyu were genuinely a student of the provincial academy, he could have sought the aid of the academy's instructor to mediate the situation. Alas, his status as a student was merely temporary. However, the root of this predicament likely stemmed from his repeated refusals of Wang's invitations. Perhaps it would be wise to seize an opportunity to present him with a gift, as a means of atoning for his earlier rejections. Conveniently, the first batch of printed storybooks from his study was currently in production. Once printed, he could dispatch a few copies to Zhuangyuan Feng and his entourage, which seemed a reasonable course of action. After all, those who associated with Zhuangyuan Feng were known families within the provincial city. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this plan. While it bore a hint of flattery, he considered it inconsequential. At present, his strength was insufficient. A true man must possess the ability to endure and adapt. When firmness is required, one must be resolute. Conversely, when the situation calls for leniency, it is wise to yield appropriately. As Xiuyu contemplated these matters, Zhang Wenyuan's servant had already squeezed through the crowd. It turned out that Zhang Wenyuan and his companions were waiting nearby, instructing the servant to search for them. Soon, Xiuyu encountered Zhang Wenyuan and the others, their expressions noticeably tense. They had agreed that on the day of registration, Xiuyu would meet them at the inn where they were staying. Due to the large number of people on registration day, they planned to depart from the inn no later than the rooster's crow. Xiuyu anticipated he would need to rise in the middle of the night. After solidifying their plans, the group felt little inclination for idle chatter. They exchanged hurried farewells and dispersed. Upon returning home, Xiuyu found the elderly Gu had once again vanished into the wild, leaving only Gu Changle waiting in the main hall for his return. Xiuyu informed her of the announcement regarding the provincial examination, to which Gu Changle replied, "I have already heard about it. There is still some time. Coincidentally, matters at the study are nearly settled, so you can focus on your studies, my husband." Xiuyu mused on the impressive network of information among the women in the provincial city. Even Gu Changle, a woman who rarely ventured out, had received the news so swiftly. "I am not concerned," he stated. "However, in the coming days, the responsibilities at the study will rest upon your shoulders." Gu Changle assured him, "You may leave it to me without worry." Recalling Zhuangyuan Feng and his associates, Xiuyu added, "By the way, the first batch of storybooks will soon be printed. Apart from Grandfather Zhao, are there any others you wish to send them to?" Gu Changle shook her head. "Not at the moment." Xiuyu continued, "I intend to keep a portion to present to some of my classmates from the provincial academy." "Are you quite close with your classmates from the academy? I don't recall you mentioning them," Gu Changle inquired. As Xiuyu often shared tales of his experiences at the academy upon returning home. However, Gu Changle had never heard him mention any close relationships with those at the academy. After all, Xiuyu was merely auditing and had not truly enrolled. Moreover, he was quite occupied with numerous matters. Instead of spending time socializing, it would be more prudent to focus on his studies during his time at the academy. Suyu replied, "It's not that I have particularly close ties. I merely relayed what Peng Tianqing said earlier. Some of the young gentlemen at the academy may be discontent with my repeated refusals of their invitations and might seek to create trouble for me. For now, I lack the time to engage with them, so I shall observe and see if I can stabilize the situation and perhaps ease the tensions. Everything can be reassessed after the entrance examination." His reasoning was sound, and Gu Changle did not perceive Su Yu's approach as lacking in courage or masculinity. On the contrary, she found it quite agreeable. However, her eyes narrowed slightly. To become incensed merely from having an invitation declined, were there truly such domineering individuals among her husband's peers? Later, Suyu returned from the study and settled down to read in the study room. Li Erlang arrived at the Gu residence and spoke quietly with Gu Changle in the main hall. He was the nephew of the governor, Lu. Having been curious about her husband's identity, he had invited him several times. However, her husband had been busy lately and had turned down all invitations. The last time he had seen Suyu at a tavern gathering with his classmates, he had been incited by others, which led to his indignation and desire for revenge against Suyu. This incident involved the individuals who had appeared in the study yesterday. It seemed that Suyu had embarrassed him, and he could not bear it. Such behavior was indeed typical of a wastrel. Now was the time for the entrance examination. Although Suyu was certain to pass, he diligently dedicated his time to studying, leaving no moments wasted. Gu Changle was reluctant to see him disturbed by such trivial matters, especially considering that the study was a product of Suyu's hard work. How could these individuals fixate on their study? What were their academic standings? Li Erlang responded, "Mediocre at best. They likely have little hope for the examination. The governor has not employed any means to assist them. The educational administration here, under the supervision of the governor, surely has a close association with him. If the governor were to intervene, it wouldn't be difficult for his nephew to pass the examination." Li Erlang chuckled at his own inquiries. The governor might wish to help, but his nephew was unwilling. His performance had always been average, and he spent his days surrounded by a group of debauched companions. If he were to unexpectedly succeed in the examination, he feared mockery from his peers. Gu Changle was momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of mindset was this? It was as if a group of young gentlemen, all from similar backgrounds and with comparable academic standings, held the belief that whoever achieved success first would be derided by the others. Particularly since Wang Yuanfeng was the leader of this little clique, he could hardly take the lead in academic performance. If he were to resort to underhanded tactics to pass the examination, he would feel his pride compromised. Unless he truly excelled and surpassed expectations on the day of the examination, he would only have the opportunity to boast before others. It seemed that the camaraderie among this group of young gentlemen was rather strong. Although the youth harbored such thoughts, their families might not share the same sentiments. Gu Changle pondered for a moment before saying, "My husband has been exceedingly busy these days, toiling hard every day. There is no need to expend further effort in dealing with these individuals. We should create some disturbances for them, diverting their attention towards other matters for the time being." Li Erlang, having received the instruction, withdrew to make arrangements. The following day, when Suyu attended the lecture, he discovered a significant shift in the atmosphere of the classroom. Aside from Wang Yuanfeng and his group, who lounged about, whispering among themselves, most of the other students wore expressions of heightened tension compared to before. Peng Tianqing had also ceased to associate with the small clique and began to immerse himself in his studies. When Wang Yuanfeng invited him, despite feeling somewhat intimidated, he resolutely declined all of Wang's overtures. Having witnessed Suyu's prior rejection and the subsequent resentment from that group, Peng Tianqing felt a wave of concern wash over him. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Even if these young scions failed the Imperial examinations, they would still live lives free from financial worries. He, however, could not boast of such security. Yet, Wang Yuanfeng did not impose any further on him. Upon hearing Peng Tianqing express his intention to prepare diligently for the upcoming examination, he lost interest in him altogether. Wang had initially taken to him due to his commendable academic performance and his willingness to comply. Now, during classes, Xiao Yu no longer covered other topics, but instead dedicated each day to analyzing past examination papers that had garnered high scores. After the analysis, he would assign topics for the students to write about each day. This intensive preparatory teaching method before the examinations proved to be quite effective. Suyu completed his assignments and submitted them to the academic supervisor. Only after receiving a nod of approval from the supervisor did he gather his belongings in preparation to leave. Shortly after Su Yu departed, the academic supervisor organized the assignments he had received, preparing to pass them on to Jiao Yu later. Suddenly, Wang Yuanfeng appeared beside him. "Young Master Wang," he greeted with a smile, clasping the supervisor's shoulder in a friendly manner. "I have a question I wish to pose to you." "Please, young Master Wang, do speak," the supervisor replied, feeling a sense of pleasure at Wang Yuanfeng's initiative to seek his guidance. Wang Yuanfeng subtly signaled to his companions, who then discreetly obscured the supervisor's view. As the supervisor began to speak enthusiastically, the individuals behind Wang Yuanfeng swiftly took action. Wang Yuanfeng abruptly interrupted, declaring, "I have learned much. The knowledge imparted by you, Wu Xuezhing, I shall ponder at home." With that, he disregarded the supervisor's expression and left with his entourage. Wu Xuezhing stood there, bewildered. Wasn't he this an inquiry for guidance? He hadn't even finished speaking before they departed. What kind of consultation was this? He shook his head and returned to documenting the assignments he had received that day. Once outside, Wang Yuanfeng's group handed him what they had acquired. It was Su Yu's assignment, which Wu Xuezhing had yet to record. Wang Yuanfeng accepted it and glanced over it casually, confirming it was indeed Su Yu's work. He chuckled. I didn't expect this lad to possess such commendable penmanship. Alas, no matter how well he writes, Jiao Yu will never see it. Henceforth, every time he submits his work, we shall take note of it. A companion suddenly remarked, "However, I observe that this fellow's writing appears quite commendable. What if he succeeds in the entrance examination and genuinely gains admission to the academy? Would he not then become our senior? Once he assumes that role, we can no longer bully him. Moreover, it is highly likely that he would assist in managing the students under the academy's tutelage. Though they may be dandy youths, they would not dare to act recklessly in front of the academy's instructors. After all, a competent dandy knows precisely whom to offend and whom to avoid. Otherwise, he cannot continue to indulge in such behavior." Wang Yuanfeng had not considered this possibility. Indeed, it was a valid concern. He could only respond, "Oh well, who says he is guaranteed to succeed? Today, I am in a good mood. Let us go and enjoy some wine and music." Upon hearing this, the group of dandy youths beamed with joy, following Wang Yuanfeng as they made their way outside, their faces devoid of any tension regarding the impending examination. However, one among them hesitated. With the entrance exam approaching, was it truly appropriate for us to indulge in revelry? Upon uttering these words, the dandy youth named Du Jia, who had accompanied Wang Yuanfeng to the study yesterday with the intention of causing trouble, but was caught by Li Sanlang, echoed his concern. "Indeed, my parents have urged me to focus and study diligently, hoping for a stroke of good fortune in the entrance exam. If they discover that I am indulging in revelry at this time, I can only expect a reprimand." Expressing such disheartening thoughts, Wang Yuanfeng's expression soured. "TSK, it's merely a minor entrance exam. Why are you all so anxious? If you fail this year, there will be future opportunities. Whatever happens, we shall discuss it after we enjoy our drinks." Observing Wang Yuanfeng's demeanor, the others dared not voice further objections. Exiting the academy, they made their way to the renowned Falling Fragrance Pavilion. The matron, seeing the arrival of the wealthy patron, greeted them with an exuberant smile. Her face wrinkled with age and freshly applied powder dusting away. "Young Master Wang, please take a seat. Let us serve you drinks and delicacies," and summon the maidens to perform. It was a scene of unbridled joy. Yet, this revelry was short-lived. A woman adorned in opulent attire, accompanied by servants and maidens, made her entrance into the Falling Fragrance Pavilion. With an expression of fury, Madame Du glared at the approaching matron and coldly inquired, "Is my son here?" Just as the matron was about to ask who her son was, the lady disregarded her and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she quickly located her quarry in a lavish private room. Wang Yuanfeng and his companions were lost in the enchanting melodies when, all of a sudden, they were jolted by a furious shout. "Du Jia," she bellowed, "have you lost your mind? I instructed you to study diligently to pass the entrance exam. Yet here you are, indulging in revelry?" Chapter 73. The more friends, the more paths. Today, the Falling Fragrance Pavilion buzzed with livelier activity than usual. Following Madame Du's thunderous reprimand, she publicly twisted her son's ear and dragged him away, despite his cries of protest. The remaining patrons exchanged glances, unable to utter a word before yet another lady appeared with her attendants, reclaiming her son as well. In the fragrant hall, The joyous sounds of laughter have been replaced by shouts of anger and pleas for mercy. Before long, only Wang Yuanfeng remained in the private room. Faced with the sudden turn of events, he felt somewhat dazed. The companions he once enjoyed reveling with have vanished, leaving him alone in their wake. Setting down his wine glass, he found his spirits dampened. With no one left to share a drink with, he resolved to return home. Upon arriving, he found his father, Wang Daoming, seated alone in the main hall, sipping tea. "Father, why are you here drinking tea by yourself?" The Wang family is a prominent household in the capital, substantial in both wealth and influence. Wang Daoming was typically busy, often found in his study even when at home. He placed his teacup down and cast a languid glance at his son. "School has been out for quite some time. Where have you been?" Wang Yuanfeng, feeling intimidated by his father, stammered, I was with my classmates." Wang Daoming scoffed. "With your classmates? Engaging in what, I wonder? Surely not studying at the school? Do you realize that the parents of your classmates have all come to see me? They expressed their concerns about your behavior, saying you have been gallivanting with their sons at such an hour." While those parents did not speak so bluntly, their meaning was clear. Wang Daoming was well aware of his son's character, spending his days engaging in frivolous pursuits rather than serious matters. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer turn a blind eye to the complaints. Though a leader among his peers, Wang Yuanfeng felt diminished in the presence of his father. He could only obediently concede, "Father, I understand my mistake." Seeing his son admit fault so readily, Wang Daoming chose not to dwell on it. "Since you acknowledge your error, you will now conduct yourself properly. Education and examinations are of utmost importance in life. I have tolerated your mischief until now, but these are extraordinary times. From this day forth, whether at school or after classes, I do not wish to hear any reports of you disturbing others' studies." Wang Yuanfeng responded with a compliant, "Understood." After conveying this, Wang Daoming intended for him to retreat and resume his studies. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper peeking out from his son's clothing. "Have you brought back an essay you wrote?" Having just scolded his son, he wished to reveal a softer side. Upon seeing the paper, he reached out, saying, "Let me see how you fared in your writing." Wang Yuanfeng glanced down at the item protruding from his garment and panicked. This was the assignment from Xiucai he had taken earlier in class and forgotten about in his haste to play. Now, his father had spotted it. He hesitated, saying, "Father, I don't think my writing is good. Perhaps you should not look at it." Wang Daoming chuckled. "Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities?" Wang Yuanfeng remained reluctant. "But father, your writing isn't particularly impressive either. What is there to see?" The smile faded from Wang Daoming's face as he regarded his son with a cool demeanor. Without further ado, present it. He was eager to see what was written, even if it was not meant for his eyes. Wang Yuanfeng was scolded and quickly silenced, retrieving the item from his embrace and handing it to his father, who immediately opened it and began to read. "Suyu?" Upon glancing at it, he swiftly discerned a discrepancy. The author's name was not his son's. "Is this not your work?" Wang Yuanfeng chuckled awkwardly. "Could it be that in my haste to leave school, I mistakenly took someone else's?" Wang's father seemed uncertain whether to believe his son's flimsy excuse. Nevertheless, having opened the document, he proceeded to read it from beginning to end. After finishing, he remarked with mild surprise, "Is this your classmate?" Wang Yuanfeng nodded. Both being students, he noted that while others wrote with neat and tidy strokes, this article was aesthetically pleasing, clearly the result of diligent practice. "And then take a look at your own writing. You have been studying since you were 6. How long has it been? Your handwriting resembles that of a dog's paw. Is it truly that good?" Wang Yuanfeng leaned over for a glimpse. Regardless of the article's content, the handwriting was indeed superior to his own. In his estimation, it surpassed that of some scholars. In their class, only Peng Tianqing's writing could compare, yet Peng had topped last year's provincial examination, while Suyu's performance was merely mediocre. It seemed this individual left school early each day to practice writing diligently at home. The writing is commendable, but the article lacks depth. Wang Yuanfeng merely skimmed it, failing to grasp the substance of Suyu's composition. Wang's father possessed only average knowledge. In his youth, he had spent money to enroll as a student, but had never succeeded in becoming a scholar. He was not well equipped to critique others' works. Closing the paper, he returned it to his son. "You should socialize more with diligent classmates like this one. Do not always associate with those rascals, indulging in a life of excess. After this examination, invite those classmates who pass to your home for a gathering. Strive to foster these relationships." Wang Yuanfeng hesitated, but some are merely peasant children. Even after passing the examination, they are just scholars. How can they carry such weight? Wang's father, exasperated, replied, they may be peasants now, but what if they excel in future examinations? If you do not make an effort, you must broaden your circle. I have often advised you, the more friends you have, the more opportunities you create. Whether they are peasant children or scions of affluent families, if they achieve success, you need not worry about your own future. There was undeniable wisdom in his father's words. Wang Yuanfeng sincerely praised, indeed, father, you possess great foresight. Wang's father rolled his eyes and retorted, you have learned all the worst traits from me without absorbing any of the good ones. Now go, study hard, and aim to perform better in this examination. Wang Yuanfeng quickly agreed and left, dejectedly clutching the homework of Su Yu that he had pilfered from the schoolmaster. Since my father has spoken thus, I shall grant you another opportunity. Should you refuse me once more, I shall not hesitate to make you regret it. Chapter 74. I shall procure everything for you. That very day, Wang Yuanfeng concocted an excuse, claiming he had mistakenly taken the wrong items and returned Su Yu's assignments. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, he sensed that Wang Yuanfeng and his entourage had notably subdued their antics in recent days. Perhaps they were influenced by the prevailing atmosphere. One or two had even begun to immerse themselves in their studies, akin to their peers. With the registration date fast approaching, Su Yu contemplated gifting Wang Yuanfeng and his companions a few newly printed books to ease the tension between them. However, since that day, Wang Yuanfeng had taken to leaving school promptly each day, no longer gathering in boisterous groups within the classroom. Consequently, Su Yu decided to shelve his plan for the time being and focused intently on preparing for the examination. On the day of the school's closing, he visited the bookshop, where the finished books had finally been printed. Lu Feng and Lu Yuan appeared exuberant, eagerly watching as Su Yu received the bound volumes and began to peruse them. The first page displayed the cover, crafted from embossed paper to enhance its visibility. The title was adorned with a harmonious blend of colors. While the color scheme may have seemed somewhat garish, it undeniably captured attention. Upon turning to the second page, they unveiled a beautifully printed illustration accompanied by a brief synopsis of the tale. This uniquely marketable book was priced at merely 700 won, only 2 or 3 times the cost of ordinary storybooks. Yet, in comparison to those custom-made volumes embellished with colored illustrations, its value was likely less than a tenth. Su Yu nodded in approval, stating, the sample is commendable. Henceforth, you must exert yourselves to produce as many copies as possible. Time passed swiftly, and the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival marked the registration for the Academy examination. On that day, at the hour of the tiger, around 3 in the morning, Su Yu rose from his slumber. Gu Changle, still in a daze, murmured a sleepy inquiry upon hearing Su Yu stir, are you registering? It was evident that she had not yet fully awakened. With a gentle smile, Su Yu replied in a hushed tone, indeed, I must rise early to register. You may continue to sleep. Gu Changle furrowed her brow slightly, struggling momentarily against her drowsiness, but ultimately succumbed to her fatigue and drifted back to sleep. Su Yu quietly dressed and stepped outside to wash up. The kitchen was already aglow with light. Hong Ying had arrived early to prepare breakfast for him, while Li Erlang assisted, drawing water from the well. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yu expressed his gratitude. I apologize for the trouble. Hong Ying replied with a smile. It is no trouble at all. Yesterday, Xiao Changle had arranged for us to come early today to prepare breakfast. Although Gu Changle was unable to rise, she had meticulously organized everything before retiring for the night. After Su Yu finished washing and enjoyed his breakfast, he conducted a thorough review of the registration materials he had already checked the previous day. Once assured of their accuracy, he finally grasped his basket and prepared to depart. Li Erlang stood at the door, lantern in hand, with the other hand carrying several items. Upon seeing Su Yu emerge, he promptly declared, I shall escort you. Without granting Su Yu the opportunity to decline, he strode ahead. Su Yu smiled and followed closely behind. They first arrived at the inn where Zhuangyuan and others were staying. Though the sky was still shrouded in darkness, the inn was already bustling with life and illuminated with bright lights, filled with students who had risen early to register. Su Yu did not wait long before Zhuangyuan and the others gradually arrived. He introduced them to Li Erlang, mentioning that he was a neighbor of his wife's family. After exchanging greetings, the group set off towards the official registration building. Along the way, they encountered fellow students also heading to the registration office, most of whom carried no lanterns and made their way in the dim light. Upon reaching the exterior of the registration building, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Su Yu and his companions positioned themselves in the middle of the line. Li Erlang glanced at the sky and remarked, "The registration office opens at the hour of Chun. Let us sit and wait for a while." With that, he retrieved a small stool from his belongings and placed it by Su Yu's feet, indicating for him to take a seat. He then held the lantern and moved to the side of the queue to wait. Many others, like Su Yu, settled onto their small stools and engaged in quiet conversation while awaiting the opening of the registration office. Those without stools were left standing. Zhuangyuan's servant also set down a stool for him, promptly taking a seat. Observing this, the others began to retrieve tools from their baskets. Gathering together in a circle, "Your neighbor is quite considerate," Zhuangyuan complimented. "Indeed," Su Yu replied. "My wife says that Uncle Fu next door has watched her grow up since childhood. The two families are free to visit each other's homes. Proximity is often more valuable than distant kin." Since arriving in the capital, Su Yu had indeed benefited from the kindness of Uncle Fu's family. Beside him, Song Yuming yawned and interjected, "Speaking of which, we have yet to meet your wife. Earlier, you mentioned inviting us to your wedding feast once you return. But we haven't seen that happen." They had long been curious about Su Yu's bride from the capital, yet they felt hesitant to pry too deeply. Su Yu chuckled. "After the Imperial examination, I shall return to hold the wedding ceremony. Rest assured, a feast will be prepared for you all." Following the examination, while awaiting the results, he anticipated that his book would be published for sale, likely yielding a substantial profit. He was confident that upon his return, he would not be financially strained and could act as he pleased. The group continued their hushed discussions. As dawn broke, the doors of the registration office finally swung open. Several officials emerged, beginning to carry out the necessary materials for registration. Upon witnessing this, everyone stood up, silencing their chatter, as the significance of the examination rendered them cautious. As the clock told the hour of Chun, the clerks responsible for the registration took their places and commenced recording the names of the candidates participating in the examination. The crowd began to inch forward slowly. By the time the registration concluded, it was nearly noon. Having risen early, the group felt both weary and hungry. Su Yu politely declined several invitations and, after registering, headed directly home. He planned to enjoy a lunch and take a brief rest before proceeding to the study. Li Erlang appeared unexpectedly, assisting Su Yu in carrying their belongings as they made their way home. After registering, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived the very next day. Despite the anxiety that came with impending examinations, the celebration could not be overlooked. The academy had already commenced its holiday on the day of registration, granting a break until after the exams were concluded. Thus, Su Yu was relieved from attending classes for the next few days. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Yu and Gu Changle set out with a basket in hand, preparing to procure some fruits to honor the moon that evening. The streets were adorned with lanterns, and the faces of the townspeople radiated joy. Many students, usually engrossed in their studies, seized the rare opportunity to revel in the festivities. In Su Yu's town, it was customary for children to carry lanterns crafted by their elders, frolicking through the village on the night of the festival. Such grand celebrations were rare, marking Su Yu's inaugural experience of a festival in ancient times. In contrast to Gu Changle, who embodied the role of a traditional woman, Su Yu exhibited a greater curiosity towards the surrounding festivities. Noticing Su Yu's fascination with the lanterns, Gu Changle inquired, "My dear husband, do you find these lanterns appealing?" Typically, it is only the ladies who take an interest in such things. With a smile, Su Yu replied, "Indeed, they are quite beautiful. Back in our village, even when we ventured to the town during festivals, we never encountered such splendid lanterns. This is truly my first time witnessing them." Upon hearing this, Gu Changle felt a pang of sympathy for her husband, who had come from humble beginnings and had never experienced such merriment. With a flourish of her delicate hand, she declared, "If you have your eye on any lantern, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall purchase it for you." In response to Gu Changle's words, Su Yu could not help but chuckle. Such sentiments were typically expressed by a husband to his beloved wife. Yet, in this instance, the roles seemed to have reversed. Here he was, a grown man, transformed into a pampered husband. However, upon reflection, most of his expenditures were indeed covered by Gu Changle's funds. Being a pampered husband was not such a bad fate. It was a privilege many could only dream of. As the couple conversed, they found themselves beside a stall where lanterns were prominently displayed. The vendor, overhearing their exchange, eagerly chimed in, "Are you two interested in purchasing a lantern? Today, our town is hosting a riddle-guessing event. with guesses starting at just 5 won. If you solve the riddle, you can take home the lantern for free. Every year during the Mid-Autumn and Lantern festivals, riddle guessing is a cherished tradition. Should you guess correctly, you could acquire a lantern worth several times its price for merely 5 won. Even someone as financially constrained as Xiucai could partake in such an event. Xiucai promptly inquired, "May I ask if you are participating in the guessing game here?" The vendor, delighted by the prospect of business before nightfall, responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, we are. Please feel free to tell me which lantern has caught your eye." Turning to Changle, Xiucai asked, "Which one do you desire?" Changle widened her eyes in surprise. Had she not just offered to buy him a lantern? Why was Xiucai now inquiring about her preference? "Are you planning to gift me one?" With a grin, Xiucai replied, "Of course. Although we find ourselves short on funds these days, I can still afford a few coins. Feel free to express your preference. I shall endeavor to make a guess. Should I fail, we can always seek out some simpler lantern riddles this evening." Changle was unsure of Xiucai's prowess in solving riddles, so she casually pointed to a small lantern. "Let us go with this one." It was a round, drum-like lantern, likely priced modestly, hence lacking any decorative tassels. "Xiucai confirmed, this one?" Changle nodded. The lantern appeared rather rudimentary, suggesting it would not be costly. The cheaper the lantern, the simpler the riddle would be. Changle's selection seemed to promise a fair chance for Xiucai to unravel the riddle. After settling on the choice, Xiucai retrieved 5 coins from the pouch that Changle had sewn for him and handed them to the vendor. The vendor accepted the coins, glanced at Xiucai's pouch, and remarked with admiration, "Your pouch is quite elegant. I presume it was crafted by your esteemed wife." Changle cast a fleeting glance at the pouch she had made, feeling a bit shy, and averted her gaze. Xiucai, however, spoke with a sense of pride. "Indeed, this pouch was fashioned by my wife, adorned with embroidered bamboo leaves, also her handiwork." The vendor took a closer look, internally astonished. Were those indeed bamboo leaves? He had not realized. The vendor dropped the coins into a small chest and removed the lantern for Xiucai, saying, "You may ponder here, but the riddle must be solved on site. Otherwise, it shall not count." Xiucai understood and opened the riddle. Changle leaned in, curious. 88. Guess a 4-character idiom. A riddle in the form of an idiom? This one seemed rather challenging. After a moment's thought, Xiucai quickly provided the answer. "It is into the wood 3 parts." The vendor had anticipated Xiucai would ponder for a while, but was taken aback by his swift response. Xiucai inquired, "Is the answer incorrect?" The vendor, snapping back to reality, confirmed, "That is correct." Initially expecting to earn some coins from riddle guesses on the opening day, he found that this young man had taken away the lantern with just one guess. It seemed he had incurred a loss right from the start. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile as he handed the lantern to Xiucai, adding, "Later, there will be more beautiful lanterns. You can bring your wife to see them at other stalls." Xiucai chuckled and handed the lantern to Changle. "Here, consider this a festive gift for you." Changle accepted it, gazing down at the modest lantern she had acquired for 5 coins from a street vendor. She had never received such an inexpensive gift before, yet it seemed to please her greatly. A broad smile spread across her face as she expressed, "Thank you, my dear husband." With the lantern in hand, Changle carried it as they proceeded to purchase the remaining items. Old Man Gu had stayed home that day, seated in the hall, engaged in conversation with Uncle Fu. When he spotted the young couple returning together, with Changle holding an unremarkable lantern, clearly inexpensive at first glance, Old Man Gu was about to inquire why she didn't purchase a more aesthetically pleasing lantern when Changle eagerly approached, holding up the rather unattractive little object. "Grandfather, this is the lantern my husband gifted me. He won it by solving a riddle just moments ago." There was a hint of pride in her tone. Old Man Gu quickly altered his words, saying, "It's quite charming, indeed." Changle beamed, replying, "I think it's rather lovely as well." She then recounted the riddle incident, mentioning how Xiucai had immediately guessed the answer upon seeing the clue. Old Man Gu listened with a hearty chuckle, enjoying the rare glimpse of youthful exuberance from her. Later, the group shared a meal and then paid homage to the moon. Xiucai lit Changle's lantern, prompting her to carry it as they ventured out to join the festivities. Compared to the daytime, the streets at night were aglow with lanterns, twinkling like stars, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The distant sounds of drums and gongs heralded the commencement of the Lantern Festival. The streets were bustling with people of all ages, shoulder to shoulder. Xiucai gently took Changle's hand, and together they meandered along with the crowd, foregoing any further riddles and simply enjoying the lively ambience. The girls and children around them held beautiful lanterns, yet Gu Changle's was perhaps the most unremarkable of all. Nevertheless, she cradled it with care, as if it were a treasured artifact. As the light of her lantern eventually flickered out, the excitement began to wane. The two then strolled leisurely back, hand in hand. Along the way, Gu Changle exclaimed with delight, "Today has brought me such joy. You treat me so well. I shall return the favor." Xiuyu chuckled, "You already treat me wonderfully. Then I shall treat you even better." Gu Changle retorted promptly. Xiuyu couldn't help but laugh. Gu Changle appeared rather mature, yet surprisingly easy to please. A lantern worth merely 5 coins had filled her with joy for the entire day. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the examination days arrived swiftly. On the 17th of the 8th month, before the hour of the pig had passed, Xiuyu rose early, preparing for the Imperial examination. This time, Gu Changle finally managed to get out of bed, yawning and mumbling, "It's time for the exam. I'll see you off." Chapter 76. The examinee who took the back door. It was Li Erlang who accompanied Xiuyu to meet up with several others before heading to the examination venue together. The early morning of mid-August was slightly cool, but after walking a few paces, they began to warm up. Upon reaching the dragon gate of the examination site, they found many examinees had already arrived. Xiuyu joined her classmates, waiting amongst the throng in silence as they anticipated the officials from the ceremonial department to verify their identities before entering the examination hall. As dawn broke, the dragon gate swung open, and the officials began calling out examinee numbers. 5 candidates were summoned to step forward for verification. Their identities and household registration documents were checked, and then the examinees were led in batches to a rear tent where they disrobed, stepping through a pool that barely reached their ankles, before being inspected by designated officials to ensure no cheating materials were concealed. Once the inspection was complete, everyone retrieved their garments and examination baskets, disheveled and hurriedly arranging themselves as they made their way to the examination hall. As the candidates entered the examination hall, Governor Liu was accompanying the commissioner of Jiangling Prefecture, overseeing the provincial examination from within the gates. Upon noticing Xiuyu and his companions, Governor Liu remarked, "This examination has attracted numerous young talents. That student, though dressed modestly, carries himself with an upright posture and walks with a measured grace. He appears to be quite promising." The direction of his gaze was fixed upon Xiuyu, who was adjusting his attire as he walked. Commissioner Zhang cast a glance in the same direction. Although he did not recognize him, Governor Liu's deliberate mention surely held significance. Reflecting on a recent communication from Prince Huainan, who had recommended a young man named Xiuyu for this examination, Commissioner Zhang immediately considered the possibility that this individual could indeed be him. He scrutinized Xiuyu a bit more. Outwardly, he seemed quite decent, but alas, he was someone who had relied on connections. While he would extend courtesy to Prince Gu Fangxiu, it did not imply his wholehearted approval. As a scholar, he held firm to his principles. It was challenging for him to form a favorable impression of a candidate who depended on favoritism rather than merit in the imperial examinations. Commissioner Zhang withdrew his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "I find him rather ordinary. Does Lord Liu happen to know him?" Governor Liu looked at him with some surprise. Did it mean that the prince had only spoken to him and not to the commissioner? This suggested that the young man's relationship with Prince Gu was likely rather trivial. It could also explain why, after he had facilitated the young man's entry into the examination, there had been no further communication from that side. Even his admission to the academy had been facilitated by Lord Liu's recommendation. Since there had been no mention from Prince Gu's end, Governor Liu felt no need to elaborate further. He smiled and replied, "I do not know him. I merely commented on his appearance." Commissioner Zhang, understanding the unspoken nuances, shifted the topic to other candidates. Although Xiuyu sensed the scrutiny upon him, he was aware that he must not glance around in the examination hall. He continued to adjust his attire while walking steadily ahead. Upon reaching his designated examination room, he discovered he was fortunate to have secured a position in the middle, away from the rumored proximity to the latrines, which was often associated with unpleasant odors. Once seated, he extracted the writing instruments from his basket. The remaining papers and inkstone were to be distributed by the invigilators. The candidates took their places one after another, and by the time the examination commenced, the sun hung high in the sky. Commissioner Zhang proclaimed loudly, "Distribute the examination papers." The attendants proceeded in batches from the front of the examination room, leaving behind the ink sticks, draft paper, and examination questions essential for the test. After receiving the examination questions, candidates were still not permitted to begin writing. Yu occupied himself with grinding ink while perusing the materials. The initial sections predominantly consisted of memorization tasks, which he had mastered thoroughly. However, they carried little weight in scoring and were not particularly noteworthy. His focus was primarily on the subsequent essay topics. The first round featured 2 questions, with the first one being of utmost importance. Yet, upon reading the question, he perceived it to be quite challenging. The phrase the master said was met with a stir among the candidates, as many likely found themselves taken aback by the complexity of the question. Yu, too, was momentarily stunned. In his recollection, the questions from the county and provincial examinations had always been rather simple. This passage is directly excerpted from a book, prompting examinees to decipher its meaning. The topic of the examination merely consists of 2 characters, devoid of any elaboration, leaving candidates to speculate on the examiner's intent. However, the grading of the imperial examination inherently involves an element of chance. Should one's composition align with the examiner's preferences, even an average essay is likely to pass. Yu contemplated this. Initially, he intended to employ a strategy akin to during the test, creatively assembling various aphorisms and paragraphs he recalled. Such a composition would undoubtedly garner a respectable score. Long before he could put pen to paper, Yu had already envisioned numerous phrases he could utilize. As the bell rang, signaling the commencement of writing, he dipped his brush in ink and began drafting. First, he tackled the topic, determining the central argument of his essay. Once the topic was established, the subsequent writing became considerably easier. Yu pieced together well-known excerpts from the 8 great masters, transcribing them diligently. He then integrated these quotes into his essay, and upon a thorough review, he found his work surprisingly commendable. The second question proved to be much simpler. Following the format of his first essay, Yu embarked on a fresh round of composition. He hastily consumed some provisions prepared by Gu Changle to satiate his hunger and procured some hot water from an attendant at the examination hall. After a hasty meal, he returned to his earnest writing. By the time Yu completed his work, several candidates had already submitted their papers and departed. After checking his essay twice to ensure its correctness, he approached the head examiner with his answer sheet. Having spent several consecutive days in the cramped examination room, Yu felt as though he were on the verge of decay. Fortunately, it was autumn, and the weather was mild, preventing any discomfort from perspiration. Otherwise, he would have surely been overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor. A stack of answer sheets had accumulated on the desk of the official responsible for affixing names to the papers, all of which had evidently been reviewed by Zhang, the head examiner. After the names were affixed, the papers would receive a final glance during the collective grading process. The fate of each submission was essentially predetermined. As Yu submitted his paper, he noticed that the examiner had just finished reviewing the work of the candidate ahead of him and had casually accepted his paper. According to tradition, those who submitted early would receive a preliminary review from the examining officials, who would conduct further assessments if they found the submissions promising. However, upon glancing at the young man before him, Yu recognized him as the very candidate who had sought his assistance in securing a favorable outcome through less than conventional means. If this individual possessed genuine scholarly merit, there would be no need for such a backdoor approach. Thus, it was evident that his academic performance was subpar. Zhang's interest in reviewing his paper waned, and he dismissed it without further consideration. Yu respectfully set aside his answer sheet, observing as the official affixed his name before making his exit. Chapter 77. What an opening! Upon completing the examination and stepping outside the confines of the examination hall, Yu was greeted by a throng of parents and attendants awaiting the candidate's return. Li Erlang stood at the forefront, the first to spot Yu as he emerged. Yu originally believed that only Li Erlang was waiting outside, but as he followed him through the crowd, he discovered that Gu Changle was also present. She was seated on a small stool prepared for Yu, maintaining a slight distance from the surrounding individuals, while Hong Ying stood behind her. Gu Changle was idly waiting, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Yu. She immediately rose from the stool and took a few steps toward him, having just seen some candidates faint upon exiting. While others leaned against walls to vomit, Gu Changle noticed that Yu appeared quite worn out, which tugged at her heartstrings. However, as she approached, Yu raised his hand to halt her advance. "Just stay there," he instructed. Gu Changle tilted her head in confusion. Yu added, "I've been in the examination hall for several days. I must be quite unpleasant. I need to go home for a shower first." Realizing the reason, Gu Changle gently covered her mouth, blinked, and smiled. "Not at all. I didn't notice any odor." "Then why cover your mouth?" he teased. They both shared a laugh. And he suggested, let us go. Li Erlang and Hong Ying followed behind as the group leisurely made their way home. As they walked, a delicate little hand slipped into Su Yu's palm. Turning to look, Gu Changle smiled softly. It's fine. Just wash your hands when we get home. Su Yu smiled back, softly agreeing. The exhaustion of the examination seemed to wash away upon seeing Gu Changle. Upon returning home, hot water and a sumptuous meal awaited them. After expressing gratitude to Li Erlang and his wife, Su Yu enjoyed a refreshing bath and a hearty meal. He then returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Gu Changle was up, and only then did Su Yu rise, feeling rejuvenated. The room was filled with toiletries, and after freshening up and dressing, he stepped out. Gu Changle was seated with the old man in the living room. Upon seeing Su Yu emerge, she sighed in relief. You're finally awake. The old man chuckled. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Who doesn't shed a layer of skin after the Imperial examination? Afterward, one must eat well and replenish their strength. Su Yu had slept soundly throughout the day, not waking even when Gu Changle rose in the morning. This was the first time she had seen him sleep in later than herself, causing her some concern about his health. The old man reassured her that she was overthinking it. Now, seeing Su Yu appear vibrant and radiant, her worries dissipated. Su Yu smiled. I slept quite well. As for the results of the examination, neither of them inquired, both understanding without the need for words. After breakfast, Gu Changle presented a gift from old Zhao, congratulating them on their marriage, a painting of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Although it was a brush painting, upon unfolding it, Su Yu recognized that old Zhao had something remarkable to offer on their first meeting. The artwork was not only vividly lifelike, but also rich in depth and meaning, far surpassing the pirated works of renowned artists that Su Yu had previously encountered in the town's bookstore. Gu Changle stated that her artistic skills were learned from the venerable Mr. Zhao. Indeed, a renowned master begets an exceptional disciple. Su Yu praised, it is truly exquisite. I must have it framed, otherwise, it may be spoiled by humidity. Gu Changle mused to herself, isn't it indeed beautiful? A painting by Grandfather Zhao is sought after by many, who offer hefty sums yet cannot acquire it. If it were to be sold, numerous bookstores would be unable to procure it. Yes, it certainly needs to be framed. I shall have Erlang take it later. Su Yu remarked. Now that I have completed my examinations, I have time to spare. Although I appreciate your good relationship with Uncle Fu's family, it feels inappropriate to trouble them with such trivial matters. Gu Changle chuckled awkwardly and replied, well, my dear, since you deem this a minor issue, it would not be a bother to enlist their help. You still have the bookstore to manage, do you not? If I were to go, Hong Ying would have to accompany me, which inevitably burdens them as a couple. Indeed, while Su Yu was no longer preoccupied with examinations, he had numerous tasks to undertake for the upcoming reopening of the bookstore. He aimed to earn a substantial profit once the results were announced, intending to bring Gu Changle home to prepare for their wedding ceremony. Gu Changle's reasoning was sound. It would indeed inconvenience them as a couple. Furthermore, she added, when Hong Ying assists us, I do compensate her. Although it is not much, she is still my employee. Having them help with a few tasks would bring them joy as well. That is true. Helping the neighbors with a meal and tidying up the household is quite simple. They can return home afterward without needing to sign a servitude contract. Such opportunities are rare in ancient times. Only families like ours and Uncle Fu's, who are acquainted, would be willing to employ someone in this manner. Very well then. Before we return, shall we invite their whole family for a meal? Gu Changle readily agreed. Absolutely. I will ask Hong Ying to purchase some fine wine and delicacies to ensure they are well fed. The notion of inviting others for dinner while relying on their woman to cook struck Su Yu as somewhat amusing. However, there was little that could be done. His culinary skills were rather mediocre, and Gu Changle was not adept at household chores either. Hence, they settled on this arrangement. After finalizing the plan, Su Yu and Gu Changle proceeded to the bookstore to manage the preparations for the reopening. During Su Yu's absence over the past few days, most of the arrangements had been made. Gu Changle had even consulted someone to select an auspicious opening day, conveniently scheduled right after the results were announced. While they busied themselves with the bookstore matters, Zhang Xuejing was equally occupied with grading papers. He had already reviewed some of the early submissions and thus had a rough idea of the rankings. The officials below divided themselves into groups to skim through the papers. They sorted them by quality, placing the best ones on top. After reviewing them all, they presented them to Zhang Xuejing. He quickly flipped through those he had already seen, while he took a closer look at the beginnings of the others. If the introduction was well written, he would read a bit further. Those with mediocre beginnings and overall quality were set aside, awaiting dismissal. Zhang Xuezheng's reading speed was remarkably swift. Soon, a stack of submitted papers was swiftly reviewed. At that moment, another batch of answer sheets was delivered. The messenger appeared somewhat agitated. "Esteemed scholar," he proclaimed, "I have discovered an exceptional piece of writing." Zhang Xuezheng mused that he had essentially perused all the essays submitted ahead of time. Indeed, a few were commendable. It seemed that the examiner had also recognized one of those he had previously encountered. With a faint smile, he replied, "In that case, let me see it." The examiner handed over the first document. "This is the one." Zhang Xuezheng took it and began with the first page. As he read, he paused. The presentation was immaculate, yet the content seemed unfamiliar. "Let me examine this thoroughly," he thought. Chapter 78. It truly is him. In the examination room, Zhang Xuezheng occupied the main seat, while the examiners were positioned on either side, diligently engrossed in their tasks. Amidst the tranquility, the occasional rustle of pages and murmurs of conversation punctuated the silence. Suddenly, an exclamation shattered the calm. "Such a magnificent piece. Can it truly be authored by a mere student? Marvelous. It is indeed exceptional." The voice belonged to Zhang Xuezheng. Moments ago, the examiner had approached him, claiming to have found a remarkable article. Initially, he presumed it was one of the submissions he had already reviewed. However, upon a cursory glance, he realized it was not. Yet, perceiving the neatness of the paper, he instinctively felt it would be commendable. Thus, he lowered his head to read. During the review process, he focused on the introduction. If the beginning piqued his interest, he would skim further. Only exceptionally written pieces warranted a thorough reading. After digesting the brief opening paragraphs, Zhang Xuezheng silently praised the work. Eagerly, he continued to read on. The more he delved, the more he found it impossible to look away. Upon completing the entire essay in one breath, he could no longer restrain his admiration. The others, drawn to his exclamation, turned to him. With a gleam of delight, Zhang Xuezheng addressed them. "Come and witness this article." Naturally, the prospect of witnessing such a reaction from the esteemed scholar stirred their curiosity. Hearing his invitation, they set aside their tasks and gathered around. A commoner can become a teacher for 100 generations. A single word can establish the law for the world. Such an opening was indeed remarkable. Heads pressed together. The group immersed themselves in the reading of this essay. Just from the introduction, they were filled with awe. Some lingered over the initial phrases, while others pressed on. The line, "Diligence leads to mastery, while idleness leads to ruin. Reflection cultivates action, while negligence leads to destruction," was equally profound. The essay resonated with the lofty voice of sages, each word a gem, each sentence steeped in wisdom. It was indeed a rare and exceptional work. How could such a masterpiece emerge from the student examinations in our provincial city? Even in the provincial examinations, this essay would surely achieve remarkable acclaim. The chorus of admiration from the gathered crowd was unending. Zhang Xuezheng, visibly elated, stroked his chin adorned with a beard and exclaimed, "I was utterly unaware that such a remarkable talent had emerged from our ranks." The maturity of the prose and its commanding presence in the article were unparalleled. In his tenure as a commissioner of education, he had never encountered such eloquence in the examination papers of candidates. As a high-ranking official who had ascended through the Imperial examinations, Zhang's academic credentials were beyond reproach. Most of the candidates attending the Imperial examination were young scholars, often from affluent families, who had received early education and could compose commendable essays. However, their youth and limited experience confined their work to superficiality. This was the first occasion he had come across a young scholar capable of producing such profound writing. The richness of the language was such that even a single excerpt could serve another for an extended period. Was it possible that this paper was penned by a seasoned candidate who had participated in the examination for many years? Upon hearing Zhang's remarks, the fellow examiners exchanged glances and promptly congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, sir, for discovering such talent for the court." The fact that he had summoned them to appreciate this piece and publicly praised it left no doubt that its ranking would be exceptional. Zhang Xuezheng's heart swelled with joy as he reread the article before placing it atop the stack of reviewed papers. After encountering such a stunning masterpiece, the subsequent submissions appeared lackluster in comparison. The prose lacked glamour, the literary flair was insufficient, and even the few moderately well-crafted pieces fell short in depth of meaning, revealing a plethora of shortcomings. If this continued, He feared he might dismiss the majority of the papers. Such situations were not uncommon during the examination review process. Typically, the papers placed at the forefront received more meticulous scrutiny from the chief examiner, while those toward the end were often met with indifference. With a gem preceding them, the subsequent submissions were easily criticized. Moreover, as the reviewing progressed, the examiner's spirits tended to wane. The papers at the bottom of the stack sometimes went entirely unnoticed, barely receiving a glance at their opening lines. Having served as an examiner for several years, Zhang considered himself diligent and fair in his evaluations. Thus, he paused his work, sipped some hot tea, and recalibrated his mindset. Once he felt centered, he resumed the task of reviewing the papers with renewed patience. At long last, all the papers were reviewed, and Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He picked up the previously lauded article, beaming as he declared, "This piece undoubtedly deserves the top rank. Without question, it shall be recognized as the foremost work of this examination." The earlier praise he had lavished on it made this conclusion apparent. With all the papers assessed, it was time to unseal the results. For those submissions with contentious rankings, the candidates' reputations would also play a role in determining their final positions. Once the rankings were established, they would not only be inscribed in red ink, but also preparations for the announcement and celebratory notifications would commence. As the others busily unsealed the results, Zhang suddenly recalled a matter. Prince Gu had previously briefed him, indicating that a particular individual was to be granted passage in the examination. Zhang remembered that the candidate named Su Yu's paper had likely been placed within the stack of those that included the recently acclaimed masterpiece. Aside from that excellent article, the remaining pieces were barely worth a glance. The number of individuals who had perused them was quite limited. Thus, he pondered that the examinee who had sought to gain favor through underhanded means would likely have been dismissed by him. Dismissed, however, was of little consequence. As the true rankings had yet to be finalized, he could always search through them again. He recalled having set aside several commendable articles during his initial review. In due course, he would select them collectively and ensure that these papers received due recognition. Such undertakings, however, ought not to be too overt. Zhang Xiucai remarked, "These unsealed papers must be reviewed again by me to preclude any oversight of exceptional works." Upon hearing this, the crowd offered their praises for his dedication. Indeed, having a conscientious chief examiner was a stroke of luck for these candidates. Zhang Xiucai smiled, yet internally harbored conflicting thoughts. He had increased his workload for the sake of one individual. It was solely due to the favor of the Prince of Huainan. Had it been anyone else, he certainly would not have extended such assistance. The first batch of unsealed papers was handed over. This was the stack that Zhang Xiucai had just identified as the foremost article of the examination. He lowered his gaze to examine the details of the candidate he had selected. Upon seeing the name, Su Yu, he paused momentarily. This name seems somewhat familiar. He muttered to himself, suddenly struck with astonishment. This name belonged to the very student he had been asked to assist through dubious means. Was it a coincidence? Were there two individuals named Su Yu? Upon scrutinizing the accompanying details, he discovered the student hailed from Xiucai village in Huiwan town, Baipa County. Zhang Xiucai was utterly flabbergasted. It was indeed him. Chapter 79. The results are out after the initial shock. Zhang Xiucai contemplated the implications. Was the Prince of Huainan jesting with him? After his effusive praises, the very candidate he had personally endorsed was the one for whom he had been requested to provide underhanded assistance. This individual possessed such remarkable talent. Why would he require any favors? His written work could effortlessly dismantle the very barriers of the examination hall. Zhang Xiucai felt momentarily at a loss for words. Those nearby, hearing his exclamation, inquired with curiosity, "Do you know this candidate, sir?" Regaining his composure, Zhang Xiucai responded with a complex expression, "No, I do not know him. I am merely astonished that a candidate capable of producing such magnificent prose is, in fact, an unheralded farmeress son." A farmeress son? The other examiners echoed, lamenting. "Your eyes are truly discerning, sir. For such a candidate to receive your esteemed regard is indeed a stroke of fortune." Inspired by this remark, Zhang Xiucai suddenly entertained a thought. This student named Su Yu, though obscure, had the ability to craft such exquisite writing. Perhaps the Prince of Huainan had recognized his potential and thus sought to inform him in advance, ensuring that this candidate's achievements would not be unduly hindered by unforeseen circumstances, rather than the imagined scenario where this individual, lacking ability, resorted to dubious means to succeed in the imperial examination. It must be as such. Zhang Xuezhing now realized that he had indeed misjudged the situation. Initially, he had inquired about this student named Suyu, whose examination results had been unremarkable, having only gained admission to the provincial examination after being overlooked on the initial list. Although it is said to be a supplementary examination, the underlying intricacies are evident even to the most casual observer. In essence, it is clear that the individual SSA for the provincial examination must be lacking in merit, with only 2 to 3 months separating the provincial from the imperial examination. How could he suddenly produce such a commendable piece of writing? The examination questions were personally crafted by Zhang Xuezhing. He is acutely aware of any potential leakage of questions. It stands to reason that this essay was indeed penned by Suyu himself. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the Prince of Huainan may have employed other means to provide Suyu with several exceptional essays for him to memorize. This rationale may seem far-fetched, but it is not entirely implausible. Zhang Xuezhing finds his suspicions quite reasonable. My lord, these essays have all been unsealed, he thought, contemplating numerous scenarios. Regaining his focus, he set aside the papers he had been clutching. There was no need for haste. Once the results of the imperial examination were announced, a banquet would follow. At that gathering, he would personally assess this individual. He would ascertain whether Suyu truly deserved the prestigious title he had bestowed upon him. For now, he decided to set the matter aside. Since the evidence of his reliance on dubious means had come to light, there was no need for further scrutiny. Zhang Xuezhing casually flipped through the remaining essays, selecting 2 similar pieces to conclude the grading process. Once the rankings were finalized, the artisans of the academy hastened to announce the results. On the day of the announcement, the scholars remaining in the provincial city flocked to the entrance of the academy, eagerly awaiting the official proclamation. Some, too apprehensive to witness the event firsthand, remained at the inns, hoping for joyous tidings to arrive at their doorsteps. Suyu had been exceptionally busy in recent days, momentarily forgetting about the examination results. Just before preparing to leave, Changle suggested waiting a while longer. Assuming she had something on her mind, Suyu joined the elderly Gu, who had chosen to remain indoors that day, for a cup of tea in the hall. Changle emerged from the room, holding a small basket once used in Xiucai village to carry ink and write letters for the villagers. Suyu cast a curious glance at it. The basket was filled with an abundance of copper coins and red envelopes. Changle smiled and remarked, "Today is the day the examination results will be announced. Others will come later to share their congratulations, so I must prepare the reward money in advance." It was then that Suyu recalled that the results of the imperial examination were indeed to be revealed today. Time certainly flies when one is occupied with tasks. Changle continued, "Erlang has already gone to the academy to wait. He will return with news as soon as it arrives." The preparations indicated a strong belief that Suyu would undoubtedly pass. Otherwise, such extensive arrangements would not have been made. In the days following the examination, the Gu family had refrained from inquiring about Suyu's results. It was surprising to see such thorough preparations made in advance. Do they truly believe I will succeed? Suyu chuckled teasingly. Changle confidently replied, "Of course. Did you not previously declare that you would undoubtedly pass this examination? I have always believed in your success. I have even prepared firecrackers. When Erlang returns with the good news, Darlang will set them off. That way, the others coming to offer their congratulations will know how to find us." In addition to their own messenger, there were also dedicated heralds to convey the joyful tidings. These individuals will also be stationed at the announcement venue. Once the list is released, they will hasten to the homes of the successful candidates or the inns where they are temporarily residing to convey their congratulations. Their primary motive is to solicit congratulatory gifts. Generally, the number of congratulators corresponds to the ranking. The higher the rank, the greater the number of visitors. Nearby, the elderly Gu chuckled and added, "I asked Uncle Fu to reserve a table at the tavern for you. After the congratulations are delivered, Erlang can help invite your classmates to join you for a celebratory meal. Is everything prepared?" At this moment, Suyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he believed he had a high probability of success, what if he had performed poorly? That would be quite embarrassing, especially when facing the 2 who believed in him so wholeheartedly. Suyu shyly replied, "There's no need to reserve a banquet in advance. We can do that once my success is confirmed." The elder Gu laughed heartily. "If we wait until confirmation, it may be too late. We could certainly host it at our home, but I fear your classmates might feel uncomfortable, given that this is the female side's residence. Since you are not marrying in, it would be inappropriate to hold such an event at our house." The elder Gu considered this, and thus had Uncle Fu arrange a separate banquet at the tavern. Seeing how meticulously the two had planned, Xiuyu felt an increasing weight of pressure. Although he remained seated and appeared calm, his heart yearned to rush to the announcement site to witness the results in person. After a brief pause, Hong Ying returned from shopping. She had purchased a significant amount of meat and vegetables, suggesting that the family would enjoy a feast that evening. They waited a little longer. Yet still no sign of Li Erlang. Xiuyu began to doubt himself. Could it be that he had truly failed? Faintly, he seemed to hear unfamiliar shouts from outside. The results of the courtyard examination are in. The results of the courtyard examination are in. It was not Erlang's voice. Xiuyu thought that it must be the congratulatory shouts from the families of other candidates nearby. The voices grew closer. Elder Gu and Gu Changle also heard them, sharing the same thoughts as Xiuyu. Logically, although Xiuyu had been selected, his rank was not high. Even if there were congratulators, they would not arrive so swiftly. It was likely that Li Erlang, having gone to check the results, was the first to return. Thus, the voice must belong to someone from another household. The shouts drew nearer, becoming increasingly clear. Congratulations. Xiuyu of Baipai County has been ranked first in the courtyard examination for the position of scholar under the auspices of the governor, Zhang. Chapter 80. Is this how one walks through the back door? Xiuyu of Baipai County has been ranked first in the courtyard examination for scholars. This announcement resonated clearly within the room. Xiuyu was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. He had actually achieved first place. Others might be unaware, but Xiuyu knew all too well that his essay was a patchwork of borrowed ideas, heavily influenced by the 8 great families. However, having attained first place, his goal was indeed accomplished. This suggests that his approach of drawing inspiration was effective. Previously, during writing lessons, his language teacher had advised that incorporating famous quotations could elevate the sophistication of an essay. There is certainly merit to that. Thus, even for the upcoming provincial examination, Xiuyu felt emboldened to give it a try. In his elation, he glanced at Gu Changle and the old man Gu, only to find them somewhat bewildered. Unlike his own joy, had they been rendered foolish by happiness? Just then, Fu Bo entered from outside, his face reflecting disbelief. Old Gu, news has arrived from outside. They say your Xiuyu has secured the top position in this Imperial examination. His fragmented words shattered the silence within the room. Xiuyu smiled, saying, "It seems I heard correctly. Let us go and receive the good news." Gu Changle and the old man Gu also regained their senses. Gu Changle remarked, "Yes. Let us go and receive the good tidings." She glanced at her grandfather, and the group made their way outside. The sound of firecrackers erupted joyfully. Once it subsided, Gu Changle whispered to her grandfather, "Grandfather, the top scholar?" The old man Gu, despite having weathered many storms, appeared somewhat dazed. He had arranged for Zhang Xuezhen to assist Xiuyu in passing the examination through the back door. Was it not typical for such situations to yield lower placements? How could one ascend to the top through backdoor means? Such a distinction would surely draw attention when he later participated in the provincial examination. Would not all eyes be upon him upon hearing he was the top scholar? The old man Gu was at a loss for words, awkwardly suggesting, "Let us first receive the good news." The group stepped outside. As the firecrackers ceased, a celebratory atmosphere filled the air. Residents from the entire lane had heard the commotion and gathered around. Upon emerging, Gu Changle handed the basket she had prepared to Fu Bo. Fu Bo took out 2 red envelopes and rewarded those who had come bearing the good news. Naturally, the first messenger received the largest envelope. Upon receiving it, he joyfully clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Scholar Su for being honored as the top scholar in this examination." After delivering his message, he hurried off to the next household in search of further rewards. Once he departed, whispers spread among the neighbors. "Can you believe we have produced a top scholar in our lane? What was his name again? Xiuyu? I don't believe I've heard of him." "Of course you haven't. It is said he is the son-in-law of the Gu family and not from our locality." "Ah, so he is a son-in-law. But the Gu family seldom resides here. So it is only natural he is not from this area." The adults' hushed discussions were drowned out by the laughter and chatter of children who had joined in the celebration. Congratulating the messenger, Fu Bo generously scattered a handful of coins on the ground for them to collect. Upon seeing the bounty, many adults ceased their murmurs and joined the children in the delightful treasure hunt. The Gu family's entrance was lively, soon welcoming a second messenger bearing good news. At that moment, Li Erlang, who had been sent to check the announcement board, finally arrived. After viewing the results, he first took a detour to inform Xuyu's classmates. urging them to gather at the restaurant prearranged by the old man Gu for a celebratory feast. After hearing his words, Gu Changle turned to Su Yu and said, "Let Erlang take you ahead. However, do not indulge too much in drink, for we have the retake examination tomorrow, followed by a banquet hosted by the governor." Gu Changle was momentarily astonished by Su Yu's ranking, but she quickly regained her composure and offered him words of encouragement. Su Yu responded with a smile, expressing his gratitude for their assistance with family matters. He then bowed in thanks to the neighbors gathered at the door to congratulate him. Li Erlang escorted Su Yu to the restaurant that old man Gu had reserved. Su Yu remarked, "Thank you for your help." After Su Yu departed, Gu Changle entrusted Uncle Fu with the task of delivering the congratulatory notices and welcoming guests before entering the house with her grandfather. "Grandfather, could it be that Master Zhang has made a mistake?" she inquired. "Isn't this a bit too conspicuous?" Old man Gu was equally perplexed. He personally approached Zhang Xuezhen regarding the matter. Upon hearing the news, although Zhang Xuezhen initially agreed, he, being a scholar, had a certain sense of integrity. He candidly informed old man Gu that while he could allow this person to pass, the ranking must remain at the back, similar to the approach of Governor Liu. If placed at the forefront, it would overshadow the merits of other deserving candidates. Now that the ranking had been announced, how did it differ so greatly from what had been agreed upon? Old man Gu pondered. "I am uncertain. Could it be that Zhang Xuezhen has ulterior motives?" This was the only explanation he could derive. Although Zhang Xuezhen had some connection with him, it was not substantial enough to warrant such an elevation for Su Yu. If the county or provincial examination had produced a top candidate, it would be one thing, but the possibility of it occurring at the academy examination was nearly impossible. Thus, old man Gu speculated that perhaps Zhang Xuezhen required their assistance, which would explain his vigorous support in granting Su Yu the top position. However, this reasoning seemed somewhat peculiar. Gu Changle suddenly proposed, "Could it be that my husband achieved this through his own merit? After all, Su Yu is indeed quite talented." Old man Gu chuckled softly, recalling that grandfather Zhao had once remarked that even at 8 or 9 years old, Su Yu could not have produced such an essay for the provincial examination. While old man Gu staunchly defended Su Yu in front of grandfather Zhao, the latter was a figure of significant standing in the literary world. If he deemed the essay lacking, it was undoubtedly so, without any semblance of falsehood. Therefore, old man Gu instinctively dismissed Gu Changle's assertion. Gu Changle recognized that grandfather Zhao's words were likely truthful, yet she still believed her perspective held merit. The stack of calligraphy practice papers in the study was a testament to Su Yu's diligence, a level of dedication that was not easily matched. On the same day, Governor Liu also perused the list of the academy examination results. Over the past 2 or 3 years, he had selected commendable students for the top positions. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if the top candidate this time was one he had previously endorsed. Picking up the list, he began reading from the middle. Upon finishing, he found himself momentarily unsettled. The top candidate is Su Yu? How could he possibly have achieved this? Although Zhang Xuezhen had denied any favoritism, both men were well aware of the truth. However, Governor Liu never anticipated that someone would so brazenly disregard propriety by bestowing the top rank upon him. Just as Governor Liu was reeling from this revelation, Zhang Xuezhen arrived at the government office, seeking to review Su Yu's essay from the provincial examination. Upon encountering Zhang Xuezhen, Governor Liu inquired, "Is the selection of the top candidate, Master Zhang, truly without issue?" Zhang Xuezhen glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "What do you imply, Governor Liu? The candidate I have selected possesses unparalleled talent among the multitude of examinees. What concerns could there possibly be?" Governor Liu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Xuezhen continued, "I have come precisely to review the essay of this top candidate in the provincial examination. The student's writing is exceptional, and I wish to compare it with his previous work to discern his progress." Chapter 81. Scholar Huang. Shall I take my leave then? You wish to see Su Yu's essay for the provincial examination? This sentiment seemed familiar to Governor Liu, as though he had heard it recently. When the essay was retrieved, Zhang Xuezhen's expression struck Governor Liu as oddly reminiscent. It was akin to the day when Zhao Chengshu sought the young man's paper and found it identical. The examination room was enveloped in silence, prompting Governor Liu to clear his throat to dispel the stillness. The list had already been published. It was too late for modifications. He subtly reminded. Upon lifting his gaze from the essay he held, Zhang Xuezhen appeared rather displeased. He contemplated how the provincial examination essay could be so lackluster. Just as he was about to voice his critique of the essay's mediocrity, he remembered his recent endorsement of this candidate as the top scorer, and thus refrained from outright dismissal. Instead, he remarked, "The structure and adherence to format are commendable. However, it is evident that there has been greater advancement in the essays from the Imperial examination. The provincial essay indeed leaves much to be desired." Yet, as Zhang Xiuezhing scrutinized the piece further, he discerned subtle similarities to Su Yu's writing style. Every writer possesses a unique format and rules, and those who write extensively often develop a distinct literary flair. However, these similarities were scant, perhaps just one or two nuances, influenced by personal interpretation. Governor Liu mused that Zhang Xiuezhing's remarks were rather diplomatically phrased, akin to those of Minister Zhao on a previous occasion. Who, exactly, was this young man named Su Yu, that such esteemed figures hesitated to offer genuine critique of his work? Governor Liu chuckled awkwardly. "I see. The brief interval between the provincial and imperial examinations has evidently yielded remarkable progress on his part. Perhaps I was too hasty in my assessment and failed to recognize the deeper meanings within his writing." This reflection piqued his curiosity about the content of Su Yu's essay from the imperial examination. Should it resemble the provincial piece? Its public display could very well incite controversy among scholars and literati in this region. Although he did not preside over the imperial examination, it transpired under his jurisdiction. If matters escalated, it could draw the attention of the court. While discrepancies in the provincial and imperial examinations may not raise eyebrows, any hint of malfeasance in the imperial examination was a grave matter. If left unaddressed, it posed no threat. However, should it escalate, resolution would not come easily. This was precisely why Governor Liu reacted so strongly upon seeing Su Yu's name atop the list. After all, the leading essays from the imperial examination would be publicly displayed for all to scrutinize. As Zhang Xiuezhing arrived here for comparison, he fortuitously brought along the examination paper of Su Yu. He discerned the implications in Governor Liu's words and presented the paper. "This is the examination script of the student Su Yu, Governor Liu. You will understand upon reviewing it. Indeed, this examinee has made remarkable progress in just 2 to 3 months." Curiously, Governor Liu accepted the paper and began to read it closely. Naturally, he skipped the initial sections of memorization and proceeded directly to the essay portion. Before he finished the first piece, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be the work of the same individual? Zhang Xiuezhing gave a bitter smile and laid out the government examination paper beside it. The format and style of writing were fundamentally similar, with only slight modifications. Furthermore, the handwriting was noticeably improved. It must indeed be the same author. Governor Liu, now visibly unsettled, re-examined both pieces from beginning to end. Upon completion, he even harbored doubts about whether the exam questions had been leaked. How could such a drastic improvement be possible otherwise? Suddenly, he recalled a matter he had overlooked. It was true that this young man had, through the recommendation of a tutor, been allowed to audit classes at the academy for the past 2 months. The instructors had mentioned that he was quite diligent in his studies. Could it be that his progress stemmed from encountering capable teachers? As Governor Liu pondered this, he felt it indeed plausible. Prior to the examination, this individual had been studying under local instructors in his hometown. Yet, after 2 months of auditing at the academy, his advancement was astonishing. Was it possible that he had been hindered by mediocre teachers, which accounted for his previous lackluster performance? Zhang Xiuezhing appeared to have come to a similar conclusion. He remarked, to undergo such a transformation after merely 2 months of auditing at the academy. If he had received guidance from esteemed mentors from a young age, what remarkable achievements might he have attained? Governor Liu felt a pang of regret at this thought. Indeed, had he discovered this talent sooner and brought him to the academy, he might have already excelled in the provincial examination. The more they discussed, the more the ache in their hearts grew. Such a promising student had been squandered for so many years. Were it not for the discerning eye of the Prince of Huainan, they might never have encountered such exceptional writing. They could not help but wonder about the capabilities of the teachers who had transformed this prodigy into a previously mediocre scholar. Both gentlemen, in unison, sighed inwardly at this reflection. Fortunately, Su Yu was unaware of their discourse. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to face Scholar Huang, who, despite his shortcomings, was still a commendable teacher. At that moment, however, Su Yu had no time for such thoughts. He followed Li Erlang to the tavern arranged by Old Man Gu. Along their way, they encountered numerous individuals hurrying about to deliver joyful news. Li Erlang informed Su Yu that among his classmates, Zhang Wenyuan and Song Yuming had both passed the examination, while the other two had not. By the time the two arrived at the tavern, Zhang Wenyuan and the others were already present. Upon seeing Su Yu, who appeared radiant with joy, everyone extended their congratulations. Su Yu, to your astonishment, you have achieved the top rank in the preliminary examination. Song Yuming exclaimed with delight, drawing the attention of everyone in the tavern. The others quickly extended their congratulations. Su Yu smiled and returned the gesture, expressing his gratitude to all. After taking their seats, the group could not help but scrutinize him from head to toe. Among them, Song Yuming, unable to contain his surprise, directly inquired, "What did you write in your examination essay that earned you the commendation of the esteemed scholar? Your performance in the academy was even inferior to mine." While he himself ranked quite low, fortunate merely to be selected, Su Yu had ascended to the pinnacle. Were it not for the official announcement being prominently displayed, he would scarcely believe it. Upon hearing Song Yuming's inquiry, the others also expressed a desire to hear about Su Yu's examination piece. Su Yu replied with a smile, recounting the essay would be rather cumbersome. After tomorrow's oral examination, the essay will be published and everyone may view it at the academy then. Chapter 82. Congratulations. With another examination scheduled for the following day, the group refrained from excessive drinking. They merely enjoyed a simple meal and shared a couple of cups of wine, which sufficed as a celebration. Although the oral examination was not of paramount importance, typically serving only to compare the candidate's handwriting, none wished to jeopardize their hard-won standings by leaving a poor impression on the examiner or the governor. They decided it would be prudent to save their revelry for the banquet hosted by the governor the following evening. After the meal, the group began to disperse. Su Yu, feeling only a slight buzz from the wine, asked a tavern attendant to pack some pastries for him. As he exited, he was surprised to find Li Erlang waiting outside. "What are you still doing here?" Su Yu asked, taken aback. Li Erlang replied, "Miss Chonglu said that you are now a scholar. When attending gatherings, one should have someone by their side to assist, so I waited outside to ensure you have help should you need anything." Su Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although the Gu family and the Fu family shared a good relationship, having imposed on them for so long felt uncomfortable. Here he was inside, enjoying drinks and conversation with his classmates, while Li Erlang stood waiting outside. He wasn't even his servant, and this felt inappropriate. It's merely a scholar's title. There's no need for such formalities. "I truly appreciate your kindness," Su Yu said, feeling somewhat awkward. Li Erlang chuckled. "It's no trouble at all. I wasn't waiting outside the whole time. I was enjoying tea at the nearby tea house. The tavern staff informed me when you were about to leave." Su Yu still insisted, "In due time, I will acquire a servant of my own, and then you won't have to run errands for us anymore." Li Erlang did not press the matter further. Compared to his brother Li Sanlang, who was confined to the study managing affairs, this task was quite light for him. He had no need to exert much thought and had little to do, merely accompanying Su Yu in and out, rarely requiring his assistance. Nevertheless, Su Yu's character was indeed commendable. Despite their familiarity, he never sought to take advantage of their relationship. The discerning eye of the princess is indeed commendable. "Let us proceed to the study first," Su Yu suggested. Li Erlang interjected, "Please wait a moment. There is one more matter to address." Just as Su Yu was about to inquire further, he noticed a waiter from the tavern laboriously emerging with two hefty three-tiered food boxes. "Esteemed guest, thank you for your patience. Here are the dishes you wish to take away." Li Erlang nodded, accepting the weighty boxes with ease. The waiter, having just lifted them, wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing enviously at him. This young man, not only tall but also remarkably strong, was effortlessly carrying the burdens while he struggled under their weight. Once the boxes were secured, Li Erlang informed Su Yu, "We may depart now." Su Yu paused, astonished. "Why did you procure so many dishes?" Li Erlang replied, "We shall dine at your home tonight. Hong Ying requested that I bring back several more dishes from the tavern to lighten her workload." Su Yu's lips twitched slightly at his sincerity. However, it was evident that these arrangements were orchestrated by old Gu, and given that the expenses for today's banquet were initially covered by him, Su Yu refrained from voicing any objections. He resolved to honor old Gu generously once he earned some money. The two made their way back together. Li Erlang, despite carrying a substantial load, displayed no signs of fatigue, maintaining a steady pace. Su Yu could not help but regard him with newfound respect. He realized that all three sons of Fu Bo seemed to possess remarkable talents. Given the right opportunities, their success was merely a matter of time. Instead of heading home first, Su Yu chose to visit the study. Li Erlang, with the pre-packed dishes in tow, continued on his way home. Suyu requested Li Sanlang to prepare 10 newly released books, as he needed to take them home after tomorrow's examination. These would be utilized for promotion at the governor's banquet. Li Erlang would accompany Suyu to the examination site the following day, and he would also require his assistance at the banquet. Thus, Suyu entrusted the books to him for safekeeping. Once all tasks were complete, he returned home with the packed pastries. The news of the top candidate in the courtyard examination had already spread, with neighbors arriving in waves to offer their congratulations. Upon returning home after the banquet, Suyu found a steady stream of visitors, many bringing their children to share in the celebratory spirit of his success. All guests were received by Fu Bo, who distributed some sweets or small coins as tokens of gratitude. Suyu handed over the pastries he had brought, saying, "I found the pastries at the tavern quite delightful, so I brought some for everyone. Thank you for your assistance." Even though Fu Bo was accustomed to hosting guests, he could not suppress a smile, his face creasing with joy. No need for such formalities. We are neighbors, and it is only right to help one another. Seeing Suyu's return, Gu Changle presented him with a complete set of new attire and accessories suitable for a scholar. There were long robes, scholar caps, and newly crafted silver ornaments. Gu Changle remarked, "After tomorrow's examination, the Grand Master will take you and the other new scholars to pay respects at the Confucian Temple. Your esteemed husband has now become a scholar, and according to tradition, he must don these garments tomorrow. All have been washed and are ready for immediate wear." It was anticipated that Suyu would undoubtedly pass this examination, hence the attire was prepared in advance. However, it was unexpected that he would achieve the top rank. Observing Gu Chang Li's thoughtful preparations, Suyu expressed his gratitude with a smile. Although he lacks a grand family background, Gu Chang Lu and the elder Gu have treated him with genuine kindness, ensuring all matters are well arranged for him. This support has allowed him to dedicate himself fully to his pursuits, whether in his studies or in the scholarly pursuits of the study room. During dinner, Elder Gu invited the Fu family to join them, creating a lively atmosphere. Hong Ying heated up the dishes brought back from the Li Erlang restaurant and sought out a couple of green vegetables, thus assembling a feast. Elder Gu, brimming with joy, declared, "Please take a seat. Today, our granddaughter's husband has excelled in the literary examination, achieving the highest score. Let us celebrate together." Upon his invitation, the others gradually took their seats. Yet, the arrangement seemed somewhat peculiar, as the table appeared to be divided into 3 groups. Elder Gu sat beside Gu Changlo, with Suyu next to her, while the Fu family clustered together, maintaining a considerable distance from Suyu. The 3 brothers were close to the Fu family, and Hong Ying formed her own little group, seemingly detached from the other 2. Suyu paused, recalling how Hong Ying had sent a pouch she had sewn herself to Li Delang earlier, casting a subtle glance at Li Erlang. Could it be that there was indeed a change in their relationship? Although it was rare for women in ancient times to leave their husbands after marriage, such precedents were not entirely absent. Noticing Suyu's gaze, Gu Changlu also cast a fleeting look at Li Erlang, seemingly recollecting something. Li Erlang chuckled and said, "Wife, why are you sitting over there? Let me join you, haha." He rose and sat closely beside Hong Ying, their proximity evident. Hong Ying looked at him with a gentle grace and replied, "It's all right. You all drink together. I'll sit aside since I don't drink." Li Erlang, gazing at Hong Ying's smile, stammered, "And no worries. I need to accompany Suyu for the retest tomorrow, so I shouldn't drink too much to avoid any delays." Their eyes briefly met before drifting apart. Elder Gu interjected, "Feel free to sit as you wish. There's no need for formality. Let us eat." Chapter 83. A tingling sensation having secured the top rank, the celebrations continued through 2 meals. The following morning, early on, it was time to return to the examination hall for the retest. The candidates consisted solely of the newly admitted scholars, a small assembly gathered within a single examination tent. The chief examiner occupied the elevated seat, capable of surveying all the students below. Suyu, holding the first rank, was positioned in the foremost and central seat, directly facing the chief examiner, Zhang Shuizheng. The examination papers were swiftly distributed, presenting a single prompt that required a 200-word essay. The topic was not difficult, and upon seeing it, everyone quickly found their inspiration. After preparing his ink, Suyu began to write with purpose. As he penned his thoughts, he felt the scrutinizing gaze of the esteemed scholar on the stage fixated upon him. Was he perhaps suspicious of this candidate for possible malpractice? Were it not for Suyu's thick skin, He might have felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine under that intense scrutiny. The watchfulness did not cease there. Once Xiuyu completed his draft and transcribed it onto paper, the sheet was promptly seized from his desk. Xiuyu glanced up momentarily. The scholar, Zhang, instructed him. Once finished, simply await the outcome. With that, he retreated to the stage, leisurely perusing the article that Xiuyu had not even had the chance to review. Upon finishing, he felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled curiosity. The content of the review was not particularly critical. It primarily involved comparing the candidate's handwriting and style to ensure that no cheating had occurred during the examination. Generally, candidates would not be eliminated based on this. Consequently, most simply aimed to perform to their usual standard during the writing process. Although Xiuyu's composition bore the hallmark of the examination, it was ultimately rather conventional. What a pity. To witness such a magnificent essay again, one might have to wait until he enrolled in the academy for further study. The 200-word piece did not consume much time. Soon, the review concluded, and Zhang casually glanced over the writings of the newly admitted students, marking the end of the examination. Zhang, seated at the head, received the respectful greetings from the students, now donned in their scholars' robes. After acknowledging their respects, he offered a few encouraging words before leading them to the Confucian temple to pay homage to the sages. Once the rites were completed, they were free to explore the academy at their leisure. In the evening, a banquet hosted by the governor would take place there. The academy's instructor, Yu, reminded everyone of the proper decorum, advising them against rushing or creating a ruckus before allowing the students to roam freely. Prior to this, Xiuyu had audited classes at the academy and had served as the candidate for the examination. Thus, the others chose to appoint him as their guide to ensure a thorough exploration of the institution. Reluctantly, Xiuyu assumed the role of both leader and guide as they began to wander through the premises. In truth, he was not exceptionally familiar with the grounds, having only spent 2 months there, attending classes in the study hall without venturing much further. However, seeing the enthusiasm of his peers, he dutifully embraced his role. A throng of students surrounded Xiuyu as they traversed numerous locations, occasionally pointing and whispering among themselves. Upon reaching one of the taller structures in the vicinity, someone inquired curiously, "What is this place?" Xiuyu recognized it immediately. It was the academy's library. Within its walls resided a plethora of books, available for free borrowing to all enrolled students. The mention of the library piqued the interest of the scholarly crowd. Someone proposed, "Shall we go inside and take a look?" The scholar had stated that as long as they did not disturb others, they were permitted to explore freely today. This suggestion garnered unanimous approval. Thus, under Xiuyu's guidance, they entered the library. There, Pan, the scholar, was seated in the same spot where Xiuyu had last encountered him, deeply engrossed in his studies. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, he instinctively raised his head to take a glance. Upon entering, one was greeted by the sight of a former classmate who had previously approached him in a state of dishevelment, clutching a basket of offerings to seek guidance. This student was now leading a group of well-dressed scholars, all of whom followed him with evident admiration. Pan, the scholar, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if he had mistaken the individual. The last encounter with Xiuyu had ended with a rejection of his request for counsel. Subsequently, he had chanced upon Master Lu at the entrance, who, for reasons unknown, had taken a liking to Xiuyu and recommended him for attendance at the academy as an auditor. Since then, Pan had not crossed paths with Xiuyu again. As the locations for the lectures of scholars and young students were disparate, he had little time to concern himself with others. Yet, to his astonishment, he now beheld that this individual had indeed succeeded in becoming a scholar. One of the students beside him remarked, "Greetings, senior brother. We are the scholars who have just completed our retest today." Despite his reluctance to engage with others, Pan could only momentarily set aside his book and return the gesture. "I am surnamed Pan, serving as an assistant instructor, responsible for organizing the books in the library." After speaking, he cast a glance at Xiuyu, who, now a fellow scholar, merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Pan's lips moved, as if he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was then that Song Yuming proudly interjected, "I wonder if you are acquainted with this brother, Xiuyu, who has achieved the top rank in our recent academy examination. He attended the academy as an auditor for 2 months, which is why we allowed him to lead us on a tour." Top rank. Pan stared at Xiuyu in disbelief. Despite years of scholarly endeavor, his own performance during the academy examination had been merely average. His results at the academy had never been exceptional, and he had faced repeated failures in the provincial examinations. Thus, it seemed that this young man, Xiuyu, must possess a scholarly aptitude surpassing his own. A sense of discomfort washed over Pan. He muttered, "The books may be freely perused, but they must not be damaged or soiled. Please return them to their rightful places after reading. Feel free to explore. I have matters to attend to." With that, he resumed his seat, returning to his reading. Xiuyu and his companions, undeterred, began to wander about the library with great enthusiasm after hearing the rules. Finally, Song Yuming seized the opportunity to draw Xiuyu aside, whispering, "Do you have any preparations for the governor's banquet this evening?" "What preparations?" one may ask. Xiuyu replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Yuming, the poem was composed for you, and it is yours to keep. I shall not employ it again." Song Yuming chuckled awkwardly. After receiving word of Xiuyu's success at the academy, he had felt a pang of concern. However, with Xiuyu's generous offer of a splendid poem, he eagerly anticipated the chance to impress others that evening. Yet, who could have imagined that Xiuyu had not only passed the provincial examination, but had also emerged as the top scholar in the academy? This rendered the situation rather delicate. Yuming thought that even if Xiuyu intended to reclaim it, he would certainly be willing to return it. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to ascertain the facts first to avoid any misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xiuyu's words, Song Yuming resolved to proceed accordingly. "Very well. In light of this, I shall borrow your talents to observe how the esteemed officials of the court will comment this evening." Chapter 84. Here they come. After a group of individuals completed their tour of the academy, they exuberantly made their way to the banquet venue. The host of this gathering was none other than the governor of the province, with another prominent figure being the Grand Master Zhang Xuezhen, presiding over this examination. In addition to the newly appointed scholars, several distinguished gentry from the province were also in attendance. The purpose was to foster familiarity among the attendees. Should any mutual attraction arise, potential matrimonial alliances could be formed. Upon returning home, a similar banquet would be held in the county, with local gentry in the vicinity also hosting receptions for those coming from the countryside. In essence, it was a continuous feast from the provincial city back to one's abode. Once everyone was seated, Governor Liu and Zhang Xuezhen arrived together. The two took their prominent seats and acknowledged the respectful greeting from the assembly below. "Excellent, excellent," Governor Liu exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. "These are the talented youth of our province, and it brings me great joy. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take your seats." After everyone was settled, Governor Liu, as the host, exchanged a few pleasantries, followed by remarks from Zhang Xuezhen. Once the leaders had concluded their speeches, the banquet officially commenced. Having fasted throughout the day, many attendees began to salivate at the enticing aroma of the dishes being served. The variety of cuisine was indeed abundant. Following Governor Liu's cue, the guests raised their glasses in unison for a toast before they could begin to partake in the meal. Having consumed a hearty breakfast earlier, the hour was now well past noon. Xiuyu, feeling particularly famished, eagerly wielded his chopsticks and indulged in the feast. After merely satisfying his hunger, he was finally in the mood to listen to the conversations around him. The two dignitaries at the head table, Governor Liu and Zhang Xuezhen, surveyed the assembly and coincidentally fixed their gazes upon Xiuyu. Although he sat upright, his hands were in constant motion, and he was eating at a remarkable pace. Clearly starved, Governor Liu, with a bemused expression, remarked, "It seems that Master Zhang will have to wait a while longer to witness the unique talents of these students." Yet, this gathering was not solely about feasting. There were other matters of significance at hand. Zhang Xuezhen too had noticed Xiuyu's fervent consumption and chuckled in resignation. "Then let us wait a little longer." The two men's attention remained focused on Xiuyu. Though he did not look up, he sensed their scrutiny, causing him to wonder if he had somehow been reported for cheating. While Zhang Xuezhen could be excused, given that his examination paper had been satisfactory, why was Governor Liu's gaze so persistently fixed upon him? Could it be that the disparity between his provincial and examination papers had raised suspicions of dishonesty? However, he had adhered to the original format and conventions. Even if the quality varied, it was evident that the works were composed by the same individual. Surely, the examiners would recognize this. As Xiuyu pondered the reasons behind the unwavering attention of the two esteemed gentlemen, Governor Liu finally diverted his gaze and spoke once more. "Today, all of you, having been chosen by Master Zhang, will partake in the teacher-student ceremony. He shall be your mentor. As we gather here today, Let us seize the opportunity to showcase the talents of our esteemed scholars before the learned official. It is time for the main event of the banquet to commence. The eager students, well prepared for this moment, are ready to display their abilities. Some, who may not excel in poetry or possess other remarkable talents, calmly prepare to enjoy the spectacle. Zhang, the learned official, smiled and remarked, "Since the governor has spoken, let us begin with the first candidate for the examination." With that, all eyes turned towards Suyu. This was a customary program, and it typically followed a familiar pattern. Suyu, having prepared for this moment, stood up confidently. Sitting behind him, Song Yuming and Zhang Wenyuan watched with curiosity. Both had previously been impressed by one of his poems and wondered if he would present an even better one this time. Zhang and Lu, the officials, also watched with a hint of anticipation. After deliberation the previous day, they unanimously concluded that Suyu had been hindered by mediocre teachers, which explained his lack of achievements in the Imperial examination over the years. However, after just 2 months of attending the academy, he had shown remarkable progress. Yet, in those 2 months, he likely learned little about poetry or other skills, as the academy did not provide in-depth instruction in such areas. They pondered whether Suyu could indeed produce something noteworthy. Under the gaze of the audience, Suyu clasped his hands and said, in response to the 2 esteemed officials, "I must confess that I have not prepared any poetry for today." The absence of preparation sparked a flicker of disappointment in Zhang's eyes. Naturally, he presumed that Suyu lacked the ability to compose poetry, and although he had contemplated this possibility, hearing it directly from Suyu was still disheartening. In this current age, the Imperial examination primarily assessed written works. However, merely excelling in examination essays was insufficient for a well-rounded scholar. A student capable of crafting such fine prose should, one would assume, possess a certain proficiency in literary pursuits. Yet, with Suyu's admission, Zhang felt it inappropriate to press him further. He contemplated suggesting that Suyu take his seat instead, but to his surprise, Suyu continued, "Although I have not prepared poetry, I have brought fine stationery to transcribe the excellent works produced by the talented individuals present today." His statement left the audience somewhat bewildered. Here was a splendid opportunity to make an impression before the governor and the learned official, yet as the first candidate, he chose not to seize it, instead generously offering to copy the works of others. Was this not a rather foolish approach? Zhang, however, considered that Suyu's decision stemmed from his inability to compose poetry, which only deepened his sense of regret. Such a promising talent, if nurtured by distinguished mentors from a young age, would not be in a position where he could not even craft a single poem. It was truly a pity. Feeling a sense of loss for Suyu's untapped potential, Zhang adopted a more forgiving stance. "Your approach, while unconventional, is commendable. I recall that your handwriting is quite good. Therefore, you shall transcribe today's fine poetry and present a copy to me. When I am reassigned in the future, it will serve as a cherished memento." Zhang Xiucai, displaying remarkable cooperation, readily instructed someone to summon Li Erlang, who had been waiting outside. He brought forth the materials he had meticulously prepared for this gathering, several books and a roll of notepaper. Observing this, Song Yuming proactively stepped forward to assist. Zhang Xiucai arranged for a table to be set for Suyu, specifically for him to transcribe notes. Suyu placed the books aside and unfurled the roll of notepaper, gently laying it upon the table. Meanwhile, Song Yuming, holding a weight to press down the paper, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. As the notepaper fully spread across the table, he gasped, "What a beautiful maiden! Did you have an exquisite illustration of a beauty drawn on this paper?" Chapter 85. Advertisements. Song Yuming's exclamation piqued the curiosity of many present. A beauty illustration? Notepaper. Being an elegant item in itself, adorned with an image that would captivate the hearts of scholars, was undoubtedly striking. Those nearby found their eyes transfixed. Could such a beauty exist in the world? Many were unable to remain seated and gathered closer to witness the spectacle. Zhang Xiucai and Governor Lu also leaned forward, seemingly intrigued by the beauty depicted on the notepaper. What beauty! The gazes of the onlookers were glued to the illustration, prompting Suyu to generously lift the notepaper for all to see. The edges of the paper were tinted a delicate pink, leading inward to reveal a portrait of a beauty clad in red. It appeared as though a door had been opened, allowing a gentle breeze to lift the crimson drapery. The maiden, reclining upon a small table, revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulder, her red lips and fair skin, with eyes that sparkled as if alive, inviting the beholder. What a splendid illustration! Zhang Xiuezhen and Governor Liu could not contain their excitement and moved closer. Whose masterful hand created this? They wondered. Such an exquisite piece of art. Why was it used as notepaper? This painting, unlike any style they had previously encountered, was particularly captivating. It was evident that the artist possessed profound skill, far beyond mere casual execution. Now, everyone was unable to sit still, and they flocked to admire the beauty depicted in the illustration, expressing their astonishment. Observing the awe in the eyes of the crowd, Xiuyu knew he had successfully achieved the desired promotional effect for the day. He smiled and remarked, "This painting does not hail from any renowned master. Rather, this notepaper is a new product from the bookshop I frequently visit. The beauty illustrated on the notepaper is derived from this book." Xiuyu then picked up the volume on the table, flipping to the page containing the illustration for everyone to see. The woman on the notepaper was none other than the ghostly beauty, Xiucai, from this very story. The shopkeeper, being an acquaintance of mine, graciously gifted me some after the notepaper and book were produced. Xiuyu passed the book to those nearby, encouraging them to browse at their leisure. While the story was somewhat lengthy, the design of the book was cleverly crafted. The second page, in addition to the beauty's illustration, contained a brief synopsis of the tale, succinctly outlining the plot. It narrated how Ning Shusheng, while journeying to take the Imperial examination, spent a night in the abandoned Lanrua temple, where he encountered the enchanting ghost, Xiuqian. Xiuqian found herself unable to sway Ning Shusheng with wealth or beauty. Instead, she was deeply moved by his integrity. As they spent time together, their affection for each other blossomed. However, their romance was fraught with challenges, as love between a human and a spirit is ultimately a formidable taboo. Their relationship faced numerous obstacles, leading to an unavoidable separation. With the assistance of a Taoist, they finally had the chance to reunite. As the night breeze gently blew and the soft glow of light spilled from the room, Ning Shusheng, standing nervously at the door, pushed it open to behold a captivating scene. The beauty clad in red, with deep-set eyes, exuded warmth and tenderness, laced with a hint of melancholy. The elements of a scholar preparing for the Imperial examination, a stunning female ghost, and a sense of integrity intertwined seamlessly. Having grasped the essence of the tale, coupled with the enchanting imagery of the beauty, it struck a chord with the newly minted scholars present, who had just achieved their status as Xiucai. The narrative of a scholar's romantic encounter with a beautiful female ghost allowed them to immerse themselves in the story. Someone gasped in astonishment. "What a remarkable story this is. No wonder I felt a sense of pity for the beauty depicted on your note. She seems to carry with her an abundance of stories." A group of ambitious new scholars, eager to demonstrate their talents before the esteemed officials, found their aspirations momentarily forgotten as Xiuyu revealed his note and the accompanying tale. They were all captivated by the beauty within the narrative. Zhang Xiuezhen and Lu Zhifu, being the eldest and holding the highest ranks, may not have been as invested in romantic tales as the younger generation, yet they possessed the inherent elegance of literati. Thus, upon seeing Xuyu's evocative note, they too found themselves quite taken by it. Consequently, they refrained from interrupting the discussion. Observing the engrossment of his peers in the story, Xiuyu promptly redirected the conversation. "This note is a refined item. I shall take this opportunity to record your splendid verses upon this exquisite paper." Song Yuming interjected. "This note even bears a specially crafted image of a beauty, which must have cost a pretty penny. If it was given to you by someone else, it would be wise to keep it for yourself." Unlike others, Song Yuming was well aware of Xuyu's family circumstances. Although Xiuyu had seemingly improved his conditions over the past 2 months, it was still better to retain valuable gifts for oneself. Zhang Xiuezhen nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, using such a specially commissioned painting as a note is somewhat extravagant. If it is a precious gift from someone, you should keep it for yourself. To record poetry, I could simply have someone procure some ordinary yet fine paper." His words elicited a hint of disappointment among the crowd. Recording their verses on such a beautiful note would have been a splendid affair. Regrettably, Xiuyu responded with a smile, "Esteemed Scholar Zhang, I heard from the proprietor of the study that this is not specially commissioned paper. It is, in fact, mass-produced by their establishment. Thus, it is not costly, merely slightly more expensive than dyed paper. Therefore, using it to record your verses would not seem extravagant at all." Upon hearing that the price was merely slightly higher than that of ordinary dyed paper, the crowd immediately perked up. When had our city ever boasted such skilled artisans capable of mass-producing such exquisite stationery? Could it possibly be a new product from the esteemed Ziyun bookstore? As the largest bookstore in the city, the mere mention of a mass-produced item from Ziyun bookstore prompted many to instinctively think of it. However, Suyu shook his head and clarified. It was not Ziyun bookstore, but rather a small establishment on West Street, known as Sanwei Bookstore. They had acquired a new owner and would be reopening tomorrow, at which time these beautiful stationery and illustrated storybooks would be available for purchase. Given that they were mass-produced, the prices would naturally be quite reasonable. Upon hearing of the affordable prices, many in the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the coming days, gatherings would abound in the city, where food and festivities were a certainty. The prospect of acquiring some unique stationery to showcase at various banquets was indeed a matter of great pride. The name Sanwei Bookstore began to resonate among those present, and they resolved to invite their classmates and friends to visit the store together the following day. If the prices were favorable, they would be sure to make a purchase. The name Sanwei Bookstore rolled off the tongues of many, etching itself into their hearts. These newly minted scholars would undoubtedly be the focal point of attention wherever they ventured. With their endorsement, it wouldn't take long for Sanwei Bookstore to gain renown among the students of the entire city. Chapter 86. A heartfelt gift. The stationery prepared by Su Yu included not only the advertisement featuring beautiful illustrations, but also an innovative design depicting a wise teacher imparting knowledge. The beautiful illustrations served the purpose of advertising, while the teaching illustration was intended as a genuine gift to Zhang Xuezhing in recognition of the banquet's hospitality. After all, occupying a banquet space to promote one's wares warranted offering something heartfelt in return. This teaching illustration was easily crafted. Gu Changle completed it in one go, requiring no revisions. However, the engraving and color matching demanded some effort. Yet, once the technique of color printing was mastered, creating different styles became a simple task. This revelation indicated to the crowd that the bookstore capable of producing such beautiful stationery offered more than just one design. They could print various styles of colorful illustrations in bulk. When Suyu presented this second distinct design, Zhang Xuezhing's previously calm gaze, having just viewed the beautiful illustration, suddenly brightened. This was splendid. The beautiful illustration was universally appealing, but the teaching illustration, paired with the poetry composed by his selected students, was a treasure he could showcase anywhere, earning him the admiration of his peers and fellow literati. As a local cultural education administrator, the Xuezhing was not a mere local official but an appointee designated directly by the emperor, required to be a top scholar. Their duty was to oversee and nurture the academic atmosphere in the region, fostering talent for the imperial court. Thus, the poems penned by Su Yu on his distinctive stationery today are a testament to Zhang Xuezhing's achievements, a valuable asset for him to boast about in the future. Zhang Xuezhing chuckled with satisfaction, remarking on the unexpected delight of today's banquet, which heightened his anticipation of everyone's performances. However, he noted that Su Anshou's rare stationery should not be graced with just any poetry. It would be unseemly if the selections were less than exceptional. Therefore, he proposed that those who had prepared talents could showcase them, and if both he and Governor Lu deemed them worthy, Su Anshou could transcribe them. At this gathering, the eminent figures were undoubtedly Zhang Xuezhing and Governor Lu, whose words would carry the most weight. The novelty of Su Yu's stationery captivated the attendees, with most eager for their verses to be inscribed upon it, to present as a gift to the esteemed Zhang Xuezhing. Thus, they readied themselves, keen to make a splendid impression. Once the pleasantries concluded, Zhang Xuezhing and Governor Lu resumed their seats, while Su Yu prepared his ink nearby. Soon, an individual rose, expressing his desire to share a poem, seeking guidance from the esteemed Zhang Xuezhing and Governor Lu. With a nod of approval, Zhang Xuezhing encouraged him to proceed. The poem presented was a conventional homage to a mentor, adequate but lacking in brilliance. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuezhing commended the courage of the first speaker and allowed Su Yu to inscribe it, albeit in a later position on the parchment. This gesture filled the individual with elation, and even after resuming his seat, his gaze remained fixed on Su Yu, yearning to witness the transcription of his work. Witnessing the favorable reception granted to the first speaker, those who had hesitated felt a pang of regret for not being the first to rise. Subsequently, the second and third individuals stood, each presenting their own tributes of gratitude towards their mentors, yet all similarly uninspired. After all, they were merely recent graduates who had spent most of their time preparing for examinations. Zhang Xuezhing offered each a cursory critique, all rather superficial. merely acknowledging that their works were decent or possessed a reasonable rhythm. Aside from the poem of the first speaker inscribed by Su Yu, there was another that was fairly commendable. Su Yu, intrigued, cast a glance towards Song Yuming and Zhuangyuan, who had both prepared their own verses, seemingly poised for a magnificent display today. Yet, neither had risen. Were they perhaps waiting for a climactic moment? To his surprise, he noticed Song Yuming seated, his fist clenched tightly, occasionally swallowing hard, seemingly murmuring to himself. The next one should stand up. Meanwhile, Zhuangyuan appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze fixated on the notebook resting beside Su Yu. Upon witnessing the antics of the two individuals, Su Yu found himself in a state of bemusement. What a calamity! There was no need for the enchanting female ghost to employ the allure of wealth or beauty. Simply a single image and a brief narrative had caused some naive scholars to lose their wits entirely. Fortunately, Song Yuming finally mustered the courage to rise, and Zhuangyuan, seated beside him, also regained his composure. Song Yuming clasped his hands and announced, "I, Song Yuming, have prepared a poem to express my gratitude for the teachings I have received." The earlier verses had been rather ordinary, causing Zhang Xuezhing to grow increasingly anxious. He feared that they might struggle to present a few commendable poems to fill Su Yu's decorative paper. It would be rather disheartening to boast to his peers about such meager offerings. Noticing another participant standing, he nodded for Song Yuming to recite. Song Yuming began. Spring graces the mountains, the gardens bloom, peach and plum vie for spring's radiant smile. In every direction, spring abides. Only the grace of the teacher remains in the heart. Upon completion, Zhang Xuezhing, who had previously worried about the insufficiency of the poetic contributions, felt a renewed sense of vigor. He smiled and commented, "The flow is harmonious, and the imagery profound. I find it quite commendable. You are Song Yuming? Which county do you hail from?" The others offered brief remarks, devoid of further inquiries, indicating that Zhang Xuezhing had indeed taken notice of Song Yuming's poem. Song Yuming promptly replied, "In response to your inquiry, I come from Huishi town in Baipo County." "Ah, that place." Zhang Xuezhing turned to Su Yu, who was responsible for recording. Su Yu offered a humble smile in return. It was evident that the two were classmates from the same town. While Song Yuming's poetry was commendable, one might wonder why Su Yu, the top scorer, did not exhibit similar prowess. However, Zhang Xuezhing understood that one should not impose excessive expectations on these young scholars. At this stage, simply composing a well-written piece was already a significant achievement. Zhang Xuezhing's expression softened considerably, instructing Su Yu to note down this poem. Following Song Yuming, Zhuangyuan also stood up. He bowed slightly and began to recite the poem he had prepared, which was the same one Su Yu had provided him. Green fields flourish, adorned with splendor. Passers-by direct me to Lord Ling's abode. Lord Ling's peach and plum trees grace the land. What need is there to plant more flowers before the hall? Upon finishing, Zhang Xuezhing's eyes sparkled anew. The previous poem was delightful, but this one surpassed it. A satisfied smile spread across his face. "Ha ha. Peach and plum trees grace the land. Excellent. A splendid poem." As the academic supervisor, his duty was to nurture talent for the court. Wasn't it his role to see such flourishing talent spread far and wide? Zhang Xuezhing eagerly inquired, "Which county do you hail from?" Zhuangyuan responded, "In reply to your query, I too come from Baipo County." "Another from Baipo County?" The frequent mention of this place brought a sense of delight to Zhang Xuezhing as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The top scorer of this examination had also originated from there. It seemed that Baipo County was a veritable cradle of talent. With one top scorer and two such gifted, poetic young men, it appeared that the unassuming Baipo County was indeed a place of considerable literary merit. Chapter 87. A pity the moon was nearing its zenith. The banquet had reached its conclusion, and Su Yu had managed to record a number of poems, sufficiently filling the sheets of paper spread across the table. In the latter part of the event, Zhang Xuezhing found satisfaction in 2 or 3 of the verses, which left him in good spirits. Once he finished writing, Su Yu presented the sheets to Zhang Xuezhing, along with a beautiful image and a notebook for each of them. The remaining images were distributed to all those who had their verses recorded. The recipients were filled with delight, tenderly caressing the exquisite paper in their hands. Those who had not received anything eagerly anticipated the opening of the bookstore the following day, hoping to purchase some for their own enjoyment. After the gathering dispersed, Zhang Xuezhing retained a few individuals whose verses he had copied. Initially, he had expected to take on a student that evening, but he merely offered a few routine words of encouragement before allowing everyone to leave. Governor Liu, intrigued, remarked, "These students possess commendable quality. I thought you might take one or two under your wing tonight." Zhang Xuezheng sighed. "I indeed have intentions of accepting disciples. However, as I am favored by the emperor and will be reassigned to the capital next year, it is best to wait a while longer." He held Su Yu's painted paper, intending to hang it at home for leisurely appreciation. Governor Liu was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are to be recalled to the capital so soon?" Zhang Xuezheng responded with a sigh, "The court is in dire need of talent, and this is an unfortunate necessity. The current emperor is unpredictable, and one can never tell when he might erupt in displeasure. Nearly every month, officials are dismissed or exiled. Consequently, many positions have become vacant. Several of the dispatched officials have already begun returning to the capital." Governor Liu chuckled. "Indeed, Minister Zhang, you are diligent in your duties, and it is no wonder the emperor places such trust in you, prompting your early return." Zhang Xuezheng shook his head, based on this year's examination results. "I believe that the literary atmosphere in Jiangling has significantly flourished. If I could remain here for another 2 years, I am confident I could help the court select many capable individuals. Take the top candidate from this examination. His writing is truly commendable. If he could study under a distinguished mentor and receive proper guidance, he would undoubtedly have a great chance of succeeding in next year's provincial examination. Alas, I will not be able to witness his triumph, and this achievement will not be credited to me." Governor Liu, with a gleeful expression, remarked, "Then I shall graciously accept this accomplishment on your behalf." Zhang Xuezheng, as an academic official, may not excel in every aspect, but his judgment regarding candidates for the imperial examination is undoubtedly accurate. His confidence in the candidate's potential leaves little room for doubt. Governor Liu had already resolved to have the young man continue his studies in the academy. Should he succeed in the provincial examination next year, it would also serve as a testament to the governor's achievements. Zhang Xuezheng felt a twinge of regret. He had personally identified a promising talent, yet he would not be there to witness the progress. By the time he returned to the capital, if the young man succeeded in the examination and advanced to the capital, he might have already found a mentor. Regrettably, had he adhered to his original plan of staying for another 2 or 3 years, he could have taken this disciple under his wing, guiding him not only in the imperial examination but also in poetry and other arts. Thus, it would not be the case that an esteemed scholar at the banquet could not compose a single decent poem, thereby squandering such an opportunity for expression. After the likes of Song Yuming and Zhuangyuan were left behind for inquiries, Su Yu began to gather his belongings and departed with others. Many had indulged excessively, their faces exhibiting varying degrees of intoxication. Yet, the words that escaped their lips were invariably those of the exquisite beauty depicted in Su Yu's recent artwork. Earlier, when the esteemed officials were present, they refrained from extensive discussion. Now, only the students remained, free from such reservations. One individual, with a slightly slurred tongue, inquired, "Su Scholar, might I behold your beauty portrait once more? I have an inkling that I shall dream of the enchanting figure from your painting tonight." Having imbibed a modest amount of wine, he felt lightheaded, with thoughts lingering on a fleeting glimpse of beauty. How could one not desire to return home for a splendid dream? A final glance would surely render that dream more vivid. Su Yu chuckled softly and replied, "The original artwork has already been gifted away, though I have a few remaining at home. However, the bookstore shall reopen tomorrow morning, where you may procure a brand new beauty portrait. If you truly wish for it, dear brother Wu, I suggest you arrive early to secure one for yourself, allowing you to gaze upon it at your leisure. Moreover, I have heard from the shopkeeper that there will be special promotions upon reopening. Buy more, receive more. Quite a bargain indeed." In truth, Su Yu had brought along ample paper, enough to gift each person a piece. Yet, distributing them would diminish their allure. It was better to keep them yearning, enticing them to return with companions the following day. Are there indeed other beauty portraits? Someone seized upon the crux of Su Yu's words. Certainly, he affirmed, for the grand reopening. Su Yu had prepared 2 exquisite beauty portraits along with 2 distinct volumes of tales. Given ample time, he could have created an even greater variety of enchanting figures, each captivating in their own right, surpassing any beauty these scholars had ever encountered in their lives. Su Yu remarked, "This information comes from the shopkeeper. You must visit the bookstore to witness it for yourselves." He refrained from disclosing that the bookstore was his own, wishing to avoid appearing overly self-serving in front of the distinguished guests. Upon hearing that other beauty portraits might be available, those who were once inebriated found themselves somewhat sobered. They ceased their idle chatter and took their leave, preparing to retire early in anticipation of visiting the bookstore the following day. By this time, dusk had settled. Governor Liu arranged accommodations at the banquet venue for those who had overindulged, allowing them to rest for the night. Those who remained relatively sober, or had servants to escort them home, could also depart. This evening's curfew would not be enforced upon the newly garbed scholars. Xiuyu had no intention of staying the night. He planned to return home directly. It was only when Li Erlang called out that Xiuyu realized he had hired a carriage to fetch him. "What is this?" Xiuyu inquired, gazing at the familiar carriage before him. However, the night was too dark, illuminated only by a lantern hanging at the front, making it difficult to discern if this was indeed the same carriage he had previously ridden. Li Erlang explained, "The sky has darkened, and it's unwise to wander the streets aimlessly. I specifically hired this carriage from the livery. The owner, having heard that you ranked first in the recent examination, offered us a discounted rate for the night. I'll return it early tomorrow." So it was, indeed, the very carriage he had previously ridden, for it was also rented from the same establishment. However, where was the driver? Li Erlang promptly replied, "I shall handle the driving. Rest assured, my skills in this regard are quite commendable." Xiuyu expressed his surprise. "I did not realize you could drive a carriage." Li Erlang chuckled. "The more skills one possesses, the better prepared one is. Let us board," he added. Xiuyu climbed into the carriage with a smile, lifting the curtain to allow the evening breeze to waft inside. He had consumed some wine, and a hint of its aroma lingered about him. The carriage clattered along the deserted streets, and Xiuyu felt drowsiness creeping in. Yet, before he could steal a moment of rest, they had already arrived home. As the carriage halted, Xiuyu alighted just as Li Erlang knocked on the door. The door swung open to reveal Gu Changle, gracefully holding a lantern. "You're back?" Chapter 88. No need for 998, just purchase it. The exquisite painting of the beauty had initially been sketched by Xiuyu, with Gu Changle modeling herself as the subject. Afterward, it was refined under his guidance until it bore a resemblance to another person entirely, though the likeness had changed. Its allure was such that it would leave the scholars mesmerized at a mere glance, so much so that they would dream of it that very night, illustrating the painting's remarkable beauty. Yet, no matter how stunning the artwork, it paled in comparison to Gu Changle, who, dressed simply and holding a lantern, stood before him. Xiuyu hurried to the entrance. "Still awake?" Gu Changle smiled softly. "Grandfather has already retired. I anticipated your return and waited for a while." "It's nothing. I'm not yet tired myself," he replied, stifling a yawn. After yawning, a few tears glistened in his eyes, catching the faint light of the lantern. Xiuyu couldn't help but laugh, reaching for the lantern she held and taking her hand in his. "Fortunately, I returned just as the banquet concluded, otherwise, you would have had to wait much longer. Come, let us go inside." With that, he turned to thank Li Erlang before entering the house. Li Erlang, who had been standing by the door, had now returned to the carriage, preparing to depart. "Erlang, I am grateful for your assistance today. Please ensure the carriage is returned tomorrow." Li Erlang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks." With that, he led the carriage away next door. Xiuyu guided Gu Changle inside, securing the door behind them as they moved into the living room, where a lamp illuminated an open book on the table. Gu Changle remarked, "I've read both of your stories several times, so I casually picked another book from the study to pass the time." She stifled another yawn. "I should head to bed. We must rise early tomorrow. The study will reopen, and although everything has been arranged, judging by the advertisements I sent out today, business should be promising. I truly must keep an eye on it." Xiuyu remarked, "All right, you go inside and rest. I will freshen up shortly." Gu Changle nodded, catching a faint whiff of alcohol on Suyu's breath. "I have instructed Hong Ying to prepare a hangover soup in the kitchen. Remember to drink it," Xiuyu added. He agreed and first escorted Gu Changle back to her room before heading to the kitchen to consume the still warm soup. After a brief wash with the prepared water, he quietly returned to the room. The light was left on in the room, casting a soft, warm glow. Upon opening the door, there was no enchanting figure in red at the small table, but rather a beauty peacefully slumbering on the bed. Xiuyu gently closed the door, extinguished the candle, and lay down beside her. Gu Changle seemed to be stirred by the movement, sleepily reaching out beside her. When her hand brushed against Suyu's arm, she murmured, "Tomorrow, the grand opening. Remember to wake me." Given how late she had stayed up, it was evident that Gu Changle would struggle to rise in the morning. However, she was aware of the considerable effort Xiuyu had invested in the study, and she had long been planning to accompany him out the next day. Xiuyu whispered, "All right, I will call for you in the morning. Sleep soundly. Whether Gu Changle heard him was uncertain. She fell silent again. Having exhausted himself throughout the day and consumed a bit of wine, Suyu quickly succumbed to slumber as well. The following day, Suyu awoke later than usual, not rousing until daylight had fully arrived. Gu Changle, needless to say, still slept soundly like a little piglet. After washing up and getting dressed, he called out to her. Changle, it's time to rise. Gu Changle stirred slightly, responding in a daze. I'm up. Yet, moments later, she slipped back into sleep. Suyu called her a couple more times, realizing she remained unresponsive, and contemplated letting her continue to rest. Just as he straightened up to leave the room, Gu Changle suddenly sat up in bed, her bleary eyes scanning the room. Upon noticing the bright daylight streaming in, she was jolted awake. The sun is up. With that realization, Gu Changle swiftly threw off the covers, jumped out of bed, and slipped into her shoes. Her actions were completed in a matter of seconds. Watching her, Suyu chuckled. No need to rush. I, too, woke up late today and haven't had breakfast yet. We can eat together. Feeling slightly embarrassed upon seeing Suyu fully dressed beside her, Gu Changle fidgeted with her shoes. Just the night before, she had resolved to wake up punctually. Yet here she was, waking up late again. I'll try to hurry, she said. Before long, Gu Changle was ready, and together they set out for breakfast. The auspicious hour for the study's opening was set for the SI hour, a time when they had not yet officially commenced operations. However, the Fu family had arrived early, bustling about to lend a hand. As they approached the study, the sound of Li Sanlang's calls could be heard. Please make way, everyone. We need to set up the tables and complete the offerings before we can open. Following his call, a chorus of voices echoed. It's almost SI hour. When can we officially begin? Indeed, we arrived early in the morning solely for the exquisite beauty stationery from your bookstore, yet it remains unopened. Proprietor, please hasten. Li Sanlang is already perspiring profusely, his face adorned with a flush of excitement. Soon. Everyone, be patient. Once we complete the opening ceremony, we can commence our business. He reassured. The crowd was eagerly gathered outside the bookstore, filling the already narrow alleyway to the brim, making it difficult for passers-by to navigate. They craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the moment the bookstore would open its doors, ready to rush in and purchase the coveted beauty stationery. This was merely the result of last night's promotion by the scholars, and if they continued to advertise for a few more days, the business would undoubtedly flourish. At this juncture, it was somewhat challenging to squeeze into the crowd, so Suyu and Gu Changle chose to stand aside, waiting for the throngs to disperse post-opening. Gu Changle remarked, even before the opening, such a multitude has gathered. This business will surely thrive. It was indeed the season following the Imperial examination, and nearly all the students from Jiangling Prefecture remained in the city. In the coming days, they would gradually depart, eager to take home some of the newly released beauty stationery. Even those who could not afford to buy were keen to take a look, lest they find themselves ignorant in future gatherings with their classmates. Among the crowd, Uncle Fu, accompanied by his sons, was assisting in maintaining order. No one anticipated such a large number of guests before the official opening of the bookstore, and all were anxiously urging them to commence business. Once the ritual offerings were completed, the altar outside was taken down. Li Sanlang personally brought out a display stand, which he positioned at the entrance, adorned with a scroll. As the scroll unfurled, a stunning image of a beauty cascaded down, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Standing beside it, Li Sanlang beamed and declared, "Today marks the grand reopening of our Sanwei bookstore. We are delighted to introduce 4 exquisite varieties of colored stationery, along with 2 entirely new storybooks. These are the high-quality colored papers that previously commanded exorbitant prices from artists. This beauty illustration is featured on one of our stationery and storybook designs. Today, in celebration of our opening, we offer them at an incredibly reasonable price, not 10 or 8 taels per sheet, nor 2 or 3 taels, but merely 61 for each piece adorned with this beautiful image." Chapter 89. A flourishing business. The beauty depicted in the artwork possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, her fair skin and crimson lips resembling that of a living goddess. The attendees had never encountered such breathtaking beauty in reality. For some of the wealthier individuals, who frequented brothels and encountered courtesans seldom seen by the common folk, they could not help but exclaim upon seeing the beauty illustration. This beauty surpasses even the renowned green-gowned maiden from the Zhe, Xianglu. Such grace and form truly warranted the title of a celestial being. All eyes were glued to the enchanting image. And only after hearing Li Sanlang's explanation did the crowd come back to their senses. 60 coins. Does this exquisite stationery adorned with beautiful illustrations truly cost only 60 coins per sheet? Such vibrant artwork, if commissioned from a skilled artist, would undoubtedly command several taels of silver. Moreover, even if one were to hire an artist, they could scarcely replicate the enchanting beauty of this particular figure. The artists tend to portray beauties that are all too similar, lacking the lifelike allure of the one before us. Is it genuinely 60 coins, shopkeeper? I hope the illustration on the stationery does not differ entirely from this captivating image. A voice of skepticism arose. For if the beautiful depiction on the stationery were to be vastly different, disappointment would surely ensue. Li Sanlang smiled warmly, replying, "Will it be the same? You shall discover that for yourselves once you enter." He assured them that if they found it unsatisfactory, the shop would not compel them to purchase. With that, he stepped aside. The crowd surged forward, eager to glimpse whether this so-called beautiful stationery indeed mirrored the beauty portrayed on the exterior. Though Suyu's bookstore was modest in size, it could not accommodate such a throng all at once. Fortunately, they had anticipated this influx. Once the first group had entered, Li Erlang and Li Dalong positioned themselves at the entrance, requesting that those behind wait temporarily. Inside, Li Sanlang addressed the patrons, "Please remain patient. Our bookstore is not large enough to host everyone at once. Those who entered must exit before the next group can enter. I assure you, everyone will have the opportunity to purchase our beautiful illustrations." This method of arrangement was reminiscent of the practices learned from modern luxury boutiques, where, to ensure quality service, patrons were admitted in batches. Given the limited space and staff, this approach proved to be quite effective. Those still outside craned their necks in eager anticipation, trying to catch a glimpse of the treasures within, while others leisurely admired the beautiful illustrations. The first group rushed towards the beautiful stationery, guarded by the attendant Aki. Alongside the adjacent storybooks, there were 4 varieties of the illustrated stationery, each priced as marked. The storybooks were somewhat pricier, yet included a complete illustration. And purchasing one would also grant 2 additional sheets of the corresponding stationery. The illustrations on the stationery were modest in size, yet the one within the storybook was incomparable. Essentially a scaled-down version of the grand artwork displayed at the entrance. However, the storybook's price was steep, at 700 coins each, over 10 times that of the stationery. Although the complete illustration offered exceptional value, not everyone could afford such an expense. Many gazed enviously at the storybooks, yet their purses remained too light for such lavish purchases. As Aki showcased the storybooks to the eager crowd, a well-dressed young gentleman confidently declared, "Clerk, I shall take 5 copies of each of these storybooks. I intend to gift them." In an instant, he parted with 7 taels of silver. However, both types of beautiful note papers were given as gifts, in addition to a total of 10 storybooks. At such a price, under normal circumstances, one could only afford to purchase 2 paintings. With great delight, Achi responded, "Excellent." This young gentleman's 10 storybooks, along with the 20 accompanying sheets of beautiful paper. The beautiful papers were only provided for the 2 corresponding types, while the other 2 types of artistic papers were not included. One of these was the image of the wise teacher lecturing, which Suyu had brought yesterday to register the couplets for Zhang Xuejing. The young gentleman who purchased the 10 storybooks also bought a few of the artistic papers that were not given as gifts. Those who lacked sufficient funds opted to take home some beautiful note papers instead. Some classmates pooled their money together and bought both the storybooks and the artistic papers. The first person to exit drew the attention of those still waiting outside. "Ah, how are the beautiful papers? Are they identical to the beauties depicted on the scroll by the entrance?" The young gentleman who had purchased the 10 storybooks was among the first to emerge, proudly standing and showing off. Exactly the same. Moreover, the illustrations within these storybooks surpassed those on the beautiful papers. He generously opened one of the storybooks, revealing the page with the beauty illustration for all to see, yet somewhat stingily closed it after just a glance. "Did you all see that? The attendant mentioned that new storybooks will be released next month, accompanied by corresponding beautiful papers. I shall return then." With that, the young gentleman merrily departed with his companions. Although he allowed them only a fleeting glimpse, everyone essentially caught sight of it. Indeed, the illustrations closely resembled those on the scroll at the entrance. Even the grandest of bookstores, while producing such images, could not ensure that every rendition was identical. After all, even if one person writes the same characters, Each instance cannot be perfectly alike. Yet, here, the beauty illustrations were nearly indistinguishable from one another. Those still waiting outside grew even more eager. As one group exited, another was ushered in. Observing the bustling scene outside, Xiuyu smiled at Changle, remarking, "It seems the business is thriving. Let us circle around to the back and examine the inner chamber for any areas in need of improvement." Upon learning of Suyu's new venture, Changle had already surmised the immense popularity it would attract. Thus, she was not at all surprised. She had always known that this new creation of Suyu's would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. The two navigated through the crowd, rounding to the back door and entering the inner chamber. Inside the shop, Li Sanlang was busily calculating, diligently collecting payments, and providing change. Amidst the myriad of praises from the crowd, the weight that had burdened Suyu's heart finally lifted. As long as business was good, all would be well. After all, this bookstore had been purchased through an installment plan. Each month, a payment was required for the acquisition of the shop. If profits were scarce, it would be challenging not only to sustain themselves, but also to repay the debts incurred. Moreover, a significant portion of the down payment had been borrowed from old Gu. Elated, Xiuyu turned to Changle, exclaiming, "It seems that within this month, I shall be able to repay Grandpa's loan. In a few days, we shall return to the village. For now, I must trouble you to illustrate those two new beautiful images. Upon our return, we will be able to unveil the new volume of our tales at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 90. Why thank? Xiuyu has achieved the top rank in the Academy's examination and will undoubtedly return to the village to pay respects to his ancestors. Following the ancestral rites, he must also begin preparations for his wedding with Changle. Their relationship has progressed to a stage of considerable intimacy, making it an opportune moment to formalize their union through a wedding ceremony. Once these matters are attended to, he will return to the capital to pursue his studies at the prefectural academy, with a promising source of income at hand. The bookstore business has flourished beyond expectations, alleviating Suyu's financial concerns at last. Suyu's joy naturally extends to Changle, who has been acutely aware of the pressures he has faced during this time. Though she herself perceives little burden, she has done everything within her power to support him. Yet, there are many matters that only Xiuyu understands, despite her capabilities. There are certain areas, particularly technical aspects and his academic pursuits, where she cannot substitute for him. With a smile, she remarked, "There is no rush for grandfather's money. He has saved quite a sum and is not pressed for those few dozen tales. Given the bookstore's success, it is wiser to retain funds for enhancing its operations." Changle's reasoning was sound, revealing Suyu's impatience. He concurred, "You are right. The bookstore is thriving. Grandfather's money will eventually be repaid. A month or two's wait is inconsequential. Once we return from the village, I intend to hire a book boy and bring on 2 additional assistants to assist the printing master. Moreover, we shall need to increase the number of staff in the store. We must also scale up production, which will inevitably raise costs. When we have a bit more capital, I aspire to expand the bookstore further. Perhaps, in the future, we might even establish a branch to distribute to other regions, though that remains a distant ambition." As he contemplated, it became clear that expenditures would arise from all directions. Indeed, the more one earns, the more one must spend, unless his business model is fully refined. Increased revenue will entail greater costs. However, irrespective of these challenges, Xiuyu was exceedingly pleased with the current sales performance. "By the way, you dear artist, have contributed significantly to this success. I must ensure you receive a fair wage for your efforts." The management of the bookstore involves considerable intellect and strategic planning, with Changle overseeing most of the operations. She also serves as the designated artist for the bookstore, making her the greatest benefactor of its success. Changle smiled lightly. A wage for me. I wonder how much my husband intends to offer? If it is too paltry, I may be beyond your means." The pride in her voice was unmistakable as she spoke the last sentence. Her acumen in business management and her artistic skills are indeed beyond what ordinary wages could afford. "Indeed, my dear wife speaks the truth." Xiuyu found himself momentarily perplexed. Ultimately, he could only conclude, "It seems, under these circumstances, I am unable to afford your wage. The revenue from the bookstore must be entirely entrusted to my wife, allowing her to spend it as she wishes. I only hope she can spare me a small allowance each month, so I might indulge in a few treats for her on my way home from school." Changle was amused by Suyu's words, her lovely brows curving gracefully. "Very well, I shall grant you 100 won each month. The remainder, I shall keep for myself. Outside, business was bustling, yet within the confines of their private chamber, the couple created their own serene world. By noon, the bookstore was not as crowded as it had been in the morning, yet many still came seeking its charm. Those assisting could only eat in shifts at the back. Xiuyu had arranged for a nearby tavern to deliver a selection of fine dishes for their working lunch, ensuring everyone was well fed before returning to their tasks. Li Sanling briefly reported the morning's earnings to Xiuyu. The stock of storybooks had dwindled, although some remained. The workshop would need to continue production in the coming days. The inventory of exquisite stationery was also limited, necessitating a new batch soon. The brothers Lu Feng and Lu Yuan had been working tirelessly of late. Despite the generous rewards Xiuyu offered, no amount of money could substitute for rest, and fatigue had begun to show on their faces. Xiuyu nodded in agreement. I will have them recruit 2 apprentices to assist. Please keep an eye out for suitable candidates over the next few days. If they are promising, we shall offer them a wage. Li Sanling concurred, his voice slightly hoarse from a day of calling out. Xiuyu added, if your throat troubles you tomorrow, feel free to delegate some of the shouting to others. Also, arrange for someone to fetch some throat-soothing herbs to brew. Li Sanling replied cheerfully, thank you for your understanding. I will make sure to do that. He then pulled out his small notebook, moistening the pen tip to jot down Xuyu's instructions. Curious, Xiuyu leaned over to observe. Though Li Sanling held the notebook awkwardly, his writing remained legible, despite his youth and boyish appearance. Xiuyu had come to appreciate his capabilities. He learned swiftly, demonstrating keen insight and exceptional comprehension. He grasped Xuyu's intentions with little difficulty, needing only brief explanations for more complex matters. The last time Xiuyu had been so impressed by someone's competence was with Gu Changle herself. After ensuring the shop's affairs were in order, Xiuyu returned home with Gu Changle, eager to expedite their pending tasks. Gu Changle had 2 new illustrations to refine, while Xiuyu had 2 storybooks yet to complete. Upon arriving home, the house was quiet. Elder Gu was not present. However, it was customary for him to wander about, so Xiuyu thought little of it. The young couple settled into the study, each occupying a desk as they commenced their respective work. Meanwhile, Elder Gu was enjoying tea served by the servants of Zhang Xuezheng's household. The servants of the Zhang residence observed with curiosity the unassuming old man being treated like an esteemed guest by their master. Zhang Xuezheng himself was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected visitor. Previously, he had opened the door for them, and now it seemed he had not only done so, but had even removed the door entirely. When old Gu approached to inquire about the situation, it was a normal occurrence. However, the level of concern that Gu Fengshu exhibited towards a peasant who had had no prior interaction with him genuinely surprised Zhang Xuezheng. After sipping his tea, old Gu leisurely remarked, Master Zhang, I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Xiuyu not only passed the courtyard examination, but even achieved the top score. Although old Gu harbored some doubts about this matter, he refrained from voicing them directly. After all, discussing such covert dealings openly was ill-advised. If he were to do so, Zhang Xuezheng, being a civil official, might not grant him the courtesy and could dismiss him without hesitation. Zhang Xuezheng felt a complex mix of emotions. Thank for what? What was there to be thankful for? Could he admit that he had accomplished nothing? There is no need for thanks, Your Highness. In truth, I have not been of any assistance to you, he replied. Chapter 91. Is this for real? Zhang Xuezheng spoke the truth, yet old Gu interpreted it as humility. Scholars value their reputation, and such matters are not easily discussed. Understanding this, old Gu smiled and skillfully shifted the topic. I have heard that you will be returning to the capital by the end of this year? Zhang Xuezheng nodded. It coincides with the New Year celebrations. After the holidays, I will see where I am assigned next. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of anxiety. With age, his temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. He found himself dissatisfied with everything, fearing that he would be summoned back only to be reassigned elsewhere without consideration. In truth, he would prefer to remain here as a supervisor of education. Noticing the troubled expression on his face, old Gu chuckled. Master Zhang is undoubtedly capable and accomplished. You will not be grouped with those of no merit. Zhang Xuezheng offered a wry smile. I can only hope for the best, Your Highness. Their exchange was filled with polite pleasantries that barely scratched the surface. Old Gu had previously interacted with Zhang Xuezheng. While he was a man who valued gratitude, he possessed a rather rigid disposition. It was quite challenging to extract information from him. After their cordial exchange, Zhang Xuezheng broached the subject. By the way, I was quite curious about the peasant who came to seek my assistance on behalf of your highness. What connection does this young man have with you? Though he was set to be transferred next year, he still held some influence among the educational officials in Jiangling. If the young man had a close relationship with the prince, he would need to make appropriate arrangements before his departure. Old Gu maintained his smile. He is not someone of close relations. This young man happened to save me once, and out of gratitude, I thought to lend him a hand. I have fulfilled that obligation, and he need not be remembered any longer. Although Zhang Xuezhen had some connection with him now, the old man would soon be returning to the capital. It is inconceivable that the old man Gu would fully disclose his affairs. Should he inadvertently let something slip, the situation could become quite complicated. Zhang Xuezhen chuckled softly. I see, but it seems you have yet to repay this favor. He could only remark. This young man possesses remarkable talent. He is destined for greatness. The prince indeed has a discerning eye. After exchanging pleasantries, neither party gleaned any substantial information. However, as the tea was nearing its end, Zhang Xuezhen suddenly murmured, I wonder whether, upon my return to the capital, I should send a letter to the prince addressed to the provincial government or directly to this location. Was this a subtle indication of his intentions to return to the capital? It could be construed as a sign of sincerity. Old man Gu's smile deepened. I shall be returning to the prince's residence shortly. If you wish to send a letter, simply deliver it there. Zhang Xuezhen agreed, bowing respectfully. They continued their conversation over another cup of tea, just as a servant entered bearing a framed painting. Sir, the painting has been properly mounted. Zhang Xuezhen glanced at it. His interest piqued. He reached out to take it and presented it to old man Gu. Your Highness, please take a look. This is the token of gratitude sent by Su Yu, who achieved the top score in the recent examination. He explained that the painting was produced by a particular study, where Su Yu had meticulously transcribed the poems composed by the students the night before. Though modest in value, this gift carried profound significance. Regrettably, I must soon transfer back to the capital. Otherwise, I would have dearly liked to take this young man as my apprentice, Zhang Xuezhen lamented, letting out a sigh. Old man Gu glanced at the painting. Wasn't this the very stationery produced by Su Yu's study? He had received some when they were first made and had even sent a few to old man Zhao at the provincial government. By now, it was likely that old man Zhao had received this gift. The stationery was indeed exquisite, yet old man Gu was not a connoisseur of literature and could only appreciate it briefly before shifting his gaze. However, upon noticing the poems inscribed upon it, he paused. These poems. Seeing old man Gu's interest, Zhang Xuezhen eagerly elaborated. These poems were composed on the spot by the students. I selected a few that were particularly well written for Su Yu to transcribe. I must say, Su Yu's calligraphy is quite impressive, and the way he has transcribed these poems onto the stationery is truly delightful. Zhang Xuezhen praised the gift profusely, sharing his joy with old man Gu. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. It is a pity that the candidate I personally selected, despite his commendable writing, is unable to compose poetry. Had he been able to craft a decent poem, even if it were somewhat lacking, I would certainly have ranked it first. Unable to compose poetry? Old man Gu paused, pointing to the poems on the stationery. Are you saying Su Yu cannot compose poetry? Surely I must have misheard. My granddaughter's husband cannot write poetry? Zhang Xuezhen replied, indeed. However, those two classmates from the same county, who supported each other, produced commendable poetry. Each one possesses a certain depth. Old man Gu pointed directly at the two poems. Are these the two you refer to, Zhang? Zhang Xuezhen looked down and, to his surprise, confirmed it was indeed so. With a mere gesture, he indicated the two poems he had just mentioned. He expressed mild astonishment, questioning how the prince had discerned this. The old man, Gu, chuckled awkwardly. It was not merely that the prince had recognized them. He had long been familiar with these verses. Ever since Gu Changle returned to the capital, he had incessantly spoken of his husband's literary prowess, praising the two poems he had gifted to his mentor, both exquisite compositions. Gu Changle had recited them to him several times, making it nearly impossible for the old man to forget them. Clearing his throat, Gu considered his granddaughter's husband. He could not abide any disparagement of him. How could he not be adept at composing poetry? Indeed, he was quite skilled. Coincidentally, during a prior conversation with the young scholar Su Yu, he had heard him recite those very poems, just before the Imperial examination. It appeared that Su had been compelled by financial necessity to offer these two pieces to his classmates, thereby earning a modest fee that enabled him to afford the journey to the examination. With a soft thud, the lid of the teacup in Zhang Xuezhen's hand fell, and he asked, bewildered, Is what the prince says true? The old man Gu grinned. What purpose would I have to deceive you, my good sir? However, since he has given them to others, they rightly belong to them. It was not surprising that he had not mentioned this matter to Lord Zhang. Zhang Xuezheng gazed down at the two poems he had found quite satisfactory and suddenly smiled, realizing, so that is the case. Truly splendid poetry. After enjoying a couple more cups of tea, Gu stood to take his leave, with Zhang Xuezheng personally escorting him out. Once Gu departed and climbed into his carriage, Zhang Xuezheng turned back toward his estate, soon summoning his steward. Find out where that scholar Su Yu is residing now. Once you ascertain his whereabouts, procure 100 taels from the treasury in my name and deliver it to him. Chapter 92. The oddity. The steward of the Zhang residence personally delivered the silver. Their inquiries revealed that the scholar Su Yu was still residing in the capital, living in a modest dwelling. As he proceeded with the funds entrusted by his master, he passed by a crowded study and felt compelled to peek inside. Upon seeing the grand painting of a beautiful woman at the entrance, he felt a stir of curiosity. I must return to explore this later, he thought. After some time, the carriage finally halted before an ordinary house. The steward knocked on the door and waited outside. The door soon swung open, revealing none other than Su Yu. May I ask whom you seek? Su inquired, intrigued by the unexpected visitor at his doorstep. He had just returned from the study, where he had been working alongside Gu Changle. The steward, observing the young man's handsome features and refined demeanor, surmised that he had indeed found the individual he was seeking. I am the steward of the Zhang estate. Might you be Su Yu? He inquired. A steward of the Zhang estate could only be associated with families whose ancestors had held official positions or currently served in office, or those possessing nobility. In Jiangling, such families were few and far between. Moreover, with the surname Zhang, it is evident that he is a servant from the household of Zhang Xuezheng. Su Yu nodded, acknowledging the fact. As the door swung open, Zhang the steward was ushered inside. I wonder what brings you here, esteemed steward, Su Yu inquired. As they walked further into the room, Zhang the steward replied, my master has sent me to deliver some items to young Master Su. Upon entering the chamber, they found Gu Changle diligently working in the study, while the elder Gu was absent. The family of Uncle Fu had gone to assist in the library, rendering the house eerily quiet. After inviting Zhang the steward to take a seat, Su Yu busied himself with preparing a pot of tea. Typically, Su Yu did not indulge in tea and had never entertained guests in his abode. Thus he had no tea leaves prepared. Fortunately, the elder Gu had some on hand. Therefore, the tea leaves used for brewing were taken from the elder Gu's tea set. Observing the relatively modest living conditions of Su Yu, Zhang the steward noted with mild surprise that, despite being a mere scholar, he had to personally brew tea for his guest. It was no wonder his master had instructed him to bring money along to treat this individual. The circumstances were indeed lacking. The saying, a poor family rarely produces a scholar, echoed in Zhang's mind as he silently hoped that with his master's support, Su Yu's path in the Imperial examination would be smoother. With a soft sigh, Zhang the steward accepted the tea offered by Su Yu, expressing his gratitude with a smile. He then lifted the lid of the tea bowl, observing its contents. Taking a gentle sip, he was taken aback by the exquisite flavor that lingered on his palate. Could this possibly be Mingqian tea? Zhang Xuezheng, although lacking an official title, held significant authority over the examination affairs, and his reputation was widely celebrated wherever he went. Unsurprisingly, his household was replete with fine goods. As the head servant of the Zhang estate, Zhang the steward had sampled his fair share of exquisite delicacies and teas. Yet the tea from Su Yu's humble abode astonished him. This Mingqian tea, with its delicate buds and vibrant color, was clearly a rare gem among teas. However, Su Yu's brewing technique was rather rudimentary, merely pouring hot water over the leaves before adding more water without any finesse. Despite this simplicity, the tea still left a fragrant aftertaste that surprised Zhang the steward. He gazed at Su Yu with newfound admiration. The tea in your home is truly remarkable, young Master Su. Su Yu chuckled. I seldom drink tea myself and cannot discern its quality. If you find it agreeable, I shall inquire where I might procure some to send to Master Zhang. Zhang the steward, upon hearing this, speculated that perhaps this was a gift bestowed upon Su Yu by an unknown benefactor. Regrettably, it seems Su Yu's family circumstances did not afford him the opportunity to appreciate such finery. However, as he was there to deliver money, he realized it would be inappropriate to accept gifts on behalf of his master, especially knowing Su Yu's modest background. Should his master learn of this, it would surely result in reprimand. Waving his hand with a smile, Zhang the steward replied, "There is no need for that. In fact, I have come today to present you with a gift, young Master Su." As he had mentioned upon entering, Zhang the steward was indeed there to deliver something. Su, intrigued, wondered what it could be. Zhang the steward then produced an exquisitely crafted wooden box, placing it before Su. "This is a gift from my esteemed elder to young Master Su, celebrating his distinguished achievement in the recent courtyard examination. He holds young Master Su's talent in high regard, expressing that the young gentleman's literary compositions are exceptionally commendable. Therefore, he hopes that young Master Su will exert himself fully in the upcoming provincial examination, striving for further success." It is indeed quite rare for a high-ranking official like Zhang, the supervisor of education, to bestow a gift upon a mere scholar. Su felt a mix of surprise and honor, promptly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed supervisor." With a cheerful demeanor, Steward Zhang remarked, "My master also mentioned that if young Master Su succeeds in the examinations next year, it is quite possible that by the end of the year, we may see you in the capital. After achieving success in the examinations, there would only be a brief celebration of 1 or 2 months before departing for the capital. Wouldn't that be an occasion to behold?" Su replied, "I shall certainly devote myself entirely next year, striving to meet the esteemed supervisor's expectations." With the gift delivered, it was nearly time to depart. However, Steward Zhang, fond of the tea from Su's household, requested another cup. Yet, upon observing Su's method of brewing, he felt a twinge of regret. Such fine tea should not be treated so casually. It seemed a waste. Nevertheless, after savoring a sip, he felt his visit was justified. As the teacup neared emptiness, Steward Zhang prepared to take his leave. He set down the cup and was about to bid farewell when the unlatched door swung open. A familiar voice resonated from outside. "Is the door unlocked? Are you sitting in the main hall?" It was old Master Gu. He had visited Supervisor Zhang early in the morning and, on his way back, made a detour to procure a roast goose from Li's. Upon discovering the front door ajar, he surmised someone was in the main hall. Joyfully, he announced as he entered, "I've brought back Li's roast goose. We shall have a special meal tonight." Upon entering, he met Steward Zhang's gaze. They had only seen each other that morning at Zhang's residence. The beautifully framed artwork, which Zhang had instructed to be delivered, was still fresh in his mind. Unexpectedly encountering each other again in the afternoon was quite a surprise. Steward Zhang recalled that, despite the conversation taking place with the attendants dismissed, old Master Gu was dressed rather plainly. However, Zhang's master treated him with the courtesy befitting a distinguished guest, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. After exchanging silent looks, old Master Gu chuckled, "Has a guest arrived at your home, Youngyu?" Without further ado, Steward Zhang stood and clasped his hands in salute, stating, "The delivery has been made. I must return to report." With that, he took his leave. Old Master Gu smiled, but remained silent. Su quickly offered, "Allow me to see Steward Zhang to the door." As Steward Zhang exited, he bid farewell to Su. Outside stood Uncle Fu, evidently just returning from the study. He nodded slightly to Steward Zhang and, upon entering, closed the door behind him. Steward Zhang couldn't help but glance back. Who, indeed, was that old gentleman? If he were truly a person of stature and was familiar with young Master Su, he would likely provide some form of assistance. Why, then, would the master need to come personally to offer support? Chapter 93, The Arrival of Gifts. After Steward Zhang departed, old Master Gu swaggered into the room, followed closely by Uncle Fu, who took the roast goose from his hands and carried it into the kitchen. "Whose servant is this?" Old Gu feigned ignorance. Su replied, "He is the steward sent by the government to oversee this examination." Old Gu responded with a thoughtful "Oh. The esteemed official has dispatched him to seek you out. Could it be a matter of significance?" Su gestured toward the wooden box resting on the table. "The official has sent me a few items." "What items?" Old Gu inquired. His curiosity piqued as he fixed his gaze on the box. Su had not opened it yet, thus was unaware of its contents. Noticing Old Gu's intrigue, he proceeded to unveil the box before him. Inside lay 10 perfectly arranged silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels. Su was momentarily taken aback. "The esteemed official has sent me silver?" Old Gu chuckled at the sight of the silver. It was likely that the official had learned from Zhang about Su's previous financial struggles, including how he had to offer his poetry to his classmate in exchange for the means to travel for the examination. Thus, it was understandable that Zhang would send someone to deliver silver to Su. However, Zhang's gesture seemed overly generous. How much faith must he have in Su to send his steward personally to deliver such a sum? Old Gu remarked. This esteemed official holds you in high regard. After all, he personally nominated you for the top position. Such occurrences are not unheard of. Generally, the better one performs in the examinations, the more benefactors one encounters. Yet Xiuyu felt a twinge of hesitation. 100 taels was no trifling amount, even without exerting effort. This sum could comfortably finance his journey to the capital for the examination. I am neither related to Lord Zhang, nor do I know him well. Would it be inappropriate to accept his silver? If they were truly master and disciple, it would not be an issue. Yet, Xiuyu had not formally taken him as a mentor, and their acquaintance was not deep. He felt somewhat embarrassed at the thought. Since the official has bestowed this upon you, he must have his reasons. I have heard that after achieving success, many gentry will queue up to offer you silver and land. Old Gu continued with a smile. A good performance in the examinations leads to favorable treatment. Xiuyu found himself persuaded by Old Gu's reasoning and replied with a smile. Indeed. What Old Gu spoke of was quite ordinary. Currently, Xiuyu was a scholar, still a bit short of his goals. Once he succeeded in the examinations, his status would be transformed entirely. Therefore, the Imperial examination was, after all, the swiftest and safest route for an individual to achieve social mobility. Lord Zhang's support of Xiuyu must reflect his belief in Xuyu's potential. Thus, Xiuyu suddenly found himself transformed into a man of means. The business at the study was thriving, and he anticipated that he would soon be able to repay the investment in the study. This 100 taels of silver did not need to be rushed toward the study's expenses. Even after settling his debt with Old Gu, he would still have a considerable amount left. Just then, seeing Old Gu present, Xiuyu suggested, since I have accepted this money, why not return some of it to grandfather first? He intended to extract a few ingots to offer back to Old Gu. Yet, Old Gu swiftly extended his hand to stop him. Keep it for now. In a couple of days, when you return with Changle, there will be numerous banquets and social engagements along the way. Upon returning, a celebratory feast is to be hosted, which will undoubtedly incur considerable expenses. Furthermore, after your return, the ceremony of marriage must also take place. It would be prudent to reserve your funds for these arrangements, ensuring that my dear Changle is not slighted. As the legitimate granddaughter, she is destined for greatness. Even a lavish bridal procession and a grand wedding, befitting a princess, would not be excessive. Marrying a peasant, however, is inconsequential. Regrettably, Old Gu cannot orchestrate an extravagant wedding for her at this moment. Yet, this matter has long been deliberated between the grandfather and grandson, and it is an unavoidable circumstance. Xiuyu chuckled. Very well. Old Gu winked playfully at Xiuyu, teasing, let us hasten to complete the ceremony, so that I may soon cradle my great-grandson. A larger family brings more joy, does it not? Xiuyu rubbed his nose and smiled. It would be unseemly to inform Old Gu of his intentions to exert more effort. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Old Gu, requiring no response, affectionately patted Xuyu's considerably sturdier shoulder. Young lad, you've been training well lately. When I first met you, you were but a frail scholar, so thin that I feared my old bones might crush you. Yet, to my surprise, your strength has improved significantly, allowing you to escort me home. After more than 2 months of training, Xiuyu seems transformed. He radiates vitality, and his physique has become much more robust. Old Gu grows increasingly pleased with his grandson-in-law. Xiuyu, amused, regarded him with a smile. Initially, he had indeed been feeble, but after this time of nurturing, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Coupled with his recent success in the Imperial examination and the flourishing of his bookstore, he is in a particularly spirited phase of life. His vibrant demeanor is incomparable to what it once was. Once they return and complete the ceremony, their union as true spouses will be a double celebration. Seated at his tea table, Old Gu invited Xiuyu to join him. Suddenly recalling he had used Old Gu's tea earlier, Xiuyu remarked, while entertaining Steward Zhang. I used your tea, grandfather. He mentioned it was quite excellent. I wonder where you acquired it. I heard that Master Zhang will be leaving the capital soon, and I would like to procure some of this tea to gift him. Tea. Old Gu glanced down. This was a gift from old Zhao. I am uncertain of its origin. He smacked his lips and continued. To be honest, I cannot discern its quality. It simply has a pleasant flavor and quenches thirst well. I shall inquire with him and procure some more for you. After conversing for a while, Xiuyu rose to retrieve the silver and entrusted it to Gu Changle. Old Gu had purchased an entire roast goose with the intent of inviting Fu Bo and his family to dine together. However, recalling the awkward atmosphere from their prior shared meal, he decided to keep some for himself and send the remainder to them for their enjoyment. Fu Bo sighed in relief. Dining alongside their lord and lady had indeed been quite overwhelming for them. The identity is manageable, as it was sanctioned by the prince. However, the charade of displaying paternal affection, marital bliss, and fraternal harmony presents quite a challenge. According to old Gu, he suggested taking a portion of the roast goose home for personal enjoyment, to which Uncle Fu readily agreed with a smile. After discussing this, old Gu added, Changle mentioned that our granddaughter's husband is now a scholar, and accordingly, he should be accompanied by a young scholar as his attendant. Once he returns from the village, we shall arrange for one. Who among our people do you think would be suitable? During the time Su Yu and Gu Changle are away in the village, old Gu also plans to make a trip back to the prince's residence. When Su Yu returns to his studies, he intends to have everything in place for him. Old Gu is certainly not concerned with hiring for the study. That is something Su Yu can manage on his own. However, for the attendants by his side, it is indeed preferable to employ someone from within their circle. In truth, either Li Erlang or Li Sanlang would be excellent choices. Yet both have already made their presence known to Su Yu and cannot suddenly alter their identities. This predicament presents a bit of a challenge for Uncle Fu. Their prince is a martial figure, and those capable by his side are rather uncouth. Only Li Sanlang possesses the ability to read and write, making such individuals quite rare to find. If it comes down to it, they might have to consider bringing in the son of the third steward from the prince's residence. After some contemplation, Uncle Fu suggested, what if I personally go to the academy to select a suitable young lad for the son-in-law? Someone of tender age and unblemished background. Let the son-in-law take him under his wing. It could prove helpful in the future. Old Gu found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, saying, let it be as you propose. Take care of these minor matters before their return. Chapter 94. They have returned in just a single day. The news of the SNWI study's exquisite stationery spread throughout the entire capital. Not only did the scholars participating in the Imperial examination become aware of this, but the learned gentlemen and even the refined ladies of the city also caught wind of it. After closing for the evening, as Li Sanlang made his way home, he brought the account books back to report the day's achievements to Su Yu and Gu Changle. The study had sold a total of 140 taels and 7 coins, along with 321 in just one day. Such a sum, in the span of a mere 24 hours, is indeed remarkable. In fact, the larger studies might not even match this revenue in a month. This figure is quite impressive. Yet it also indicates that their stock has dwindled considerably on the very first day of reopening. In the workshop at the back, brothers Lu Feng and Lu Yuan have been working tirelessly to keep up with printing demands. They can manage for now, but not for long. Should business continue to thrive, they will soon find themselves in a state of supply inadequacy. Even if Su Yu wished to implement a strategy of scarcity marketing, it would be futile, given that he lacks sufficient stock to do so. Previously, due to financial constraints, the staffing of the study was overly simplistic. However, the shortcomings became evident on the very first day of business. It is indeed a delightful dilemma. Fortunately, Su Yu currently possesses a considerable amount of funds, allowing for a manageable turnover. He has already arranged for Lu Yuan to recruit 2 apprentices from their own ranks to assist with the printing, which should alleviate the pressure in the coming days. If it is still insufficient for sale, there is nothing more to be done. We can only inform the customers of the truth, Su Yu instructed. Li Sanlang replied, all right, we shall proceed as you wish, esteemed proprietor. The following day, the business at the bookstore surpassed that of the previous day. The exquisite writing paper, priced at 60 yuan per sheet, was exorbitantly expensive, yet customers continued to flock in. Thus, the Fu family had no choice but to lend a hand for a while longer. Su Yu would be returning the day after tomorrow, and he could not afford to dwell on it too much. Over these 2 days, aside from a brief visit to the bookstore with Gu Changle, they had spent most of their time laboring away in the study. By the afternoon of the day he was to depart, he finally completed his tasks at hand. The new beauty illustrations and storybooks were sent to the bookstore, awaiting engraving and subsequent printing. Fortunately, although the men of the Fu family were busy, Hong Ying could still spare some time. She assisted in packing the belongings for Gu Changle and Su Yu, ensuring they could set off on the 3rd day after the announcement. Zhuangyuan and the others had already departed ahead of them. This time, Su Yu could not return directly from the capital to the village. He would need to stay overnight in the county town. Having achieved the top score in the county examination, the magistrate and local gentry had specifically arranged a banquet in his honor. It was an event he could not afford to miss. Therefore, his fellow classmates agreed to meet in the county town. Su Yu specially packed some of the newly released storybooks and writing paper from the bookstore to present to Zhuangyuan and the others. They were to ride in the same carriage as before. Li Erlang, who assisted in renting the carriage, remarked, "The carriage owner has heard that it is the one rented by the top scorer of this Imperial examination and has reserved a fine carriage for you." Just like that night, they are only charging the standard fare. Moreover, they encourage you to use it first, and you will receive a discount on the fees if you need it for an extended period. Xiuyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. This carriage and I share quite the affinity." Li Erlang chuckled. "Perhaps once you achieve your degree, the carriage owner will simply gift it to you. Such a fine carriage is not inexpensive, and its construction is labor-intensive, testing the craftsman's skill." Xiuyu smiled and replied, "That would be too extravagant. And maintaining a horse is quite the skill as well. I shall pass." Li Erlang wanted to say that he was quite adept at horsekeeping, but the words turned into a simple grin. "On this return journey, old Gu asked me to escort you. Are you accompanying us back?" Xiuyu hesitated. "Would this not delay your affairs?" Li Erlang waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Aren't you the one who promised me wages? Now that you are a scholar, you will need a carriage for your outings and to procure items. I can simply sleep in the carriage at night, eliminating the need for you to arrange other accommodations." This arrangement indeed proved to be far more convenient. However, there was no need for Li Erlang to sleep in the carriage, so you could find him a place to stay with a local family in the village. Xiuyu smiled. "All right, then I shall trouble you." "Not at all," Li Erlang replied cheerfully. "Making this trip will earn me a fair sum. This is quite a good job." Just then, Hong Ying helped to bring out Gu Changle's luggage, and Xiuyu remarked, "It seems you and Hong Ying will not see each other for quite some time." Hong Ying smiled back, replying, "The matter at hand is of utmost importance." Li Erlang suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Yes, indeed, he would return with wealth to purchase jewelry for her. Hong Ying cast him a sidelong glance and let out a light laugh, choosing not to respond. Li Erlang opened his mouth, but found no words to articulate. Just then, old Master Gu emerged with his grandson Gu Changle, who had been laboring tirelessly and was still half asleep, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. Xiuyu pulled Gu Changle over and assisted her into the carriage. She would return next month, and once Xiuyu entered the academy, he would reside in the city continuously, thus rendering any parting sentiments rather trivial. As the carriage set in motion, Gu Changle weakly waved at old Master Gu, saying, "Grandfather, I'm off now." Once she lowered the curtain, she leaned against Xiuyu and resumed her slumber. The journey from the capital to the county was not overly long. Within half a day, they arrived. Baipo County was one of the jurisdictions under Jiangling Prefecture, characterized by an average economy and culture, lacking any remarkable features. In comparison to those flourishing counties with notable intellectual pursuits, it naturally felt somewhat insignificant. Consequently, upon learning that Baipo County had produced a top candidate in the provincial examination, the magistrate took the initiative to host a banquet for the students who participated in the examination, whether they succeeded or not. Thus, today the county town was particularly lively, with even the inn's prices nearing those during the examination days. Fortunately, Xiuyu was currently in a comfortable financial position and thought little of the expense. He secured a spacious room, allowing him and Gu Changle to enjoy a leisurely afternoon nap. After their rest, it was already late afternoon, and Xiuyu prepared to attend the magistrate's gathering. He remarked to Gu Changle, who was still dazed from her slumber, "I am heading out now. There's no need for Erlang to accompany me. Let him stay in the adjacent room. If you need anything, just call out." Gu Changle nodded, yawning as she replied, "You go ahead. I'll have the innkeeper prepare some hangover soup for you to drink upon your return." Observing her disheveled appearance, a stark contrast to her usual composure, Xiuyu chuckled and affectionately ruffled her smooth hair. "All right, I'll be back soon." The two exchanged tender farewells before Xiuyu departed the inn alone. Upon reaching the banquet venue, he spotted Song Yuming and Zhuangyuan waiting at the entrance, evidently there to greet him. Xiuyu approached briskly and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Song Yuming responded, gesturing inside, "Guess who I just saw?" Xiuyu, intrigued, inquired, "Who?" With a mischievous grin, Song Yuming replied that he honed off from the general store. "We had agreed that if you excelled in the examination, he would have to apologize to you at the announcement. But since you weren't there that day, it never took place. He is here at the banquet today. Do you think he remembers?" Chapter 95. Tea and apologies. He Hongda had certainly not forgotten. On the day the examination results were announced, he arrived at the venue, anxiously searching for his name. The higher the rank, the closer it was to the center position. Thus, they typically began their search from the lower ranks on the outer edges of the list. As he scanned inward without spotting his name, his heart sank deeper with each passing moment. When he finally reached the very top center, he almost believed he was dreaming. Rubbing his eyes to confirm, he found that the name still read Xiuyu. At that moment, he silently cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated that this individual had taken the provincial examination 5 times before barely passing. Yet here he was, achieving success in the academy exam on his very first attempt. No less, he had secured the top position. This was disastrous. He would surely be humiliated. Unsure of how to handle the situation, Hongda felt compelled to search for Xuyu's figure amidst the crowd. Fortunately, after a thorough search, he did not find Xiuyu. He let out a sigh of relief. Since he hadn't shown up, he couldn't be blamed. It was not that Xiuyu had broken his promise. Rather, it was Xuyu's choice to stay away. After failing the academy exam, Hongda felt little desire to remain in the capital and thus departed early the next morning. Upon returning, he learned that the county magistrate intended to host a banquet for all candidates who participated in the recent academy examination, inviting everyone in the county. Typically, it was the gentry who hosted banquets for those who performed well, while the unsuccessful candidates wallowed in their homes, too distraught to attend any celebratory gatherings. However, since the magistrate had insisted on everyone's attendance, it would be inappropriate to decline. Consequently, Hongda had no choice but to accompany his teacher. Upon arrival, he glanced around and noted that Xiuyu had yet to appear, allowing him to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. A familiar classmate invited him to sit, eagerly displaying the exquisite beauty stationery he had procured from a small bookstore in the capital called Sanwei Bookhouse. "Did you manage to get any of this beautiful stationery?" he asked, holding up a piece proudly. The image of the beauty depicted on the paper surpassed those that typically cost a fortune to commission from artists. Such exquisite paper was being sold for only 60 won a sheet, a remarkable bargain. Some who had returned early and were unaware of this beautiful paper were drawn in by curiosity. "Ah, is this stationery? It features such a beautiful lady." Those who had also purchased some eagerly joined the conversation. I bought a few as well. While the illustration on the stationery was lovely, the white space surrounding it was excessive compared to the complete images found in storybooks. "What a pity," one lamented. "The storybooks are too expensive." So I did not buy them. The individual who had first showcased the stationery cheerfully pulled out his own storybook to share with the group. I did buy some. I acquired 2 different storybooks, each one captivating in its own right. I spent an entire night engrossed in these 2 tales, reading them repeatedly. Alas, the beauty within captivates my thoughts and affections. Were there truly such a stunning maiden in reality, I would undoubtedly spare no expense to behold her with mine own eyes. Be cautious while perusing this tome. I implore you not to soil its pages. A group gathered around a table engaged in spirited discussion. While Hongda listened intently from the side, he could not resist glancing repeatedly at the exquisite beauty depicted on the paper before him. Such a lovely lady exists in this world, he mused dreamily. Regret washed over him momentarily. Why had he returned home so early? He should have remained in the capital and procured some to bring back for admiration. No, he resolved. In the coming days, he must return to the capital to buy some for himself. He gazed longingly as others closed the painting, his mind lost in reverie. Just as he was immersed in the beauty, a voice nearby exclaimed with surprise, "Are you not Xiuyu, the top scholar of this examination?" Indeed. Xiuyu and his companions approached. This exclamation pulled the onlookers from their reverie. Everyone clasped their hands in greeting, congratulating Xiuyu. He graciously acknowledged their kind words, saying, "Thank you, esteemed friends." Someone eagerly invited, "Why not join us at our table, Su brother? We have room." As Xiuyu was the top scholar, everyone desired his company, hoping to bask in his good fortune. Meanwhile, Hongda, who had been called over to admire the beauty, nervously swallowed. He certainly wished to sit with his classmates. But what if Xiuyu ended up at his table? How awkward that would be. Fortunately, after the invitation, Zhuangyuan, who had arrived before Xiuyu, remarked, "Thanks to Su brother's brilliance, the county magistrate has arranged seats for us, right at the table ahead." Since arrangements had been made, there was no recourse. The individuals initially seated at that table felt somewhat disappointed, yet with the banquet yet to commence, they could still engage Xiuyu in conversation. Every opportunity counted. Thus, the same individual urged, "The county magistrate will not arrive for a while. Why not sit down, enjoy some tea, and converse? I am from the Chun family in the city, and I happen to have a relative in your town." This young Master Chun was quite familiar, his round, fair face quite endearing. Just as Xiuyu was about to speak, Song Yuming suddenly interjected, "Su brother, we ought to take our seats. After all, There is someone at this table who wishes to publicly offer you tea and apologize to clear your name. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent in astonishment. Who would publicly apologize to Xiuyu? What grievance could there be? What had transpired? Indeed, to clear a name implies that someone had previously sullied it. How outrageous! The reputation of scholars is of utmost importance. Who would dare resort to such vile tactics? Among them, Master Chun, He Hongda's classmate, was particularly indignant. Song Yuming wore a look of glee, reveling in the unfolding drama. He cast a sidelong glance at He Hongda, who had hoped Xiuyu had forgotten this matter and was conflicted about whether he should bring it up himself. Upon encountering his former classmate, he thought to himself that it had indeed come to pass. Although he felt quite vexed about his previous ungracious remarks, there was little he could do. Given that an agreement had been reached and witnesses were present, he had no choice but to step forward. Before the gathered crowd, he bowed to Su Yuxing and introduced himself, stating, "I am He Hongda. I must admit that I misjudged my esteemed senior due to some misunderstandings in the past. My earlier words were uncalled for, and today, I wish to publicly offer my apologies to you, Senior Su, with a cup of tea." In the past, they were both scholars of equal standing, and He Hongda had freely addressed Xiuyu by his name. However, the situation had changed. Xiuyu had now become a talented scholar, while He Hongda remained but a mere student. The disparity in their statuses became starkly apparent. Recalling the day at the general store when he had mockingly suggested that Xiuyu might one day refer to him as senior, He Hongda felt a flush of embarrassment. It was indeed the case that the roles had reversed, unless Xiuyu were to fail the provincial examination next year while he himself succeeded in the subsequent assessments. He Hongda would forever remain in Xuyu's shadow. Despite the regret that gnawed at him, He Hongda's apology was heartfelt and sincere. His manners were commendable, and he took the initiative to serve tea to express his contrition. Being a city dweller from a well-to-do family, many of the local students were familiar with him. They were taken aback by his willingness to take responsibility for the matter at hand. "Brother he continued earnestly, I acknowledge my faults. Please forgive me, Senior Su." With that, he set about pouring the tea for Xiuyu. The gathering turned their attention to the unfolding scene, which attracted not only students, but also some early arriving gentry and scholars. They watched with curiosity, although this public display differed from their earlier conversation under the list of candidates. It was nonetheless a mortifying moment for He Hongda. Xiuyu responded nonchalantly, "I accept your apology, but there is no need for the tea." He quoted, "A gentleman seeks neither abundance in food nor comfort in dwelling. He is diligent in action and prudent in speech. I only hope that you, young he, will exercise discretion in your words and actions henceforth, and refrain from being misled into speaking ill." Upon hearing that Xiuyu declined the tea, He Hongda felt a surge of gratitude and glanced up at him, realizing that Xiuyu was indeed a person of great kindness and eloquence. "Thank you, Senior Su. I shall heed your words," he replied, whether sincerely or not. The gesture was performed with due decorum in front of the audience. He Hongda reflected on how his previous bias, fueled by the words of Song Yuxiang, had led him to harbor animosity towards Xiuyu from the outset. Had he approached their interactions with greater sincerity, such misunderstandings might have been avoided. Truly, a beautiful woman can bring both fortune and misfortune. Yet there were those who were not harbingers of disaster. With Xuyu's forgiveness, the matter was resolved, and He Hongda felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the beautiful drawing that had been unfurled. The enchanting figure depicted was merely a creation of art and would undoubtedly bring him no harm. At the moment of He Hongda's transcendence, someone spoke up, saying, "Brother Su, your noble character and integrity truly mark you as a gentleman. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you in the future, I shall be the first to confront them." This sentiment resonated with many present, who echoed praises of Xuyu's magnanimity. Just then, a hearty laughter erupted from outside the circle of admirers. "A gentleman seeks neither gluttony nor comfort, being diligent in action and cautious in speech," the voice continued. Indeed, a wise observation. The crowd turned to see the speaker was none other than the county magistrate of Baipo, Lord Deng, dressed in plain attire. Upon entering and noticing the gathering, his curiosity piqued. He approached and quickly grasped the situation after hearing their words. Upon hearing Xuyu's gentlemanly remark, admiration spread across his face. The presence of such a distinguished figure in his jurisdiction was a pleasant surprise. "Your Excellency," the gathered individuals respectfully saluted Magistrate Deng. He waved his hand with a smile, saying, Today's banquet is to congratulate those who have succeeded in the Imperial examination. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Despite his casual invitation, his presence made it difficult for others to relax. Aware of this, Magistrate Ding invited Xiuyu to sit at the table where he would be seated. With a warm demeanor, he directly invited Xiuyu to join him. I have yet to read your essay from the recent examination, but from your dialogue with others, I have gleaned why the academic official would select you as the top candidate. After all, one's writing reflects one's character. Given your disposition, I can only surmise your essay is grand and profound. From the outset, Magistrate Ding extolled Xiuyu, as he had not encountered a top candidate in the Imperial examination during his tenure. While there had been previous achievers, they did not contribute to his record. A first-place finish in the examination would surely enhance the chances for the subsequent provincial exam. As the magistrate who recognized Xuyu's talent, he naturally hoped for his continued success, which would bolster his own reputation and hasten his promotion. Xiuyu smiled and replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me." He was relieved that he was not asked to recite his essay on the spot, as that would have been rather awkward. Observing Xuyu's courteous demeanor and remarkable poise, Deng felt a growing satisfaction. He even invited Xiuyu to sit beside him. With the arrival of Magistrate Deng, the banquet could formally commence. At the main table, Xiuyu was the only youth present. The others were older gentry and esteemed scholars who taught at the academy. After everyone had extended their congratulations, they continued to scrutinize him. Fortunately, having previously attracted the attention of more prominent figures during the examination and the governor's banquet, Xiuyu remained unfazed, maintaining a calm expression with a subtle smile, which further garnered the admiration of the assembly. The rotund Chen Yuanwei, having consumed several cups of wine, blushed and addressed Xiuyu. "I see that young Master Su is quite young. I wonder if you are married yet? If not, it would be quite fortuitous." Those present who scrutinized Xiuyu clearly harbored ulterior motives. Many were contemplating the prospect of a matrimonial alliance, eager to welcome such a promising young man into their families. With a smile, Xiuyu replied, "I shall wed after the provincial examination." The very Chen Yuanwei, who had inquired about Xuyu's marital status with the intention of introducing a suitable match, now offered an awkward smile. "Married, you say? After the provincial exam? There are only 2 or 3 months until the palace examination. To think you could wed in that interval and still achieve such commendable results. How unfortunate for us." Although they were keen on Xuyu's promising future and sought to align themselves with him through marriage, his existing commitment necessitated a pause in their pursuits. After all, it would not do for their daughters to be casually wed to a scholar as a concubine. They would need to observe further. With a single statement, Xiuyu effectively stifled their collective musings. No one broached the subject again. Once the banquet concluded, and after partaking in ample food and drink, County Magistrate Deng took his leave, and others gradually began to depart. Xiuyu, his face frozen in a polite smile from the social niceties, felt a sense of liberation. He had no desire to linger any longer and bid farewell